Aren't you worried about losing your official position? What does that have to do with you?
You.
You really don't know what's good for you. Don't you think you're pathetic? When your feelings aren't returned, you still go after her, risking losing everything you've achieved. Aren't you afraid? Lien Yen didn't reveal Lu Haoqing's thoughts. She wouldn't be kind enough to tell Qin Shuiwe that someone secretly likes her. Let me introduce my partner, Qin Shuiwe.
What?
Director Li. Manhwa. You young people really know how to have fun. No way. How is this possible? Lien Yen desperately denied the fact. The book clearly said they weren't together at this time. All right, enough of this nonsense. Now is the time to focus on the main matter. Qin Shuiwe, quickly hand over the jade pendant. No matter who comes today, you won't be safe. Zhao Jinghao, I haven't seen you in so many years. Your style has become even more impressive than mine. Director Li saw the jade pendant Qin Shuiwe took out and understood everything. So this was the trap set for him. He stepped forward, revealing himself right under Zhao Jinghao's gaze, with his hands behind his back, showing off his authority.
Who are you?
How dare you call me by my name? Cough, cough, cough. Pretending to be cool and stuffing his arrogance into his pocket, Meng Meihua was amused by her own thoughts and coughed a few times. Everyone turned their attention to her. It's okay, it's okay.
Don't mind me.
You all go ahead, continue. Director Li felt helpless. He didn't want to look at Zhao Jinghao's fat face anymore. His eyes shifted to Lu Haoqing and said, Please, comrade, do one thing. Uncle Li, just tell me. Hit him. Just don't kill him. Lu Haoqing nodded and walked toward Zhao Jinghao. Suddenly, Lin Yan rushed out and blocked his way. Comrade Lu, Brother Hao is a red guard. They have a lot of power. You need to think carefully. Don't offend him just because of Qin Shuiwe. If the army finds out, what'll happen to your investigation? Lin Yan's words seemed to care about Lu Haoqing's future, but actually, he just wanted to persuade him not to get involved in today's matter. Everyone present was sharp, who couldn't see through his intentions. Because they understood, they looked at Lin Yan with more disdain. Get out of the way or I'll have to hit the comrade. You. I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Haoqing didn't want to hear any more nonsense. Without hesitation, he kicked Lin Yan away. She was knocked into the wall and fell to the ground, spitting blood nonstop. The crowd looked at her indifferently, without anyone helping her. Even Zhao Jinghao sneered dismissively, and then turned his gaze to Lu Haoqing, who was approaching him. Let me tell you, His voice suddenly stopped, replaced by a loud scream. Ow, it hurts.
Ow.
How dare you hit me?
Ow.
Ow. With past and present grudges, Lu Haoqing used all his strength this time, hitting his face and stomach. These areas are easy to hurt, but not deadly. At first, Zhao Jinghao could still cry out in pain, but later he couldn't make any sound, only whimpering and rolling on the ground, holding his head. Enough, Brother Haoqing. When Lu Haoqing was about to stop, he kicked a few more times before finally breathing out and stepping aside. At this moment, Director Li stepped forward, hands behind his back, looking down at Zhao Jinghao, whose face was even more swollen, and said coldly, Zhao Jinghao, I promoted you to squad leader because I saw your cleverness. I didn't expect that your cleverness would backfire and harm you. The jade pendant in Shuiwe's hand was personally appraised by me. It's just an ordinary piece of jewelry and has nothing to do with capitalists. She also has my certification. I don't know where you got the news about the jade, but I can tell you for sure, you're being used by someone. After speaking, he looked at Lin Yan, who was lying on the ground. His words clearly indicated that anyone smart enough would understand. Indeed, Zhao Jinghao had been in this position for many years, and he was not stupid. Lying on the ground, he connected all the events and understood everything. He never thought that his brilliance would end with a woman playing him. Today, his old leader saw everything. His reputation would definitely be ruined. All of this was caused by Lin Yan.
He
would not let her go. Now that everything was clear, handling it was simple. He called the squad leader and the militia captain, handed Zhao Jinghao and Lin Yan over to them, and told them to take them to wait at the entrance of the committee. Then he told Qin Shuiwe and rode his bicycle back to the city with them. Only Qin Shuiwe, Lu Haoqing and Su Qiao, who was hiding in the corner, remained in the clinic, along with Manhwa, sitting on a chair, waiting for her pulse to be checked. Auntie, did you fall into the river when you were a child? Did you catch a cold? Is there only one child between you and Uncle Lee? You. You can tell that just by checking my pulse. If someone didn't know better, they might think Qin Shihua was a fortune teller. Your body has cold energy, which does affect your uterus. However, this has developed over many years. When you were young, it probably wasn't so severe. You should have no trouble conceiving, but after childbirth, the cold energy seems to be coming back. If you're thinking about having a second child, it might be more difficult now. Yes, I had a checkup at a big hospital before and they told me the same thing. I took many medicines, but none helped. So, my husband and I only have one daughter. She's lively and playful, unlike you, who is more steady. We worry about her. If she keeps this personality as she grows older, it's good that I and your uncle are here to protect her. But if, in the future, we can't be there, what will happen then? Auntie, everyone's thoughts change at different stages. She's still young and full of innocence now, so her ideas are simple. When she starts working and experiences more, her personality will naturally change.
My husband and I think the same.
Having children really keeps us busy and worried. Meng Meihua is a middle school teacher. She's not very talkative by nature. Today, when she saw Qin Shihua, she felt they got along well and couldn't help but want to say more. As they talked, it got late. After Director Li finished his work with the committee, he rode his bike back to the Chaoyang team. When he entered the clinic, he looked upset. What's wrong? Did Zhao Jinghao upset you? This person doesn't know when to be satisfied. He's just a small squad leader of the Red Guard, not very powerful, but he's got a big ego. He hasn't done anything important, but he's caused a lot of trouble. I really was blind to think he was clever before. People change over time. You can't judge the present by the past. Since things have happened, just deal with them as they come. I have to say, Meng Meihua is very wise. She always hits the point, and her few words help ease Director Li's frustration. How are you feeling? Nothing serious, just an old problem. Shihua made me some pills to take easily. Shihua, huh? Today you really outsmarted Uncle Li. 2 bottles of wine aren't enough. You need to bring a few more next time. Yes, Uncle Li is right. It was the younger generation's mistake. I have prepared good wine for you, 4 bottles, and 2 bottles of nourishing medicinal wine I personally brewed. Take them home and have a glass every night. It will help you sleep well and feel energetic the next day. All right, since you are so sensible, Uncle Li will forgive you. Director Li smiled as if he had won a big prize, holding on to the 6 bottles of wine without letting go, which made Meng Meihua stand there laughing and scolding him as a wine lover. In the end, the couple didn't stay for dinner. They had elderly people and children at home they couldn't leave behind. Qin Shihua didn't insist either, only saying they would visit next time when they had more time. The couple happily agreed, and even turned back to invite Lu Haoqing to come along. During dinner, the Gao family members looked at Qin Shihua with worry.
No one knew what to ask first.
Qin Shihua smiled and explained the main points of today's events. The matter was now completely settled. As for Lin Yan's situation, the team leader would probably tell Director Hong from the commune that the youth residents would not be returning. As for other places, Zhao Jinghao knew Lin Yan had used him, so she wouldn't get any good results. However, Qin Shihua hoped Lin Yan would stay in the town so her and Meng Chongqing's plans could proceed smoothly. This matter was finally settled, and Qin Shihua returned to her usual routine. But now, she had a little follower, Lu Haoqing, who was very clingy. The planting season was nearing its end. The elders and villagers of Chaoyang Brigade could finally relax. However, Qin Dajiang still carried his heavy responsibilities on his shoulders and dared not slack off. As the commune meeting approached, Qin Dajiang became more and more anxious. In the past, he looked forward to the commune meetings, hoping that Chaoyang Brigade would make a big breakthrough and that he would shine at the conference. After a heavy rain, other brigades under the commune suffered heavy losses and faced a year without enough food. Chaoyang Brigade was still able to plant and harvest crops, which was already a small victory. If they didn't hide their strength now, they would only invite attack. Moreover, Director Hong from the commune had promised that this meeting would commend collective and individual achievements. How could they do that if the situation was so uncertain? After he and Shu Yu received their certificates, wouldn't the other team leaders be eager to swallow them up? In the evening, Qin Dajiang couldn't wait any longer. He put on his coat and was about to go outside. Wan Yanfang, holding her grandson, quickly called out, "It's so late. Where are you going?" "I'm going to find Qin Shuyu. You, as an adult, can't handle things, but you think you can come up with ideas just by finding a kid? 3 heads are better than 1, like Zhuge Liang. How do we know if we don't try? What if?" After saying that, Qin Dajiang opened the door and headed straight to the Gao family. In the yard, Gao Wenji was practicing aiming with Lu Haocheng. That kid had convinced his parents to let him join the army when the draft came. He wanted to learn more while being guided by someone so he could be strong and safe. It was his way of being responsible for his family and himself. He studied very carefully. Qin Shuyu watched from the side and occasionally shared her opinions. It was like everyone discussing together. It was getting dark, and the yard was hard to see. Gao Wenji didn't want to practice at first, but Aunt Gao strongly opposed it. She even took out a few of the family's few remaining firecrackers, lit several in the yard, and urged Gao Wenji to practice quickly, worried that if he missed a move, his life might be in danger. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Everyone was surprised and wondering who it could be so late. Qin Dajiang pushed the door open directly. "Hey? Uncle Team Leader, it's so late. Why are you here? Is something the matter?" As the head of the family, Uncle Gao quickly got up to greet him. "I have something urgent to discuss with Shu Yu." "What's wrong? Why is it so urgent?" Hearing that Qin Dajiang wanted to see Shu Yu about something urgent, everyone hurriedly put down their work and gathered around him, surrounding him as if they wouldn't let him leave until he explained everything clearly. "Never mind, let's sit down and talk. It wasn't something worth hiding." Qin Dajiang didn't plan to whisper to Qin Shuyu. He sat on a stone stool, looked back at the red and white cigarette box in Uncle Gao's pocket, grabbed it, took out a cigarette, lit it, and started smoking. Everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions, exchanging glances. Meanwhile, Qin Shuyu and Lu Haocheng, amidst everyone's impatience, remained calm and became the most unique sight in the scene. The upcoming public meeting is about to start. Do you know? Yes, I know. Haven't you been looking forward to it? This matter was not a secret. Not only Qin Dajiang was looking forward to it, but everyone in the Chaoyang team was also eager. Before, Comrade Li Xianghe came to our Chaoyang team. If it weren't for Shuyue, our team would have planted crops like the other teams, following the usual schedule. You probably know the consequences without me saying. At this meeting, all the team leaders under the commune will attend. Out of more than 10 teams, only ours and Yihong's crops were planted normally and in order. This will surely attract the attention of other teams. Some might feel jealous, and others, well, it's hard to say. Plus, our team not only planted crops normally this time, but also earned 2 first-class merits. So we have both crops and money now. Suddenly, good news turned into bad news. Qin Dajiang gave a look that said, "You can go if you want," and silently smoked. The yard was very quiet. "Uncle, this matter can actually be solved easily. The country cannot just watch us suffer from the disaster without doing anything. They will definitely cancel the grain tax. Even if our team plants grain, we don't need to teach it. We can join forces with Yanghe team to ensure that the people have enough to eat. Any extra grain can be donated to the commune, which will then distribute it to the different teams. Although it's not a lot, it will help reassure everyone." "That's a good plan. I believe Yanghe team will agree too. Also, Uncle can talk to the commune director about your difficulties. I think Director Hong is also very busy right now. If you donate the grain, he will be happy. To make sure the harvest goes well, he will probably check on other teams and send people to watch over them to prevent any trouble. So, your worries are unnecessary." After hearing Qin Shue say this, Qin Dajiang felt that he had been worrying too much these days and that all his trouble was unnecessary. "Uncle, You're just dazzled by the big reward and only thinking about showing off. You didn't consider there might be a different way to handle this. Oh, your head isn't working well anymore. When Qin Dajiang arrived, he looked worried. When he returned home, he was smiling happily. Wan Yanfang didn't need to ask. She knew the problem was solved. She happily hugged her grandson and went to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Qin Dajiang went straight to the commune director's office. He told Director Hong the idea Qin Shua gave him, and he explained it carefully. Good. Comrade Qin, you are a good comrade. You have good judgment, vision, and always think of the people. You are a good leader. It's not just because Director Hong is a good leader. Our commune is harmonious now, without those messy problems. Everyone is working together. Everyone liked to hear good words, and Director Hong was no exception. After the problem was solved and he heard some praise, Director Hong's mood visibly improved. At this moment, Qin Dajiang quietly leaned close and whispered, "Director, now is the hardest time. I don't want to cause trouble for everyone. Can the model worker and the first-class function be directly given to me? All right, I understand your concerns. We won't hold a ceremony at the meeting, but I feel sorry for you and Shuyu. Such a big matter, and it has to be kept secret. But don't worry, next year I will make it up to you both. Thank you, Director." Thank you. Also, Dejiang, a few people from the Agricultural Science Institute have been sent to Chaoyang Brigade. They want to check the crop growth. To keep those scientists safe, I've assigned 6 people to protect them. You can arrange a bigger place for them to stay together. Dejiang understood that although it was said to protect the scientists, Director Hong was actually ensuring the safety of the Chaoyang Brigade. When they returned to the brigade from the commune, Dejiang's first action was to go to the health clinic. He sincerely thanked Qin Shuyu and explained again about the scientists coming over. Yes, the higher-ups are paying attention. It's to ensure the increase and stability of the grain harvest. This is vital food, so we can't afford any mistakes. I think so too. Director Hong also sent some people to protect them. Actually, it's more like protecting the grain, but right now the main issue is housing. Qin Shuyu's forehead twitched, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. I've thought about it. Our brigade doesn't have enough space to house all these people, and they need to stay together. So what do you suggest? I was wondering, could we clear out the entire health clinic? Where would the clinic be moved to? I remember your house is almost finished, right? I'll find someone to help move things. It should be done in a couple of days. After that, you can work from home. What do you think? Isn't that a good idea? Qin Shuyu was left speechless. Wow, the brigade leader's plan was so elaborate, it almost made her face fall. But she didn't have a reason to refuse. Where she stayed didn't matter. At worst, she could use the front house as the clinic and live in the back. Her brother wasn't home, so she could stay wherever she wanted. Dejiang was a man of his word and acted quickly. The next day, he brought some strong young men to help Qin Shuyu finish the last bits of the house. They worked overtime and completed everything in 2 days. The Gao family helped clean up the health clinic, and everyone went to assist. Qin Dajiang brought several carts and found many people to help move the medicine cabinets as well. After 5 days of work, the new health clinic was finally tidy. To make things easier, Qin Shua moved directly from the Gao family's house into the new home. The new house was small. Part of it was used for consultations, and another part was divided into a small room that Su Qiao arranged. She moved here from the Jiqing courtyard. The house was small, but it was better than the crowded beds in the Jiqing courtyard. It was also convenient for cooking, and since no outsiders came in, she didn't have to worry about her personal belongings being disturbed. Qin Dajiang asked the village's old carpenter to make 4 bunk beds and 4 single beds. He also made a wash basin stand, some boxes, and used new newspapers to cover the old health clinic's walls again. The original wards were turned into dormitories, furnished with new furniture, and looked quite decent. How is it, Captain? Does it look good? Yes, it's great. I heard city folks are quite delicate. Is this house small? Small? Do you think city people live in big houses? Usually just a few dozen square meters, with a big family of 10 or more squeezed inside. There's hardly enough room to turn around, and it's better than ours. That's true. That's true. Captain, you really have good judgment. We always thought city folks lived a good life. People in the city want to go out, and villagers want to move into the city. That's just how it is. Once the house was ready, Qin Dajiang sent a message to Director Hong. On the third afternoon, for assistance from the Agricultural Science Institute and 8 clerks, who were officially staff, arrived at Chaoyang Brigade. The 8 clerks were Hong Director's people. They often went to the countryside with him and were very familiar with life here. They didn't feel uncomfortable at all. But the assistants from the Agricultural Science Institute, seeing the old, dilapidated houses and muddy dirt roads, their faces looked a bit displeased.
Brother Chen, this
house is even worse than the small houses behind our family compound, one said. The man called Brother Chen, with his slicked-back hair, wanted to scold him, but looking at the peeling walls and the rundown exterior, he didn't feel like arguing. I heard that this was specially chosen by our captain, someone said. Just this? Specially chosen? I've never lived in a place like this in my life, another replied. The few young assistants behind looked at the 4 people in front discussing the house. They exchanged glances. One, who seemed to be the leader among them, spoke first, saying, Captain said that our dormitory is on the right side of the courtyard. Let's go in and settle down first. Yes, Brother Lin. They pushed open the door. Inside, there were new bunk beds and a faint smell of paper and ink. This room isn't bad, is it? I heard Director Hong say that the Chaoyang Brigade isn't poor. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. This room is better than mine at home, and the furniture is new too. Exactly. I don't know what those people are still complaining about. Well, they're intellectual workers, and we're just laborers. Our levels are different. We're all people, all from the flower country. I don't understand what they're so proud about. All right, everyone be quiet. Remember why we're here. To protect the grain of the Chaoyang Brigade. That's our main task, got it? Yes, Brother Lin. The others didn't dare to speak anymore and hurried to tidy up their beds. After everyone finished, they took basins to wash up briefly. They saw the assistants still standing outside in the yard, commenting on everything but not going inside. This time, the person called Brother Lin didn't ignore them. Comrade Chen, although the conditions in the countryside are tough, the Chaoyang Brigade is already the best among all the brigades in the commune. Don't worry about the peeling paint on the outside wall. Everything inside is brand new. Even the walls are covered with the latest newspapers. Everyone should go back and settle in early. It's getting late and we still need to plan dinner. What? We have to cook ourselves? We came here to ensure the proper harvest of the grain. The planting was late, and to get a good harvest, we need to put in a lot of effort and time. We don't have time to cook. Let the captain arrange someone to cook for us. Lin Yingwei frowned and looked at Chen Jinmu. He wanted to say something, but remembered Director Hong's instructions. In the end, he sent one of his brothers to call the captain. Chen Jinmu was pleased with Lin Yingwei's understanding and took the other 3 inside the house. Not long after, Qin Dajiang hurriedly ran to the yard of the old health clinic and knocked on the door of one of the dormitories. When the person at the door saw him, he smiled and nodded politely, saying, Comrade, is there something you need? Why? Did he go to call you, but didn't tell you everything clearly? Xiao He, who opened the door, looked unhappy and gestured to the officer following Qin Dajiang. Qin Dajiang was a leader, so just by his expression, it was clear these 2 people might not get along well. The knowledgeable comrade from the city called me, so I came right away. I didn't even ask what was wrong. Is there something urgent? Or are you unhappy about something? His flattering words sounded very nice to Xiao He, and his expression softened a bit. Listen, Captain, you're not thinking carefully. We 4 came to your Chaoyang team to help you. We are your benefactors. This hand is for scientific research, and our brains are for studying data. Every second is precious. Can we waste time on cooking? Qin Dajiang was stunned, his mind full of data, research, and being a benefactor. He couldn't figure out what was going on at first. The officer behind him kindly reminded, Captain, they mean they don't want to cook. You should arrange someone to do the cooking. That it was such a simple thing, just a sentence. Why all these complicated issues? Do scientists only think in circles? All right. I'll find someone to cook for everyone later. Our research requires us to stay alert all the time, so each meal needs to be balanced with meat and vegetables. This is a bit difficult, comrade. In the countryside, people rely on their own grown food. Unlike you city folks, who get regular supplies of grain and meat every month. We really can't do that.
I don't care about that.
You're the team leader, so it's your responsibility. Isn't your team wealthy? Captain, you need to think carefully. We came here to help the common people with their food. If we take good care of them, everyone will have enough to eat. Qin Dajiang was silent. It seemed that before these people arrived, the villagers of Chaoyang village were not hungry. After some thought, Qin Dajiang still felt he couldn't agree to this. Just as he was about to argue his point, Xiaohe, who had opened the door, snorted and closed the door right in front of him. Qin Dajiang was left speechless. The young clerk was also silent. Are all city folks this rude? Suddenly, the heavy responsibility fell on Qin Dajiang. He had been happy for a few days, but now worry showed on his face again. Captain, we can handle our own meals. You don't need to worry about us. After saying that, he hurried back to the dormitory and told everyone about the latest gossip. See, if you hide your excitement on your face, maybe I can believe you're a good person. Qin Dajiang stood at the door, thought for a moment, clenched his teeth, and decided to go home and talk later. He pushed open his door, but didn't go inside. Instead, he went to the backyard to check on his two lively hens. For a moment, he felt a bit hesitant about hurting them. Dad, why are you standing here instead of coming inside? Qin's eldest son was holding some mixed chicken feed, pouring it into the chicken coop, calling the chickens over to eat. Where's your mom? Mom is watching the kids. What's the matter? Never mind. You all go ahead with your work. Standing in front of his house, Qin Dajiang looked worried, almost pulling his hair out. Damn it. Where did we find these so-called experts? They seem more like ancestors than specialists.
Sigh.
Feeling helpless, Qin Dajiang could only wander around, hoping to think of a way to solve this problem. As he wandered, he arrived at Qin Shiyue's new house. It was located at the edge of the Qin and He families, where they had to survive between the two. Hey, Captain? What are you doing here? Are you feeling unwell? Su Qiao was in the yard drying herbs. Seeing Qin Dajiang standing there with a dazed look, she thought he was sick. She quickly put down her work and came out to help him inside. I feel pain all over, especially in my head. Huh? What's wrong with him? Su Qiao was momentarily confused, then carefully helped Qin Dajiang into the house, soothing him as they walked. She said, It's okay, Captain. Shu Yu is a great doctor. No matter what the problem is, she can handle it. Let's go inside and have her take a look. When Su Qiao pulled Qin Dajiang into the room, Qin Shiyue was applying medicine to an elderly man's eyes. She glanced at the captain briefly, told him to sit and wait, and continued her work without stopping. Old sir, come back tomorrow. I'll change your medicine then. Depending on how it looks, you might need to keep it on for 3 or 5 days. All right, how much do I owe you? The consultation fee is 5 cents and the medicine costs 20 cents. You can give me 25 cents. Okay. The old man shakily took out 25 cents, placed it on the table reluctantly, and left with his cane. Qin Shu sighed. The local people are reluctant to spend money on medical care. They tend to delay treatment. If this old man's eyes weren't really bad and he wasn't busy working, he probably wouldn't have come. Shu Yu, quickly. Please check the captain. He says he feels pain all over, especially in his head. Qin Shue looked puzzled. Medical diagnosis involves observing, listening, asking, and feeling. When Qin Dajiang first entered, she took a quick look and saw no obvious issues. Could it be internal injury? She sat down, placed her hand on his wrist, and listened carefully. As she took his pulse longer, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed tighter. Could it be that it's beyond treatment? It's already. Su Qiao trembled, asking in disbelief. Her words earned her 2 eye rolls. What are you saying? Do you have any opinion about our captain? What kind of words are those? At this moment, Qin Shue spoke to break the awkward silence. Uncle, are you joking with me? I'm so busy I'm about to die, and you're causing trouble. Your body is in good shape. What are you feeling pain for? I think you're just looking for trouble. Isn't it just that you found a grandparent to take care of? If the problem can't be solved, I'd get a headache and I'd feel pain all over. Do you really think city people live better than us? Can they eat meat every meal? What are you thinking, uncle? Now the country's resources are tight. Even the top leaders can't guarantee they eat meat every day. Then, do you think those scientists get special treatment? Huh? What do you mean? Qin Shue finally understood. The reason Qin Dajiang was so worried probably has to do with those few researchers from the city. It's those scientists again. They say the city sent them here to help us ensure a good harvest and to thank us for our support. They even told us to be grateful. They asked me to prepare meals, making sure to include both meat and vegetables, balancing everything. I told you, people with high education speak differently. Ordinary folks really can't understand them. No wonder they're called cultural workers. In the end, Qin Dajiang still felt a bit envious. Having culture really makes a difference. After hearing Qin Dajiang, Qin Shue frowned tightly. What are these city people doing? Before they arrived, the Chaoyang team still had normal harvests and paid their grain on time. Was it just a few days late planting? It's not a big deal. Do they really think they're saviors? Uncle, these people are sent from above. You need to ask Director Hong how to entertain them. The most important thing is their requirements. If we can't meet them, then we need to find someone who can. Our Chaoyang team is not poor, but it's still the country's money. We can't secretly take from the state. Hosting them like capitalists? That's not right. No. I've already paid for the medicinal herbs I bought. The rest is our team's funds. Our oxen are so old they can hardly walk. I was planning to buy 2 more with this money. And the tractor, when we bought it, it was about to retire, and we spent a lot on repairs. It's only lasted a few years. Now that the team has money, shouldn't we buy a new one? After all the calculations, the money still isn't enough. Looks like we have to keep collecting herbs from the mountains. I still have many things to buy. Suddenly, the woman, who was full of worries, turned into someone eager to buy everything, even though she didn't have enough money, chatting happily, still enjoying herself. Qin Shue and Su Qiao looked at each other with the expression of an old man staring at his phone, then looked at Qin Dajiang. They didn't know what to say. All right, I'm leaving. I still need to arrange dinner for those people. Although the problem wasn't fully solved, there was a new direction, and Qin Dajiang's mood improved a bit. Hey, wait, uncle, hold on. Then Qin Shue ran to the backyard. She took out a chicken from her space and also grabbed some red dates, goji berries, and 10 eggs, placing them in a box. Uncle, these eggs are to celebrate your family welcoming a son. The chicken is for your wife to regain strength. If you're really out of ideas, just cut half of it and get through today's meal first. Well, okay. Uncle thanks you on behalf of your wife. He accepted the items and hurried home. He decided that tonight's dinner would be enough to let his wife relax, and they would deal with tomorrow's matters later. After dinner, Lu Haoqing usually took Qin Shue for a walk. It was called digestion, but really,
He just wanted some alone time.
here you go. As they walked, the man suddenly pulled out a brightly colored silk scarf from nowhere and put it into Qin Shue's arms. Did you buy this? Is it a gift for me? Yes, to celebrate you receiving the Labor Model Medal. There was no award ceremony for you, so as your man, I naturally have to make up for it. So, this is your reward for me? Yes, I don't know if you like it or not. I like it. As long as it's from you. I like everything. Seeing Lu Haoqing look a little nervous, Qin Shue smiled knowingly. She gently pinched his calloused hand to show her happiness. Just after a few pinches, his large hand tightly held hers, and warmth spread from his palm through her body.
Hey, you.
Let go. Not letting go. No one is around here. But still, you shouldn't. Someone might come at any time. Please let go. Lu Haoqing pursed his lips tightly, a bit unwilling, and finally released his hand. He said angrily, "Humph, when I get back, I'll file for our marriage. Once we're married, I want to see who dares to gossip." Qin Shue twitched her lips. Inside, I couldn't help but think, I'm an adult in my 20s, so why am I acting so childish sometimes? But As my gaze swept over Liu Haoqing and saw his look of being wronged and in need of comfort, I couldn't help but look down at his soft lips. After a moment, a smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. "Lower your head. I have a secret to tell you." Liu Haoqing paused, obediently lowering his head. Before he could get his ear close, a gentle touch came to his lips. Before he could react, Qin Shuyue hurriedly ran away. A big smile spread across my face. I thought happily, the way the girl runs away is really pretty. Gently touching my lips with my fingertips, I couldn't help but think of the softness just now. My eyes lowered slightly, as if savoring the memory or planning something. That feeling was really nice. While I was lost in thought, Qin Shuyue had already run quite far. She played with her silk scarf, trying to calm her excited heart. Soon, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. In the next moment, her hand was grabbed by a large hand. This time, Qin Shuyue didn't try to pull away. The two of us, in peaceful silence, held hands and kept walking forward through the night. In the early morning, a new day arrived. The streets of Chenghe town were busy, with people rushing to work. Qin Dajiang was already standing at the entrance of the commune. He kept changing his posture, standing, squatting, until finally, he saw the person he was looking for. Director Hong, you finally came. Huh? Comrade Qin? Is there something you need? Come inside and tell me. Since becoming friends with Qin Shuyue, Director Hong's kindness showed immediately. Following the principle of loving what you love, he was more patient with Qin Dajiang. He led him into his office and warmly poured a cup of hot tea, placing it in front of him. Qin Dajiang nervously took the tea, took a small sip, and after a moment of hesitation, tentatively asked about the purpose of his visit. Director Hong, I have arranged for the 4 colleagues from the Agricultural Science Institute and for our 8 comrades.
But
About the meal issue. Does our commune have any policies or subsidies for this? Director Hong, who was just sitting down and about to take a sip of tea, was caught off guard by Qin Dajiang's question. Subsidies? What do you mean? I didn't quite understand. It's about the meal arrangements for those colleagues. Are we all covering the costs for the Chaoyang Brigade, or does the commune have other plans? I just want to clarify so there are no misunderstandings or problems later. Meals? Before they arrived, the 4 colleagues from the Institute already applied for meal subsidies, and the Institute has paid them. I saw the payments go out. I also paid my share. So, what's the current situation? All the senior comrades sitting there understood what Qin Dajiang was saying. His words were straightforward enough for anyone to grasp. The Institute has paid. So, where do I go to collect the money? What do you mean? When those 4 colleagues came, didn't they pay anything? No, they didn't. Not only did they not pay, but they also said that their coming to our Chaoyang Brigade was to ensure a good harvest, and that they are our benefactors. They said their time is for scientific research, not cooking, and asked me to arrange for someone to take care of their 3 meals a day. That's fine, but during the busy spring planting season, it's hard to spare someone just to look after them. They also want a balanced diet with meat at every meal. That's a bit difficult for me. I think this is a big matter for our commune. If I can't handle it, I thought I'd come to the director to discuss subsidies. I also hope we don't neglect those benefactors. Qin Dajiang dared to say this, but Director Hong didn't even seem to be listening. Who was he trying to impress? It was obvious what was going on. Though he was muttering to himself, he knew this issue had to be dealt with properly. If we upset the Chaoyang Brigade and they refuse to donate grain, what will happen to the other brigades? Just wait. I'll make a call to the higher-ups. Director Hong took out the phone, dialed a number, and after the operator connected, he was directly transferred to the office of the Provincial Institute Director. He carefully explained the entire situation in detail. There was no need for Director Hong to relay the message. The shouting from the other side was loud enough to reach Qin Dajiang's ears. Director Sure, please don't be angry. Let's talk calmly. Yes, I will pass on your message. Okay, I will handle this on my end. Alright, goodbye. How did it go? Director Hong, what did the other side say? Director Sher's message is that the assistants from the Agricultural Science Institute sent from the provincial office are just monitoring the grain growth. They're worried that planting a few days later than usual might affect the harvest and yield. Their main job is to record fertilizing and watering activities. Actually, this is a good chance for scientific research. Really? They're just here to record? Not here to help us. What can those assistants do? Our commune's large teams have been using scientifically improved methods for planting grains for many years. There have been some new breakthroughs recently, but they haven't been widely adopted yet. These assistants aren't involved in the research, so they don't understand the new techniques. After a long while, it seemed these people came just to show off their importance. He still believed it was innocent, but yesterday they even wasted half a chicken of his. Well, his daughter-in-law's half chicken. Shin Da-jung's mind turned quickly. He felt this wasn't his fault. He needed to find the real source of the problem. Director, this whole thing is getting out of hand. Those colleagues came to the team and said things that made me stunned. I actually believed them. Last night, even took half a chicken for my daughter-in-law to cook for them.
My daughter-in-law is still postpartum.
This whole thing is a mess. When Director Hong heard this, he understood what was going on. It was obvious they wanted him to pay. He rolled his eyes at Shin Da-jung in annoyance. Then he took a piece of meat voucher from his pocket and slammed it heavily on the table, saying, "Here, for you." "Thank you, Director." Shin Da-jung didn't hold back. He put the meat voucher into his pocket. This was a half-kilo meat voucher, enough for his family to eat for half a year. Not taking it would be foolish. The Agricultural Science Institute will send new assistants to record in about 5 or 6 days. You should go back and tell the team members to prepare for the handover during these days. Yes, about the meal issue. Let them handle it themselves. Shin Da-jung's biggest headache was smoothly resolving the matter. On the way back to the team, he hummed a little tune that didn't quite fit. After arriving at the team, he immediately went to Shin Shiyue's house. "Oh, Uncle, you look happy. Did you solve the problem?" "It's thanks to you. I didn't expect you could even find the commune. Uncle is so honest. People say what they mean. Since the comrades from above sent someone, even if the Agricultural Science Institute doesn't provide meals, we at the commune will support. It's not like our team is left out. You're so clever and sharp." Through these incidents, Shin Da-jung truly trusted Shin Shiyue. Her ability to handle matters was outstanding among the younger generation. He thought his own children should learn from her. Shin Da-jung left Shin Shiyue's place almost noon. He hurried home to tell his wife not to prepare lunch for those people.
What?
No need to cook? Is everything okay? Don't cook this meal yet. I'll go ask them for money later. If I get it, I'll continue cooking. If not, let them eat on their own. Oh, and this meat coupon is a subsidy from the director for the half chicken we had yesterday.
Keep it safe.
Later, let the eldest buy some meat for his wife. You're so clever this time, knowing to ask the director for something? Wan Yanfang looked skeptical. After living together for decades, who didn't know each other well. Seeing her with a kitchen knife about to come at him, Shin Da-jung quickly explained, "Wife, don't think crazy. This idea was Shiyue's. I didn't do anything bad." "Shiyue? Then it's fine." Shin Da-jung was surprised. Was his status at home lower than an outsider? Was he polite enough? After lunch, Shin Da-jung wandered around the house. When it was about time, he quietly headed to the old health clinic's yard. At this moment, Lin Yingwei and 7 others had just finished lunch. 2 of them were squatting by the well washing dishes. Seeing Shin Da-jung, they all stood up to greet him. "Team leader, you're here. Is there something you need? Just tell us. We can do anything." It's okay. You all rest first. Later, I'll ask the militia captain to come talk to you and see if he can help us patrol the area. I'm not worried about anything else, just afraid that someone who isn't good to us or doesn't mean well might come looking for trouble and hurt the seedlings." "All right, Captain. We'll wait then." Shin Da-jung waved his hand and went to the room where Qin Jinmu was staying. He knocked on the door. He Yuan, who was living with Qin Jinmu, opened the door willingly. Seeing Shin Da-jung outside, he didn't even bother to smile and said, "Captain, I have to say, your team is very slow."
What time is it now?
"The meal still hasn't been delivered. How do you do things?"
Huh?
"Who cooked today?"
You better talk to them about it.
"This is Comrade He, right?" "Oh, I'm sorry." The lunch today was made by someone I asked. What? Not made? Not made? Then what are we supposed to eat? Do you treat guests like this? Several of you are here to do research in our Chaoyang team, and it's an order from above. It's not that our team begged you to come. The meal subsidy should be handled by the Agricultural Institute or the commune. I was worried that the countryside might be tough, so I wanted to personally ask the director to help us get some meal subsidies.
But
Guess what happened?
he yuan.
Do I even need to guess? Everyone knows what they did. Now they're in big trouble, and someone had to come personally to expose them. Isn't it awkward enough? Chun Jinmu was lying on his bed inside the room. He heard the conversation clearly. Since things had come to this point, if he didn't speak up, they probably wouldn't have a peaceful life in the Chaoyang team anymore. He walked to the door. His face was much calmer than yesterday, and his tone was gentler. I'm really sorry, Captain. Look at our memory. When we arrived, the yard did give us a subsidy. We originally planned to give you the money so you could handle the meals, but we forgot.
Sorry about that.
Should I go inside and get it for you? The last sentence was still a question.
Qin Dajiang.
Sure enough, city folks are full of tricks. They've already brought it up to this point. If you don't pay quickly, they're just planning to keep the money for themselves. Not very good looking, but they sure have big dreams. All right, Comrade Chin, you can take this. I'll arrange a meal for you tonight based on this money. Also, since it's the busy spring planting season, I've managed to spare one person, so we can't let them cook for nothing. We should pay some wages. Yes, that makes sense. I'll go get it from the team leader right away. Qin Jinmu gritted his teeth and turned around, taking 12 yuan and 8 food tickets from his bag. That's all I have, team leader. Please take a look. All right, no problem. I'll go now. As Hyuan watched Qin Dajiang's figure disappear, he turned to Qin Jinmu and asked, Brother Qin, did you give him all our money? Humph, that's the hard-earned money of our brothers. I wouldn't give him everything. Don't worry, it's just a small amount of money. Even if it's all spent, do you think he'll let us go hungry? If Qin Jinmu had said this before, Hyuan might have believed him. But after today's lunch without food, it's clear that the team leader of Chaoyang Brigade isn't so easy to deal with. Qin Dajiang returned home and handed the money and tickets to Wan Yanfang, telling her to cook with 1 yuan a day for vegetables and 4 jin of grain. Wan Yanfang looked at the 20 jin of grain tickets in her hand and frowned. There's no meat ticket. How can we match meat and vegetables? That's okay, we still have 1 yuan left. We have some radishes, cabbages, and potatoes in the cellar. They're not worth much. Just convert the remaining money at market prices and use it to buy a few eggs for dinner. It's just a small supplement. Besides, they won't eat for many days. What? Didn't we say we'd wait until the harvest? With just a few of them working, everyone knows they want to hide the money for themselves. If I report this to the leaders, they won't keep them around. The order has already been given to send a few more people to replace them. Wan Yanfang nodded and even gave him a thumbs up. That girl, Shu Yue, is really impressive. Qin Dajiang was surprised. Can he still stay here? After Qin Dajiang approved, the plan was put into action the next day. So early that morning, the villagers of Chaoyang Brigade saw a few new faces. Everyone knew that higher authorities had sent people to ensure the grain harvest, so no one paid much attention. They just continued working as usual, earning their share. That day was the day Qin Shuyue went to town to buy medicine. Several days had passed since Lin Yan's incident, and today was a good day to check on how things were going with Qiangzi. After breakfast, she carried her basket and headed toward the village entrance. Not far from the entrance, on a small path, she saw a stranger approaching. Chun Jimu had a fight with his 2 helpers early in the morning. The reason was that yesterday he didn't give the team leader all the money and tickets, so they had no meat for dinner. This morning, each of them only had a bowl of plain rice porridge and a piece of cornmeal cake, with no pickles or other side dishes. The other 2 helpers didn't know about Qin Dajiang's arrival. When they asked the person delivering food, they learned what had happened. After the helper left, they argued with Chun Jinmu. Chun Jinmu thought it was better to leave some money so that a few people could share it later, which would be extra income. The others believed that since they couldn't get all the money, it wasn't worth sharing a little. They'd rather have a few good meals while working. They argued, but didn't reach a conclusion. Chun Jimu felt upset and decided to go for a walk alone. When they arrived at the Chaoyang Brigade, they stayed inside the house. Someone brought food, and someone heated water. Life was comfortable, and they forgot why they were there. This made Chun Jimu walk so much that he got lost. When he saw someone approaching, his first thought was to ask for directions back home. But when he saw Qin Shiyue's face, he froze in place. Her smooth skin shimmered softly in the sun. The girl's eyebrows curved gently, her black eyes sparkled with tiny lights, and her smile was lively and sharp. If a perfect score was 10, she would be a perfect 10. He never expected to see such a beautiful woman in the countryside. If he married her, how many others would be jealous? Even their proud agricultural college exchange students must envy him, I guess. Chun Jimu suddenly had mischievous thoughts. He tidied his hair, adjusted his collar and hem, checked himself, then smiled kindly as he walked up to Qin Shiyue. He said warmly, "Hello, comrade. I have a small favor to ask. I wonder if you have some time?" Qin Shiyue knew there were outsiders in the team and had heard her captain mention it. She understood that some people sent from above were good, others not so much. She wasn't sure which kind the person in front of her was. "Is there something you need, comrade? I am not very familiar with our team. I got so caught up in work that I lost my way. Could you help me get back?" "Are you from the agricultural college?" She knew that the militia captain and Director Hong had sent people to patrol together. Since they were patrolling, they must know the team's paths well. If someone got lost, it could only be one of the 4 troublesome people the captain worried about. The person in front of her was probably one of them. "Sorry, I have urgent matters. I'll just give you directions. Walk straight along this road, then turn left at the end. You'll see a residence." "Oh, so close?" "My mind's so muddled, I can't remember directions besides research." "Thank you, comrade. By the way, I'm Qin Jinmu. What's your name? I'm in a hurry, I need to go now." After saying that, Qin Shiyue bypassed Qin Jinmu and left. He wasn't upset about being turned down. With his good looks and a bit of personality, what's wrong with trying? If he had to flirt, he wasn't interested yet. There's plenty of time ahead. He's willing to wait and spend time together. Qin Shiyue didn't pay much attention to Qin Jinmu. After arriving in Changha town, she focused on her main task before visiting Meng Chongqing's home. Every time she came here, she felt something different. "Boss, stay away from me. I don't want to get hurt again." "Boo-hoo. Hey. You." "Haha, that's so funny." Changzi looked at his brother, who was bruised and swollen, and couldn't help but laugh. "Are you still laughing? Changzi, you can still smile? If I hadn't blocked for you, you might be the one on the ground." Yes, brother. "Thank you so much. My face still has some use for now. I can't ruin it." After saying that, I couldn't help but laugh again.
I started to cry. Idai kanchimito mumeli.
Meng Chongqing stood nearby, calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Feeling a gaze, he looked up and saw Qin Shiyue standing at the door with a clear expression of watching a show. What are you all doing? It's nothing serious. Come in and sit." Qin Shiyue followed inside and sat opposite Meng Chongqing. Soon, Changzi brought in 2 cups of tea. "Comrade Qin, you're amazing. You made the boss go from being loved by everyone to being disliked by everyone." "Haha, it's so funny. Qin Shiyue. It's not me, I didn't do it. Don't talk nonsense. I won't take responsibility for this. Shut up and get out." "Yes, boss." Changzi knew that if he said more, he might offend the boss, so he quickly shut up and left. Changzi loves to talk nonsense. "Don't take it personally. Did your life change because of that copper coin?" "Yes, quite a big change. Before, I was the one having bad luck. Now others are." Qin Shiyue rubbed her chin, wondering if the power of that coin blessed by the master was really that strong. "It's nothing serious. This way, if enemies come close, I won't even need to make a move. You're good at comforting yourself. I'm just here to ask how things are going." Changzi has already contacted Lin Yan. She is now very down on her luck. After Zhao Jinghao lost his job, the company took back the apartment they were assigned. He can only rent a place outside. Lin Yan has nowhere to go, so she had to stay with him. Since Zhao Jinghao is the reason she lost her job, she's been living through tough times. After Qiangzi met her twice and revealed his identity, Lin Yan couldn't wait to share a lot of things. She didn't even ask for conditions. Her only condition was that Qiangzi take her away. She also talked about many things that might happen in the future, claiming she dreamed about them. I find it quite confusing. Qin Shua smiled. Lin Yan is truly at her wit's end now. She's using Qiangzi, pretending to be Song Chong, as her lifeline. To gain trust, she didn't even hide her secret of crossing into this world and told Qiangzi everything directly. I used to think she was strange, just assuming it was Song Chong giving orders. Now, after hearing you, I believe Lin Yan is actually quite odd herself. She does know Song Chong, at least the things she says match up. It seems Song Chong trusts her a lot. At least, the things she mentions I didn't even know when I was in the capital. As for why Lin Yan hasn't met Song Chong, Meng Chongqing thinks that's normal. Song Chong is cautious and suspicious. Many things are handled by his subordinates. He has never shown himself, probably because he's afraid evidence might leak. Have you sent someone to investigate what Lin Yan said? Meng Chongqing remained silent. I think you should investigate first. I believe Lin Yan wouldn't speak without reason. She knows Song Chong. I understand. Leaving Meng Chongqing's yard and walking out of the alley, Qin Shua catches sight of a familiar figure. Forgotten memories come rushing back. Yang Yaquan? He's been to the city quite often lately. She mutters to herself, but doesn't pay much attention. Gao Wenyu and Gao Wenyang, brothers, return from the town under the stars. The family is sitting there waiting for him to eat. Hurry up, wash your hands quickly, dinner's ready. Okay. The brothers take off their jackets, wash their hands in a basin of well water, dry them, and sit at the table. They greet everyone with smiles. Too bad, Jinjiao isn't back yet. Jinjia has a mission. It's normal he can't come back. In a few days, I'll call the army to check. Don't ask. The kid is busy with important work. Don't let this distract him. And Gao's words are supported by everyone, and suddenly, they forget about Qin Jinjia. Tomorrow you and Hui should go register your marriage. When you come back, buy Hui a gift, and have a meal together to celebrate your wedding. The house here is ready. If you want to live in it, go ahead. If not, wait until the wedding banquet and then move in. Okay, Mom. I understand. Here's 200 yuan. The 88 yuan inside is Hui's bride price. The rest is up to you. But don't spend it recklessly. Think about your future little family. Mom, I've earned money now. Use this to help when you marry his wife. Brother, I'm still early, and now I have work too, so I can earn money. Both of you brothers stop arguing. We have enough. I've prepared 200 yuan for each of you. Mom, are we really that rich? Gao Wenji looked confused and said this, which earned him a firm slap from his father. Foolish kid. Think before you speak. Don't say everything that comes to your mind. Gao Wenji wanted to argue back, but suddenly he had a bright idea. Remembering his mother's status, he kept his mouth shut. The other two brothers also realized this and silently lowered their heads to eat, secretly feeling relieved. Luckily, the youngest brother was quick to speak, so they didn't have to be the ones to say it first. Big brother, this is a gift from me and Yaya for your wedding. Gao Wenyu was stunned as he took the bicycle ticket handed over by Lu Haoqing. He looked at the ticket, then at Lu Haoqing, and asked cautiously, Cousin, this is a gift from you to me. What does it have to do with my sister? Oh, you've been working in the city, so you might not know. Yaya and I are dating, and we're planning to get married. So, from now on, remember to call her sister-in-law. Gao Wenyu was confused. Gao Wenyang was also surprised. Gao Wenji felt proud and looked at his older brother's silly expressions, feeling balanced. He remembered how confused he was when he first found out, even being teased by their mother. Now, he finally felt at ease. The brothers were still caught up in the idea of their sister becoming a sister-in-law and hadn't reacted yet. Come on, get a grip. Haoqing is not that young anymore. It's normal to have a partner. Don't make such a fuss. It's embarrassing. Well, Lu Haoqing grew up with them, and everyone knew his character. If they had to choose someone to marry their sister Qin Shua, he would be a good choice. But calling her sister-in-law felt a bit strange. Since Lu Haoqing gave the gift, Qin Shue buried her face in her bowl, feeling very embarrassed. She wasn't ready to announce their relationship yet, especially after being caught off guard by the gift. At this moment, the hand resting on her lap was tightly held by a warm, large palm. Qin Shue looked down and sideways, seeing the man beside her smiling happily, with his 8 neat white teeth showing. She glared at him angrily, trying to shake off his hand, but failed. Frustrated, Qin Shue stepped heavily on his foot. Unexpectedly, Lu Haoqing showed no reaction at all, making Qin Shue wonder if she had kicked the wrong person. "Mom, have you sent a message to Big Sister?" has she replied. Gao Wenyu's words successfully drew Qin Shue's attention away from Lu Haoqing. The message was sent, but no reply yet. "I've been a bit worried these days. If I weren't busy planting crops, I would have taken leave to go see her." The cheerful atmosphere fell into long silence after mentioning Gao Shiping.
Let's go see her, yeah.
It's just over in Dongning town nearby, and it's quick to get there by car. But Shue's work, Gao Ani still hesitated, as Haoqing had free access in and out. She didn't dare say much because he wasn't working, and part of her own feelings also influenced her. She had known for a long time that her daughter's mother-in-law was not an easy person, but it was her daughter's choice. Even if she didn't like it, she couldn't say anything. If Haoqing could go, it might even scare the old folks in the Su family. Auntie, Su Qiao just has some minor issues, nothing serious. Besides, I'll only be gone for a day or two, so it's not a big problem. All right, then go ahead. If Shiping wants to come back, bring her and her mother home. If she doesn't want to, don't force her. Qin Shue nodded, fully understanding Gao Auntie's concerns. After dinner, Lu Haoqing took Qin Shue to the village chief's house to get an introduction letter. The village chief was in a good mood and didn't say much. He simply handed them 2 stamped but signed introduction letters. "I know a bit about Shiping's situation. I'll give you a 2-day pass. If she can come back, that's best. If not, just fill in the date and time on the blank form. Since you're going, handle things properly." Gao Wenyu's wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Their sibling bond has been strong since childhood. Missing this might leave regrets. "Yes, thank you, Uncle Village Chief, on behalf of the Gao family. What's the big deal? It's not that serious.
But
you two going together. Isn't it a bit?" Qin Dajian was trying to find the right words to express himself without offending anyone, but suddenly, Lu Haoqing interrupted him. "Captain, Yaya and I are dating. Going together is fine." Qin Dajiang was surprised. Qin Shue was speechless. "I knew it. It's exactly this kind of situation." Since leaving the captain's house, Qin Shue hadn't spoken a word to Lu Haoqing. It wasn't anger, just a bit
shy.
But Lu Haoqing didn't understand her feelings. He thought she was upset with him, so he followed her like a little wife all the way. As they approached Gao's house, Qin Shue still said nothing, and Lu Haoqing started to feel anxious. Without thinking much, he suddenly grabbed her small hand. He hadn't even spoken when he heard a teasing voice. I wonder why it takes so long to get an introduction letter. Turns out, you're on a date." Gao Wenyang, just back from Su Qiao, turned the corner and saw them holding hands. Qin Shue was speechless. "Forget it, just ruin everything. Second brother, going out so late, are you on a date with comrade Su Qiao?" Everyone's the same. No one should criticize." Gao Wenyang was speechless. He couldn't argue or fight back, so he went back to his room to sleep, feeling frustrated. Qin Shue was also speechless. Stubborn men are really hard to understand. "It's too late. I want to sleep." "Yeah, tell me first, are you angry?" I'm not angry. But you've ignored me all the way here." Lu Haoqing gently turned her head up, his black eyes full of grievance. I was just shy. Who knew you wouldn't even say hello, and just revealed our relationship." "Comrade Qin Shue, I want to tell you seriously. Our relationship is nothing to hide, and I've only ever loved you. Do you still doubt my feelings?" "I don't doubt," Qin Shue answered confidently. "Then what else do we need to prepare? We are both unmarried men and women, so we shouldn't have secret romantic relationships. We want everyone to know openly that we are now a couple and will be married in the future. Yes, you're right. Now you can let go, right? No, I won't let go, not ever. Qin Shuiwe. These sweet words make my heart flutter. She pursed her lips, tiptoed, quickly kissed Lu Haoqing on the corner of his mouth, then pulled away and ran back to the house she used to live in. Lu Haoqing stood there, smiling like a happy child who just got candy, his hand still rubbing his lips. Right now, he wished everyone knew that Yiye had kissed him, and she did it willingly. Although it wasn't the first time, it still felt very special. Qin Shuiwe went back inside, leaned against the door, trying to cool her face from the blush until she felt normal again. Then she let out a breath and started tidying up the bedding. Tomorrow, she and Lu Haoqing would go to Dongning town. To make it easier to leave together, she decided to stay at the Gao family house tonight. She locked the door and entered the spacious villa's large bathroom, took a warm shower, changed into pajamas, and began packing what she would need for the trip. She wasn't sure how many days she would stay, so she prepared 2 sets of clothes and a set of toiletries in a green bag, fitting perfectly. She also stuffed some money and tickets into her clothes. After checking everything carefully, she felt at ease and lay down to sleep. Early in the morning, as the sun rose above the horizon, Qin Shuiwe was already in the car, heading to Dongning town. The 2 towns are close, with many cars coming and going, so there weren't many people on the bus, and tickets were cheap. Lu Haoqing suddenly took out an orange and placed it in her gentle hand. Where did you get this? I bought tickets at the station earlier. I saw someone carrying one, so I exchanged 2 for money. I heard that smelling this can help with motion sickness. Since it's our first time traveling together, I didn't know if you get carsick, so I prepared it just in case. I probably don't get carsick. Thinking about his past and present, he seemed never to have experienced motion sickness. But the roads in this era are bumpier, and when the vehicle jerks, the smell of gasoline hits him directly in the face. He's a bit unsure about it. This man truly always keeps her in his heart, even preparing in advance for small things like motion sickness. How blind was she in her past life? It's okay. If you really don't get carsick, just eat this like fruit, Qin Shuiwe said with a bright smile. Her clear, black and white eyes curved into cute little crescents, drawing the attention of Lu Haoqing and all the men inside the car. Her skin was porcelain white, her appearance delicate. Lu Haoqing, who had just come to his senses, felt the gazes from others. The cool air seemed to pour out endlessly, and his sharp black eyes swept over their faces. Everyone shivered in fear. Turning his head, his cold expression immediately softened into gentleness. Honey, later I'll take you to a restaurant. How about we eat braised pork? Qin Shuiwe forced a smile and replied, Sure. And give me a big bowl of rice and a plate of scrambled eggs. Okay, honey. Everyone was surprised by Lu Haoqing's generosity. When they looked at Qin Shuiwe's face again, it seemed quite normal. If they could marry such a delicate and gentle wife, they might also spoil her like that. But spoiling her required. They had to have the means to do so. After rocking for half an hour, the car stopped at the station in Dongning town. After getting off, Lu Haoqing used the address given by Gao Annie, asked a few people to confirm the way, then took Qin Shuiwe and headed over. When they arrived at the family compound in the mining area, Qin Shuiwe finally experienced what it meant to have a fear of crowded places. Over a dozen 4-story buildings, each with more than 10 doors per floor. The corridor was in front of the doors, and outside was a cement wall. Various clutter was placed on the wall. Looking from afar, there was not even a place to get a grip. She had only heard about living in apartment buildings in this era before, but now seeing it, she realized that hearing and seeing were completely different. We don't need to go inside, Lu Haoqing said. Why not? Qin Shuiwe looked at Lu Haoqing's calm face and knew something was wrong. She quickly asked. Recently, the child suddenly fainted. Sister Sherfin took the child to the hospital, and she never came back. What about the Su family? Qin Shuiwe bit her lip, suppressing her anger, and turned to leave. Lu Haoqing quickly followed and led her all the way to the hospital. Instead of wasting time searching, they went straight to the nurse's station and gave the name Gao Shiping. Gao Shiping. Gao Shiping. Sorry, I don't have any information about her here. No? Didn't she bring her child to the hospital for treatment? She hasn't come back yet. So, how come there's no information? Qin Shiyue's lips pressed tighter. Those who knew her well understood this was a sign she was about to get angry. Gao Shiping. Gao Shiping. I think I remember her a little. A pretty young nurse nearby picked up a notebook and started to check carefully. Found her. I knew this name sounded familiar. Found her? Where? Her situation is a bit special. That child is also very unfortunate. The doctor said the child has mental health issues and doesn't want to wake up. The woman also refuses to give up treatment, so they stay in the hospital day after day. They spend a lot of money every day, but the results aren't very good. The doctor suggests she go home, but she refuses no matter what. Later, she ran out of money and slept in the hospital corridor with her daughter, eating dry bread. She left some money and gives her daughter nutritional fluids every day. Hearing this, Qin Shiyue and Lu Haoqing's hearts clenched tightly. Nurse, I am a relative of Gao Shiping. I wonder if I can pay for her treatment. First, I want to settle her child's care. As for the rest, I will discuss it with her. That's great. You should try to persuade her more. If she can go back, that's best. Wasting time here isn't good, and most importantly, wasting money. Yes, you're right. Lu Haoqing paid 10 yuan to the nurse and, when registering for hospitalization, used his ID to get a private room at this hospital. Following the nurse's directions, Qin Shiyue found Gao Shiping sitting on the ground in the corridor on the second floor. She was leaning against the cold wall, hugging a little girl tightly. Shiping Jie. Gao Shiping hadn't eaten a proper meal for several days. When she heard someone calling her, she thought she was hearing things. Shiping Jie, it's me. I'm Shiyue. Qin Shiyue slowly walked closer, looking at Shiping Gao in front of her. Her cheeks sunken, lips cracked, eye sockets deep, clothes messy. Tears fell like beads that had broken loose, one after another. Shuyu. Her hoarse voice carried disbelief. Gao Shiping's dull black eyes stared fixedly at Qin Shiyue. She placed the child on her lap and reached out a hand to confirm if Qin Shiyue was really there, but because she had held the child for too long, her arm was numb and she couldn't lift it. Sister, it's me, your sister. Qin Shiyue grabbed Gao Shiping's slipping hand and placed it beside her face. Tears blurred her vision as she sobbed uncontrollably. Whether in her past life or this one, Gao Shiping meant different things to her. When she was young, her parents were not around, only a careless older brother who didn't take good care of her. Many things were arranged by Gao Shiping. At that time, Gao's mother was busy and couldn't spare time to care for her, though she felt sorry for her. When she was sick, Gao Shiping stayed by her bedside. When she was hungry, she ate the food Gao Shiping made herself. When she was upset, she leaned on her for comfort. Her feelings for Gao Shiping were deep and complicated. At this moment, she truly felt heartache. Heartache for this strong yet life-hardened family member. Time flies. You're already so grown up. Are you 20 now? Not yet, just 19 this year. That's right. I'm over 30 now. I'm old. I can't carry you anymore. Shiping Jie. It's okay. This time, I'll carry you. Qin Shiyue hugged Gao Shiping tightly, along with the child in her arms, protecting them closely. In her past life, she protected her, and she didn't get a chance to thank her. She was grateful to heaven for giving her a second chance at life. In this life, she would protect her. Big sister. Hearing the familiar, yet strange voice, Gao Shiping's body stiffened. She looked up and saw Lu Haoqing standing behind Qin Shiyue. Her strong heart instantly broke down, and her stubborn tears suddenly overflowed. Big sister, I'm sorry I arrived late. Haoqing, please save Guai Guai. Even if Big sister begs you, please save Guai Guai, okay? Big sister, I arranged a hospital room for Guai Guai. Let's settle down first, then we can talk, okay? Wah wah wah. Gao Shiping handed the child in her arms to Qin Shiyue and covered her face, crying uncontrollably. She saw that Qin Shiyue was not crying because, in her eyes, Qin Shiyue was like a little girl who needed her care. When she saw Lu Haoqing crying, she knew he was there to support her and was her lifeline out of the fire. Soon, All the nurses and doctors gathered in the single-person ward where the obedient child was. It was clear that Lu Haoqing's military ID was quite powerful. Captain Lu, I've looked at the child's medical records. There's no physical problem. The reason she hasn't woken up is her stress response, a protective reaction. Based on current treatment methods, there's nothing more we can do. She can only rely on herself now. I understand, Director. Please give me the room I requested. I want to talk to my sister and see what to do next. No trouble at all. This room would be empty otherwise. It doesn't matter who stays here, and we're not short of money. You can chat. We won't disturb you. This single room was a true single room, small in size, and only had one bed. Compared to modern, fully equipped single rooms, it was like heaven and earth apart. But anyway, the best thing about this place was its quietness, making it a good place for conversation. Big sister, where is Su Haifeng? Mentioning Su Haifeng, Gao Shiping's breathing flickered for a few seconds. Lu Haoqing, who had been trained in the military for years, could notice the change, but Qin Shue relied solely on her keen senses. I don't know where he went. The child is hospitalized and he doesn't even show up? And you've been away so long. Yet he doesn't even try to find you? Does he plan to give up on this life? Gao Shiping fell silent. At first, she might have still held hope, thinking that if Su Haifeng came to find her, she could forgive him for the sake of giving the child a complete family. But as time went on, she stopped holding on to that hope. After thinking in a different way, she finally felt relieved and accepted that her current health condition meant she couldn't go back to that home anymore. Sister Shiping, I know what you're worried about, but life is your own. You can't always live according to others' opinions. The people High Uncle and Auntie care about are always their close relatives. You just need to take the first brave step, and the rest can be figured out. I understand. I know this decision is hard. Take your time to think about it. Qin Shue patted Gao Shiping's shoulder silently, offering her quiet encouragement. Since the money has been paid, we will stay here for 2 days, then take Guai Guai back to Chaoyang Brigade early the day after tomorrow. Yes, okay. Gao Shiping had no objections. With Lu Haoqing now, she could finally focus all her attention on the child. Big sister, let Shue look at the child. Maybe she can find something. Shue? Her. Suddenly remembering that Shue's mother, Henan, was a barefoot doctor, she had been influenced by her since childhood. While other children went to school holding textbooks, she held a collection of herbs and ancient prescriptions. All right. You can have Shue check Guai Guai. Qin Shue didn't refuse, but she knew that even if she examined the child, the chances of treatment were low. After all, issues involving the brain are difficult to treat, even in modern medicine. She sat on the old stool Gao Shiping used to sit on, gently took Guai Guai's thin, dark little hand out of the blanket, and listened carefully to the child's weak pulse. Her guess was pretty close. Besides malnutrition, there were no other physical problems. The issue was psychological, but since the child was unconscious, there was no way to do psychological therapy. However, she could try another method. Shiping, I will now give an acupuncture to stimulate the child's brain. You keep talking to her about things she likes or finds interesting. Children have a simple world, and their chances of waking up are higher than adults. Okay, I'll try. Hearing that her child might wake up, Gao Shiping nodded quickly. Taking out a silver needle, Qin Shue carefully inserted the 3 longest needles into the top of the obedient child's head. Then she directed her energy through the needles into the child's brain, stimulating the child's nervous system. Note: this is fictional and for storytelling purposes only. Please do not take it literally. Obedient child, I am your mother. Haven't you always wanted to go to Grandma's house? Now your uncle is coming to pick us up. Please wake up quickly, okay? When you wake up, you'll see Grandma. Just now, Uncle Haoqing said that Grandma prepared many new clothes, new toys, and your favorite eggs for you. If you don't wake up soon, your big uncle might have children by then, and he might want to compete with you. Gao Shiping sat nearby, chatting endlessly about everything related to Grandma's house. She didn't mention the Su family at all. It seems that family is not only a sensitive topic for the child, but also something Gao Shiping prefers not to talk about. I'm going to prepare some food. Do you want to come with me or stay here? You go ahead. I'll stay here with Sister Shiping. But it's still a while before dinner, and the hospital cafeteria probably isn't open yet. I'm going to buy food at a state-run restaurant. Lu Haoqing left the hospital, but instead of going to the state-run restaurant, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Following the address on it, he turned left and right along a quiet little road, finally stopping in front of an unremarkable small house. Is anyone there? Who's that? An old voice responded. Introduced by a friend, here for a task. Which friend? After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a young face that didn't match the old voice. Comrade, come in. Lu Haoqing nodded without saying much and followed inside. After the young comrade closed the only lighted door, the room was pitch dark and nothing could be seen clearly. Do you know the rules here? Bring money, do the job. I understand. Good. First, tell me what it's about, then we can discuss the price. An assistant in the mineral procurement office, Su Haifeng. What do you want to investigate? All about his marriage and related matters. All? That's quite broad. The price won't be low. Name your price. Fair enough. Come back tomorrow night. From beginning to end, Lu Hao never saw the face of the old voice inside the house. But since it was Xiangzi who introduced him, he didn't have any worries. After leaving the small house and returning to the main street, he asked for the location of the state-run restaurant. Lu Hao ordered 4 dishes and 10 large plain buns. While waiting for the food to be prepared, he went to the nearby guest house and used his referral letter to rent 2 rooms. He decided to stay by the bed and watch over the obedient girl, so his older sister and Yeye could come back and rest. As for why 2 women shared 2 rooms, it was because Commander Lu cared about his wife and was worried she wouldn't be used to staying with others. Since money was not an issue, he simply arranged a separate room for her. When he returned to the hospital with the food, it was already 5:30 p.m. Gao Shiping, exhausted from days of tension, had fallen asleep by the child's bed. Are you back? Yeah. Wake up the older sister to eat some food. I've arranged 2 rooms at the guest house for you. After eating, you can go straight back to rest. I'll stay here tonight. Qin Shua thought for a moment. She didn't recognize herself, but she knew Lu Haoqing. She figured he was staying here to watch over things, which was better than her staying alone. She nodded in agreement. He woke Gao Shiping and handed her a big, plump bun. Eat this, Sister Shiping. After you finish, we'll go back to the guest house to rest. Lu Haoqing will stay here tonight. No. I should stay here. You 2 go back and rest. Sister Shiping, you'll need to be there for Guai Guai many times in the future. You can't keep staying up all night like this. It will wear you out. Aren't you worried about Haoqing's abilities? Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I could hold on. Big sister, we're family. No need to be polite. Auntie and uncle are waiting for you to come home. Okay. Gao Shiping hadn't had such a hearty dinner in a long time. Even at the Su family's place, aside from New Year's Day when they had some meat, she hadn't seen a piece of meat since then. That old woman wanted to give her grandson a special meal, but Su Haifeng was useless. The little money he earned was barely enough to support the family, let alone satisfy her selfish desires. Shiping sister, eat more. If you're full, you'll have the strength to take better care of Guai Guai. Emmenhoem. They ate so quickly that they didn't even have time to talk. The 3 of them were strong fighters. They had 4 dishes: braised pork, eggs, pig's trotters, and tofu. The leftover soup was completely cleaned up by Lu Haoqing with his bread. This really saved the trouble of washing dishes. This is the key to the house. The guest house is next to the state-run restaurant. When you go, please return the lunchbox. I also left a 5 yuan deposit. Gao Shiping held the only set of clean clothes and took Qin Shua to the state-run restaurant. After returning the lunchbox, she headed to the guest house. That night, Gao Shiping slept the most comfortably she had in a long time. No worries, no concerns. It felt like being with family. She was also glad that her family was always there. Before dawn, Qin Shua got up to wash up. She wanted to buy some breakfast to bring back, but as soon as she stepped out, she ran into Gao Shiping. Shiping, so early? Yes, Haoqing hasn't eaten yet. It's my first time leaving Guai Guai alone, so I feel a bit uneasy. I want to see her quickly. Okay, shall we buy some breakfast and eat at the hospital? They bought some buns, porridge, and eggs at the state-run restaurant. When they arrived at Guai Guai's hospital room, Lu Haoqing was carefully wiping the child's face and hands, speaking softly about the changes at home. If Haoqing has children someday, he will definitely be a good father. Qin Shua smiled, feeling very much in agreement. You're here? Hearing the voice, Lu Haoqing turned to look at the door, put down the towel in his hand, and took the breakfast from Qin Shua. Gao Shiping was busy watching her daughter and didn't notice their interaction, nor did she see the gentle look in Lu Haoqing's eyes when he looked at Qin Shua. After breakfast, Lu Haoqing suggested going back to get some clothes for Gao Shiping and Guai Guai, and also to bring the household registration proof to the street office to get an introduction letter, just in case it might be needed later. I'll go with you. Qin Shua felt a surge of anger inside. She wanted to see what kind of family the Su family was, daring to treat Sister Shiping like that. Gao Shiping was very reluctant to go back, and since Guai Guai was alone here, it wasn't safe. So Lu Haoqing didn't insist, only asked about the location of what was needed, and took Qin Shua back to the family compound in the mining area. They went early, and Su Haifeng hadn't gone to work yet, so they managed to block him at the door.
You.
Lu Haoqing. Long time no see. What are you here for? While the two were talking, Qin Shua carefully observed Su Haifeng again and again. I have to say, this person does have good looks. Plus, he works in an office, protected from the wind and rain, always dressed neatly. As long as you don't know him deeply, he seems quite impressive. Su Haifeng felt Qin Shua's gaze and looked over at Lu Haoqing. He froze in place instantly.
Could it be?
Could there really be a woman as beautiful as this? Unfortunately, he didn't have much education, so he only knew how to describe her as beautiful. But he thought that all the good words in the world couldn't do justice to this girl's beauty. His heart was stirred, but when he caught Lu Haoqing's gaze, it was like being splashed with cold water. He suddenly woke up. This girl came with that ruthless man Lu Haoqing. He couldn't afford to offend them. Couldn't afford to offend. Haifeng? Why are you standing at the door? Why aren't you going to work? Su's mother, holding her curious grandson, walked to the door. As soon as she arrived, she saw Lu Haoqing's cold face and was so frightened she let out a cry and sat down on the ground. Qin Shua looked on with a puzzled expression. She raised an eyebrow and looked at the man beside her. What exactly is the relationship between Lu Haoqing and this mother and son? Why do they look so scared when they see him? Mom, get up quickly, get up. Son, why is the king of hell here? Didn't you say that little troublemaker hasn't contacted the family in a long time? And this king of hell isn't from the Gao family. He has his own home. Why does he keep going to those remote, poor places? Mom, shut up. When her own mother called Gao Shiping a troublemaker, the beautiful girl's face turned even colder than Lu Haoqing's. Her eyes looked at him as if he were a dead person, making him feel a strange chill down his back. Su's mother didn't argue with Su Haifeng. After helping him up, she obediently stood to the side. Grandma, I like this girl. She's pretty. Let her stay and play with me. Drive away Gao Shiping and that troublemaker. Seeing them makes me annoyed. Su Haifeng shivered and looked hopelessly at his beloved nephew. Su's wife, frightened, quickly covered her grandson's mouth and forced an awkward smile, saying, Children speak without thinking. Childish words? Huh, I bet adults have said things like that in front of children many times. Otherwise, how would a kid understand? Su Haifeng, you're really not a man. You can't even protect your wife and daughter. I think you're not even fit to be a person, just a beast. When did Grandma Su ever suffer this kind of insult? For a moment, she forgot her fear and wanted to rush forward. But Lu Haoqing stepped ahead of her, standing in front of Qin Shua. His deep black eyes looked dangerously at Su Laotai. Qin Shua pushed Lu Haoqing aside, rolled her eyes, and said disdainfully, What? Did I say something wrong? The things Su Haifeng did, how are they like a man's actions? My son is not wrong. Gao Shifeng. Gao Shifeng can't have children, and she's the sinner of our Su family. That sister Shifeng can't have children, so she's the sinner? Then how come your mother gave birth to someone like you? Why didn't she die to atone for it? Grandma, we're in a new era. Even the top leaders say that having boys or girls is the same. Yet your family can hurt innocent children like that. What are you, if not animals? You. What kind of thing are you? Daring to come to my house and make a fuss. Don't respect elders? I think your manners are not good either. She is my fiancée. Do you have a problem with that? I told you to stop bullying my grandma. Stop bullying my grandma. You bastard, shameless dog. I tell you, my uncle is a small leader at the mining office. If you dare to mess with our family, believe it or not, I'll make sure you regret it. Grandma Su Haifeng. Qin Shuyue slightly raised her eyebrows and looked at the chubby boy who hadn't even reached her waist, shouting and waving his fists. Grandma Su cautiously protected her grandson behind her, pursing her lips and refusing to say a word.
He is
the oldest son of the Su family. How do you know? The old lady's thinking was simple. She thought that if she didn't say anything, Lu Haoqing wouldn't know her grandson's identity. But Su Haifeng was smart. From the moment Lu Haoqing clearly understood her nephew's identity, he knew that Lu Haoqing had probably already arrived and had investigated their family's affairs very thoroughly. He couldn't let him keep investigating, or else that matter might be exposed. If it got out, he might lose his job. Mom, I've told you many times to treat Shiping with respect. You refuse to listen. Tomorrow, early, send my older brother's child back. I have my own children. When Su's wife heard her son's words, she was first stunned. Then she wanted to question her son, as usual. Before she could speak, she received a look from him. The mother and son had been close for many years, and they shared a silent understanding. She immediately understood what he meant and quickly took her grandson into the house. Their silent exchange of glances didn't escape Qin Shuyue and Lu Haoqing's notice. They didn't believe Su Haifeng's nonsense. Su Haifeng, since I can give you a job, I can also take it back. The promises you made to me years ago haven't been kept. Since you broke our agreement first, don't blame me for being ruthless. No, Haoqing, it's not like that. I was too busy with work. You know, since you're not married, you don't understand. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is the hardest to manage. Give me some time, and I will handle this properly. It's too late. While my older sister stayed in the hospital for so many days, you ignored her. That shows you don't care about her at all. When you two first got married, I told you that my sister liked you and was willing to marry you. I wouldn't interfere in your marriage. I even wanted to help make your marriage happier. But if one day my sister truly seeks relief, you must handle the paperwork without hesitation. Haoqing, my marriage with your sister hasn't reached that point. Really, it hasn't. I promise to treat Shiping and Guai well in the future. I will definitely find time to properly handle the relationship between her and my mom. Truly, Haoqing, believe me. You say you're not a good person, your words are not sweet, you look rough, and you have no money. Who gave you the confidence to treat our Gao family members so harshly? Lu Haoqing looked back at the still angry little girl. His stern expression softened a lot. The little girl was stubborn but kind-hearted. She was capable and pretty. Such a lively and energetic girl was his. Thinking about it made him feel happy. Feeling the intense gaze of the man beside her, Qin Shuyue turned and glared at him fiercely. She pushed him into the house and said, "Hurry up. Help Sister Shiping and Guai pack their things. I'm just tired of this family." Su Haifeng, standing at the door, paid no attention. Following his memory, he found what Gao Shiping needed. He searched in a wardrobe and took out a bag, tidied up the items, and handed the household registration book to Qin Shuyue. Yeah, take this and give it to your older sister to get an introduction letter. The street office is right behind the staff compound. Okay, I understand. Qin Shuyue took the household registration book and turned to leave. The curious neighbors, who had been peeking, quickly closed their doors and windows. Some, eager to listen, came to the corridor. When they saw someone approaching, they pretended to be busy. Entertainment was scarce in these days, so everyone relied on gossip to pass the time. Qin Shuya didn't stop them. In fact, she hoped these people would spread the news about the Su family's actions, so everyone could see what kind of wolves and tigers they really were. As Qin Shuya's figure disappeared, Lu Haoqing, who had been gentle moments before, suddenly turned fierce. He grabbed Su Haifeng by the collar and pressed him against the door frame. Su Haifeng, do you think I don't know about your gang activities in the mine? You just want to settle down there, so that even if I want to move against you, I can't. Who gave you that illusion? Thinking that after all these years of running a business, you have the strength to fight me? Bullying my older sister, and even hurting your own kin. My sister Yaya was right. You're just a beast. You. Lu Haoqing. Let me go. Are you scared? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'd rather not dirty my hands. After saying that, he threw Su Haifeng to the ground. Let's see who will be the last winner. Then Lu Haoqing turned and walked away, carrying his bag, to find Qin Shuya. Su Haifeng stared blankly at his back, the last words echoing in his mind. He was so frightened that he hurried back inside, closed the door, and called out to Su's mother. Mom, quick. Send the nephew away. Son, why? What's going on? Don't ask. Just send him away quickly. Su Haifeng didn't have time to explain. He quickly tidied his clothes and hurried out to work. Su's mother, a traditional old woman, believed her son's words were commands. Without delay, she packed her things, ready to send her grandson away. I won't leave. I won't leave. Why should I leave? Don't you love me anymore? Oh, my good grandson. How could Grandma not love you? Just stay at home for a couple of days. Once I talk to your uncle and convince him, I'll come to pick you up. Grandma, Uncle is a bad person. He chased me away. How dare he do that? He can't expect me to take care of him when he's old. All right, my dear grandson is right. Grandma agrees. I'll start packing your clothes now. Old lady Su didn't think her grandson's words were wrong. Instead, she thought he was very clever. He understood everything adults said and would surely be fine when he grew up. It could only be said that her nephew, Su Haifeng, was spoiled by the old lady. Qin Shuya had just finished the procedures and stepped outside to see Lu Haoqing walking toward her. Curious, she asked, "Why are you here? Were you waiting for me at the Su family? I was worried about you, so I came. What about the household register? Here, take it. In case your sister wants a divorce in the future, she won't have to ask the Su family for it." Qin Shuya thought this made sense and put the document into her pocket. Let's go. You didn't sleep all night yesterday, are you tired? Go home and rest well. No, I'm not sleepy. I'll go back with you later. Let my older sister rest properly. I'll watch over her tonight. I have some things to do, and I'm not sure when I'll be back. Qin Shuya wasn't curious about what Lu Haoqing said. She knew from her past life that his identity was full of secrets that couldn't be known to outsiders. Since she couldn't get answers, she saw no need to ask. It was better not to make him uncomfortable. The two slowly returned to the hospital. Qin Shuya continued to give the obedient girl injections to stimulate her nerves. Gao Shiping gently wrapped her daughter's small hand and spoke softly. The person on the bed still showed no signs of waking. At noon, the doctor came to give the girl a nutritional injection and performed a series of tests. Finally, he shook his head and left the ward. Gao Shiping had long expected this outcome. She wasn't overly disappointed, just feeling a bit heartbroken. Her daughter was only a few years old and had to go through such hardships. Thinking of this, her hatred for Su Haifeng grew stronger. At the same time, she also hated herself for not listening to advice and marrying him back then. The two people who returned didn't tell Gao Shiping what happened at the Su family, and Gao Shiping didn't ask. It was as if he had forgotten about that family and never mentioned them. In the afternoon, Qin Shuya pulled Gao Shiping back to the guest house to rest. Originally, Gao Shiping didn't agree, but since the two kept persuading him, he obediently took a nap for the afternoon. After dinner, the two left the hospital. Lu Haoqing first took Qin Shuya back to the guest house, then went alone to the old, shabby house from yesterday. His old voice sounded especially clear in the quiet, dark night. Everything is written on that paper. Ahau, turn on the light for the guest. Okay, got it. The young man named Ahau took out a match and lit the candle on the table inside. Lu Haoqing didn't refuse. After sitting down, he read the contents of the paper quickly. He understood and felt both anger and curiosity about the person behind the curtain. Yes, it was the curtain. Lu Haoqing thought that once the candle was lit, he could see the speaker's face. But his view was blocked by a curtain.
Since he couldn't see, he didn't insist.
After a moment of silence, he asked, "Do you still take other jobs here? Can talk about it. Help me monitor Su Haifeng's every move." "Yes, but it will be expensive." "It depends if you can afford it." You're sure I'll have more business after reading the paper, so you want me to stay in your place. Since you've kept me here, you should know whether I can pay or not. Don't be so angry. It's Su Haifeng who let you down, not me. I'm just good at guessing what others think." You guessed right. But do you guess that I won't pay this money?" "What do you mean?" "Since you kept me here, it means you've seen what's on the paper. Protecting the guest's privacy is your rule, right? I paid you to investigate, not to turn it into a story. Barbecue. I was too careless. All right, I'll do this for free this time. But don't ruin my reputation outside." Lu Haoqing didn't necessarily want to keep Su Haifeng's secret. He just didn't want to be taken advantage of. Although Xiangzi introduced him, he wouldn't betray him, but if Su Haifeng played tricks, he would respond in kind. "One more thing. Don't push your luck. It's just a friendly favor, isn't it? Your brain is smarter at business than mine. Tomorrow afternoon, have Su Haifeng's outside contacts expose the children at his workplace. If there's nothing else, you can leave now." His once calm, old voice now sounded a bit anxious. Lu Haoqing shrugged, ignoring his attitude. After putting the paper into his pocket, he turned and left the small house. After Lu Haoqing left, the curtain inside suddenly fell with a swoosh. Ahau sat on a stool, looking at the person inside with a grim face and glaring at Lu Haoqing's departing figure. He couldn't help but sneer and say, "I told you not to try to push him around. You didn't listen and now you fell. Feeling good? Get lost, don't talk coldly in front of me." As if anyone wants to bother with you, Ahau threw down his matchstick and turned to open a hidden door inside the house. Back at the guest house, Lu Haoqing first greeted Qin Shuiwa, but didn't tell her that the main reason for today's news was to prevent her from worrying. After breakfast, Lu Haoqing completed his discharge procedures. Carrying the obedient little one, a few people took the bus back to Chang'e town. After getting off, they walked the rest of the way. By the time they reached the village entrance, it was almost noon. Seeing the long-lost home, Gao Shiping felt a mix of emotions. Years ago, she happily returned home on Su Haifeng's bicycle. At that time, he had just started working at the mine and didn't have a house. She used her dowry money from her mother to rent a small place near the mine. Soon after, her rural mother-in-law heard the news and came over. Initially, her mother-in-law and husband were very kind to her. She was proud, thinking she had married a good man. But after Guai Guai was born, they gradually revealed their true nature.
She
hadn't been back to her parents' house for many years. She heard they built a new house and that her eldest brother was preparing to get married. "Shiping sister, let's go. Before we return, Haoqing told Gao auntie that she is probably waiting at home now." "Okay." Lu Haoqing silently walks ahead with obediently. Qin Shuiwa pulls Gao Shifan along behind her. Before reaching the Gao family gate, they see several people standing far away, looking around. "Shirfan's sister, look, Uncle Gao, Annie Gao, and the three brothers are all here. There are also 2 new family members. Later, Auntie Gao will introduce you to them." Gao Shifan nervously clutches her bag. When she sees her parents at the door, she immediately lowers her head. "Shifan, my girl." From afar, Auntie Gao can't wait and rushes forward, stumbling as she approaches. "Mom, be careful. Take it slow." Gao Wenyu quickly follows, wanting to help, but is stopped by his own father. "Don't go over and cause trouble. Let your mom and sister talk properly." Why can't they talk inside the house? Why do they have to do it outside? Seeing her husband whispering nearby, Yang Huihui quietly reaches out and pinches his arm on the softest part.
Ouch.
"Why did you pinch me?" "Your dad said what he said, so you do what he says." Why are you mumbling over there? Do you have an opinion? No. Faced with his father's stern stare, Gao Wenyu's words die in his throat, no matter what he thought. Mom, daughter, my good daughter, you've suffered. Mom. Gao Shifan can't hold back her emotions. She throws herself into Auntie Gao's arms and cries loudly. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Auntie Gao's eyes are also teary, but she smiles. She has some resentment toward her daughter, but the moment she sees her, all her feelings turn into heartache. She wishes she could pour all her love into her daughter's arms. One is crying, the other is comforting. Neither disturbs the other. The head of the Gao family saw that the mother and daughter's emotions had calmed down, so he walked over and spoke softly. Everyone's back now. Just stay peacefully at home. When we built the new house, I reserved a room for you. It was she living there before, but now she has moved out, so it's perfect for you too. Why did she move out? She was living well there. My sister and I are fine. We can just squeeze in with Mom and Dad if needed. Sure Ping, my new house is ready. There's a place for you. No worries. A new house? You didn't stay at the Qin family's place. I've separated from the Qin family. Now I live in the house between the Qin and He families, but that house is so small. How can you live there? Maybe you should come back. We can live together. No need, sure Ping. When my brother left, he helped me fix the walls and everything. There's also a small house in the backyard. The front and back rooms are spacious. Besides, that place is now a health clinic, so I can't leave. Gao Shifan realized she didn't really understand the changes in the village, so she held back her curiosity, planning to ask more once everything was settled. Good. Seeing you all so strong makes me happy. Big sister, this is my boyfriend, Yang He from the Yanghe team, Yang Hui. Big sister, nice to meet you. Hui, nice to meet you. From now on, we're family. Don't be shy about anything, okay? Okay, big sister. Big sister, this is my boyfriend, Su Qiao. Big sister, hello. Su Qiao straightforwardly said just that, making Gao Shifan pause in surprise. Then she understood. Good. The words I just said to Hui also apply to you. We're family, so don't be shy. Got it, big sister. Big sister, this is Guai. I haven't seen her in a long time. Is she sleeping? When she wakes up, I, as her uncle, will take her out to play. Gao Wenji, lively and cheerful, approached Lu Haoqing, peeking at Guai's thin body and pale face, and couldn't help but frown. Why is Guai so thin? Has she not been eating enough at home? The courtyard was very quiet. Everyone who didn't know what had happened looked at Gao Shifan, who looked upset and didn't want to speak. Their eyes then shifted to Lu Haoqing and Qin Shuya. She's just sick and temporarily unable to wake up. What do you mean temporarily unable to wake up? What kind of illness is this? Shuya, you're the best at medicine. Tell Auntie, what kind of illness does my niece have? As long as it can be cured, no matter the cost, we must not let the child suffer.
Mom.
Guai was shocked. The doctor said she's protecting herself after being startled, shutting herself off and not wanting to wake up. Shocked? Guai is so young. How could she be shocked? What exactly happened? Gao Auntie grabbed Gao Shifan's hand, determined to get an answer. She didn't have a good time at the Su family. It was me. I argued with my mother-in-law that morning. Guai suddenly couldn't breathe and fainted. I took her to the hospital right away. That old thing really thinks we Gao family are easy to bully? Dare to hurt my daughter and granddaughter. Just wait, I'll teach her a lesson she won't forget. Calm down, dear. Let's first settle the daughter and granddaughter, then talk about these things, okay? Gao Auntie took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and said, Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Mom is here for you. I'll support you. And your brothers are strong, just like bulls. Taking care of that old woman from the Su family is not a simple task. Exactly, big sister. Let's deal with her. Before the Gao brothers could speak, Yang Hui jumped out first, waving her small arms as if she was ready to rush into the Su family to find someone to vent her anger. Hui is right. Su Qiao's words were brief, but clear. She was on Gao Shifan's side. Seeing her family defend her, tears couldn't help but fall again from Gao Shifan's eyes. This time, Her heart was not full of grievance, but of overwhelming joy. She had so many caring family members. What was there to fear? This time, she was determined to find her true self again and make the Su family pay back everything they owed her. Aunt Gao opened the door to the room where Qin Shua used to live. The room was spotless and clean. Qin Shua took out the well-dried quilt from the wardrobe and made the bed. She asked Lu Haoqing to settle down the obedient child and checked on the child again. There's nothing wrong. Everything is fine. Changing the environment is good for the child's illness. Everyone comes here to talk to the child, say things children like, and I believe she will wake up. Okay, we understand. I'm good at this. After we get the marriage certificate tomorrow, I will move in and chat with the child every day. Aren't you shy? You keep talking about getting the certificate. Qin Shua gently touched Yang Hui's forehead, feeling defeated by her carefree personality.
Oh, you.
It's better if you don't say anything. But once you do, is her reaction a bit too slow? Everyone burst into laughter, easing the previous gloom. Meanwhile, at the Gao family's place, things were quite different. Su Haifeng was feeling overwhelmed. The woman and child he secretly kept outside suddenly appeared at his workplace. They were hiding in a corner, whispering. Unfortunately, they were caught by the discipline officer from the mining area. In these times, secretly being with a woman in a corner was considered inappropriate, especially since Su Haifeng was married. This made the situation even worse. He quickly sent the woman away and kept explaining to the officer, but the officer was strict and refused to listen to his excuses. Su Haifeng, we all live in the same family compound. Do you think no one knows what you're doing with your wife and kids? You really are ungrateful, taking benefits from your wife's family and then treating her like this. Officer, I am truly innocent. I don't know that woman. It was her who suddenly appeared and pulled me aside, saying she had something to tell me. Forget it. The way you two just talked doesn't seem like you don't know each other. All right, Su Haifeng, stop pretending to be innocent. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Later, I will call a meeting with the mine leaders to discuss this matter properly. Seeing the director leave, Su Haifeng stood there, angry as he watched his back. He didn't rush to find the mine manager right away because he felt that he and the mine manager were in the same boat. If anything happened to him, the mine manager would definitely protect him. Right now, the most important thing was what that woman said about her son being sick. That was his lifeline, and he couldn't afford anything to go wrong. The Gao family was celebrating a family reunion, and with Gao Wenyu about to get his marriage certificate, the family leader decided to add a special dinner in the evening. Whether Gao Shu's influence was really that strong or not, just based on what he said, everyone agreed. I remember I have half a gene of pork at home. I'll go get it. Yang Hui also liked to join in the fun, but she didn't want to eat for free. She suddenly thought of the pork she bought and decided to bring it along to add to the meal. Before she got married, she was already starting to push her way out, and no one knew what Yang's parents were feeling inside. Hui, no need. We have some at home. It was brought back by Wenyu. Go home and tell your parents and brothers to come over for a meal. Let's make it lively. Okay, I'll go tell them now. Let Wenyu go with you. That way, it looks more serious. The young couple happily left and headed toward Yanghe Brigade. Seeing this, Gao Wenyang quietly moved closer to Su Qiao, tugged at her sleeve, and whispered, "When will you take me to your home?" Wait a bit. Still waiting? My older brother is getting married tomorrow, and it's about time for me. My parents haven't even met him yet. Isn't this process a bit slow? Su Qiao's face turned slightly red. She lowered her head and refused to answer Gao Wenyang's question, which made him very anxious.
You kissed me.
Don't you want to take responsibility? In his frustration, Gao Wenyang forgot to control his volume and shouted out loud. Everyone nearby stopped what they were doing and looked at the engaged couple. You. Originally, Su Qiao was shy and hesitant to tell her family about the matter, still thinking about how to open up. Who would have thought that the man would directly shout it out? What was once a secret between two people has now become a family secret. Qin Shua. Wow, is second brother playing so wildly? Lu Haoqing. Can he also ask for a formal relationship this way? Maybe I should try too? Feeling the man's thoughts beside her, Qin Shuya widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, "You don't want a formal relationship with me, do you?" "If you don't give me a formal relationship, I think I might try." "Ha, trying will only lead to failure." Lu Haoqing. The road to winning her over is long and difficult. Gao Shiping stood by the window inside the house, holding her obedient child as she watched the lively family members playing happily in the yard. Her rough hand gently patted the child's back and softly said, "Obedient one. Do you like Grandma's house? Can we stay here forever? Never go back to that house that made you sad, okay?" As always, Gao Shiping did not get a soft response from her daughter, but she was not discouraged because she knew her daughter would wake up one day. When the Yang family arrived, it was almost dark. Knowing that Father Yang was usually busy, Gao Shiping deliberately set the mealtime a bit later. "Dear, sit quickly, sit quickly. Shall we have a drink today? Let's see if you have good wine." "Of course I do. How could I lack wine?" Uncle Gao turned around and went inside, fiddling with the keys. He took out a bottle of Erguotu with a red star and blue label from the cabinet. Father Yang saw the bottle, and his face darkened. "Why did you bring out this wine? The alcohol content is too high. Are you trying to get me drunk?" "I'm happy today." "You don't need to get drunk. I can get drunk instead." Father Yang. Is this a fallacy? But since he wasn't planning to get drunk, Father Yang decided not to argue about it. "Come on, everyone sit down. Dinner is ready." "Sure Ping, has Obedient been fed her rice porridge?" "Yes, I fed her, Mom. She ate a big bowl and the child finished it." "That's good, that's good. I think eating this is much better than taking that nutritional liquid." After Aunt Gao asked everyone to sit down, she introduced Gao Shiping to Mr. and Mrs. Yang. "Dear in-laws, this is my eldest daughter, and the only one I have, named Gao Shiping. In the future, she might stay at home often, but we haven't discussed the details yet." Mrs. Yang held Gao Shiping's hand and gently patted it, saying, "Good girl. You've suffered a lot. Your matters. My daughter, Hui Hui, has told me everything. With you at home, I feel at ease. Hui Hui is still young and needs guidance, so having someone her age around is good for her future. Auntie will trouble you to teach her more." "Auntie, please don't say that. Hui Hui is very good, and her personality is nice. Our whole family likes her. When my eldest brother gets the new house, Hui Hui will go to live in the city with him. I will stay at home." "Oh, good girl. Our Hui Hui is lucky to marry into such a family."
Mrs. Yang spoke sincerely.
In those days, families relied on the eldest son to support them, so most eldest sons stayed in the countryside, working hard all their lives. Not only was it uncertain if they could have enough to eat, but their future achievements wouldn't be very high. She had initially disagreed with her child's marriage to Gao Wenyu for this reason. But she didn't expect Gao's family to be so considerate. They genuinely cared for Hui Hui, even helping Gao Wenyu find a job in the city and saying Hui Hui could stay there with him, without needing to stay in the countryside to care for the elders. She remembered Gao family's kindness in her heart. So today, when her daughter told her about Gao Shiping, she didn't comment or judge her as an outsider. She had planned to find a quiet time to ask her in-laws about it, just to prevent any awkwardness between her sister-in-law and her younger siblings. But unexpectedly, her mother-in-law openly discussed the matter. This honest attitude made her feel at ease. Plus, Gao Shiping's words reassured her. The big worry in her heart finally eased. "Shiping, my wife, and I are not unreasonable people. Hui Hui will be living in the city with Wenyu, so she won't be able to help much at home. It will be hard on you, but the money they are supposed to give should still be given.
We need to agree on that.
If they dare to refuse, you can come to my house and find Uncle. I will deal with them. Uncle, I know my younger brother well. He won't do anything wrong. And since you are so understanding, your daughter definitely won't be bad. I believe she won't either. Ha ha ha, yes, my daughter is right." Yang's father, who also loves his daughter dearly, didn't think Uncle Gao's words were wrong. Instead, he nodded in agreement. After a few days of discussion, both families agreed to hold a banquet and announce the marriage news. The meal was lively and warm, and everyone felt happy inside. That night, Su Haifeng, exhausted, was walking home. He didn't go to work today. When he heard his son was sick, he immediately took him to the hospital. The doctor said there was no serious problem, just that the boy had eaten too much and was too full. If this had happened in modern times, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. But in this resource-scarce era, a child being hospitalized because of overeating would attract a lot of attention. People would wonder about the family and how they managed to let the child get so overweight. After dealing with the doctor and his beloved son, Su Haifeng was completely worn out. He hadn't eaten anything all afternoon and was now so hungry he could eat a whole cow. He thought he would find a warm meal at home, but when he opened the door, it was cold and empty. No food, no one. A cold wind blew, and Su Haifeng suddenly remembered that he had sent his nephew back home earlier that morning. He had been planning to do that for a while. Since he wasn't related by blood, even if they were close relatives, he didn't want to raise someone else's child for free. If his daughter and son could come back with him, he wouldn't be raising others' children. Thinking of this, Su Haifeng felt irritated and more dissatisfied with Gao Shiping. He supported himself with tired limbs, made a simple meal for himself, and after eating, didn't even wash the dishes. He just went to sleep. He slept until dawn. It wasn't until someone knocked on the door that he woke up.
Who's there?
So early in the morning, so annoying. Brother Su, it's me, Xiao Huang. His foggy mind quickly cleared. Su Haifeng hurriedly put on his clothes and opened the door. Oh, isn't this Xiao Huang, the miner's assistant? Why are you looking for me so early? The miner's boss said to meet at the usual place. He wants you to come quickly. There's something urgent. Is there something you want to talk about? Not really, but yesterday the discipline inspection director gathered some people and went to the mine manager's office to criticize Brother Su. I didn't pay much attention after that. I think it's related to this matter. You should handle it quickly, so it doesn't delay important work. Okay, I understand. Thanks, Xiao Huang. I'll treat you to a meal someday. All right, brother. Su Haifeng quickly washed his face and combed his hair. After closing the door, he headed straight to a small house on the west side of the town. At the door, he knocked 3 long and 1 short times. When someone inside confirmed it was Su Haifeng, they opened the door. At this moment, the mine manager was standing in the yard, frowning and looking upset. Mine manager, what do you want to see me about? Su Haifeng, is the woman the discipline inspection director mentioned Li Ping? Yes, that's her. She came to tell me her child was sick and in a lot of pain at home. She's just a woman and didn't know what to do, so she came to ask me. He spoke with some pride. People like Su Haifeng, who are very male chauvinist, need women like Li Ping who always put him first and listen to him. If it weren't for this job, who would marry someone as strong-willed as Gao Shiping? Nonsense. Doesn't she know her own status? She ran to the mine area to find you. If she wanted to, she could have just asked, but she caused trouble. Now, the discipline inspection director has found a reason to hold against you. He doesn't get along with me, and knowing you're close to me, he wants me to explain. What can I say? In the past, when they did that thing together, he wanted to make sure Su Haifeng was truly on his side, so he found a woman and put her in his bed. He knew Su Haifeng's wife hadn't given him a son, which made Su Haifeng resentful. But because of her brother-in-law, he held back. The woman he sent over, her belly was promising. She gave birth to a son on her first try. After that, Su Haifeng enjoyed the benefits, and their relationship grew even closer. Su Haifeng, feeling annoyed, scratched his head and said, "Damn it, if it weren't for that damn woman's brother, I wouldn't even recognize my own flesh and blood." Although that person helped you get into the mine, he was actually connected to the previous mine manager who retired years ago. You don't need to be so afraid of him. Thinking about Lu Haoqing's fierce look yesterday morning, Su Haifeng shivered and quickly pushed all unnecessary thoughts aside. No, I can't let Li Ping be exposed now. Mine manager, are there any other options? The mine manager smirked with disdain. This coward, if he wasn't so easy to manipulate, I wouldn't want to work with him. His wife is just a country girl. No matter how capable her relatives are, their abilities are limited. She's just a soldier. What's so special about that? There are many in the military. What's so unique? But he didn't say this out loud. Since Su Haifeng didn't choose the first option, he had to present the second one. Maybe you should go back and persuade your wife to come back, clarify that everything was a misunderstanding, and the disciplinary officer probably won't keep bothering about this. Neither of these options is ideal, but there are only these two choices. Reluctantly, Su Haifeng agreed to find time to visit Chaoyang Brigade and try to persuade Gao Shiping to come back, to get through this difficult time first. The decision made, the mine manager went back to work. Su Haifeng first went to the hospital to see his son. "Dad, you're finally here. Mom said you went out to buy me something tasty. What did you get?" Seeing his chubby, squint-eyed son reaching out for something, Su Haifeng shook off his morning gloom and handed him the pastry. Got it. Dad didn't forget your stuff. You're the best, Dad. Be good, eat first. Dad needs to talk to your mom for a few minutes." He took Li Ping outside the hospital room, and his cheerful face immediately fell. "Why can't you just be honest and stop causing trouble for me?" "Huping, I didn't do it on purpose. The child is sick, and you weren't here. I was suddenly lost and scared when he cried in pain, so I had to come find you." Li Ping is a pretty woman with delicate features, slightly fairer skin than others. Her eyebrows are slightly furrowed, and tears shimmer in her eyes, looking quite pitiful, because she knew that Su Haifeng would always fall for this trick. Sure enough, Su Haifeng, who had been cold and firm just now, softened his tone when he saw Li Ping's tears. He took 50 yuan out of his pocket and handed it to Li Ping. "Take this money. Don't be stingy with it. Take good care of the kids. Even though you and your daughter can't officially be with me, one day I will make sure you live happily in the sunlight. Brother Feng, you're still the best to me." Li Ping immediately threw herself into Su Haifeng's arms and started crying softly. It's quite ironic. Su Haifeng had earned a lot of money working with the current mine manager, but he rarely spent it on his own family. Even his mother and his nephew, whom he claimed to care about, only received about 3/4 of his salary. The remaining quarter was insisted on by Gao Shiping. Su Haifeng is a very selfish person deep down. He only cares about his own benefits. Li Ping knew this well. If she hadn't had a son, Su Haifeng probably wouldn't treat her this way. In Chaoyang Brigade, before dawn, the Gao family started their busy day, but today was a happy day. That was because Gao Wenyu and Yang Huihui registered their marriage. Gao Wenyu had already put on the white shirt that Qin Shua had prepared early in the morning. He wore a new green jacket, a hat, and carefully washed his face, applying some snowflake cream. He looked energetic and cheerful. Standing beside him were Gao Wenyang and Lu Haoqing, who both looked full of resentment. Both of them had partners, so why could Gao Wenyu get married today? Gao Wenji, on the other hand, was completely indifferent. He was too young to understand the benefits of having a wife. He kept hanging around his older brother, saying nice things as if they cost nothing. "Big brother, you look really good today. Today is a good day. I hope every year is as good as today for you. Gao Wenyu." The first sentence was fine, but the second one was unnecessary. He wondered why he was so upset, wishing every year could be like today. The words sounded nice, but somehow, he felt a little uncomfortable. After getting dressed, Gao Wenyu turned to look at the two brothers whose mouths looked like clam shells, tightly shut. He said with frustration, "You two, if you can't say something lucky, then just go outside and stand there. What's the point of standing here with me? Big brother, my lucky words are expensive. I need to be paid to say them." Gao Wenyu was confused. Lu Haoqing was also surprised. Gao Wenji looked puzzled. "Do you even know what you're saying? Are you sure you want money? Think carefully. You'll get married eventually, and you'll pay it back someday. Big brother, congratulations. You've found a beautiful partner. Gao Wenyang is flexible and adaptable." His sad little eyes immediately turned bright like stars. Lu Haoqing tapped his head lightly and coldly said, "Traitor. Oh, cousin, don't be stubborn. I tell you, can you guarantee you won't marry Shua for your whole life? If you dare, all three of us brothers won't let you go. I will marry Shua, but if I want to say something lucky, I need a red envelope. Later, you can come to me for it. Rich and generous people, they are not to be messed with." "What are you saying? Time is running out." Hurry up and go have breakfast. Xiao Shuping smiled as she entered the house and pushed everyone outside. After breakfast, Gao Wenyu was about to leave, but was stopped by Lu Haoqing and Gao Wenyang. Are you two doing this on purpose today? Why do I have to deal with both of you? We want to go with you, just to get familiar with the process in advance. Gao Wenyu was speechless. You're going too? If it were Gao Wenyang alone, he could use force to stop him. But with Lu Haoqing, forget it. He's just a rookie. He decided to come clean. If they couldn't stop him, they might as well join in. Qin Shuyue and Su Qiao also couldn't avoid being pulled along to the town's civil affairs bureau. Standing at the door, watching Gao Wenyu and Yang Huihui sign papers, take photos, read vows, and finally hold the bright red marriage certificate with big smiles on their faces, they looked happy and content. Jealous? If you're jealous, you better hold on tight. Lu Haoqing was constantly trying to show off his presence. Did you report your marriage? Has the house been approved? After attending Wenyu's wedding banquet, I will return to the army. When I get back, I will submit a report. If the report is approved, would you like to register a marriage with me? There was no romantic proposal, no flowers, no ring, not even a sudden declaration, but Qin Shuyue could hear the sincerity and determination in Lu Haoqing's tone. In the past and now, Lu Haoqing's feelings have always been honest. He doesn't need fancy gestures, just full of warmth and genuine love. Okay, let's talk after your report is approved. Having missed so much in the past life, she doesn't want to wait this time, nor does she want to miss out on being with him again. Let me introduce her again. This is my wife, Yang Huihui. Gao Wenyu held Yang Huihui's hand and solemnly introduced her in front of everyone. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Everyone, here are some wedding candies. May they bring you sweetness. Today is a happy day. Would you like to join us for a meal at the state-run restaurant? How can sister-in-law pay? Let big brother come. That's not right. Now, Huihui and I are a family. It doesn't matter who pays. It's still early. Let's go for a walk first. We'll meet at the state-run restaurant at 11:30. Lu Haoqing's suggestion was agreed upon by everyone. Most of them came with their partners today. They thought about buying something, but with so many people, it wouldn't be convenient. It was better to split up. After the other two couples left, Lu Haoqing asked, "Is there anywhere you'd like to go? I'll go with you." Then, "Come with me." Qin Shuyue led him through winding paths to a pharmacy. They bought a lot of herbs to prepare medicines and help her body recover. When paying, Lu Haoqing was the first to reach out his hand. Uncle Zhao hesitated, looking at Qin Shuyue with curiosity. "Uncle Zhao, this is my partner. He's paying too." "Huh? Your partner?" The old man examined him carefully, circling around him several times. His gaze was sharp, almost like a spotlight, as if he wanted to analyze Lu Haoqing thoroughly, even checking inside. Clear eyes, no avoidance, straight posture, calluses on the thumb. This is a soldier who can handle a gun. Good eye, Uncle Zhao. Haraha, very good. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Perfect match. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. After leaving the pharmacy, Lu Haoqing felt very happy. If he had a tail, it would probably be wagging wildly right now. That Uncle Zhao is actually quite a good person. Qin Shuyue remembered her first time meeting Uncle Zhao. She thought he was a grumpy old man, even trying to look obedient to make the herbal medicine deal go smoothly. Thinking about that embarrassing past, 3 lines appeared on Qin Shuyue's face. She decided to take a different route home, heading to the black market to buy some cloth tickets and sewing machine tickets. When she had free time, she could make a few clothes for everyone. She had learned the skill in her previous life. Would you like to wait outside for me? Qin Shuyue always felt that Lu Haoqing going into the black market, which was somewhat illegal, was not very suitable. Is this the black market? It's okay. As long as I don't say anything, no one will know who I am. Seeing the man beside her with a strong build, standing straight like a lamppost, as if a bright light was shining down on his head. Are you serious about this secretive act?
Don't worry about me.
Let's go. In public, Lu Haoqing knew how to behave properly. When they entered the black market, old He, who was guarding the gate, saw Qin Shuyue. He immediately ran over, glanced at Lu Haoqing, and said casually, "Comrade Qin, the boss and Xiangzi aren't here. Do you need something? I want to exchange for a sewing machine ticket and some cloth tickets. Do you have any? Yes, I do. I'll get them for you right away. Before leaving, the boss handed over the black market to him. He was capable of handling this. Soon, Old Hei returned with the items and handed them to Qin Shuiwa, but he didn't take the money she offered. The boss said you don't need to pay when you come. Qin Shuiwa raised an eyebrow, thinking about their working relationship. She nodded without saying anything. Lu Haoqing, standing behind her as a background figure, frowned when he heard this. Although she was a bit disappointed not to see Meng Chongqing, Qin Shuiwa didn't plan to stay longer because of Lu Haoqing's identity. Just as she reached the door and peeked out, she saw two figures walking from the end of the alley in the distance. Wait a moment, Lu Haoqing was confused about why his partner wasn't leaving. He looked in the direction of her gaze outside, where her gentle black eyes suddenly turned cold. As the man approached closer, Lu Haoqing clearly saw his face and furrowed his brows even more. How does Yaya know him? Brother Meng. Shua, let's go inside and talk. No, I just came to change some things. Since I saw you, I want to ask, how is Qiangzi doing? Qin Shua didn't ask too many details, mainly because Lu Haoqing was nearby. Meng Chongqing also noticed Lu Haoqing, but unlike his calm face, his heart was full of waves. How does Shua know this? King of Hell. Lu Haoqing and Meng Chongqing's eyes met in the air, each showing different expressions, but neither showed anything. Qiangzi has finished the first step, and the second step is coming soon. I believe you'll hear good news soon. All right, I have something to do, I'll go now. After she left, a young man following Meng Chongqing leaned in and whispered, Young master, why is that King of Hell here? I heard from people in the courtyard that something happened to the Lu family before, causing their little grandson to be lost outside. Maybe it has something to do with him. Young master, do we need to investigate? No need. I think he will come to see me. This really won't affect your plans. When he comes, I'll ask him. For Qin Shuiwa, this was a small interruption, but for Lu Haoqing, it was a big shock. As Meng Chongqing said, he was considering whether to quietly go out tonight to meet this talented young man from the Meng family. Time was almost up. Qin Shuiwa didn't go elsewhere to browse, but went straight to a state-run restaurant. She found a quiet spot to sit and wait for everyone to arrive. One after another, Gao Wenyang and Gao Wenyu, the two brothers, brought their partners in. Since Gao Wenyu was hosting, he naturally took charge of ordering food. Hui, what do you want to eat? Just order whatever. You should ask everyone what they like. Don't just think about me. It's okay. Just order what you, Shuiwa and Su Jiqing like. No need to worry about the others. A few rough men, no matter what they ate, all liked the same things. Yang Hui thought that today was busy, and since there was fish written on the blackboard, she ordered a fish. She also ordered a chicken, along with a big bowl of braised pork and a few vegetarian dishes. When she returned to her seat, she heard Gao Wenyang showing off how much he bought, most of which was for Su Qiao. Big brother, what did you buy for big sister-in-law today? Just some pastries, right? You're so stingy. No choice now that we're married. I have to plan for the future, so I have to spend money carefully. He said it helplessly, but his tone was proud. See, I'm already married, and you, who aren't married yet, don't understand anything. Gao Wenyang simply closed his mouth. Su Qiao looked at him being put in his place, wanted to laugh but was afraid of hurting his pride, so she just coughed into her hand. Go ahead and laugh if you want. Holding it in is so uncomfortable. No gof. I don't want to. I don't want to laugh. Everyone was chatting and laughing, and soon the dishes were served. Lu Haoqing quickly took a pair of chopsticks from the chopstick holder, rinsed them with hot water, and placed them beside Qin Shuiwa. Seeing this, others followed suit. Qin Shuiwa. Next time, she decided she wouldn't go out with these people again. Eat, don't mind them. Everyone's focus turned to the fish first. Since Changha Town isn't near the sea or rivers, eating meat is already hard, and eating fish or meat is even more difficult. In the scramble, the fish was quickly finished. This fish is so delicious. It's a pity it's not easy to get a taste of it once. At this moment, 4 people entered the door. They didn't attract Qin Shuiwei and the others' attention at first, but when they were called by name, everyone looked over. Comrade Qin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. After eating vegetarian for a few days, Qin Jinmu really couldn't hold back today. He originally wanted to sneak out to a state-run restaurant to improve his diet, but as soon as he stepped out, he was caught by 3 others. Under threats and bribes, he had no choice but to bring along 3 hangers-on. Feeling upset, he was just about to enter when he saw the person he missed so much. He felt he was back on track. Qin Shuiwei stood up and replied calmly, Qin Jinmu didn't notice Qin Shuiwei's indifference. He eagerly moved closer to her and cheerfully said, Comrade Qin, when you come to the state-run restaurant, you should eat something good. I ordered some meat at my table. Want to try some? No, I'm almost done eating here. After saying that, he pointed at the dishes on the table with his chin. Following her gaze, Qin Jinmu finally saw the table full of meat dishes and fish. He suddenly felt embarrassed. He kept asking himself, are these people really so well off? Can they afford a table full of meat? This big table probably costs at least 10 yuan, but I wouldn't even spend that much just for a meal. Yes, they probably spent all their earnings for the year on this meal. Rural folks are proud of their face. While Qin Jinmu was thinking of a reason for this meal, Lu Haoqing, with a dark face, stood up. He reached out and took Qin Shuiwei's hand, speaking harshly. Comrade, you're disturbing our meal. Please go back. Who are you? Why do you control Comrade Qin's affairs? I'm her partner. Do I have the right to interfere? What? Partner? Qin Jinmu looked at Qin Shuiwei in disbelief, then at Lu Haoqing, finally focusing on their intertwined hands. You flirtatious woman, you look innocent, but I didn't expect you to secretly mess around with men. I was wrong about you. Qin Shuiwei was confused. Brother, are you okay? While everyone was stunned, a shadow suddenly flashed past everyone, followed by a loud scream. Qin Jinmu was thrown into the air. At the same time, Lu Haoqing, who had been standing behind Qin Shuiwei, now protected her by stepping in front. He had just pulled back his hand. Now, the people on Qin Jinmu's side looked confused. What just happened? Where am I? What is going on? Brother Qin? Are you okay? 3 people rushed forward to help Qin Jinmu up, asking worriedly. Cough, cough. Before Qin Jinmu could finish, his eyelids fluttered, and he fainted. Brother Qin? Brother Qin, wake up, you rural folks. Do you know what Brother Qin does? Do you know how valuable he is? You actually hurt him like this. When Brother Qin wakes up, he definitely won't forgive you. Lu Haoqing lazily sat back in his seat, picked up his chopsticks, and without even lifting his eyelids, replied, Tell me off if you want. Go now, or after I finish eating, you'll have to bring the police to Chaoyang team to find me. That's such a hassle. The 3 little followers. After a chaotic scene, Qin Jinmu was taken to the hospital. As for whether these people would report to the police, no one knew. Gao Wenyu and his brother, along with Qin Shuiwei, calmly acted as if nothing had happened. But Yang Huihui and Su Qiao, who didn't know the full story, looked worried. They held their partners' hands and asked, Should we think of a way? What if they really report to the police? Although Qin Jinmu ruined someone's reputation first, they did start the fight. Would the police handle it separately? Exactly. Qin Jinmu isn't a good person. He once tricked the team leader out of half a chicken. If he gets his way this time, it wouldn't be fair. The brothers comforted their partners, saying Lu Haoqing knew what was going on, which made them feel a bit better. After eating, everyone took a walk back. Qin Shuiwei, Su Qiao, and Yang Huihui walked behind Lu Haoqing and his brothers, holding hands. The conversations among women were always so dull, mostly about family gossip. By the way, sister-in-law, what is your uncle's son doing now? Do you know? Yang Huihui looked confused, unsure which uncle or which son Qin Shuiwei was talking about. Isn't it Yang Huimin's older brother, Yang Yaoquan? Him? Isn't he working for extra points at the team? Extra points? Are you sure? I'm not very sure. What did you hear? Earlier, my mom mentioned that my uncle's family suddenly started being generous. They often have meat for meals, bought new clothes for Yang Huimin, and even added a bicycle and a sewing machine at home. My mom found it strange. Doesn't my uncle's family usually not have much money? Spending it all on these things seems a bit wasteful. Qin Shua nodded thoughtfully. Have you thought that maybe Yang Yaoquan earned money outside and brought it home? Earn money? Doing what? He had been earning work points in the team for a long time, living for over 20 years, and had rarely been to Jinhe town. Does he understand what it means to make money? Now, what kind of job can suddenly earn so much money? You should know that the sewing machine and bicycle together are worth about 300 or 400. It's impossible that he was starving and broke yesterday, and then suddenly feasting today. Yang Hui definitely doesn't believe that Yang Yaoquan earned this money himself. She thinks it's impossible and unrealistic. But Qin Shua knows that in this era, there are still many ways to get rich overnight. It all depends on whether you're willing to take the risk or not, or whether you're brave enough to do it. After all, if things go wrong, it could be deadly. But she didn't plan to tell Yang Hui these words. Since there's something unusual about Yang Yaoquan's family, there must be some secret. It's better to investigate when there's time. Back at the Gao family, as soon as they entered the yard, the people from Yang's family rushed out in a crowd, all gathered around the newlyweds. Good, good, good. My son is also married now. Aunt Gao held the bright red marriage certificate and looked very serious. Mom, you're saying that like I don't have anyone to marry, huh, son? You always tell the truth. Gao Wenyu. He's her biological son, confirmed. Their words made everyone laugh. Qin Shua saw there was still some time before dinner, so she went back to her room to help Guai Guai with injections. At this moment, Gao Shiping came in with a smile. After entering, she quickly pulled Qin Shua aside and said, Shua, I tell you. Guai Guai moved her hand today. At first, I thought I saw it wrong, but after a while, she moved again. I watched very carefully this time. Do you think Guai Guai is about to wake up? Maybe. It also shows that our methods are working well. Yes, I think so too. Thank you for your hard work, coming every day to give Guai Guai injections. It's nothing. As a family, the most important thing is to be happy and keep everything neat. That's what matters most. Gao Shiping nodded, her thin face returning to its usual lively look, and she seemed full of energy. After Gao Wenyu and Yang Hui registered their marriage, they started planning their wedding banquet. Since they couldn't afford to waste money, the celebration was limited to 5 tables. With many relatives on both sides, they had to carefully decide whom to invite and whom to leave out. Qin Shua couldn't get involved in this matter. She had to stay at the clinic, working on her new medicine. Yesterday, Lu Haoqing told her that the military valued her medicine. They would send someone to pick up the formula, learn how to make it, and share experiences. It was a good opportunity. This was a chance Lin Yan had missed in her past life. Qin Shua believed in not letting enemies get the better of her, so she took this seriously. If she handled it well, it could help her future development. Suddenly, Su Qiao hurriedly pushed open the door, looking worried. She said, Something's wrong, Shuyue. Sister Shiping's man has arrived. Huh? Who? Lost in her thoughts about the formula, Qin Shua looked up at Su Qiao, dazed for a moment before understanding what she meant. She was shocked and immediately stood up, saying firmly, What? That scoundrel dares to come here. I think he's here to make peace with Sister Shiping. When he came in, he was asking about her and pretending to care. But Sister Shiping has been cold to him. I'm worried. Worried that Sister Shiping still has feelings for him and might run away with him? But Su Qiao didn't say this aloud. Stay here and watch things. I'll go see for myself. Qin Shua left her half-finished medicine formula and hurried to the Gao family. When she reached the gate, she heard Su Haifeng flattering Gao's parents. She didn't speak to Su Haifeng but went to see Guai Guai in her room. She saw Gao Shiping standing by the window, coldly watching everything outside. You're here, Sister Shiping. No matter what that man says, don't believe him. He's a scoundrel who never changes. Even if he claims to have changed, once he takes you back, who knows what will happen? I know. Since I've made up my mind, I won't go back. That's right. Hearing Gao Shiping's firm response, Qin Shua finally felt at ease. Outside the house, Su Haifeng's eyes kept darting around since he arrived. When he married Gao Shiping years ago, Gao's family still lived in a small, rundown house. Several brothers shared one room, and Gao Shiping still lived with her parents in the same room. He had nowhere to stay and could only sleep with the three brothers. The countryside was shabby and broken, with dirt roads that turned to mud when it rained. Naturally, he disliked it, so he later arranged to come back. He heard Gao Shiping mention that her family was building a new house. He thought they were just fixing up the old one, which wouldn't be much better. The main house was tall and bright, facing south, built with care. The yard was much larger than before, and they even planned a vegetable garden. Even Gao Shiping, the daughter who married out, was given a room by the Gao family. The furniture in her room was brand new, and the space was quite big. The changes were incredible, beyond what he had imagined.
Could it be?
Has the Gao family become wealthy in the past 2 years? Su Haifeng never expected that the Gao family was not short of money. Back then, Gao's family didn't favor him as a son-in-law. Gao's mother was more thoughtful for her daughter, kept some dowry, and held on to the rest. She never told Gao Shiping because she worried her daughter might be too focused on love and might foolishly spend all the money, leaving no way out. He also thought that rural people were poor, so he never considered that the Gao family might be rich. He simply believed they didn't like him and didn't want to give him money. Now, he decided to find out the truth. If the Gao family had really become wealthy, they would probably help him, right? Mom and Dad, I'm really sorry I haven't come to see you in so long. Our family has changed a lot. The house looks brand new. You must have spent a lot of money, right? Don't worry, it wasn't your Su family's money. You don't need to ask. Haifeng, when we built this house back then, I even wrote to you. You answered the phone. When you come back and see all this, it's like seeing something strange. People might think we, as your in-laws, are neglectful. We didn't even tell our own daughter about such a big thing as building a house. Father's words made Su Haifeng's face hurt really badly. There are too many things at the mine office I forgot. Dad, please don't be mad. Busy? I'm not criticizing you. Haifeng, don't think just because this job was introduced by Haoqing, you can't quit. Look at how busy you are, and your monthly salary is so little. If Shiping didn't manage your money, you wouldn't even be able to support the family. I need to talk to Haoqing later about what kind of job he introduced. He's really causing trouble for my daughter and son-in-law. Another slap. It has to be said, Father knows how to give a good slap in the face. Su Haifeng's smiling face immediately stiffened. He wanted to explain but didn't know what to say. He could only awkwardly smile and change the subject. Dad, where are Wenyu and Wenyang? I haven't seen them. Wenyu and Wenyang went to work in the city. In the
city?
Working in the city? Once, because he had a town household registration, then later worked at the mine, he felt a strange sense of pride in the Gao family.
Now,
the Gao family is really rich. Both sons are working in the city. You should know that these jobs now are bought, each costing at least 200,000 or 300,000. And just having money isn't enough, you also need connections. Suddenly, Su Haifeng felt like he never truly understood the Gao family. That's pretty good. These 2 jobs, Dad and Mom put a lot of effort into them, right? Most importantly, this money. Money? What's wrong with the money? Didn't spend a little, right? Su Haifeng looked as if he understood everything, making Father roll his eyes. No money spent. These jobs just fell on our family directly. Sigh, can't push them away. Aunt Gao listened nearby, her mouth twitching, giving an apologetic look to Qin Shue standing by the door. Qin Shue shrugged, showing she didn't mind. Moreover, Uncle Gao's words weren't wrong. It was indeed work that suddenly fell on their Gao family. At first, the Gao family was still trying to push it away. Su Haifeng was stunned and couldn't help but doubt how much of Gao Father's words were true. Of course, the team leader knows about this, really, since someone knew. It couldn't be fake. Does the Gao family have others besides Lu Haoqing behind them? Such a valuable job. Just given away? No, he must stay and find out what is really going on. Mom and Dad, I heard my younger brother is getting married. There will be a wedding banquet soon. As his older brother-in-law, I should be there, right? I'll stay at home these days and help Shiping take care of the kids. Alright then, stay. Shiping's room is fine for them and their daughter. There's no extra space for you. We have many rooms at home, but Wenyu and Wenyang both have partners now, so we can't leave a room empty for you. Maybe you should stay at a guest house. Letting the son-in-law stay at a guest house. This father-in-law is quite impressive. Dad, that's not fair. Shiping's room is big, and it's just her and her daughter. Our family of 3 can sleep in one room comfortably. There's no need to stay at a guest house. Gao's father didn't reply directly to Su Haifeng. Instead, he gestured to Gao Shiping, implying that he didn't have the final say. You should ask her. Shiping, look. We're family, sleeping together is normal, isn't it? Su Haifeng, the doctor, said she was just shocked and, to protect herself, she fell into a coma. The reason she was shocked, I believe you know better than I do. Do you think I would let you sleep next to my daughter, making her uneasy even in her sleep?
You.
He was about to scold Gao Shiping for not showing gratitude, as he usually did, but suddenly remembered his purpose for staying and held back. Fine, I'll go stay at a guest house. Angrily, he left Gao's house and went straight to the town's guest house, paying 5 days in advance. He felt heartbroken, as if he was losing something. Sitting on the bed at the guest house, he suddenly thought about asking where Gao Wenyu and Gao Wenyang worked in the city. That way, he could find them and maybe not have to pay for the room himself. That night, everyone sat together for dinner. Gao's father was the first to speak, saying, Wenyu, go to the city tomorrow and tell Wenyang that we're having a family celebration these days. Ask him to take leave. Is it okay to ask for Wenyang's leave so early? Su Haifeng came over. I told him to stay at the guest house. With his mischievous nature, he's sure to have ideas about you too. We're not worried about that, but we're afraid he might cause trouble at your workplace. Others don't know our family situation, and if they believe it, it could affect you both.
What?
Su Haifeng is here? Big sister.
You.
Little brother, I'm fine. Gao Shiping gently smiled at Gao Wenyu to comfort him. Compared to Gao Wenyu's shock, Lu Haoqing seemed much calmer. But no one doubted whether he knew something beforehand because his face was always expressionless, so everyone was used to it. But Qin Shuiwe, she seemed to notice something. After dinner, before Lu Haoqing could find an excuse to see Qin Shuiwe, she came to him herself. Go for a walk. She happily took his hand. The two of them left the Gao family yard and wandered aimlessly. Do you think you know that Su Haifeng will come? Lu Haoqing was surprised at first, then looked at the curious and obedient girl in front of him. He smiled gently, lightly tickling her palm with his finger, and lazily said, Do you really understand me? Are you going to tell me or not? Qin Shuiwe's beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkled like stars, her cheeks puffed up in a cute and charming way. Well, I could tell you, but you have to tell me how you found out I knew. Qin Shuiwe glanced at Lu Haoqing, a happy smile on her lips. She nodded in agreement. That night you went back to the guest house, I went out, right? Yes, that's right. I went to check on Su Haifeng's investigation results. After seeing some things, I was sure he would come. You investigated him?
But
didn't you tell Sister Shiping? No, I didn't. I was worried it might affect her judgment. My personal thought was to make Big Sister completely lose hope in Su Haifeng, not because she was sad and had to cut ties. There's a real difference. So, did Su Haifeng really do something to hurt Sister Shiping? Lu Haoqing raised their clasped hands, a smile still on his lips, and said, You haven't told me how you found out yet. When you was surprised, I glanced at you. Although you still had no expression, I could see something in your eyes. Suddenly, a voice in my mind told me that you must know something. So, this means that Yue cares a lot about me and knows me very well? Lu Haoqing's handsome face showed a bit of pride. His dark eyes sparkled, and his smile couldn't be hidden, always lifting higher. You look so proud. Qin Shuiwe rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave. Lu Haoqing's long, tanned hand grabbed her soft wrist. He used some strength, leaving a noticeable mark on her fair skin. He gently touched the red mark, and his smile faded. His eyebrows furrowed, showing he was unhappy. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly upset? Sorry, does it hurt? Looking down at the red mark on her wrist, Qin Shuyue said casually, "It's okay. I have sensitive skin, so I turn red easily when touched." "Sensitive, huh?" Lu Haoqing slowly repeated the words, then suddenly leaned his chin toward Qin Shiyue's neck. His cheek pressed against her side, his voice low and magnetic, with a tempting breath. "Wife, so soft, so tender." His nose carried a fresh, clean scent. His heart pounded loudly. Qin Shuyue felt her mind go a bit dizzy, like a small boat rolling in big waves, struggling to stay afloat.
You.
Get up." He held her tightly against his warm, firm chest. The intense heat and tension conveyed one clear message. He wanted it. He really wanted it. Qin Shuyue pushed Lu Haoqing away, her fingertips on his abs. Her mind seemed to lose connection, and suddenly she reached out and pinched him. She couldn't help but sigh inside. It's definitely this man's abs. The feeling is so exciting. Yue, does it feel good? Lu Haoqing looked down at the delicate finger around his waist, his narrow black eyes shimmering with fragmented light. A smile crept onto his lips, adding a hint of meaning. Qin Shuyue thought, what was I just thinking? I clearly wanted to avoid Lu Haoqing, so why did I reach out? Perhaps the intensity of their recent hug was too much. Although Qin Shuyue felt a bit overwhelmed inside, she kept her expression calm and replied, "It feels nice to touch." "Keep it that way." A quiet chuckle escaped from Lu Haoqing. He wrapped his arm around her again, pulling her close. His tone was teasing and affectionate. "Be good. When I take off my clothes later, I'll let you touch me properly." Qin Shuyue thought, there's no need for that. The two of them strolled hand in hand for a while. Lu Haoqing carefully saw her home and reminded her to lock the doors and windows before leaving for the Gao family. Early in the morning, Qin Shuyue went to the Gao family for breakfast. She saw Gao Wenji, who hadn't returned from visiting relatives yesterday, greeted him, then quickly checked on Guai Guai's condition before helping in the kitchen. However, Gao Shifan was at home, so Aunt Gao usually pushed Qin Shuyue aside. Today was no different. She had nothing to do, so she stood in the yard chatting with Gao Wenji. Suddenly, Su Haifeng came in from outside and interrupted. "Hey Wenji, are you at home? I didn't see you yesterday. Where did you go? Why are you here? Didn't my older sister say she wouldn't divorce you? Why are you still here?" Qin Shuyue thought, this careless person. Su Haifeng paused, looking a bit upset.
Who said that?
"I'm still good with Shifan. We're not getting divorced. I came today to pick them up. Wenji, you're not a kid anymore. It's time to be sensible. Don't believe everything you hear and say nonsense." Hearing this, Gao Wenji immediately became unhappy. "What am I talking nonsense? Do you even know what you're doing? If it weren't for your whole family bullying my sister and Guai Guai, wouldn't Guai Guai still be unconscious? Everyone knows what you've done. Why pretend to be so sincere?" "Gao Wenji, I'm your brother-in-law. Is this how you talk to your brother-in-law? Do you think you are worthy? My sister recognizes you, and in the Gao family, you're just an ordinary person. Now my sister doesn't acknowledge you. You are nothing in the Gao family. Why are you pretending to be so important here? You little brat, I think you just need some discipline. Today, I will act as an elder and teach you some manners on behalf of my parents." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. Qin Shuyue saw Su Haifeng dare to really hit someone. She immediately pulled Gao Wenji behind her, ready to face Su Haifeng directly. Unexpectedly, Gao Shifeng, hearing the commotion, rushed out and stood in front of Qin Shuyue. Now, the three of them were stacked together, from short to tall, like signals. "Su Haifeng, what are you doing? My brother is being taught by you? You can't even take care of yourself and you still want to teach others? Aren't you ashamed? Gao Shifeng, I am your man. Don't think that just because you went back to your family's house, I won't do anything to you." This shameless talk made Qin Shuyue furious. She rolled up her sleeves, pushed Gao Shifeng aside, with her left eye showing hit, and her right eye showing him. She lunged at Su Haifeng, ready to fight. "Shuyue, big sister, don't stop her. Let her go." Lu Haoqing came out of his room and stopped Gao Shifeng from reaching out. At this moment, Qin Shiyue's fist had already landed on Su Haifeng's eye. Damn it, this is the first time I see a man as shameless as you.
Who do you want to settle scores with? Huh.
Who do you want to fight? Each word was followed by a punch, leaving Su Haifeng with no strength to fight back. Good job, little sister. Keep going. You're so cool. Gao Wenji stood behind, watching the scene and waving his hands like a cheerleader. Lu Haoqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Gao Wenji with a cold gaze, like ice forming, glaring at him as if he wanted to kill. And she's called her sister? Didn't everyone say she's the wife? Gao Wenji was indeed uneducated, daring to act so arrogantly. Qin Shiyue's strikes were measured. She wouldn't give Su Haifeng a chance to get close again. Besides a few acupoints, which would cause him intense pain over the next few days, the rest were just external injuries.
This.
Haoqing, maybe we should forget it. What if someone gets seriously hurt? Hai Shiping did not expect Qin Shiyue to be able to defeat Su Haifeng. By the time she realized what was happening, Qin Shiyue was fighting more fiercely. She wasn't worried about Su Haifeng. She was just afraid that because of her, Shiyue might get into trouble. After all, she had known the Su family for many years and was very clear about their character. It's okay, big sister. I am here. When Lu Haoqing spoke, Gao Shiping didn't have time to think carefully. Although she felt something was wrong, she was nervous and didn't have time to consider it further. Shiping, I know you still care about me. Please help me. Quickly, pull this crazy woman away. Shiyue isn't crazy. You should apologize to her. Su Haifeng, who is being beaten down, just made a sound. Is that the main point? Shouldn't the focus be on helping him? Enough, Shiyue. Don't dirty your hands. Uncle Gao came in from outside. Seeing what was happening in the yard, he casually advised, why did you provoke her? You must be suffering now. Sigh. Su Haifeng, who was dazed from the beating, just looked confused. So, you're blaming him for everything? And he didn't even provoke this crazy woman? Qin Shiyue, feeling she had done enough, stopped. She tilted her chin and looked down at Su Haifeng on the ground, speaking proudly. Listen, Su Haifeng, from now on, stay away from anyone from the Gao family, including me. If you dare to come close again, I will beat you. Got it? This domineering declaration with a fierce air. It's so adorable, but there are too many people. It makes me very angry. Lu Haoqing stood there expressionless, but inside, he was full of thoughts. Because she started with messy moves and ended with a more organized style, everyone in the Gao family saw her growth and progress. But Gao Shiping didn't know this. She looked surprised at Su Haifeng, who was beaten and pressed to the ground, and suddenly felt that the world was really. In the end, Aunt Gao calmly suggested sending Su Haifeng to the hospital for treatment. After all, since he was so unlikable, the health clinic in Shiyue wouldn't treat him. However, the choice of who would send Su Haifeng to the hospital was uncertain. Qin Shiyue seemed to think of something and waved to Gao Wenji, who happily came over. Shiyue, do you need any help? To send someone to the hospital, you need money. Search his pockets to see if he has any. If not, call someone from the Su family to come pick him up. Gao Wenji squatted down and casually searched Su Haifeng all over, finding 30 yuan.
Wow, he has quite a bit of money on him.
That must be a month's salary. The key is, he managed to carry a month's wages in his pocket. What does Su Haifeng want to do? That's enough money. Just give it to me. Qin Shiyue took the money and told everyone to go about their business, not to worry about the man lying on the ground. Everyone listened and went back to their tasks, and no one paid much attention to Su Haifeng anymore. 10 minutes later, Qin Shiyue returned, followed by a rough-looking man. That's him. You take him to the hospital. This 5 yuan is your tip, and the 25 yuan is for his treatment. It's best if he stays in the hospital for a few days. You just need to watch over him during the day. At night, you can sleep at the guest house. He runs a guest house in town. You should know how to find it, right? Got it. Don't worry, miss. I'm good at this. I'll make sure to do a perfect job. All right, go ahead. No one paid attention to what would happen to Su Haifeng. Everyone went about their own work as usual. After breakfast, Qin Shuya said she wanted to go to town to buy some things. Lu Haoqing naturally wouldn't let her go alone, so he chose to accompany her. The two left Gao's house together. Gao Shiping watched their backs and then turned to her mother, asking her a question filled with doubt. Mom, is it too close that Haoqing is walking with Shuya? Could it affect her reputation in the future? Huh? Couldn't anyone at home tell you that they are dating? Gao Shiping looked surprised and asked her mother, what? She looked at her mother in disbelief. Her mother replied blankly, no.
Oh.
Maybe everyone thought they told you when they came to pick you up, but they didn't say anything, and we didn't either. And now you still don't know? Her mother's tone was full of surprise. Once Gao Shiping knew the truth, she became calm. Oh, they both have their own ideas. Being together isn't a bad thing. I think Haoqing is aiming high by being with Shuya. Shuyua's achievements are definitely more than just here in our small town. I think so too. When I first wrote to tell your aunt about this, she said Haoqing was clever and that being noticed by him meant he was aiming high. Really?
So,
Haoqing has liked Shuya for a long time? I only found out later when your aunt replied. She said Haoqing had someone in his heart, but he hadn't met anyone outside. He was busy in the army, so we thought maybe the person he liked was married or no longer around. No one wanted to bring up his sadness, so we didn't ask. Later, we found out it was a secret crush, and it was on Shuya from our area. He kept it very hidden. Gao Shiping, who knew her younger brother well since childhood, understood him. Because of their family, his upbringing was different from others. As a child, she thought he was a little adult, and as he grew up, this feeling became even clearer. Qin Shuya and Lu Haoqing went to the town supply and marketing cooperative store together. They headed straight to the left side, where the general goods area was. They saw a small section with sewing machines, radios, and bicycles on display. Wanna buy something? This area was rarely visited, but those who came usually needed these items and could afford them. So, the clerk was a bit more friendly than at other counters. Are these the only 2 types of sewing machines? Yes, our town supply store isn't big, so we only have these. Basically, they didn't have enough to stock many options. One was enough. There was no need to have too many. Qin Shuya nodded, looked around, and didn't see anything wrong. She then asked, how much? This model costs 230 yuan, plus a sewing machine ticket. That's it. She reached into her pocket to take out a ticket to pay, but halfway there, Lu Haoqing stopped her. Let me do it. This is what I want to buy. How can I let you pay? Oh. Yaya is starting to be so clear about sharing things with me. The man's tone was slightly teasing, with a slight upward tilt at the end. His expression remained unchanged, but his voice carried a hint of grievance. Qin Shuya smiled with her eyes like crescent moons, moved aside, and handed over her ticket. Please go ahead. Please. Lu Haoqing nodded happily, took the ticket, and went to the cashier to pay. After paying, he discussed delivery with the clerk. They finally agreed that they would pay for the transportation fee, and the supply cooperative would arrange a tractor to bring the items back. Since they had paid, Qin Shuya thought she shouldn't let the opportunity go to waste. She pulled Lu Haoqing along to buy some brightly colored cloth, a pillowcase embroidered with mandarin ducks, a red thermos, a teacup, a wash basin, towels, and also some pastries and candies. She thought, whether bought early or late, it was still buying. She took out a radio ticket and took the only radio. Under the envy of the shop assistants at the supply cooperative, Qin Shuya's eyes curved into a smile as she pulled Lu Haoqing away. They sat on the returning tractor, which rumbled along into the Chaoyang Brigade. In this era, tractors were rare. The loud, rough noise of the tractor attracted many people's attention when it arrived at the Chaoyang Brigade. At this time, workers had just finished their shift and were heading home to rest. Curious, everyone followed the tractor, wanting to see who had such a big budget, buying both a sewing machine and a radio. When the tractor stopped at the Gao family's door, everyone suddenly realized, oh, it was the Gao family. Then there was nothing surprising. The eldest son of the Gao family was getting married, so these things were probably bought for the wedding. With nothing more interesting to watch, everyone quickly dispersed. Their smooth movements made some people feel amused. In recent days, because of Gao Wenyu's wedding, the Gao family hadn't gone to work. When they heard the tractor stop at the door, everyone came out to see what was happening.
Shuiwa.
What did you buy? Annie, come help carry the things. We'll talk after we move everything inside. Oh, okay. Aunt Gao called her husband and son, and they started carrying things into the house, some small, some large. Lu Haoqing stood outside. After paying the tractor driver, he also went into the yard and closed the gate behind him. Why is there a sewing machine here? Did Shua buy it? Yes, Auntie. I bought it. What do you think? Pretty good, right? Did you buy it? Shouldn't it be kept at my house? Aunt Gao carefully chose her words, worried that Qin Shua might think she wasn't welcome. Why keep it at my house? It would be more useful at Auntie's. I saw Sister Shiping's room has some empty space, so maybe we can put it there. Everyone didn't know what Qin Shua was planning, but leaving the sewing machine in the yard wasn't a good idea. Since the person involved said to put it there, it was better to put it in Gao Shiping's room. Lu Haoqing and Gao Wenji carried the sewing machine into the house as instructed. This surprised Gao Shiping, who had been watching from inside. What are you doing? What's going on? Nothing much, Sister Shiping. Just borrowing it for a while. Borrow? Oh, okay. If you want to do some work, just come over and use it. Aunt Gao stroked her chin, feeling that Shua's expression looked especially clever, as if she was planning something. She quietly moved closer to her nephew and whispered, Do you know what Shua is up to? Lu Haoqing's eyes followed the mischievous girl. His dark eyes sparkled, his brows raised, and he chuckled softly. When his aunt came closer, he straightened up and, matching her height, said in a low voice, I don't know. Auntie. Anyway, Yaya wants to buy it, so let her. We're not short of money. That's true. As long as Yaya is happy. Aunt Gao wasn't too worried about this matter. After finding a good spot for the sewing machine, Qin Shua handed the radio to Uncle Gao with a bright smile and said, Uncle Gao, I know you like listening to the radio when you have free time. From now on, you can listen at home after dinner. No need to go to others' houses. Really? For me? Uncle Gao, still a bit stunned, held the radio and looked a little overwhelmed. Qin Shua nodded in agreement, then handed over the pillowcases with red characters of happiness, the thermos, and the basin, all prepared for Gao Wenyu. While everyone was still surprised, she quickly grabbed a bag of fabric and slipped into Gao Shiping's room. Of course, before leaving, she also pulled Gao Shiping inside. Seeing her loosened grip, Lu Haoqing rubbed his fingers and was quietly amused. This unkind little one uses things and then throws them away. Inside, she pressed the confused Gao Shiping into a seat in front of the sewing machine. Qin Shua took out the prepared blueprints, attached the extension plate to the sewing machine, and then took out a full set of needles and threads from her bag, handing them to Gao Shiping. Shiping, can you make clothes like this? Huh? Let me see. Successfully distracted, Gao Shiping took the simple blueprint Qin Shua drew. She had some questions about a few parts, and they discussed it for a while. Gao Shiping took out a pencil, refined the drawing, then picked up a new pair of scissors. She spread the fabric on the bed, took a deep breath, and hesitated. Shuiwe, I'm about to cut. If I mess up, Shiping, when you made clothes before, you didn't hesitate to cut. Why are you hesitating now? It's just, this is your clothes, and this fabric isn't cheap. I'm worried I'll ruin it. What should I do? If it gets ruined, it gets ruined. No big deal. Don't worry, just cut freely.
See?
If one piece isn't enough, there's another bag full. It's all yours. Just cut. Her mouth twitched, and Gao Shiping looked at Qin Shua with an expression that seemed like a parent scolding a mischievous child. Since Qin Shua didn't mind, she had no reason to hesitate. She visualized the blueprint in her mind, formed a rough plan, and then started cutting. With a few quick snips, 2 pieces of fabric were cut out. She took one to the sewing machine, threaded the needle, and began sewing, supporting the fabric with both hands and stepping on the pedal. The sewing machine made a rhythmic sound, and Gao Shiping was fully immersed in her creation. Qin Shua quietly stood to the side, her lips curling into a gentle, happy smile. In her past life, Gao Shiping divorced at age 45. It was the early 1990s, a time when small businesses were booming. With her brother's help, Gao Shiping carefully created her own brand, and within a few years, she became a wealthy person. However, after regaining her confidence, Gao Shiping was always worried about her age. She didn't want to find someone who truly understood her feelings. She preferred to stay alone and live quietly until old age. At that time, she accidentally learned that in Gao Shiping's heart, there was a charming middle-aged man. She didn't know much about him, only that she had seen him from afar. She knew he had been her partner since she started her business, always supporting her with encouragement and financial help. In this life, Gao Shiping is 30 years old, the best age for a woman. If she had found her confidence earlier, when that man appeared, would she have the courage to seize happiness? Qin Shuiwe believes she definitely would. Although she had been married for many years and faced challenges from her family and daily life, Gao Shiping had softened her sharp edges. But her strong, loving, and daring personality was deeply ingrained in her bones. No hardship could erase it. The regrets from her past life are not only hers but everyone's. Qin Shuiwe hopes that, through her invisible influence, everyone's life can improve, with fewer regrets and more happiness. That would be a worthy effort. This is her second chance at life. After a whole afternoon of intense focus at the sewing machine, Gao Shiping finished a brand new, elegant blue waist dress. It was simple and stylish, with a length that reached her ankles, making people want to try it on and see how it looked. Shiping, let's eat first. After dinner, you can embroider the patterns on it. Looking at the sky outside, it wasn't very late. Even if she didn't eat, she would still need to eat. Gao Shiping neatly folded the dress and placed it on the bed, then went to the kitchen to serve the food. Qin Shuiwe went to the main room. Uncle Gao was sitting there happily, crossing his legs and holding a bowl of cold water. He was listening to the radio, humming along with the sounds, shaking his head in amusement. This scene. Uncle, dinner is ready. All right, that's enough. Uncle Gao turned off the radio and covered it with a cloth to keep dust away. Just as the Gao family was enjoying their meal, the front gate was loudly knocked, accompanied by some angry words. Hearing this, Qin Shuiwe looked at Lu Haoqing. Others might not understand what was happening, but they both knew exactly. Who is it? So rude, knocking on the door while we're eating. I think I saw the team leader. I'll go open the door. No need, I'll do it. Usually, when visitors came to the house, Lu Haoqing wouldn't show himself. Why is he going to open the door today? Under everyone's curious gazes, Qin Shuiwe followed him to the door. When she opened it, she saw a line of people outside. Besides Chun Jinmu, there was the team leader and 2 police officers. The rest were local villagers who liked to watch the excitement. Police officers, it's him who hit me like this. The Gao family members hurried out, confused. Are you two really good at playing tricks? First Qin Shuiwe beats up Su Haifeng. Now Lu Haoqing beats up a staff member from the Agricultural Institute? Have you planned this together? Huh, Officer Chen, is that all you've got? Qin Shuiwe crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. The gentle girl from before instantly turned into a tough, bossy older sister. I have fists who can compete. Hearing her words, Chen Jinmu's face turned pale and then red. No matter what, he was wrong for hitting her. But what if he deserved it? The team leader and Lu Haoqing exchanged a long look, understanding the situation. This probably had nothing to do with them. Just then, a soft voice interrupted Chen Jinmu's self-righteous monologue. Police officers, let's go inside and talk. No matter who is at fault, we need to find out what really happened. Yes, the team leader is right. Let's go in. The gate kept out the curious onlookers. Some still wanted to listen in, but they couldn't hear anything and eventually dispersed. But recently, the Gao family has had a lot of trouble. It's truly a mix of happiness and worry. We led the person into the main room, where there was still some unfinished food on the table, simple rice cakes and porridge, a bit better than what most families eat, but nothing too unusual. Aunt Gao and Gao Shiping quickly cleaned the table, prepared some tea leaves, and brewed a few cups of tea. Of course, Chen Jinmu was not involved. Comrade Lu Haoqing, is that right? The police officer picked up a pen and paper, ready to record. I heard you're in the military. Do you have your ID? Lu Haoqing took out his military ID from his shirt pocket and handed it over. The police officer looked at it. Photo, name, date of birth, ID number, and
Rank.
regiment. Regiment commander? He looked up in disbelief at Lu Haoqing, then lowered his eyes to the photo on the ID. Yes, it was definitely him.
Lu.
Regiment commander, sorry for the trouble. Hearing regiment commander, Chen Jinmu felt a shiver in his heart. He had thought that someone from a rural background, even if in the army, would at most be a squad leader. He never expected to find out he was a regiment commander. Others might not understand the importance of the rank, but at the Agricultural Science Institute, they often interacted with military personnel and knew the hierarchy well. A regiment commander is the highest officer in a regiment, a senior officer rank, even higher than the director of their institute. Chen Jinmu's heart sank immediately. This was a serious problem. He had really stepped into it this time. Please, officer, just say what you need to say. Regiment Commander Lu, could you please recount what happened a few days ago? Lu Haoqing spoke calmly, describing how Chen Jinmu harassed his partner that day and how he insulted her after learning she was involved with a man. His tone was steady, with some personal emotion, but he didn't exaggerate. The police officer listened silently and said to himself, he deserves a beating. But he only dared to think that internally, being a public servant, he maintained his professionalism. Chen Jinmu stood up, wanting to apologize to Lu Haoqing and also to make up for things. But because his legs were weak, he just stood up and then suddenly fell to his knees. That direction happened to face Lu Haoqing. Lu Haoqing moved to the side and reached out to pull Qin Shiyue. As they moved away, Gao Wenji was completely exposed. So Chen Jinmu knelt down just right in front of Gao Wenji. Gao Wenji looked confused. The Gao family members looked surprised. Comrade Chen, there's no need to kneel for no reason. I'm not your elder, and kneeling won't get you anything. I can't give you a red envelope. The Gao family members remained silent. This big mistake really can't be fixed anymore. The police officers didn't care if Chen Jinmu was kneeling on the ground. They just repeated their question. When Chen Jinmu replied that he had nothing to say, the officers quickly stood up, said they were sorry, and left the Gao family house. The team leader looked surprised. Do you have to leave so quickly? The main thing is, now that you're gone, what should Chen Jinmu do? Why not leave a message? The team leader's silent cry for help went unanswered. He quietly turned to look at Chen Jinmu still kneeling there and said with a twitching mouth, maybe you should just stay kneeling here. When your legs are worn out, perhaps Comrade Lu will forgive you. Lu Haoqing looked confused. He didn't need to do that. Of course, in the end, Chen Jinmu couldn't keep kneeling there. Lu Haoqing found him annoying and told Gao Wenji to take him away. Hey, Captain, last time you went to the brigade, didn't you say the Agricultural Science Institute sent someone over? Where are they? Not here yet. I haven't received any notice. Maybe you should follow up on it. From the province to the Chaoyang Brigade, it was a bit far, but not so far that it would take several days. The captain hadn't even asked about it, which was quite careless. After dinner, Gao Shiqing pulled Qin Shiyue into the house and slammed the door shut, blocking everyone's curious gazes. Shiyue, come help me with something. Two people sewed small flowers onto a simple long dress using golden thread, adding new details to the plain style. After working for an hour, the dress was finally finished. Gao Shiqing gently touched the dress, feeling a mix of emotions she couldn't quite describe. Hurry, Shiyue, try it on and see if it fits. The dress was made to fit Qin Shiyue's figure perfectly, so it should fit well. Still, she kindly handed the dress to her, eager to see how it looked when worn. After turning her back to Gao Shiqing to put on the dress, Qin Shiyue casually styled her long hair into a simple bun, put on a pair of black leather shoes, and slowly turned around.
Shiyue. Wow.
You look so beautiful. I can't even find words to describe it. Wait a moment, I'll call everyone over to see what a true elegant lady looks like. Gao Shiqing pushed open the door and hurried out, calling loudly to gather everyone. Shiqing? What's wrong? Is she awake now? Big sister, are you okay? Oh, I'm fine. You all wait here. She turned and opened her own door, smiling as she said, "Please welcome our most beautiful Qin Shuyu." As she finished speaking, Qin Shuyu slowly stepped out of the house, crossing the threshold into everyone's view. Everyone was silent. Qin Shuyu wore a long indigo dress decorated with gold lines, with a few small white beads at the collar. A wide white belt with a crescent shape cinched her waist. Her slender fingers hung at her side, glowing softly. Her black hair was simply styled into a bun. Her white face carried an elegant smile, with cold, snow-like brows, clear and bright black eyes, and soft, pink lips. Her pure beauty created a stunning visual feast, shocking everyone present. For a moment, the yard was silent. Everyone stared at Qin Shuyu in awe, except Lu Haoqing, whose eyes showed a wild desire to possess her. He clenched his fists tightly, reminding himself painfully not to scare the girl, not to do anything reckless. Never. Are you shocked? Are you surprised? Is this made by you? Aunt Gao was the first to find her voice, trembling as she asked. Yes, Mom. I made this with Shuyue. Look, what do you think? Good, good. The dress looks nice and creative. But the most important thing is that Shua looks great. This dress suits her perfectly. Everyone agreed with Aunt Gao's words. At that moment, Lu Haoqing pushed through the crowd and strode over to Qin Shuyu. He draped his coat over her shoulders. Suddenly, a light, fresh scent reached her nose, and Qin Shuyu was a bit confused. What's wrong? You're cold. You're wearing too little. The Gao family members looked at each other. They weren't cold. They were all wearing simple clothes. Besides, it's already mid-May. How could it be cold? As someone experienced, Gao Shiping watched her cousin with a smile, not revealing his little secret.
Oh.
Okay.
But.
Is this dress pretty? Qin Shuyue's dark eyes curved into a smile, her porcelain white face full of hope.
Yes.
Very pretty. I think so too. The gentle evening breeze brushed her hair, and her delicate eyelashes fluttered in the wind like feathers, touching Lu Haoqing's heart, stirring waves of emotion. But when he looked into the pure, black eyes of the young girl in front of him, all those feelings turned into a sigh, drifting away with the wind. Is everything ready? Do you want to go home? I can take you. Yes, wait for me a moment. I need to talk to Sister Shiping about something. Okay, go ahead. Qin Shuyu pulled Gao Shiping back to the house and took out a new piece of fabric, this time in red. Is this for the banquet for Hui Hui? Yes. This is one of the most important moments in her life, so she should look nice. It's also a keepsake. Good. The dress is simple to make, but the embroidery on it is more difficult. No problem. I'll help you. Since her previous life, she mostly read books and studied embroidery. She had some skill. Making a big piece was hard, but sewing a wedding dress was doable. Okay, I will improve the drawings and try to finish them tonight. Tomorrow during the day, you can come directly and we can finish the clothes in one day. Once everything was confirmed, Qin Shuyu finally left the Gao family with Lu Haoqing. At this moment, Su Haifeng, who had been forgotten by the Gao family, was leaning against the bed, looking hopeless and uninterested. I want to eat food. I want to eat meat. Meat? Do you have a ticket for meat? No, without a ticket, you can't have meat. You're supposed to be taking care of me. You're using my money and still being lazy? Comrade Su, what are you thinking? Am I taking your money? I took 5 yuan from Qin Shuyu, and she gave it to me. It has nothing to do with you. You. Su Haifeng felt a headache coming on. After being knocked out by Qin Shuyu, he woke up in a hospital. Before he could be grateful that the Gao family wasn't completely cold-hearted, he saw a stranger sitting beside his bed. He was so scared he almost jumped up. After asking around, he learned the Gao family was too busy to take care of him, so they paid someone to look after him. He quickly searched his clothes, feeling all around his pockets, front, back, sides, and found nothing. Sadly, all his money had been taken by the man called the King of the Beggars. The King of the Beggars had a smile on his face as he watched Su Haifeng frantically search, saying nothing. He was the best at obeying his grandmother's orders. She told him that this damn person was no good, and he should torment him as much as he could. If anyone knew how to torment people, it was him. He promised to complete the task. As time went on, the day of the banquet finally arrived. Before dawn, Qin Shue appeared in the Gao family's kitchen to help out. Today's banquet was cooked by Aunt Gao herself, who also invited a few familiar older sisters to help. Su Qiao and Qin Shue were responsible for peeling and washing vegetables, while the strong young men arranged the borrowed tables and chairs. Each table was set with a porcelain plate, ready to hold peanuts and candies once everyone arrived. Last night, Qin Shue and Gao Shiping, holding hands, carried the new clothes they made to the Yang family and personally handed them to Yang Huihui. When the red dress was opened, everyone in the Yang family praised it. Wow, this looks so beautiful. Yes, the red color is so bright. I never knew clothes could be made with so many styles. Yang Huihui was so happy she jumped 3 feet high, hugging Qin Shue and Gao Shiping, repeatedly thanking them. Tomorrow, you'll wear this dress for your wedding, okay? Before leaving, Qin Shue also gave Yang Huihui some skincare tips, telling her to wash her face tonight and apply skincare products in order. She promised there would be a pleasant surprise in the morning. Yang Huihui nodded repeatedly, and even her mother said she would remind her if she didn't follow the advice. Her eyes never left the bright red wedding dress, showing how much she liked it. Gao's father was a native of Chaoyang, but Gao's mother and the sisters had married and were not together. Due to various reasons, they couldn't attend, so they sent some money to Gao's mother, asking her to make the wedding grand. After discussing, both families decided to handle their own arrangements. They set up 5 tables, squeezing in 10 people each, totaling 50 guests. The invitations were split between relatives from both sides, and choosing who to invite caused some worry for the elders. At 9 in the morning, to catch the auspicious time, Gao Wenyu took Gao Wenyang, Gao Wenji, and some colleagues on bikes decorated with big red flowers, heading straight to Yanghe village to pick up the bride. Gao Shiping and Gao's father stood at the door, welcoming relatives, while Lu Haoqing occasionally helped entertain guests. Suddenly, an unexpected person appeared at the Gao family gate, asking to see Qin Shue and Lu Haoqing by name. Gao Shiping had never seen Lin Yan before and didn't know what was happening, but Gao's father saw everything clearly. He said sharply, "What are you here for? This is Gao's territory. We don't welcome someone as dirty as you. Old master, don't be so angry." Huh. If I were dirty, there wouldn't be any good people in this world. After saying that, she rubbed against the man beside her and continued with a bright smile. I had a small misunderstanding with Comrade Qin before. Today, I came here specifically to clear it up. The old master wouldn't refuse me this chance, right? At the moment Lin Yan appeared, Su Qiao, also a young intellectual, saw her and heard her request. She stood there thinking for a moment, then went to the kitchen to tell Qin Shue what was happening outside.
What?
Lin Yan is here. Yes, she specifically asked to see you. Do you want to meet her? Of course I do. Why not? She's come all this way. She wiped her hands clean, then got up and went outside. Uncle Gao, you, and the others go to entertain the guests. I'll handle this. Okay, I'll call Haoqing over. Qin Shue calmly led the person aside, glancing at the frustrated Qiangzi. Suppressing her smile, she focused her gaze on Lin Yan. I didn't expect you, Lin Yan, to be so bold. Isn't the blow from Zhao Jinghao enough for you? And now you dare to appear in front of me? Shue, let's forget about the past. I truly came to apologize this time, and I even brought my boyfriend.
I'm sincere.
Your boyfriend? Yes, him. Song Chong. You probably don't know him. He's from Beijing, lives in a military compound, and is a high-ranking official's son. He's here in Changhe town on some business, and he happened to see Zhao Jinghao bullying me. He felt sorry for me, saved me from danger, and promised to take me back to Beijing to meet my parents after he finishes his work. Wow, Lin Yan. I thought you were already stuck in a tough situation, but it turns out you still have a chance to turn things around. Qin Shue pretended to be very angry, with a murderous look in her eyes. Even Qiangzi, who wasn't the target, felt it and instinctively stepped back. Lin Yan also staggered slightly. Qiangzi then remembered his role and stepped in front of Lin Yan, glaring at Qin Shuya. What's with that look? Just then, Lu Haoqing came out of the Gao family courtyard. Seeing the scene, he was furious and clenched his fists, ready to punch Qiangzi in the face. Qin Shuya had been watching him closely. When she saw him about to act, she suddenly threw herself into his arms, crying loudly. In his arms, Qin Shuya gently pinched his abs and whispered, "Family, don't fight." Lu Haoqing looked confused and asked. His mind was full of questions, but he couldn't get answers. Still, he understood the bigger picture. Since his partner had a plan, he decided not to cause trouble.
Who are you?
How dare you yell at my partner? Lu Haoqing protected Qin Shuya and looked at Qiangzi and Lin Yan with a stern gaze. Lin Yan stepped forward proudly, explaining who Qiangzi was, but Qin Shuya sensed some hesitation in her tone. It seemed Lin Yan didn't fully believe that he was truly Song Chong. No wonder her instructions weren't entirely clear. She wondered why Lin Yan came here today. Turns out, she wanted to confirm whether this person really was Song Chong. Honestly, when she heard the name Song Chong, Lu Haoqing was stunned. He rarely appeared in the military compound and didn't know many people, but unfortunately, he didn't know Song Chong. So, who exactly was this person? Why was he pretending to be Song Chong? He had many doubts, but chose not to ask them now. Who dares to bark here like a fool?
So it's you, Song Chong, he said.
Lu Haoqing, aren't you supposed to stay in the army? Why are you here? Their exchange confirmed they knew each other, and Lin Yan's tense heart finally relaxed. She felt a wave of joy. Song Chong was a big figure in the story. If she used him well, she might succeed in replacing the male lead and becoming the main heroine. If she rewrote the story, she could control the plot. Holding the highest power, Qin Shuya's jade token would be easy to get. Lin Yan knew how to paint a big picture for herself. Where I appear has nothing to do with you. But you, instead of staying with your old master, why did you come to this small town of Chongha? I have nothing to say. It's true. Even unlucky people can attract others of the same kind. Get lost and don't tarnish the Gao family's land. Lu Haoqing, don't be too proud. We'll see. Brother Chong, since you're here, let's stay and have a toast. Lin Yan wouldn't miss this chance to show off. She had previously run away in embarrassment from the Chaoyang team, but now she was determined to regain her confidence. Okay, if you want a drink, let's go inside. She was about to step in, but Lu Haoqing tried to stop her, only to be pulled back by Qin Shuya. Haoqing, is he really that impressive? Lu Haoqing raised an eyebrow and looked down at his little girl silently, asking, "Are you serious?" Talking about other men being impressive in front of him. He wouldn't accept that. What's so impressive? He just relies on his family's power and acts arrogantly. Once his family's influence is gone, he's nothing. His words were quite sharp, neither confirming nor denying. To Lin Yan, who was still nearby, it sounded like Lu Haoqing was just saving face and trying to cover up. That made her very happy. She had thought she was at a dead end, but then fate turned around, and she was able to turn misfortune into good luck, skipping the difficult steps and climbing higher. It seemed she was truly destined to be the heroine. When Qiangzi and Lin Yan entered the Gao family's courtyard, Lu Haoqing pulled her further away, frowning and looking annoyed as he asked, "How do you know Meng Chongqing's people?" "Oh, you know Meng Chongqing too? You're so mischievous. I don't believe you don't know the relationship between Meng Chongqing and Song Chong. You guys are bold enough to let someone pretend to be Song Chong? Song Chong is cunning and cautious. If he finds out, your life might be in danger. Don't worry, I know how to handle things. Nothing will happen. Besides, I haven't married you yet, so how could I get into trouble?" Qin Shuya's lips were red, and her serious look was very charming. "All right, do whatever you want. I'm here for you. If there's anything you can't handle, you must tell me, understand?" "Yes, I understand." That was Lu Haoqing's way of loving, sometimes a bit overbearing, but he also knew when to let go and give her freedom. When they returned to the Gao family's courtyard, they were talking and laughing. Lin Yan sat nearby, feeling a bit jealous as she looked at Lu Haoqing's proud, sharp, yet gentle and handsome face. He looked much better than Song Chong. That's all because of that author. Song Chong is at least a villain, but why do you also describe his appearance? It gives her some reassurance. Every time she sees this man's ordinary face, she feels a bit disappointed. With this look, it's no wonder he's destined to be a minor villain. At 10 o'clock, the wedding procession slowly left the village entrance. Each bicycle carried a person, holding a basket, and giving out candies to everyone, spreading happiness. People in this era are simple, candies are precious, and the blessings are poured onto the newlyweds as if they cost nothing. Yang Huihui wore a bright red wedding dress, covering her black shoes. Gao Wenyu parked his car at their home, stabilized it, then carried his wife inside amid cheers. Next, her brothers carried the dowry into the house. They started with 5 bicycles and returned with 8 bicycles and 2 ox carts. Now that spring plowing is over, as a local leader, using ox carts might seem like abuse of power, but Yang's father understood how to make up for it. He paid money. The local leader, seeing the money, could only turn a blind eye. It was just a quick trip, no more than an hour, so they borrowed the carts. Yang Huihui's dowry was moved back and forth 5 or 6 times, in 10 big and small boxes, all tightly packed. Everyone present was surprised. Wow, what could be inside? So many boxes? Watching all this, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel jealous. Why does a rural person have so much dowry? She was unwilling and wanted some reassurance. She pulled Xiangzi closer, looked at him with flirtatious eyes, and without caring about the crowd, she threw herself into his arms, coquettishly saying, "Brother Chong, after we get married, my dowry will be even more than Yang Huihui's." Xiangzi was speechless. "I'm losing my innocence. Everyone who understands. My older brother gave me a job, but it's so damn hard." He kept a serious face, mechanically patted Lin Yan's back, and gently replied, "Okay, whatever Nian Yan says goes. In the end, who she marries isn't certain anyway. Just go with the flow." In the new house, Gao Wenyu looked at his beautiful wife with a shy face. His cheeks turned red. The Yang brothers nearby looked at them and felt it was a bit awkward, so they made an excuse and left quickly. Now the room was empty. Gao Wenyu hesitated and said softly, "Wife, you look so beautiful. Is it me who looks good, or is it the dress? You look good." Gao Wenyu wasn't stupid. He knew better than to say anything else. If he did, tonight's wedding night might turn into a serious problem. "You're sensible." She playfully rolled her eyes at her husband and started tidying up her belongings. At that moment, Gao Shiqing's voice came from outside the door. "Little brother, sister-in-law, am I coming in?" "Yes, sister, come in." Gao Shiqing was holding a bowl with red dates soaked in brown sugar and eggs, and another bowl with sweet rice balls, symbolizing completeness and good fortune. "Are you hungry? Have a bite first. When the dishes are ready, I'll leave some for you in the kitchen. After you toast and finish, come back to the room to eat. That's why sister cares so much." Yang Huihui smiled brightly, feeling a warm closeness when she saw Gao Shiqing, almost like seeing her own mother. Maybe it was because of her red wedding dress. After all, in this village and nearby areas, no one else wore such a beautiful wedding dress, regardless of their social status. Yang Huihui felt she was truly unique. At 11 o'clock, the 3 Gao brothers and the 3 Yang brothers started putting sunflower seeds and candies into plates. Each plate had 10 candies. It was now a race to grab them. Whoever got a piece, got a piece. If you didn't, there was nothing you could do. Yang Yaguang was responsible for the table with Lin Yan. Qin Shuiwe, standing at the kitchen door, felt a sudden pang in her heart. Oh no, this was bad. The 2 old enemies from their past had finally met. Lin Yan's eyes lit up when she saw Yang Yaguang. Unlike the purposeful approach of Lu Hao, her gaze was full of genuine interest. It seemed that before she entered the book, she probably liked this kind of gentle scholar. Yang Yaguang finished his work and left without even looking at her. Lin Yan felt a bit disappointed. She watched Yang Yaguang's back closely, then looked at Song Chong, who was sitting upright with a furrowed brow. She bit her lip, feeling very conflicted. Finally, it seemed she made up her mind. She lowered her head, said 2 words to Song Chong, and hurriedly followed Yang Yaguang away. Qin Shuiwe immediately chased after her. The three of them entered the main house, one after the other. Before Lin Yan's hand could touch Yang Yaguang's skin, Qin Shua shouted, "Lin Yan, what are you doing sneaking into the master's main house?" Her voice pulled Yang Yaguang's attention back. He looked behind at Lin Yan. I don't recognize her. He approached Qin Shua, who was the only person he knew nearby. Crossing his arms, he frowned and asked, "Why did you come in? Don't you have any sense of being a guest?" I had something to ask you, so I followed you. I didn't realize this was the main house."
Sorry about that.
As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Yang Yaguang, showing a shy and timid look. Qin Shua almost felt like vomiting. "Lin Yan, you've been played by several men, and yet you still act innocent and fragile. Isn't that disgusting? You're talking nonsense, Qin Shua. You're spreading rumors, pure and simple." "Oh? Spreading rumors? Last month you were caught arguing with King Lotzi. Everyone in the team saw it. After it was exposed, you even hooked up with Zhao Jinghao, the squad leader of the Red Guard team, to bring people here to steal my ancestral jade pendant. If Director Li from the committee hadn't been there, who knows what would have happened. Then you left with Zhao Jinghao. Now you're back, hiding behind someone named Song Chong. What's the deal? Only you can do things, and I can't say anything?" Lin Yan instinctively looked at Yang Yaguang, noticing his frown and displeased expression. She felt furious inside. Just as she was about to shout and argue with Qin Shua, Song Chang's deep voice came from the doorway. "Nian Nian, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to the bathroom?" There was no point in saying more now. Her image was already ruined. She couldn't afford to offend Song Chong in her current situation. Without hesitation, Lin Yan walked up to Song Chong, smiling sweetly, and gently led him outside while saying, "I ran into an old friend. Let's talk for a bit. We should go now." After they left, Qin Shua looked at Yang Yaguang and explained, "I think she was following you with bad intentions. I was worried she might cause trouble and make Brother Yang unable to handle it, so I came to check. Thank you, Shua. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." Yang Yaguang always wore a simple, honest smile when talking to people he knew. In his past life, he didn't find happiness and even caused trouble for his family because of his obsession. He didn't know who his true destiny was, but he hoped. In this life, he could live well. "Brother Yang, you should stay away from that woman. You saw for yourself, she's not a good person." "Yes, I understand." At 11:30, the Gao family announced the meal and invited Director Hong from the commune to be the witness for the wedding. He read the wedding vows, and the couple made their vows. After the vows, the dishes were served. There were 8 dishes and 1 soup, a fairly formal banquet. Gao Wenyu toasted everyone with Yang Huihui, thanking them for their support. Then, he took his lovely wife back to their room to eat. The banquet lasted until 12:30, then gradually ended. When Lin Yan was leaving, she left a harsh remark, warning Qin Shua not to be too proud, and secretly made some decisions. Qin Shua waved dismissively, not caring, and helped clean up the mess. They worked until 5 p.m. before the yard was finally cleaned. Aunt Gao, exhausted, didn't want to move anymore. She took out 2 bundles of dried noodles, fried some pork strips, boiled a dozen eggs, added some cabbage, and made a pot of soup, which served as everyone's dinner. After eating, everyone went back to rest. Lu Haoqing took Qin Shua home and stood at the door for a long time, reluctant to leave. "What's wrong, Shua? The people from above have already arrived in Chang'e town. They will probably come to Chaoyang Brigade tomorrow to find you. Once the medicine is handed over, I will go back." Qin Shua paused as she pushed open the yard gate, her dark eyes lowered, and her fan-shaped eyelashes cast a shadow on her porcelain-white face. "It's okay, Haoqing. I'll wait here for you to come back." Lu Haoqing quickly stepped forward, pulling the person into his arms. His large hand lingered around the slender waist, warmth from his palm like silk, soaking into the cool skin. Qin Shua hurriedly looked up with her dark eyes, the faint scent of fresh laundry detergent lingering at her nose, bringing a subtle sense of safety. "I'll be back soon." Her dark eyes blinked, and her usually cold expression was now tinged with a bright, charming color. "Take good care of yourself. If anything happens, remember to tell me, okay? I will. Also, don't look at other men, and don't get too close to them. If I find out, just see how I punish you. When Lu Haoqing said this, his tone was a bit strained, as if Qin Shua had done something really wrong. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll keep a safe distance from other men. If I really can't avoid it, I'll tell them I have a boyfriend. Don't come near me. Satisfied with the answer, Lu Haoqing hugged the person in his arms, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Until the night wind picked up, he gently pushed the person away and softly said, I'll watch you go inside before I leave. You should go back early too. Tomorrow I'll bring breakfast for you and wait with you for the people from the unit. He waved goodbye, and Qin Shua turned and disappeared behind the door. Meanwhile, Lu Haoqing's heart felt empty at that moment, a strange sadness filling his whole body. Qin Shua knew someone would come today, so she didn't go to the Gao family's place. Instead, she stayed at the clinic, helping Su Qiao clean up and gather the herbs that had been dried in the yard. The herbs on this mountain are running out. There used to be so many every day, but now it's only a few every few days. Herbs are seasonal, and since they only gather near that cave, it's normal for them to become scarce. Once this batch is done, they'll probably need to find a new place. Yeah, I guess I was overthinking it. Su Qiao shrugged and continued working on her tasks. Suddenly, a young colleague rushed in, looking anxious. He grabbed Qin Shue and tried to pull her outside. Hey, Comrade Dawei, let's talk properly. Why are you pulling a female colleague like that? Su Qiao often went to the fields to earn work points, so he naturally knew that this comrade was from the Chaiyang team. Although his tone was urgent, he didn't seem overly panicked.
Sorry.
It's okay. Does someone need medical help? Wait for me to get the first aid kit. He picked up the box on the table and told Su Qiao to stay at the clinic to watch over things. Qin Shue, quick on her feet, followed a man named Dawei as they ran toward the fields. When they reached the field, they saw a crowd gathered nearby. The team leader was pacing anxiously. When he saw Qin Shue, he hurriedly said, Quick, Shue. This is serious. What? Someone's life is in danger? Can't be saved. Bah.
Don't say that.
Kids say silly things. You should go see for yourself. Qin Shue frowned. Damn it, she's already grown up, no longer a kid who says silly things. Despite her frustration, she pushed through the crowd and saw an elderly man lying on the ground. He had white hair, his eyes closed, and his face was full of wrinkles, pale and bloodless. Get up. The doctor is coming. A young doctor? Team leader. Is this okay? Next to the elderly man, a young girl was crouching. Seeing Qin Shua's young age, she looked a bit doubtful. It's fine. If she can't help, then no one can. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility if anything happens. If our teacher gets into trouble, you can't take responsibility either. All right, by Qing, let's check him first. Okay. Qin Shua looked down, first feeling the elderly man's pulse, then observing his face. She looked at his eyes and frowned, noticing his pale complexion. The old man was quite old. He should be resting more, but how are they taking care of him? Two young girls, unable to criticize others and instead being criticized themselves, sighed helplessly. Another dark-skinned woman explained, Our teacher is an academician from the Agricultural Science Institute. He came this time to help with the spring planting for the Chaiyang team. After some officials were sent back, the director decided to send someone who truly cares about the crops. My master volunteered himself. At first, the director didn't agree, but my master kept persuading him, so in the end, he agreed. On the way here, my master was already feeling weak, and once we arrived, he worked all day without rest. We tried to persuade him and thought of ways to stop him, but he's our teacher, and we couldn't force him. So, we just let it be. The woman's explanation also revealed her and Bai Qing's helplessness. It's not that they didn't want to care for him, but he was too stubborn, and they had no other choice. Take him to the health clinic. He's exhausted, malnourished, and his body is drained. Every moment he persists is draining his life. If he doesn't get treatment soon, he might not last much longer. That The two women looked at each other, unsure what to do. Finally, the team leader waved his hand and found a strong young man to take the person to the health clinic first. All right, everyone disperse. Go do your own work. The team leader followed and returned to the health clinic. Su Qiao, quickly make the bed with clean sheets and go prepare some millet porridge with a bit of red sugar. Okay. Hearing about millet porridge, the two women looked at Qin Shua in surprise. This doctor was different from others. After placing the old man on the bed, Qin Shua took out silver needles soaked in spiritual spring water. She waved her hands, creating shadows, and after a few minutes, the old man's head, chest, arms, and other parts were filled with silver needles. Then she gently tapped one of the needles, allowing the spiritual energy of the moon's spirit technique to flow through it into the old man's body. This activated the other silver needles, causing them to resonate and produce a synchronized tremor, which helped his condition. Bai Qing gasped in surprise, then quickly covered her mouth, her eyes fixed on Qin Shua's movements. After 10 minutes, the old man's face visibly improved, and his breathing became steady, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Qin Shua did not remove the silver needle but continued to check the elderly person's pulse. After 20 minutes, she released the elderly's hand, stood up, carefully collected all the needles, and covered the person with a blanket. The elderly person is weak and not suitable for heavy tonics. Usually, give him some nutritious food, mainly through diet, supplemented with medicinal food. He will recover fully. What's considered nutritious food? Grain, eggs, meat, and malted milk. Grain is good, we can manage that. Eggs are okay too, but meat and malted milk. We are a bit helpless about those. They're just assistants in the experiment, basically doing chores. Their wages are low, and they don't have many tickets. Most of their earnings go to support their families. Only a few are kept for themselves. This time, the Agricultural Science Institute allocated some funds, but however, the price of nutritious grain is high and their food budget might not be enough. Forget it, if it's not enough, they'll find a way. Anyway, the teacher definitely shouldn't suffer. At worst, they will eat less and save the money to buy nutritious food for the teacher. Qin Shua quickly wrote a prescription and handed it to Su Qiao to get the medicine. When she looked up, she saw 5 people standing at the door, all staring at her in surprise, carefully examining their figures. They look very similar to Lu Haoqing.
Could it be?
Are these the people sent by the higher-ups to discuss the prescription with her? Captain, since this elderly person was injured in our team, the team headquarters should cover the medical expenses. Remember to reimburse me later. Otherwise, when I report expenses at the end of the month, the accounts won't match. Also, does our team get some meal subsidy? After all, the elderly person is not easy to take care of. The team leader looked confused. The team leader was silent, thinking about how they treated the previous group of agricultural science assistants a few days ago, and now, sure enough, those people are not well liked. All right, I will report to the commune and get the medical expenses reimbursed for the elderly. Yes, here is the medical expense list for the first day. Team leader, please take a look and sign quickly. I have guests. The team leader first looked at Qin Shua with confusion, then followed her gaze to the door and saw the tall figure standing there. Suddenly, he understood. Hello, comrades. Please come in quickly. I am the captain of the Chaiyang team. Are you from the military? Hello, Captain. We are here on behalf of the military to discuss cooperation with Comrade Qin Shua. Please handle your matters first. Once you're done, we can talk. All right. I will finish quickly. I initially thought I would just sign and leave, but then I saw the medication list, millet porridge with brown sugar. Qin Dajiang was confused. Is this real? Or am I seeing things? I checked again and confirmed it wasn't a mistake. Qin Dajiang looked up at Qin Shua and asked, This millet porridge with brown sugar is considered medicine? Will it be reimbursed by the team office? Of course it is. Millet is a fine grain, considered a nutritional supplement. Why wouldn't it count as medicine? As for the brown sugar, I won't even mention its benefits, blood nourishment and energy boosting. Eating it makes you healthier. Wouldn't you say that counts as medicine? Qin Dajiang felt that he understood these words when they were separated, but together, They confused him. Sign here.
All right. Okay.
Seeing that the millet porridge was priced at 1 cent and the brown sugar at 2 cents, Qin Dajung thought it was acceptable. He was the kind of person who didn't overthink things. With a quick stroke, he signed his name. From now on, just have me sign, once a month. He waved his hand, signaling the team leader to leave quickly. Comrades, I have other matters to attend to. I'll be going now.
Goodbye, goodbye.
Take care, team leader. The 5 soldiers from the military had overheard Qin Shuiwe and Qin Dajung's conversation and felt even more impressed with them. Now, the whole country relies on these veteran comrades. Losing any one of them would be a loss for the nation. But at this critical time of development, it's hard to spare extra resources and effort to take good care of these veterans. If someone can help share the burden, that would be even better. This shows that these 2 comrades have broad minds and high awareness. Come with me to the back for a chat.
Don't disturb the elders' rest.
The 5 followed Qin Shuiwe into the back room. Before they could say a word, Lu Haoqing arrived. Comrade Song, Dr. Lu, Deputy Chief of Staff Qian. I didn't expect it to be you. Haoqing, you really helped us out this time. The leaders above attach great importance to Comrade Qin Shuiwe's prescription. After approval from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, this wound medicine is very useful for our troops. It can reduce inflammation, stop bleeding, and help wounds heal. If we can use this medicine in clinics, it could save many soldiers' lives. Yes, Haoqing, this is such an important matter. The higher-ups want to come in person, but since our military district can't do without their presence, they had to send just a few of us. When Lu Haoqing first learned about this medicine, he was already overwhelmed with surprise. Now, his heart was full of pride. The person who developed such a good medicine was his. How could he not be happy? Yeah, these are my leaders. They're all very kind. You can speak freely, don't be afraid. I'm here. The others looked at each other, feeling that Lu Haoqing's words had hidden meaning, and his tone was especially gentle. Deputy Commander Qian was someone who couldn't hide things easily. If he had questions he couldn't figure out, he wouldn't sleep all night. I say, Lu Haoqing, what's your relationship with Comrade Qin? Why do you call her so close? Commissioner Song and Dr. Lu looked at each other with disapproval, but their ears perked up, clearly interested in gossip. Deputy Commander Qian, this is our regiment's Comrade Qin Jingjie's younger sister, Comrade Qin Shuiwe.
She's also my
future wife. Cough cough. You really are something, huh? Not even sparing your own soldiers' family members. Deputy Commander Qian, don't forget I also grew up in Chaoyang Battalion. Well, it seems you've been thinking about this since you were young. Seeing Deputy Commander Qian's increasingly outrageous remarks, Commissioner Song quickly pulled him back, guiding him to sit on a nearby stool and awkwardly explaining, Old Qian, your mouth is always loose. No bad intentions, don't take it the wrong way. Haha, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Qin Shuiwe smiled, watching the interaction between her colleagues and Lu Haoqing. She wasn't angry. In fact, she thought Deputy Commander Qian was very straightforward, honest, and open. Getting along with him should be easy. Hey? Wait, I didn't see your marriage proposal. Where did your wife come from? Isn't this damaging the young girl's reputation? Deputy Chief of Staff Qian suddenly thought of this and stood up to ask his question. This time I go back to report, and I hope both leaders can help speak well for me so that the report can be approved sooner. Oh, then you need to find him. Your report also needs the political commissar's signature.
Commissar Song.
Thank you very much. Seeing the 2 leaders talking back and forth, Lu, the doctor, was anxious because he couldn't get a word in. He had just seen that amazing scene, an acupuncture needle, something he had only read about in books but never experienced himself. Now he wished he could stay with Qin Shuiwe for 3 days and 3 nights to learn everything she knew. Fortunately, Qin Shuiwe didn't know Lu's plan. If she did, if he wanted to empty her mind, forget it. Not only does her brain contain medical knowledge from 2 lifetimes, but the vast collection of books in that space is beyond what a person can fully understand in a lifetime. All right. Just submit your report when you go back, and I'll sign it immediately, no delay. Is that okay? That's more like it. Go on, go away. Waving Lu Haoqing aside, Commissar Song happily said to Qin Shuiwe, Comrade Qin, about this prescription. Let's talk? The next few people discussed the proportions of the medicine. Dr. Lu even raised some medical questions, some unrelated to the prescription, and Qin Shuiwe answered them all. Really? It can be like that? Suddenly, Dr. Lu felt enlightened. Many treatments for illnesses gave him new ideas. He couldn't wait to try them out. Then he thought, such a treasure. If he could bring it back to the army, it could benefit soldiers who fought with their lives on the line. Comrade Song, I think we should immediately approve the marriage report for Comrade Lu Haoqing, and also approve their housing so they can get married quickly. Otherwise, living apart in two places makes life dull and unfulfilling, doesn't it? Commissar Song, don't think I don't know what you're planning. You just want Comrade Qin Shuiwe to go to the army. If you have a problem, why not ask her directly? But such talent should indeed be kept close. Cough cough, Haoqing, this time when you go back, just submit the marriage and housing reports together. No need for background checks. Comrade Qin Shuiwe's character and family are well known, so approval will be straightforward. His eager attitude pleased him. Okay, political commissar, Shuiwe, about the authorization for this prescription. This is also their main purpose for coming. I will provide this prescription to the troops for free, and in the future, they will have priority in using the medicines developed. Everyone preparing to be taken advantage of, thought. Haoqing, who wants to benefit his wife, thought. Is this real? Yes, a country is the foundation of a home. Protecting the country requires soldiers' guardianship. Without them, we wouldn't have our peaceful days today. I am not important enough to go to the front lines, so I can only shine in other places. That's great. Shuiwe, young people today, with just their passion, want to protect the country, but they don't realize there are other ways. You are a role model. Qin Shuiwe smiled but didn't reply. Instead, she handed over the prescription, explaining the order of herbs and precautions during preparation. Once everything was settled, Commissar Song and the others didn't stay long. They took the prescription and left for the Chaoyang team, giving Haoqing the night to prepare. Early the next morning, they left together. That night, Qin Shuiwe appeared at the Gao family's dinner table. As a soon-to-be bride, Gao Wenyu and Yang Huihui's interactions were overly sweet. Gao Wenyang and Haoqing looked on with envy, while Gao Zi looked speechless. During dinner, Haoqing suddenly said, Wenji, pack your things tonight. Tomorrow come with me. Really? Cousin, I can really go with you? Unlike Gao Zi's excited mood, Gao's parents looked visibly reluctant. But since they had already agreed, they couldn't refuse now. Wenji, once you're in the army, listen to your cousin, okay? Got it, got it. You need to be good, control your temper. Don't worry, Mom. Going to the army is to temper my temper. Haoqing, you're leaving tomorrow too? Are your wounds fully healed? Uncle, everything is ready. The leader just arrived, so we can leave together. Then, I'll leave Wangji in your hands. You should train him well, scold him when needed. The more skills he learns, the safer his life will be. Don't worry, Uncle. The joyful atmosphere turned into a sad farewell. The Gao family found it hard to enjoy their meal. Thinking that they probably had many things to say, Qin Shuiwe didn't stay long. It was still evening, and beside her was a familiar man. But now, they faced the same goodbye. They looked at each other in silence, not knowing what to say. When they reached Qin Shuiwe's door, Lu Haoqing couldn't find the words. I will wait here for you to come back.
You.
I will write you letters. I've received the approval report, and I'll come back as soon as I can.
You.
Remember to think of me. After speaking, Lu Haoqing lowered his eyes, a faint blush on his ears. Qin Shuiwe stepped closer. Her warm little hand touched his ear, and she softly chuckled. I thought you were strong and wouldn't be shy. Maybe I am strong, but you'll find out if you try. This was a playful hint. Who could resist that? Don't come to see me off tomorrow. I don't want to face leaving. I might not be able to hold back tears. Okay, she replied simply because she was afraid she might also cry. This time, I will see you off. Lu Haoqing responded softly, looking deeply at Qin Shuiwe. Suddenly, he stepped forward and left a gentle kiss on her forehead. I love you. His voice was so soft it seemed it might drift away with the wind, but it was clear and steady in Qin Shua's ears. She bit back the tears in her eyes, her black eyes curved into a sweet smile. I love you too. Lu Haoqing loosened her hand and quickly turned to leave. His steps were swift, almost running. When his figure disappeared around the corner, Qin Shua finally pushed open the door and went inside. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, the familiar figure reappeared at the corner, quietly watching her until she was safely inside, then silently leaving. Many people suffer from insomnia, but their reasons are all different. Early in the morning, Qin Shua rubbed her sleepy head, feeling that she probably wouldn't have the energy to work at the health clinic today. She turned to her space and used the flow of time to sleep for a few more hours. When she came out, she felt refreshed and alert. When Su Qiao came to help in the morning, she saw Qin Shua in her usual state and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You're really impressive. I heard Lu Haoqing is leaving today and you don't seem sad or upset. Why should I be sad? He'll come back eventually. Besides, we still have a long time together, so I don't mind this short separation. But you, when are you planning to take my second brother home? I haven't told my parents about this yet. Huh? Are you planning to abandon him? Don't talk nonsense. I truly care about your second brother. Then what are you worried about? My family might be different from others. I'm afraid. No need to be afraid. If you have concerns, just tell us. Everyone can help think of a solution. If not, I can ask my second brother to stay at your house every day. Uncle and aunt will surely see his sincerity. Unaware, Gao Wenyang looked on with confusion. Thank you so much, sister. What kind of ideas are you coming up with? Su Qiao seriously considered Qin Shua's words. She also thought that continuing like this wasn't a good idea. Sooner or later, she would have to tell her family. It was better to face it now than to delay. Once she made up her mind, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Even the hardest work seemed easier. The busy day went by quickly. Qin Shua didn't feel anything special, but after night fell and everything was quiet, her longing in her heart felt like a ball with a hole, unable to be repaired. In the end, she decided to let that hole stay open. In a few days, it would be better. Qin Shua enjoyed a few peaceful days. Most of her time was spent eating and taking care of the clinic. There weren't many patients, so she felt unusually relaxed. Because of that, she visited the Gao family more often. The main reason was that the Gao family had lost several members suddenly. Uncle Gao and Aunt Gao naturally felt a bit empty inside. On the third day after Gao Wenyu and his wife got married, they returned to the Yang family to hold a banquet. After the celebration, they went straight back to the town. They previously rented a small, clean house in town, next to the post office, which made commuting easy for Gao Wenyu. They paid for it happily. The elderly at home were pleased, believing that as long as the young couple was happy, everything was fine. Lu Haoqing and Gao Wenji went to the army, and no one knew when they would return. Gao Yang returned to work the day after Gao Wenyu's wedding. Without urgent reasons, he wouldn't come home. The lively household was now just the old couple, Gao Shiping, and a quiet, well-behaved child who couldn't speak. During this time, Qin Shua sold some herbs in town. The mountain people told her that most of the medicinal plants in that area had been harvested, except for the seeds. She promised to look for a new place in a few days. By the end of May, as June approached, Su Haifeng, who had been forgotten, once again entered the Gao family's home. This time, he was accompanied by the Lao Ziwang. Miss, Su Haifeng brought his mother along.
Huh?
Is Su Haifeng fully recovered? Yes, he recovered long ago. He stayed at the guest house for a few days. I felt he had bad intentions, so I kept an eye on him. Sure enough, I noticed something suspicious. You shouldn't do that. Qin Shua quietly told Lao Ziwang a few things. After he left, she closed the clinic door and took Su Qiao to the Gao family. At noon, it was time for the Gao family to have lunch. Su Haifeng was loudly scolding Qin Shua's bad behavior in the yard, but the Gao family responded with cold indifference. Recently, Su Lai's wife had gone back to her hometown, upset after being scolded by her eldest daughter-in-law. Unable to stay, she returned to the city with her grandson. She was anxious after not seeing Su Haifeng and, upon hearing news of him, entrusted her grandson to a trusted relative. The old lady hurried onto a bus to meet her son, and they came together to the Gao family. I say, dear, your family's actions are unfair. Su Haifeng is still your son-in-law. How can you let outsiders bully him? Bully? We think we've been too lenient. His attitude toward my daughter is unacceptable. Beating him wouldn't be wrong. That's going too far. Why not blame your daughter-in-law, Shiping, for being unworthy? My family's Haifeng is still young and just a clerk in an office. Wherever he goes, people praise him. He is so good. Your daughter is lucky to marry him. It's a blessing from many lifetimes. What's wrong with saying a few kind words about him? Why are you resisting? Do you really think you're a wealthy young lady, mocking our Su family? When it comes to wealthy people, is there anyone who can compare to your Su family? Qin Shuya lazily walks into the yard from outside, looking at Grandma Su with disdain. Nonsense. Our family is honest farmers, not capitalists. Don't smear dirt on our Su family. So, you also know that calling someone a capitalist isn't a good thing. I thought you were truly naive, unable to tell right from wrong. You unrespectful girl who doesn't respect elders. Today, I will teach you a lesson for your parents. Enough, don't play these tricks with me. It's annoying. Qin Shuya pushes away the angry old lady and steps steadily toward Haifeng. Her face is calm, but dangerous. Su Haifeng, aren't you going to admit it? Who really acts like a capitalist? You've done something wrong, yet you let your mother slander others here. Are you trying to help the bad guys?
What?
What do you mean? I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying. Fine, if you don't understand, let's talk it out. How did a young man like you become a little capitalist, son? Su Haifeng, do you think you're clever, hiding your woman and child outside? You're so bold to act like a capitalist in front of everyone, shamelessly bringing trouble to the door. That's just too much. Qin Shiyue's words hit like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone. But only Su family and Su Qiao look surprised. The Hai family members remain unusually calm. Before Lu Haoqing left, he already told everyone about this matter. With Gao Shiping's approval, arrangements were made, waiting for Su Haifeng to come and punish their family. I didn't do it. You're lying. Shiping, trust me. I really didn't do anything. Su Haifeng's panicked eyes fall on Gao Shiping. She remains calm, not even lifting her eyelids. I was blind back then, falling for someone like you, which led to my current situation. If I didn't have my family, I might have died far from home, and even my obedient child wouldn't have survived. You're just a beast. When my cousin sent you to work in the mines as an assistant, you were proud and thought you were better than others. But you forgot that everything you have was given by our Gao family. You repaid us by insulting and mocking me and my child, even restricting our food and clothing. Do you think I still need to forgive you? At this moment, Su Haifeng was truly panicked. He had planned to bring his mother back, cause some trouble, and make the Gao family feel embarrassed. They would be forced to return Shiping to him, and he could accept it reluctantly, maybe even ask for some benefits. Life could still go on. But unexpectedly, how did everything get exposed?
Could it be?
Was it Lu Haoqing? His mind was full of doubts, and Su Haifeng couldn't calm down to think clearly. Old Lady Su stood there in confusion. She felt she hadn't understood what was said before, but she clearly heard Gao Shiping's words. She immediately retorted, "My son relies on his own ability. Just because he got a job arranged by your Gao family, what does that matter? If my son wasn't diligent and hardworking, would he have come this far?" The yard was eerily silent. Even Su Haifeng felt so awkward he wanted to dig a hole and hide. "Mom, stop talking. Why shouldn't I talk? I want to say it." Qin Shiyue smiled softly, with a sarcastic curve on her lips. "Fine, old lady. You said it. Your son has come this far, and it has nothing to do with the Gao family, right? Originally. Mom, stop. Get up. The Gao family is just a bunch of country folks. It's a big deal that you married into them. Do you think it's their achievement? I'll tell you, no way. My son is capable. All his achievements are because of his own efforts. It has nothing to do with you. Good, good, good. Not bad. Since it has nothing to do with the Gao family, Sister Shiping doesn't want any connection with comrade Su Haifeng either. So, before finishing her sentence, Qin Shua handed the decision over to Gao Shiping. Su Haifeng, I, Gao Shiping, have been with your family for many years. I believe I have never done anything wrong. Now that it has come to this, I blame myself for not seeing people clearly. Let's divorce. I don't want anything from the house. I just want to live peacefully. Gao Shiping, you want to divorce me? That's a joke. You're such a strange person. I can't even bring myself to ask for a divorce. Su Haifeng didn't expect these sarcastic and harsh words to come from Gao Shiping. She used to always accommodate him, always putting him first, never even raising her voice at him.
Now.
No, I won't. I won't divorce no matter what. Not divorcing? Do you want her son to be a secret child who can't show his face for his whole life? This was Su Haifeng's soft coercion, and Gao Shiping knew exactly how to handle it. Son?
You
have a son. Grandma Su reacted slowly, but then realized and happily grabbed Su Haifeng's hand.
Mom.
Son, you finally have a child? That's good. Divorce. We must divorce today. Let them leave our family for good. We'll bring your son back, and the whole family can live happily. Okay? Su Haifeng thought about his chubby son and gently ping. His mood became even happier. Seeing his expression, the Gao family understood everything. But to completely cut ties with him, no one said anything. Qin Shua continued speaking. Su Haifeng, you are having an affair outside. If this gets out, it will affect you greatly. I don't need to tell you, right? Just sign the divorce papers happily. From now on, the bridge is the bridge, the road is the road. You and Sister Shiping are no longer connected. Plus, your outside woman can now openly come into the house. Even if we cause trouble, we have no reason not to. This is the only chance. Whether you take it or not depends on you. I suddenly felt that Qin Shua's words were right, but Su Haifeng always thought that this woman wouldn't be so kind-hearted. After much thought, he believed that divorce was truly beneficial for himself. Not only could the current situation be resolved, but his eldest son could also gain citizenship, killing two birds with one stone. Okay, I agree. Su Haifeng's words finally freed Gao Shiping from years of burden. The two quickly went to the Civil Affairs Bureau and soon received their divorce certificate. The staff there were surprised when they processed the paperwork, as divorces were rare in those days, and such boldness was not common. After the divorce, Su Haifeng hurried home under Grandma Su's urging, ready to start his new life, unaware that there was a bigger challenge waiting for him in Dongning town. This marriage was not so easy to end. After finishing the paperwork, Gao Shiping felt calm and even a little happy. She went to the obedient child's bed, placed the divorce certificate in her hand, and cheerfully talked about her hopes for the future. Of course, her future life was full of hope, but also shadowed by her obedient child's presence. Mom is going to give you a new name. How about just using Gao? When you wake up, Grandpa Squad Leader will give you a certificate, and Mom will take you to change it. This time, the obedient child moved her hands much more, making Gao Shiping very happy. She quickly called her family over to share the joy. With hope in her heart, she believed life would get better and better. In the following days, Gao Shiping focused all her energy on making clothes. She sewed 2 more complicated outfits. After asking Qin Shua to help check them and confirming they were good, early the next morning, the two packed the clothes into a basket and took the bus to the county town. Gao Shiping was a little nervous. She nervously held Qin Shua's hand, her palms sweating. Don't be nervous. It's okay. Even if it doesn't work out, we can still sell these clothes. At worst, she could accept it or keep it for now, and when the government promotes individual business in a few years, she could look for a shop in the county or city to sell her products.
I
can't afford to gamble. She is a divorced daughter. Although her family doesn't look down on her, she can't rely on her family to raise her daughter. She needs to find something to do herself. If this plan doesn't work, she'll have to look for other options. Even though she has some education and went to school for a few years, nowadays having an education doesn't necessarily mean you can earn a good living. Life has hope, but it also feels confusing. By the time she arrived in the county town, it was already 10 a.m. Luckily, there is a train to Ding Tong City, which is not far away, just over an hour's ride. They bought the nearest train tickets and got on the train smoothly. They arrived in Ding Tong City just in time for noon. Gao Shiping stood at the station exit, watching the busy crowd, her heart pounding even more. Where should we go now? First, find a place to stay, and then have something to eat. Okay. Gao Shiping, who had never traveled far before, was nervous and followed Qin Shua closely. Wherever she went, Gao Shiping followed. They found a state-run restaurant in front of the station, ordered 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles, and asked about the location of a guest house. There are 5 guest houses in Ding Tong City. 2 are near the train station, 1 is near the department store, and Qin Shua finally chose the one close to the department store. After all, the area around the train station is mixed with all kinds of people. Although she has some fighting skills, she doesn't like being disturbed at night when she sleeps. Moreover, they came here mainly for the department store, so staying nearby is more convenient. By the time they checked into the guest house and got their rooms, it was already 3 p.m. Qin Shua didn't rush to sell clothes, but instead helped Gao Shiping and herself get ready. She sprayed some nourishing liquid on Gao Shiping's slightly messy hair and used a blow dryer to style it neatly. Then she parted her own hair to the side, braided a single plait, and let it hang over her shoulder, wearing a dark blue headband. Both of them put on their new clothes, applied bright red lipstick, put on small leather shoes, carried small leather bags, and prepared to go out, twisting their waists confidently. Is this okay? Shua. This was the first time Gao Shiping wore such clothes, and she felt a bit uncomfortable. She kept pulling her hair, adjusting her skirt, and holding her small purse carefully, afraid to get it dirty with sweat. She kept switching hands, worried about staining her purse. Shiping, people in the city dress like this. Look at those big waves and bright red lips on the street. If the weather weren't cold, everyone would be wearing fancy clothes. Don't worry. No one here knows us. Be brave, it's okay. I'll try. She took a deep breath and patted her stiff face. Because she pressed too hard, her pale face turned red. Now she looked a bit more normal, but it still hurt a little. The clothes they wore were very different. Gao Shiping's face was rough and yellow, not as delicate as Qin Shua's, but her slim waist, legs, and curvy hips showed off her good figure. Many women stopped to look and point, wanting to ask questions, but they hesitated because Qin Shua looked proud and aloof. Qin Shua's goal was not to talk to anyone. She ignored the others and, with Gao Shiping hanging on her arm, half-dragged her into a department store. They took the stairs to the 3rd floor, where the women's clothing was, and strolled around casually. Hey, look at those 2 women's clothes. I've never seen that style before. Are they imported? I heard that big city has shops from overseas, and their clothes are expensive but beautiful. Really?
No wonder.
Those clothes look costly. Hey, look at that woman with the blue headband. She's glowing white, and her face is so smooth. I wonder how she keeps it so nice. Should we go ask her? Ask? You don't even want to put on lotion, so asking wouldn't help. The saleswoman overheard and agreed. She wasn't lazy. Her salary was just enough, and she had to help support her family. She didn't have much left to buy lotion. Buying a small jar of ointment was already a good deal. Here they come, here they come. Miss, this is still a department store in the city. The clothes aren't as good as yours, and I don't see anything I like. You've become spoiled because of me. But everything's fine. While speaking, she reached out and pulled up the clothes in front of her, carefully examining them mainly to look at the style and find some new ideas for herself. Does this one catch your eye? Hey, comrade, how much is this piece of clothing? Comrade, this one doesn't have a tag. It costs 50 yuan. What? 50? Wow, sister. You only charge me 20 yuan for making a piece of clothing. Isn't that a loss? No, no, I'll pay you back later. Next time, you can sell me clothes at this price too, or I'll be upset, Gao Shiping thought. 20 yuan for one piece, 50 for another. Is that all the money she can ask for? When she was with the Su family before, Su Haifeng only gave her 2 yuan a month, and she had to argue to get it. Now, she makes a piece of clothing and sells it for so little. A simple piece of clothing, easy to make. She can make 3 pieces a day. Selling each at a minimum of 20 yuan means she can earn about 60 yuan a day. That's a dream come true for her.
Are
These clothes really made by you? The sales clerk nearby looked at their clothes with disbelief, wanting to reach out and touch them but afraid they might be upset, so she just watched silently. Of course. My sister is amazing. The clothes she makes are much more stylish than these and cheaper too. She's my real sister, and she sells to me at cost price. Plus, the embroidery on these is sewn by her needle by needle. Look, isn't it beautiful? She then stepped forward to let them look more closely. Seeing Qin Shua take the initiative, the 2 sales clerks dared to touch the clothes, praising as they did. Wow, so beautiful, really beautiful. In this era, most clothes are handmade, so using that as a selling point isn't enough. But showcasing craftsmanship can highlight skill, which varies in quality. After showing her clothes, Qin Shua asked the sales clerks to prepare an invoice for the item she liked, casually saying, "Hey, sister, do you think if you bring clothes here to sell, they would sell well? It's a pity we don't know the buyers at the department store, or we could ask. I still think your clothes are the best. It's a shame not to share them." The 2 sales clerks nodded in agreement. Although they earned a fixed salary here, if they met their monthly performance goals, they could earn some bonuses. No one today would complain about earning extra money. At that moment, one of the clerks brightened her eyes, whispered something to the other nearby clerk, then immediately turned and ran. Her speed was so fast it could be called a sprint. "Excuse me, comrades, the official stamp on this ticket isn't clear. I need my colleague to find the manager and get a new ticket."
could you?
Wait a moment. Wait again? How long will that take? Qin Shua pretended to be impatient, maintaining her character. Very soon, very soon. Please wait a little. All right. My sister and I will browse around some more and look at other items. We'll come back in about 10 minutes. So, a comrade, are you just shopping on this floor? Are there other floors selling women's clothes? No, just this floor. Feel free to look around. She tilted her chin up, swayed her slim waist, and pulled Gao Shiping to another section to browse. Shuiwa, that comrade just now, probably went to find the manager. Good, that way we won't wander aimlessly and bump into things. If they need us, we can negotiate better prices. We can't let them take advantage. Are these clothes really worth 20? Probably some more complicated styles can sell for 20. Regular ones are only about 16 or 17. That's my budget. After all, the department store needs to make a profit. Plus, private sales are illegal now, so the department store also takes risks. They need to earn the big money. I understand. To achieve a win-win situation, you need to learn when to compromise. The first step in doing business is understanding. In less than 10 minutes, the 2 returned to their original spot. Standing nearby was a slightly older woman, sharp-eyed and slightly critical. She looked them over from head to toe, then slightly smiled, indicating she was quite satisfied. "Hello, comrades. I am the purchasing agent for the women's clothing section of the department store. My name is Zhao. Just call me Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao, we didn't expect buying clothes would attract the attention of the manager. It's an honor. Well, it's nothing serious. I wonder if you 2 could come to my office for a chat. Don't worry. I just want to confirm a few things with you, related to the skills of the lady beside you. Just a few words, and if it doesn't work out, that's fine. All right then." With a hesitant look, Qin Shua was actually quite confident inside. She held Gao Shiping's hand and led Sister Zhao to the office behind the women's clothing counter. The office had a simple setup: a yellow-brown wooden desk, 2 matching wooden sofas, a black office chair, and a filing cabinet. It was clean and neat, matching Sister Zhao's impression of her. "Please sit." "Sorry, I don't usually have visitors, so I don't have extra cups." "It's okay, Sister Zhao. Just tell us what you want to say. I think your clothing styles are quite new and fresh. Our department store sells the most fashionable and popular items, on par with big cities. But I haven't seen clothes like yours before. I heard that this lady here makes them. Yes. Yes. Sister Zhao was a bit surprised after hearing that. In her view, Gao Shiping didn't seem like someone who had seen much of the world. Her hands, with their light calluses, looked more like those of a homemaker who stays at home all the time. She couldn't imagine how Gao Shiping could make such unique clothes. How many pieces can you make in a day? Like what my sister is wearing, I can make 3 pieces a day. If it's more detailed, maybe 1 or 2. Are there even more complicated ones? Could you show me some of your work? That will have to wait until tomorrow. I just gave the clothes to my sister and she left them at home. Is your home far from here? Gao Shiping didn't know how to answer at first. Qin Shue stepped in to explain. Sister Zhao, it's like this. My fiancé is from Beijing. We're planning to get married soon, so we need to buy some things. That's why we came to Ding Tong City. We originally come from Chongning Town, but I brought all the clothes my sister gave me. They're at the guest house. If you want to see them, I can bring them tomorrow. I see.
All right.
Then tomorrow, just bring the clothes and come to see me. We can continue our talk then. May I ask what Sister Zhao wants to discuss with us? Why don't you tell us first? Let's be clear about this. I see that your sister's skills are good, and she has good ideas. I want to work with her, but we need to wait until the clothes arrive before discussing the details. Working together? Are state-owned department stores now allowed to cooperate with private businesses? Not exactly, but there is some room for negotiation. Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow. With that promise, Qin Shue knew she had already secured half the success. The other half depended on how they discussed things tomorrow. The two left Sister Zhao's office, bought some clothes, and returned to the guest house. They asked the clerk for some hangers, then carefully hung all the clothes in the room, placing them on the coat rack. Shue, do you really think it will work tomorrow? Sister Shiping, you need to believe in your clothes. Belief, this thing, I lost it many years ago. Qin Shue didn't try to persuade her strongly or make big promises. In her past life, Sister Shiping could create miracles herself. She believed she could do the same this time. For dinner, they ate at a nearby state-run restaurant. Sister Shiping had little appetite because she was worried about tomorrow. She ate half a steamed bun. Qin Shue, however, was hungry and ate 1.5 buns, then made a bowl of braised pork. After wiping her mouth, she returned to the guest house. When it was time to sleep, a problem arose. Sister Shiping had been tense all day. She thought she could fall asleep, but she found she couldn't. Her mind kept thinking about the same thing, and she couldn't feel sleepy. So she turned over in bed, shifting back and forth. Her voice was soft but anxious. Qin Shue made a firm decision. She took out a silver needle from her space, turned her head, and quickly inserted it into Sister Shiping's sleep point. In an instant, the restless person fell into sleep.
Phew.
Good, she's asleep now. Otherwise, she'd wake up with a headache tomorrow. Sister Shiping was finally asleep, and Qin Shue felt relieved. She got up, pulled back the curtain to look outside, weighed her options, then quietly opened the window. She used tools to lock the window from inside, then jumped down to the ground floor. Fortunately, it was the 3rd floor, or she wouldn't have been so confident. Finally visiting the city, she couldn't miss this chance to make some money. She overheard someone talking about the black market at the cemetery in the west part of town. Today was a big market day, so she decided to take a look, hoping to find something interesting. She headed west but got lost in many dead ends because she didn't know the way. Luckily, her instincts guided her, and she finally found the right place. She saw the dark, shadowy cemetery with people moving around. She was speechless. This market was the strangest one she had ever seen. Fortunately, Qin Shue had sharp senses. Even in the dark night, she could see everything clearly. She quietly moved with the silent crowd inside. The market was made up of small stalls. Some sold eggs, shoe insoles, clothes, antiques, calligraphy, jewelry, and gold. But the most popular were the stalls selling grains and flour. All the vendors kept quiet. Those asking about prices spoke very softly. She asked about a few prices quietly. She figured out the prices in her mind. Then she quietly put some meat, sugar, and a few rolls of noodles into her basket on her back. When she reached the front, she set down her basket, took out some pork, and displayed it. Immediately, many people gathered around. "Comrade, how much is this?" "Comrade, I don't have a ticket." "Is that okay?" "Also, he doesn't have a ticket, but I do." "I have money and a ticket." "Sell to me, please." Although many people gathered, they didn't shout or make noise, so others weren't disturbed. Those with money and tickets go first. 5 mao per jean with a ticket. "I have 5 jean of meat." "The whole lot is 4 mao and 5 per jean with a ticket." "I want it." "I want it." "That's enough for me." One man pushed through the crowd, paid a little over 2 yuan, handed over 5 jean of meat tickets, and happily took the pork and left. Although the city had more supplies than the county, the population was also larger. People weren't necessarily without money or tickets, but the supply couldn't meet everyone's needs. That's why even the black market was so popular. "I also have fine white flour and rice, 3 mao per jean with a ticket, 20 jean each. Anyone interested?" First come, first served. I want. Again, 2 people, paying money, exchanging tickets, carrying bags, and leaving quickly and efficiently. Qin Shue likes this kind of straightforward transaction. "Comrade, what else do you have?" Yeah, do you have anything that doesn't need a ticket?" "Yes, we have a bag of brown sugar, 1 jean each, 3 yuan. There are 10 bags. White sugar, 1 jean each, 2.5 yuan. There are 5 bags. Hurry up if you want some." Qin Shue sees the business is good and quietly adds some items to her basket. The basket is deep, and in the dark, no one can see clearly. After all, she can decide how much to take. In 5 minutes, all 15 bags of white sugar are sold out. She made over 40 yuan this time. Still have 20 bundles of fine white noodles, made from proper refined flour. 1 bundle per jean, 3 yuan each. Hurry if you want some. Noodles are quite valuable. Some like eating noodles but are too lazy to make hand-pulled noodles, so dried noodles are best. Again, there's a rush, and within a few minutes, all 20 bundles of dried noodles are sold out. Holding the money, Qin Shue quickly turns and disappears into the night. She finds a place to hide herself, then, after making sure no one is following, changes her clothes. She puts 10 bundles of dried noodles and 5 jean of rice into her basket, then walks around to another spot to continue shopping. This time, she is not acting as a seller but as someone trading items. First, she goes to a jewelry and gold stall, squats down to carefully examine the items. Any woman seeing these shiny, transparent treasures wouldn't be able to resist. "Comrade, want some?" "I sell cheap, honest goods." Qin Shue casually picks up a bright green jade bracelet. It feels cold, smooth, and round in her hand. There are no impurities, making it a good piece. "How much for it?" 5 jean of fine grain, 20 jean of coarse grain. The prices are not too high. But Qin Shue doesn't plan to trade with grain. She has space in her storage, and because of the spiritual energy, she takes out 2/3 of her medicinal herbs. The remaining 1/3 is grain and vegetables she usually eats. She doesn't plan to sell this part. Only the items stored in her warehouse, those prepared by Lin Yan in her past life, are available for trade. Although Lin Yan's fine grains are also in large quantities, they are not as many as the dried noodles, brown sugar, and white sugar she prepared. She wonders what Lin Yan was thinking back then, but now she can't find out the truth. So she plans to keep these fine grains for her family to eat, and she can exchange the less used items for money. "I have some dried noodles here. 3 jean for 1 exchange." "Dried noodles?" "Let me see the quality." Qin Shue put down her backpack, took out a bundle, and the bright white noodles smelled fragrant under the moonlight, shining brightly. The stall owner's eyes widened in surprise. "Do you have a lot of this kind of noodles?" "What do you want to do?" "Well, I have a lot of jewelry at home, all of which I can exchange for you. But I only want this quality of noodles. I can offer a lower price. For this quality, 2 jean. A better one, 3 jean. The best, 5 jean. How does that sound?" Without hesitation, Qin Shua nodded in agreement, arranged a meeting place, and put the exchanged jade bracelet into her basket, which was actually stored in her space. Then she continued browsing. All the noodles in her basket were exchanged for items Qin Shua was interested in. She looked at the time and saw over an hour had passed. Thinking of Gao Shiping sleeping at the guest house, she turned around and headed back. In 20 minutes, she returned to the guest house, climbed over the wall, opened the window quickly, and slipped inside. After cleaning up all traces, she took off her clothes and lay on the bed. Not long after, her steady breathing could be heard. At 9 in the morning, the two, dressed differently, carried bags and headed straight to the department store. This time, they didn't use a guide. They knocked on the office door and sat on the sofa opposite Zhao Jia. "Here are some clothes." "Zhao Jia, take a look." The clothes had hangers attached. Gao Shiping stood up to help organize them. After glancing around the room, she picked up 2 pieces hanging on the coat rack and then took 2 more, holding them in her hands. All 4 pieces of clothing were intricately made, taking a lot of time and effort. Zhao Jia looked at the clothes and instinctively held her breath. Really, really beautiful. The clothes didn't have overly complicated embroidery or decorative techniques. To avoid tiring Gao Shiping, Qin Shua used her own aesthetic to decorate the clothes with simple lines or bright, lightweight fabrics to create a visual impact. Clearly, she succeeded. Seeing Zhao Jia's eager but hesitant expression, it was obvious she was extremely satisfied. "Zhao Jia, there are more here." I shook all the clothes out of the bag. When there was no space, I laid them on the desk and sofa. 7 or 8 pieces of clothing surrounded the entire office. Yes, the craftsmanship is detailed, clever, and innovative, but, Sister Zhao, if there's a problem, you can just say it. With more people, we might come up with a solution. It's a pity we can't produce these clothes in large quantities. They're easy to sell and can fetch good prices. Sister Zhao, you're wrong about that. No matter what, Ding Tong City is a big city. People may not care much about fancy food, but dressing well is still possible with some effort. Who doesn't want a unique piece of clothing? Rarity makes it valuable, and the price can increase several times. Bulk production has its benefits, but small quantities also have advantages. Don't you agree? Yes, I never thought of that. The only problem now is the licensing. If we don't have a written agreement with the department store, we might face unnecessary trouble. Buying and selling privately is still against the law. It's simple. The supervisor is a relative of mine. Wait a moment, I'll take these clothes over. The authorization letter for purchasing will be ready soon. Sister Zhao, I think this dress suits your height and figure very well. I'll give it to you. It was made by my sister and has never been worn. I want to thank you for your help. That's too much to ask. It's okay, Sister Zhao. In the future, please take good care of my sister. The 3 of them exchanged names and left the department store, leaving the dress as a gift for Sister Zhao. Qin Shua and Gao Shiping left together. The rest of the work was up to Sister Zhao. I believe because of that dress, the purchase price wouldn't be too low. No matter what, Gao Shiping would profit. Once the deal was settled, Gao Shiping felt much better. She was in a good mood to go shopping. They decided to browse the fabric counter on the first floor, looking for new colors to bring back. In a few days, they could deliver the fabrics for sale. At the fabric counter on the first floor, rolls of fabric were neatly arranged, along with smaller pieces folded carefully. The colors were bright and eye-catching, making it hard to look away. Shua, this color looks nice. And this one too. It will be perfect to wear in a few days. These colors are a bit old-fashioned. I can make a set for my mom. Oh, this pinkish color is so soft. Maybe it suits a well-behaved girl. Gao Shiping saw every color and felt like buying them all. Luckily, the clerk was nice. Otherwise, she might have had to argue a bit. Hello, sir or ma'am. My sister wants to order these fabrics. We'll take all of them. The relaxed clerk almost dropped the sunflower seeds in his hand when he heard that. All of them? These fabrics aren't cheap. One roll costs 20, another 50, and the 2 cheaper ones are 10 each. I know. We want all of them. Gao Shiping was just as surprised as the clerk by Qin Shua's generous shopping style. When she wanted to stop her, The orders had already been prepared. Shuyue, these rolls of fabric cost 100 yuan in total. That's too expensive. Maybe we should return them. Shiping, you should believe in yourself. Trust that you'll earn many hundreds in the future. Then you'll see these as just investments. Besides, since we came all this way, if we find something suitable, we should buy it. This roll can make 3 outfits and you'll definitely make your money back. Then, I'll pay you back once I earn enough. Qin Shua smiled but didn't say yes or no. She wandered around casually and picked out a few discounted fabrics with flaws. Then she left happily. Back at the guest house, Gao Shiping's mind was filled with ideas for clothes. She wished she had a sewing machine right now so she could start making them immediately. Shiping, don't worry. I have a book here with all kinds of patterns. You can learn from it and combine it with your own ideas. Feel free to try. Okay, I'll start looking now. Gao Shiping took the book happily, feeling like she had found treasure. She ran to a nearby table and started reading eagerly. Even when noon came and Qin Shua called her to eat, she didn't move. Later, Qin Shua told her she brought food for her. In the afternoon, Qin Shua, who had been dozing off, saw Gao Shiping still holding the book and reading. She felt a headache and snatched the book away. Hey, I haven't finished reading it yet. My sister, take a rest. You've been watching for several hours. Aren't you tired? I'm really into it. I just want to finish this page before taking a break. Seeing Gao Shiping's bright, watery eyes, I couldn't bring myself to refuse. All right, just this page, then I'll rest. She happily snatched the book, and Gao Shiping's face lit up. It's almost 3 o'clock, the time I promised Zhao Jia. Qin Shua pulls Gao Shiping, who still seems eager, and they head to the department store again. Shua, I think that book is really good. It gave me a lot of new ideas. Let's try it when we get back. Yes, I plan to try my mom's clothes. She's worked hard all these years, always worried about me. It's my fault. I feel bad that she's still so worried at her age. Shiping in the future, just take good care of yourself. That's the best way to thank Aunt Gao. All parents are like that. Yes, I will. After going upstairs, they enter the same office. Zhao Jia is wearing the same skirt Qin Shua gave her this morning. Zhao Jia is middle-aged and slightly plump. She seems to have a good family background, but I must say, after gaining some weight, she looks especially good in this outfit, very eye-catching. Zhao Jia, that dress looks really nice on you. Sincerely praising her, I receive a warm, welcoming smile in return. Come on, sit down. I feel like I know you both already. Call me Sister Zhao, how about that? That's perfect, Sister Zhao. We'll call you that. Hey, you're straightforward. Here's the introduction letter you asked for, signed and stamped by the supervisor, showing that the women's clothing department will purchase clothes from Gao Shiping's side legally and properly. No one will say anything. Thanks, Sister Zhao. But about the price. Maybe we should discuss it. This is what I fought for you. Take a look. Besides the official stamped introduction letter, there's also a sheet of paper clearly listing the clothing grades and prices. First class, the best quality. Purchase price 35 yuan per piece. Second class, everyday wear. Purchase price 21 yuan per piece. Third class, simple clothes that can be made several in a day. Purchase price 15 yuan per piece. These prices are quite reasonable and similar to what Qin Shua expected. This grading will be done by me personally. Clothes like these can be rated as first class. Although they are not as elaborate as that one, they are stylish, use more fabric, and are well made. Plain shirts or pants are called everyday wear. The 21 pieces, like those sold in our department store, are simple and dull in color, priced at 15 each. Sister Zhao explained clearly, and we all understood. Of course, if someone orders custom-made clothes, that's a different matter. Qin Shua was surprised at the modern term used, but then she had to admire how quick the supervisor's mind was. Yes, we consider the complicated clothes made by Gao Mei as custom orders. Their prices are hard to set because the materials and finishing depend on on-the-spot negotiations. But these few clothes need to be displayed in a special area. The supervisor suggests charging 40 yuan each. What do you two think? Qin Shua looked at Gao Shiping. She needed to decide on this herself. Sister Zhao, I agree. I believe you've put a lot of thought into my matter. Thank you so much. Oh, it's nothing. I treat you both like my own sisters. We'll be together for a long time. Yes, Sister Zhao is right, Gao Shiping said. Her words showed she was making progress, and Qin Shua was happy to see it. Growing up depends on oneself. After everything was settled, Gao Shiping sold all the clothes she brought to Sister Zhao, earning over 300 yuan. Holding her first earned money, she was so excited she almost cried. From now on, she could support her daughter herself and wouldn't need to depend on others anymore. Most of the items sold in the department store didn't require receipts, though they were a bit expensive. She also bought some local specialties to share with everyone. She bought some soap, shampoo, and face cream as gifts for her sister-in-law. Qin Shua didn't stop her. After a satisfying shopping trip, she suddenly felt very tired. It was already past 5 o'clock. The two of them returned everything to the guest house and went to a state-run restaurant to enjoy a good meal. Tomorrow, they would leave, and it was uncertain when they would come back. The state-run restaurant in the city had more variety than those in small towns. There was a whole blackboard filled with different kinds of meat, not to mention various staple foods and other dishes. They ordered a bowl of meat and meatball soup, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and rice as the main food. The total cost was 3 yuan, plus a 1 jin grain coupon and a half liang meat coupon. Qin Shua gave the coupons, but Gao Shiping only had money. I wanted to treat you to a meal, but in the end, you paid. Sister Shiping, we are like family now. Don't be so strict about it, or I won't agree. You with your words. I can't argue with you. Gao Shiping happily pinched Qin Shua's nose. When the food arrived, they ate and talked casually. As Qin Shua looked up by chance, she saw a familiar figure walking past the window. She couldn't quite remember who it was. Someone who felt familiar was probably someone she had met in Ding Tong City, likely from her past life. This made her very curious. After dinner, they strolled back to the guest house. Gao Shiping still held a book in her hands. It was not until 10 o'clock at night, after Qin Shua urged her, that she reluctantly went to bed. Before Gao Shiping fell asleep, Qin Shua's fingertips shimmered with a faint glow from a silver needle. It was the same acupuncture point as last night. She got up, skillfully climbed out the window, landed softly, and disappeared into the darkness. Qin Shua was not very familiar with Ding Tong City, but the meeting place she agreed on yesterday was exactly where she knew from her past memories, as she had lived here before. Of course, she was talking about her past life. She counted to the 3rd alley and turned in. She knocked on the 5th door. The loud sound of the big iron gate was especially sharp in the night. Come in quickly, come in. Brave and skilled, Qin Shua relied on her abilities and didn't think the person in front of her could hurt her. Without hesitation, she entered, placed her basket on the ground, and handed over a bundle of noodles. Take a look. How is it? Perfect, absolutely perfect. How many jin did you bring? About 50. Great. Follow me. Under the moonlight, Qin Shua followed the buyer through the main house to the backyard storeroom. She saw the buyer squatting on the ground, fiddling with something. Suddenly, a wall tile popped up. Qin Shua couldn't help but sigh. These days, many skilled craftsmen have succeeded in making clever hiding places. The methods for hiding things are truly impressive. She moved aside a brick, took out a red wooden box, and opened it. Inside, the gems shimmered brightly. These are all top-quality items. There are 5 bangles, 3 rings, 2 bracelets, and 3 ordinary pieces as fillers. The rings are a bit small, not matching the grain you brought. Not bad. She took the box, checked that the contents matched what the buyer said, then put it away and turned to leave. Hey, wait. Don't go. Will you come back later? Maybe. I don't stay in one place long because I deal with grain, so I can't say for sure. Next time you come, can you find me again? Don't worry, my goods are genuine and top quality. During peacetime, even 50 tons of grain wouldn't buy something like this. You're talking about a time far from now. The value of grain now is much higher than your gold and jewelry. Haha, that's what I meant. Roughly. Do you have gold bars? Goldfish? Yes, I do.
But those are valuable too.
I can exchange them at the bank for a good amount of money. If you keep talking like that, there's no point in us working together. If you could exchange them, you would have already done so. Why keep holding on to them? Earlier, the government asked everyone to hand over their gold. After that period, who would dare take gold to the bank to exchange? That's just asking for trouble. Sorry, I'm used to talking like this. I want to exchange the gold for paper money or meat. Or large amounts of grain. Qin Shua squinted at the man in front of her and asked seriously, "Do you have a lot?" "I don't have much, but here, the wealthy used to live here. Just a little leak of wealth is enough." Cough cough, forget I said that.
All right.
Since you're so honest, I'll come to find you next time. Make sure you have the goods ready, so I don't have to visit several places. Of course, of course. Next time, can you bring some salt? Things like sugar and cotton are in high demand. Many people buy them. I'll do my best. After handing the noodles to the man and settling the payment, Qin Shua looked over the back wall of the courtyard to leave. As soon as she stepped down, she felt her feet sink softly. She looked down. Oh no, she stepped on someone. Cough cough. You. In the dark night, Qin Shua quickly recognized the person under her foot as Xiangzi, whom she had met before. Nearby, she heard hurried footsteps. She thought to herself, trouble. With a flick of her finger, a silver needle appeared, hitting Xiangzi's pressure point to put him into a faint. She then threw him into the space, wiped away the footprints, and followed him inside. Not long after Qin Shua entered, more than 10 people appeared on the spot. Boss, no suspicious people found. Boss, nothing suspicious either. Damn it, I saw him run this way, but I didn't see him. Search carefully. Search this alley thoroughly. After the crowd dispersed, Qin Shua reappeared where she was. She turned around and jumped into the buyer's courtyard again. She deliberately made some noise to attract attention, then told him what was happening outside. Okay, thanks. I know what to do. If they can't find the person, they might monitor this area. Stay at home and don't contact others, or you'll risk exposing yourself. Qin Shua left quickly, avoiding the search. Like a nimble cat, she swiftly returned to a remote spot near the guest house. She pulled the sleeping Xiangzi out of the space and used a silver needle to wake him. Holding his aching wound, Xiangzi opened his eyes and immediately looked around. When he saw someone familiar, he froze for a moment. Is it you? Did you save me? What's going on? Qin Shua checked Xiangzi's wound while speaking. It was quite deep and might need stitches. She pursed her lips and looked around, feeling this place was uncomfortable. My job is like that. Just underestimated how clever the enemy was. Seeing he didn't want to say more, she didn't ask further and changed the subject. Your wound is deep. Do you need stitches? Should I take you to the hospital? The hospital isn't a good place. What we did this time caused a big fuss. I'm afraid we won't be at the hospital for long before those people find us. Do you have a safe place to stay? I can't treat the wound without one. No, this mission was special, so we've been hiding and haven't settled anywhere. And your other companions? I don't know. Qin Shua patted her forehead in frustration. Did she really pick up a troublemaker? So, what do you think we should do? I want to leave Ding Tong City tonight. If I wait too long, they might catch me. With your condition, you can't leave now. You'll pass out just outside the city. I know. Just help me handle this quickly. Once I get outside, I'll find another place to treat it. Honestly, Qin Shua couldn't just let Xiangzi leave alone. She had helped her sincerely before, and Xiangzi was her brother's good friend. Just rest for now. I'll handle everything from here. While Xiangzi was still confused about how to sleep, her mind suddenly went blank, and she lost consciousness. She took her into the space bedroom, disinfected the wound, stitched it up, applied medicine to reduce swelling and prevent infection, then covered her with a blanket and left. The medicine she used contained spiritual spring water, so infection was impossible. She felt at ease leaving Xiangzi in the space, then slipped through the window into her room, took off her clothes, and lay down beside Gao Shiping. She slept very peacefully. They had bought a lot of things, which were bulky when tied together, so each of them could only carry some. After wandering around all day, they finally returned to Chang'e Town around 3 p.m., Shiping, you go back first. I have some things to handle. I'll keep these items for now and pick them up when I return home tomorrow. All right, be careful. I'll head back now. Gao Shiping knew Qin Shua had a lot on her plate and understood her skills well, so she felt reassured leaving her alone in the town. Watching Gao Shiping leave, Qin Shua threw the items into her space, turned into an alley, and pulled Xiangzi out of the space, waking her up immediately. Where are we? Clearly, just a second ago, it was still night. And now, I open my eyes, and it's daytime. Looking at the sun's height, it must be afternoon now. Changha Town. Huh? Changha Town? Isn't this where you... Yes, you said you wanted to leave the city, right? You didn't say where to, so I just took you out of the city. Although I said that, this trip seems a bit far, doesn't it? I can't take you back myself. I'll find a friend to help you settle down. Huh?
Huh? What?
You won't take care of me? At least, I'm kind of your brother, right? Because I see you as my brother, I risked my life to save you. Otherwise, I would have left you in that alley. These siblings really have very different personalities. Supporting Xiangzi, we made our way to Meng Chongqing's place. We saw Blackie holding his hand, looking terrified and grimacing in pain. What is he doing? Oh, it's nothing. I just poked my finger. Getting pricked hurts, especially when it hits the nail, so it's understandable. Qin Shua, used to this kind of situation, helped Xiangzi into the house and sat across from Meng Chongqing. Are you selling someone? Every time Qin Shua visits, she brings something, grain or medicine. This time, she brought a person, so it's not surprising that Meng Chongqing asked more. I'm a good person. I don't do things like selling people. Good. I was just thinking about how to refuse you without affecting our fragile friendship. Enough, Meng Chongqing. Do you even realize what you're saying? She rolled her eyes at him and got straight to the point. This person, take care of him for a while. When he's healed, he can go wherever he wants and you don't need to worry about him. He's injured. Not light, huh? In the past, I often bled, so Meng Chongqing was used to this bloody smell and quickly recognized Xiangzi's scent and the strong blood aura. Losing this much blood means the injury isn't minor. You're right. But no reward. Listen, Shua, this is a black market. People come and go every day. Are you sure it's safe to let him recover here? There's no other place I can put him. Naka's Island's big eyes are as innocent as they can be. What? Is this the black market? Xiangzi realized late and then looked at Qin Shua with disbelief. The look in her eyes showed something that made people feel uneasy. Are you okay? Are you really okay? Are you really okay? I am a police officer, the People's Police. What do you mean by putting me in the black market to recover? She awkwardly touched her nose, pretending not to see anything. How is it? The care is fine, but you need to help me think of a solution. What's the solution? To fix my current situation. Your current situation. It's hard to solve. I'm not good at this. If you can solve it once, you can solve it twice. I believe in you. This strange trust didn't make her feel happy. I can only try, but I can't promise success. Okay, I'll try. Old Hay, don't stand there feeling sorry for yourself. Find a room and settle this, comrade. Yes, boss. Old Hay quickly followed Meng Chongqing's orders, hiding his expression. Turning around, Meng Chongqing looked at Xiangzi and then gave Qin Shua a look. It seemed like he had something to say. Brother Xiangzi, you sit here for a while. I'll go outside and talk to him. The two went outside. Meng Chongqing pulled over a chair, lazily sat down, and looked at Qin Shua standing there. He said, find a place to sit. Look at you being so lazy. He's just being lazy, saying a few words, and still needs a chair to sit on. He casually pulled over a chair and sat opposite Meng Chongqing. The two looked like old men chatting idly, peaceful and calm. Xiangzi, who was helped out by Old Hay, saw this scene. He felt that their leader's position was in danger. Do you think the 2% you didn't find is her lying? Isn't it? Could it be that the 2% you didn't find is something Song Chong was about to do but hasn't yet? Meng Chongqing was first stunned, then suddenly understood. Yes, only this explanation makes sense. After all, Lin Yan already fully trusts Xiangzi and has shared so many truths. There's no need to hide that remaining 2%. Is she that close with Song Chong? Meng Chongqing still had some doubts. Based on what he knew of Song Chong, he wouldn't trust people so easily. If Lin Yan is telling the truth, then what does it matter who her relationship with Song Chong really is? That's true. Also, my people reported that in Ding Tong City, one of Song Chang's strongholds has recently been unstable, with heavy defenses. They might even alert the real Song Chong from Jing City, Ding Tong City, suddenly thinking of the location where Xiangzi was found. Could Song Chang's hideout be near the old alley at the West City Gate? Yes, we've found the main lead. Xiangzi's discovery of Song Chang's hideout caused it to become heavily guarded. No wonder he was so badly hurt. Gather more information from the outskirts. For now, don't let Song Chong in Jing City get suspicious. I understand. I'll talk to Xiangzi properly later. Noticing that Xiangzi's resentment was growing deeper, Meng Chongqing chose to ignore it selectively. Soft and gentle in her embrace, even if dirty. It's not like you're really using it, so why complain? After finishing the matter, Qin Shuye left some medicine for Meng Chongqing. As she reached the door, she paused, silent for a few seconds, then said, "There's a person named Yang Yaoquan in the Yanghe team. Keep an eye on him. I think he's suspicious." Yang Yaoquan? Okay, I got it. How is your black market development going lately? Well, I can still pretend to be strong with Xiangzi. She gave a thumbs up and pushed the door open to leave. Walking all the way to the Chaiyang team, as it grew darker, she first went home to tidy up, took out the cloth from her space, and then delivered it to the Gao family. "Shuye, you're back?" "Yes, I finished everything and came back." "Hurry, give it to me." "You must be exhausted." "Not too bad." Hearing the sound, Aunt Gao came out of the house holding the fabric that Gao Shiping had brought back for making clothes. "Shuye, I really need to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, Sister Shiping wouldn't have gone to the provincial city so smoothly, and she even found such a good job for herself. She just needs to stay at home making clothes and she can take care of everything. Annie, it's because Sister Shiping is good at sewing. That's why the department store chose her. It has nothing to do with me. I just gave a little idea. You're so modest. Truly modest. It really looks just like your mother." Qin Shuye smiled, but didn't reply. She was Henan's daughter, not her mother's, so it wasn't surprising. "Mom, I remember you used to sew clothes too, and you were pretty good at it. Why don't you stop earning work points and just stay at home making clothes? You can keep the money from how many you sell." Gao Shiping also felt sorry for her mother. Working in the fields was hard, and her mother was nearly 50. Now that the family had such convenient conditions, why not do something easier? I'm worried my hands are too rough. This fabric is so nice. If I ruin it, my daughter, you'd have to pay for it. It's not hard. I'll make some hand cream. Aunt Gao can put it on for 3 days, and it'll be almost healed. Mom, look, Shu has already solved your problem. Why are you still hesitating? All right. I won't hesitate. I'll follow you and work more to earn extra money so I can buy good food for my little girl. The mother and daughter looked at each other warmly, making others feel envious. There was only one sewing machine at home, so Gao Shiping and her mother agreed to take turns using it. For example, when she used the needle, her mother would sit at the sewing machine to make clothes. Conditions were limited, but it was still manageable. I'll be leaving now. I have some things to do over there in the next couple of days. When Qin Shuye returned to her house after leaving the Gao family, she saw Qin Hongshan about to go home at the door. Honestly, she had been living here for a few days. Besides Guozhu's family of 3 and Qin Yongping with Li Huilan, she rarely saw anyone else. Now, Qin Hongshan looked different from her once glamorous self, more tired and worn out. Normally, Li Huilan's care for her wouldn't let her do much work. Why has she become like this? However, the worse Qin Hongshan's life became, the more comfortable she felt, and she didn't bother to find out why. She simply ignored her and pushed the door open to go inside. Standing at the gate of the Qin family's old house, Qin Hongshan's eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. That little troublemaker used to work for her, doing chores she didn't want or need. Only then could she pick her up and use her. Now, that troublemaker was dressed better than her, living alone in such a big house, with a shiny, attractive job. I heard that Qin Shuai could earn 12 work points a day at the health clinic and how much grain she would get at the end of the year. Could she eat it all by herself? Looking at herself, ever since her second uncle and Qin Chongcheng went inside, her second aunt had been acting strange every day with a resentful face that made her feel annoyed. And her older brother? He just pushed her family's child once, and nothing happened. Why does she still remember that, and even persuade her own father to make her work for points? Seeing her now, covered in dirt and dust, how could she still hope to be accepted by a good family? Who would choose someone like her? When comparing their current situations, could Qin Hongshan still feel balanced? She forcefully pushed the door open and went inside. Seeing Li Huilan, she ran over and hugged her tightly. Mom, look at me. I don't look like a girl anymore. How am I supposed to get married in the future? Hongshan, you've suffered. But our family's situation now. You see it too, Mom can't do anything. Before, everyone lived together and even if she didn't work, there was at least food.
But now,
after dividing the household, if she doesn't work, she'll just go hungry. The main workers in the family can't go hungry, or there won't be enough grain at the end of the year to last a whole year. Mom, I don't care. I want to eat meat. I want rice. Mom, please think of a way. Hongshan, we don't have extra grain anymore. We're relying on your dad and your brothers to eat. Can't you be patient? Patience? How long do I have to wait? Are you still my mom? I think your heart is all wrong now. I don't like you. Li Huilan didn't have time to stop her before Qin Hongshan ran out of the yard. You say, why is this child so disobedient? It's all because you spoiled her. Qin Yongping didn't know when he appeared behind Li Huilan. His face had not smiled since the family split, and he looked very gloomy. Li Huilan was so scared that she didn't dare say much to him. She silently turned and left. Qin Hongshan often went out over the next few days. Everyone was used to it. She usually went to her grandmother's house and stayed for a few days before returning. Li Huilan didn't mind. She turned to the kitchen, opened the rice jar, and saw it was almost empty. Her expression looked a bit worried. Husband, we are almost out of food. Qin Yongping stood in front of the rice jar, his face hidden in the darkness. It was unclear what he was thinking. Since the family split, he hadn't received much money, let alone food. He had hoped that after Qin Chongcheng lost his job, their family might get some help. But after waiting a long time without news, he emptied his savings to buy some things and visit Director Hong. The news he got was his job had been given to someone else and was no longer available to him. With no hope for work, no money, and no food, as the head of the family, he could only go to relatives to borrow, bowing and scraping while receiving their cold looks. He used to be proud, and he had cut ties with his relatives. There weren't many people willing to lend him anything. For the first time, Qin Yongping felt powerless. If things are really bad, you could try going to your mother's house. My mother has food, but
what?
Say it. My mother introduced a match for my older brother and Hongshan.
She said.
The other family is rich and has food. I heard the head of that family works at the meat factory, and they sometimes get leftovers or scraps. Isn't that a good thing? If they are a good family, why don't you agree? Are you stupid? But the son in that family is a bit slow, and he has a bad temper. He often hits people. If Hongshan marries him, she would be suffering. Qin Yongping was silent. No matter what, she was his daughter. She was ugly, and now she was slow and violent. If he sent his daughter there, he was afraid he would lose face too. Think of other ways. Li Huilan sighed, filled a small bowl with half-full coarse grains, and cooked porridge in a large pot of water. She took another pot, brushed a thin layer of oil on the bottom, and simply stir-fried some wild vegetables she collected from the mountain a few days ago, adding a little salt. She then served everything on the table. Qin Hongshan, who had run out, usually wanted to go to Li's house, but thinking of her caring grandmother who introduced her to a match because the other family often ate meat, she wondered if she could ignore her feelings. Suddenly feeling rebellious, Qin Hongshan ran in the opposite direction without a clear goal, feeling more upset inside. Hey? Isn't this old Qin's Hongshan? Who? Who are you? She looked around and saw she was in a remote place she didn't recognize, feeling a bit nervous. Me? Don't you know me? Don't come near me. Stay away. What are you afraid of? I just saw you running here in the countryside and thought it wasn't safe, so I followed. Where are you going? I can take you there. Is that true? You go ahead, I'll follow behind. When I get home, I'll leave. All right then. Qin Hongshan thought this person seemed quite kind. She had been rude earlier, which she felt was unfair. Feeling awkward, she touched her head and decided to go home after all. After that scare, she suddenly wanted to see her mother. She turned to walk ahead, thinking about how to tell her mother to give her some money. She wanted to go to the town's state-run restaurant tomorrow to improve her meals. If that didn't work, she might secretly rummage through the house when no one was around. As she was thinking, a gust of wind suddenly blew past her ear, and she felt a sharp pain in the back of her head, causing her to faint and fall to the ground. At that moment, 3 people jumped out from the haystacks on both sides of the road. Wow, Brother Cohen is really impressive. He managed to handle that in just a few words. Exactly. No wonder they call him Brother Cohen. He's been busy since he arrived, and he's already met his goals, even exceeded them. Brother Cohen, if you get rich someday, remember to think of your brothers. Yeah. Yang Yaoquan proudly kicked Qin Hongshan's back with his foot, then waved his hand dismissively and said, No problem, no problem. You will benefit from us soon enough. Let's go, carry her back. That woman has been on my mind for a long time. She used to run outside during the day, but recently she's been behaving herself. I had to stand in the cold wind for days, but it was worth it. I finally caught her. The other 3 people, unseen by Yang Yaoquan, rolled their eyes and skillfully tied the woman up, put a bag over her head, and carried her on their shoulders, all the while flattering Yang Yaoquan. Only they knew how sincere their flattery was. Qin Shua got up early and practiced a set of martial arts in the yard. Since Lu Haoqing wasn't there to coach her, she had to figure it out herself, increasing her exercise and strength. Su Qiao finished breakfast at the Jiqing courtyard and headed to the clinic as usual. As she opened the door, she heard sounds from the backyard. Her eyes lit up, and she pushed open the back door, rushing straight to Qin Shua. Shua, you're back. Yes, I just got back yesterday. Thanks for your hard work these past few days. No trouble at all. Isn't that my job? Oh, by the way, old Jean is coming soon. I should go make some porridge. Old Jean? What's that? What? Have you forgotten? The academician from the Agricultural Research Institute you saved before, surnamed Jean. Is that the old man? Has he been coming these days? Yes, every day his 2 students bring him here. After eating the porridge, he leaves. Perfect. I brought some meat yesterday, and I can't keep it. You can cut some into strips and add it to the porridge. That way we can enjoy some meat too. Qin Shua honestly admired these people. They were capable, thoughtful, and prioritized the people. They were willing to abandon everything to focus on their work. They could truly be called role models of the era. In later generations, many people praised and celebrated these individuals, but she felt that the achievements written on paper could never fully express their greatness. After all, they endured hardships and struggles, and their efforts led to a peaceful and prosperous future. That kind of suffering was not something ordinary people could endure, or even want to experience. At exactly 9 o'clock, Su Qiao brought the porridge to the front room, and just then, footsteps sounded outside. The timing was just right. Teacher, I can smell the aroma. Let's go quickly. No, Bai Qing. We can't always take advantage of others. Teacher, this isn't taking advantage. It's medicine prescribed by the doctor. You must take it, and everything is proper. Can you be a bit more proactive sometimes? Don't act like you're holding a grudge every time you eat. Bai Qing was really annoyed by her teacher. Every morning, the first thing she did after waking up was to suffer from a headache. Today, she was again trying to persuade her teacher to eat. Who would believe this if they heard? Hey, you little girl, no need to act so serious. We work for the government in the Research Institute. How can we take things that belong to the public? Teacher, if you're really embarrassed, you can just pay back the money later. Old Jean. If he had money, he wouldn't be saying this. Although he's an academician at the Research Institute, and his wife is too. Their monthly salaries are quite good. But besides saving enough for themselves, they use the rest to help orphans who can't eat, or lonely elderly people. They live month to month, with no savings. As they spoke, the three entered the house and saw Qin Shuyue, who hadn't been there for 2 days. Bai Qing quickly said, "Teacher, it's her. She cured you and prescribed the medicine. If there's a problem, go ask her." Qin Shuyue looked confused. This felt like they were blaming her. Someone who didn't know might think she had done something wrong to the three of them. "Young comrade, I was in a coma before and didn't get a chance to thank you for saving my life. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Old Jean, this is my duty. Treating patients is what I should do. You don't need to thank me. It's fine, it's fine. But, young comrade, I think I'm feeling better. Can I stop taking the medicine? Old Jean, you've only been taking it for a few days. Your condition needs at least a month of treatment. I think I'm fine. If I stop, it's a waste of resources. It would be better to give the medicine to someone who needs it. Old Jean, you're thinking the wrong way. You're the backbone of our country's development. Without dedicated researchers like you, where would the future of us young people be? You should take good care of your health. Keep your strength so you can do more research and solve more difficult problems. Honestly, if you don't take care of yourself and fall ill, even if you have many research achievements, you won't be able to do anything from bed." I must say, Qin Shiyue's words really had a strong effect. Old Jean couldn't help but shiver when he thought about the future. Lying in bed, trembling, looking at a table full of notes, unable to lift his hands or move his legs. It might be better for him to leave early, to avoid suffering. Old Jean, as long as you take good care of your health, there are endless possibilities ahead. Just relax and eat without worries. I know our team leader. He only cares about profit. If he can't find value in you, he won't bother to pay for medical expenses. Team leader, did you ever think about how I feel when you talk behind my back? This spoiled kid really deserves a scolding. Do I still have value? Old Jean used to think that wasn't a nice thing to say, but today, hearing it differently, it sounded quite acceptable. He's buried in the dirt up to his neck, yet he still has value. He needs to talk to his wife later and see if she still looks down on him. Of course you do. If you didn't have value, could you be trusted with such an important responsibility as the Chaeyang Brigade? Yeah, that makes sense. Since I'm right, then you should eat. Eat as much as you want. After saying that, Qin Shuyue placed a bowl of porridge in front of Old Jean, along with a small dish of pickled cucumbers and spicy green peppers. The peppers are crunchy, salty, fresh, and spicy, really tasty. She herself eats these small peppers with a big bowl of plain porridge. Is there meat in this porridge? Yes, to help you recover quickly and contribute more to our team. All right, I get it. Bai Qing and Xiao Ran stood nearby, their mouths twitching, both feeling envious and hungry. Recently, they haven't just been mentally exhausted, they're also hungry. They eat coarse grains every day and have to persuade the teacher to eat finer food, but the teacher refuses to cooperate. They're completely worn out in body and mind. Old Jean finished breakfast and went to work in the fields. Over the past few days, he noticed that the seedlings were growing very straight and tall, just like those planted at the normal time. The slight delay in planting did not seem to affect their height at all. He found this very interesting and kept a close watch, hoping that the seedlings would grow quickly, so he could harvest them soon. He wanted to see if the late planting had any impact on the final yield. After the others left, the health clinic became quiet. Qin Shuyue stood in the yard, chatting casually with Su Qiao while tidying up the dried herbs. Their conversation turned to gathering herbs on the mountain, which made Qin Shuyue remember. She had forgotten to go up the mountain to find a better spot where herbs gathered more densely. She looked at her watch and saw it was still early. Qin Shuyue told Su Qiao, then put her basket on her back and hurriedly headed up the mountain. This time, she took a different path than usual. This path was rarely used and hard to see. She could only carry a sickle and clear the way as she walked. Because few people came this way, there were quite a few mountain treasures, various fungi and wild vegetables, fresh and tender, looking very appetizing. Qin Shuyue didn't pick these herself. She planned to ask Aunt Gao and the others to come and gather them someday. She didn't lack food, but some people in the Chaoyang Brigade still needed supplies, so gathering a little was helpful. She walked halfway up the mountain and didn't find any large, sustainable patches of medicinal herbs. She had to keep going in another direction, but that route was farther from the herb collection base. Moving everything over would be quite a task. After crossing a small hill, Qin Shue reached a low-lying area and found large patches of honeysuckle, dandelions, and many fresh herbs just sprouting, swaying with tender shoots, valuable medicinal plants. Sure enough, places without people are the best, she thought. Although she considered herself just an ordinary person, she felt this was true. Climbing to the top of the hill, Qin Shue marked the spot and oriented herself to head back to the original base. After walking for 2 hours, she finally saw a group of busy people in the distance. On her way here, she hadn't seen any other suitable places to settle this group. This was a problem. From her current location to the new site, it would take about 2 hours on foot. Would others need 2.5 or 3 hours? Spending just 6 hours back and forth every day, how many 6-hour days can you afford to waste? Comrade Shue has arrived. Dr. Qin, you're here. Shue, are you here to find a place on the mountain? Quick, tell old Wu and the others. About 30 people on the mountain immediately became lively and energetic. How have your recent harvests been? Not great. Most of the medicinal herbs here are already collected. Look at this, it's only 3 days' worth, and it hasn't even dried enough for a shelf. In the past, 3 days were enough to fill these shelves. I know of a place farther from here, but I haven't found a suitable spot nearby. Does anyone know this mountain well? Maybe we can go see it together. Then we can decide where to settle down. We can live in a simple grass hut. It can hold 2 people, and everyone can squeeze in. It's just a few grass huts. The older folks, though, even though we've been catching some wild birds lately to help everyone stay strong, they're still injured and probably can't sleep in the same hut with us. Yeah, summer is fine, but winter on the mountain gets very cold. I understand. I've thought about these problems. Qin Shue doesn't think the older folks will stay through winter. It's already May of 1975, and the country is about to make big changes to improve people's lives. She vaguely remembers that these older folks returned to the city in the fall. After returning, they went back to their jobs, repairing schools, preparing lessons, and getting ready for the new national policies. Some people helped the 3 elders over, and the 4 of them, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, enjoyed a good chat and some casual talk. Have you noticed if any of these old men are familiar with these medicinal herbs? No, they don't recognize many characters, and understanding the writings on the labels is even harder. That's a big problem. The system of land being owned by the state and contracted to families started in 1978. There are still 3 years before that, and during this time, the land remains state-owned. People can't get extra land unless it's in cooperation with the political and legal departments. It seems I need to find the team leader again and think of a solution. She used to ignore everything outside her focus, only caring about prescriptions. She didn't know much about local policies, only learning about big news from newspapers or TV. All right, since the local herbs don't grow well here, and there's no point staying, I plan to move. The uncles might need to prepare to leave this cave. No problem. We old folks are used to living anywhere. We've been on the mountain for a while, feeling good, eating well, and reading sometimes. We're healthier than before. You don't need to worry about us. Your main task is more important. Yes, Shue. Just do what you think is best. Okay, later I'll take a few people to check the area for a good solution. If there's no way, the uncles might have to stay in the grass huts. The 3 old men waved dismissively. Are the pigsties broken? They've lived here many years. The mountain is beautiful, fresh air, clear water. Why can't they stay? Qin Shue took 3 colleagues familiar with the mountain and, at their pace, walked for about 2 hours and 40 minutes to the marked hilltop, pointing out the surrounding herbs. Those green herbs used to be just weeds to them, but now they're money. Seeing all this money on the ground, how could anyone not feel excited? There's a small path down from here, leading directly to a flat platform. It's close to the foot of the mountain, about half an hour round trip. Yes, there used to be a path here, but it was too remote. People didn't want to come this way, and eventually weeds covered it, can you show me the way? They led Qin Shua down the path. Although it was overgrown, their memories helped them walk smoothly. When they reached the platform, only 20 minutes had passed. This path goes down along that valley. See, that's the foot of the mountain. Although it's the Sunshine Brigade, it's not the village we live in. Yes, the village here has few people, mostly elderly. Hardly anyone comes up the mountain. I see this open space. It can hold about 10 to 15 straw huts. Are these huts difficult to build? Not really. As long as you have enough wood and straw, you can build them. But getting the wood requires the captain's approval first. Who would dare secretly cut down the big trees in the mountain without permission? All right, you all can come down with me later to talk to the captain. Tomorrow, we'll find people to help build the shelters so we can finish quickly and move in sooner. After the group came down the mountain, they found the captain and explained the situation. Qin Dajiang didn't hesitate and quickly approved it. All the resources on this mountain belong to the public. Giving you 2 sticks of wood is already generous. Don't be ungrateful. He was worried they might think he was stingy, so he explained carefully. Having lived in the Chaoyang Brigade for many years, he knew some basic rules. I'll assign a few people to help you. It might take 2 or 3 days to finish. Since spring planting was over, it was fine to spare a few workers. After confirming the list that evening, Qin Dajiang sent them up the mountain the next day with tools. This time, Qin Shua also went along, but her purpose was different from theirs. Yesterday, when she reached the valley, she stopped collecting medicinal herbs. Although she could gather some for a while, the amount wasn't enough. So she planned to survey the area within a few kilometers to get an idea of the resources. Fortunately, this area was on the hillside, not deep in the mountains. There weren't many dangerous animals, only some wild chickens, rabbits, and a few small squirrels. Before leaving in the afternoon, Qin Shua collected about a dozen wild eggs and caught 2 wild chickens. She leisurely headed back to the clinic. Hey, Shua, you're back. Yes. Look what I brought back. I'm not leaving today. I'll stay here for dinner. That's great. I heard from Annie that you're good at cooking. Tonight, I won't hold back. Don't be polite. Please don't be polite. Also, I need a favor. Could you call the captain and old Jean to come over? I want to discuss some things with them. Sure, I'll go right now. Oh, and bring old Jin's 2 students with you. Su Qiao left the health center to call someone. Qin Shua first dried the chicken feathers and then took out some dried goods from her space. She also brought some cabbage, potatoes, and radishes, thinking they still needed pickled vegetables. She hurried to Gao Annie's house to get a small dish and brought it back. She started cooking the chicken, adding soaked mushrooms inside. She cut potatoes and wood ear mushrooms and set them aside nearby. Next, she prepared other side dishes. After thinking for a moment, she took out a bottle of Western-style liquor from her space. She had previously obtained a few bottles from Meng Chongqing, who had a friend specializing in this drink. He kept some in the black market to support his reputation. Although her intention was good, Changha Town was a small place, and few people knew how to drink this high-quality liquor. It was stored in the warehouse gathering dust. She only found out about it after an accidental mention of the matter. At 5:30 p.m., the team leader and Wan Yanfang and her husband arrived at Qin Shua's small courtyard. They pushed open the door and saw no one in the health center room, so they went straight to the backyard. Wow, this smells so good. Shua not only has good medical skills, but also excellent cooking. Hao Qing is really lucky. He caught a real gem. Wan Yanfang looked around the narrow courtyard and nodded in admiration. She continued, "Look at how well this courtyard is maintained. Every inch is used efficiently, no waste. It can hold a lot, but still feels spacious. A person who knows how to live well. You liking it won't change anything." Shua has that big wolf, Lu Haoqing, always following her. You can't get close to her. What did you say? If you dare, say it again. What big wolf? I'm a person. I don't need a den. Wan Yanfang shot a sharp look at the team leader. Her voice was firm but not loud. She slapped Qin Dajiang hard on the back of his head, making him stagger. Qin Dajiang stood aside, feeling wronged but not daring to speak. He had been with Wan Yanfang for many years and knew that the more he spoke, the higher the risk of getting hit. It was his own fault for being mouthy, and saying unnecessary things. The team leader clearly understood his mistake. "You're here early, team leader? Well, old people's legs and feet aren't as nimble anymore." Behind Jean Lao stood Bai Qing and Xiao Ran, both suppressing their laughter. It was obvious they had seen Wen Yanfang's commanding presence just now. "Ahem. Well, let's go inside. I smell this delicious aroma. Shua must have finished cooking." When Qin Shua was living here, she rarely cooked strongly flavored dishes. Usually, she just made simple meals that disappeared into the air before their aroma could spread far. Today, the smell lingered for a long time and even drifted to the neighbor's house. Qian Finghe stood in the yard, grumbling and criticizing, speaking sarcastically. But she only dared stay in the yard and make trouble. Now, her position in the Qin family was awkward. Without her husband's support, she lacked confidence. In contrast, Qin Yongping and his wife reacted calmly. They just looked at the neighbor's house deeply and then focused on their plain soup in their bowl. They were really hungry. So hungry that they had no strength to cause trouble. The He family was much bolder. The neighbor's house belonged to the second son of the He family after they split up, He Daqing. His wife was from the neighboring brigade, named Yan Meizhu. They had 3 daughters and 3 sons. 3 daughters and 2 sons were already married or had left home. Only the youngest son, just 18, was still living at home and relying on his family. There is an old saying, people who are not from the same family don't enter the same door. The daughters-in-law of the He family were all sharp-tongued, stingy, and lazy, none of them hardworking. With such a tempting smell wafting out, how could the He family sit still? Yan Meizhu was standing at the wall with 2 daughters-in-law, talking in a harsh tone. He Bingxiang, the youngest son of the He family, pushed through the crowd, grabbed a ladder, and leaned it against the wall. He then turned to his mother and sisters-in-law and said, "What use are you? All you do is chatter. Can't you do something practical? If you're so greedy, just ask directly. But you're just a young girl. Can't you handle her? You're usually so capable. Why are you so useless today?" Few people knew about Lu Haoqing and Qin Shua. Only close friends and that troublemaker from the Agricultural Science Institute, Chen Jinmu. But after Jin Lao arrived, Chen Jinmu and the other 3 had already left Chaoyang Brigade to go back for investigation and punishment. Naturally, they had no time to gossip. That's why He Bingxiang dared to climb the wall so recklessly. He had tried before, but when he climbed the wall, he saw Qin Shua busy with her work, and there were many people at the clinic. Sometimes she wasn't home, so he had little contact and found it boring. So he didn't show himself. Today, he finally seized the chance. With a few quick movements, he jumped onto the wall. He twisted his leg and sat down comfortably. "I am not the one feeling embarrassed. It's others who are awkward." From this angle, he was blocked by the eaves, so he didn't see the captain and his wife standing nearby. "Qin family's young lady? Long time no see. Do you still remember brother He?" His greasy words made Qin Shua uncomfortable. As for Qin Dajiang, he couldn't stand it and almost stormed out. But his wife held him back.
Don't worry about this.
Shua is smart. The young man from the He family isn't a good person. We need Shua to make him give up, so he won't dare to cause trouble again. Old Jean nodded in agreement and ordered his 2 students to bring 2 stools from the clinic. They sat under the eaves to watch the fun. In the kitchen, Qin Shua, who was flipping the wok handle wildly, heard strangers talking outside. Their words were greasy and disgusting. She grabbed a nearby kitchen knife and ran into the yard. She squinted and looked at He Bingxiang, who was sitting on the wall, with a pale face and a crooked face. She asked, "Whose family are you from? Why are you sitting on my wall?" Originally, because the space was small, Qin Jingjie planned not to build a wall, but to use the He family's wall. At worst, he would pay some money. But the He family demanded a lot and took her wall for 10 yuan. They even boasted that building a wall wouldn't cost more than 10 yuan, and 10 yuan was too little. She didn't want to deal with them. She, Qin Shua, was short of money, after all. With a wave of her hand, she threw 50 yuan to her brother Qin Jingjie and told him to build the wall higher. Qin Jingjie thought that living next to the He family might bring him trouble, so he took the money and surrounded the narrow house with a taller wall than theirs. At this moment, He Bingxiang was sitting on Qin's wall. He had seen Qin Shua before, but since she left the old house, he hadn't seen her again. He was lazy, didn't work in the fields, and usually spent his time sleeping or playing cards. He rarely spent time in Chaoyang Brigade. Qin Shua used to have a pale face and a fierce look that made people dislike her. Today, Qin Shua has fair skin, bright eyes, and white teeth. She is dressed fashionably, and her gentle, calm demeanor has improved a lot. Seeing her, He Bingxiang's eyes widened in amazement. She looks very beautiful, extremely beautiful. Little sister doesn't recognize her brother? We've been neighbors for so long. It's my fault. I've been busy outside and rarely at home, so Shua has seen me less. He Bingxiang was talking to himself about his older siblings. Qin Shua glanced at the team leader watching the show, and her expression clearly showed her feelings. Are you sure you don't want to control this fool? Oh, I'm too old to manage him. Just do as you like, as long as he doesn't get hurt. Fine, so you won't manage him. What's your name? Never mind, it's not important.
Come down.
He Bingxiang was happy. Did that mean she invited him to eat at her house? He turned around proudly to look at his mother and sister-in-law, ready to make a heroic leap. But his skills weren't great. When he jumped, he flopped onto the ground like a small cookie, lying there. Phew, phew.
Ah.
He got up, shook the dirt off, and smelled the delicious aroma from the kitchen. He felt a bit tempted and took a few steps forward, just about to reach Qin Shua. Suddenly, she grabbed a kitchen knife and rushed at him. Damn it, I must wash my eyes when I get home today. This man is too shocking to look at. He kicked He Bingxiang away with one foot, kicking up dust everywhere. Before he could get up, Qin Shua rushed over and kept kicking without hesitation. I told you not to climb over my wall, to stop making me sick, to stop having bad intentions, and to stop thinking about the wrong people. Do you think I'm easy to bully? What nonsense. As she yelled, Yan Meizhu on the other side of the wall couldn't stay still. Oh no, my child, what happened?
Huh?
Mom.
What else could it be?
He was probably beaten up. He's the eldest son-in-law of the He family, rolling his eyes with disdain. He doesn't work much, but he's good at sweet-talking and comforting people. The older members of the family spoil him. Seeing him get beaten up made us sisters-in-law feel strangely happy.
Exactly, Mom.
Isn't this younger brother supposed to be so capable? I thought he was impressive, but this is all? Ha, useless. Farting, my son didn't do it on purpose. There must be a misunderstanding. No, I need to go see what's happening. After saying that, Yan Meizhu quickly climbed the ladder and sat on the wall of Qin Shua's house. When she saw her son being pushed and beaten, her reason immediately flew away. She stomped her feet, cursing as she prepared to jump down and help her son fight Qin Shua. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the front side. Without saying a word, it grabbed her hair and scratched her face. She reacted a few seconds late, and her face was scratched badly. Who is it? Which brat dares to scratch me? Watch out, I will teach you a lesson. Who do you think you're trying to hurt? 2 loud slaps landed on Yan Meizhu's face, making her suddenly become obedient. Her gaze shifted from Wan Yanfang to the village chief sitting in front of the house. Her heart sank. Oh no, everything is exposed. All right, second son of the He family, you're trespassing on private property, aren't you? Since she saw everything, the village chief didn't hide it. He stepped forward and pulled his wife behind him, worried that Yan Meizhu might get angry and attack unexpectedly. If his wife got hurt, he might not even get compensation from her. After all, the He family was known as troublemakers in Chaoyang Brigade, a real headache. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Chief, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to. I just heard my little son's voice and came over. When she mentioned her son, Yan Meizhu straightened up. Chief, you can't blame me for this. Look at that kid from the Qin family who beat my son. He must pay for it. She then looked toward the kitchen, her eyes spinning, eager to rush in and see what was cooking. It smelled so good, she wondered what was inside. Your son, trying to extort medical fees from me? Fine, we'll go to the police. Whatever they decide, I'll accept. The authorities believe I should compensate a grown man who trespassed into my home. I promise to pay you every penny. Qin Shua kicked her again. Does she think she's a sick cat if she doesn't show her power?
How?
How can you say it's trespassing? You clearly told my son to come down just now. Before I called him, he was already sitting on my wall, acting mischievously. Do you really think the team leader and others just arrived? They didn't see what happened before, so they can say whatever they want. Since my thoughts were exposed, I wasn't embarrassed, but the others felt awkward. With the team leader watching here, Yan Meiju couldn't cause much trouble. After all, Qin Shua wasn't a pushover. She seemed ready to call the police, but under Qin Shua's death threat, she paid some money for medicine to improve blood flow and reduce swelling. She then helped her son and left quietly. No one knew what the family planned to do after returning home. They all went inside a big room. Part of it was a heated bed, and there was a dining table. With so many people, it felt a bit crowded, but since everyone was familiar, no one minded. The dinner was rich. They cooked 2 wild chickens with mushrooms inside. Just before serving, they added noodles, cabbage, and potatoes, making a big bowl that looked very appetizing. They also fried an egg, made a dish of wood ear mushrooms and cabbage, and had a plate of pickled vegetables from Gao's place. The main food was flatbread dipped in chicken soup, which tasted very delicious. Even old Jean couldn't help but eat an extra piece of bread. He was full but worried about eating too much greasy food because his stomach couldn't handle it. So he reluctantly switched to eating some vegetables. Bai Qing and Xiaoran had no such worries and ate eagerly, without even lifting their heads. Qin Dajiang took a bite and immediately recognized it was wild chicken. He was quite speechless about Qin Shua secretly catching wild chickens and bringing them to him. He kept glancing at her while eating. But Qin Shua was much calmer. He could glare at her, but since he had already eaten, he wouldn't betray her. After everyone finished eating and drinking, Qin Shua explained her purpose for gathering everyone. Captain Uncle, do we have any unused land in our team? There is some land. The one at the foot of the mountain you mentioned is abandoned. Our team doesn't have enough people or energy to manage it. Otherwise, that land could still be used to get some harvest. Can we ask other teams to come help with clearing the land under the team's name, and will our team pay for it? When money was mentioned, Qin Dajiang became irritable. There was no choice. In previous years, he was very poor. Now, he was finally earning some real money, and he still couldn't shake the reputation of being a miser. Shut up and listen to Shua, he said. The team leader immediately became meek, shrinking his shoulders and sitting quietly. Old Jin's teeth were showing as he grinned. I'm planning to grow medicinal herbs. Grow? Can we grow them? Who knows how? An older colleague at the pharmacy gave me some seeds. I've been testing them in pots in the yard for the past few days, and they've already sprouted. It should be easy to grow them. Even if it doesn't work out, it's just a matter of wasting some time and a little money. The resources on this mountain are limited, so to reuse them properly, just saving seeds isn't enough. We need to be truly talented to make it work. Qin Dajiang suddenly understood. He had wondered why this girl kept inviting him and old Jean over, waiting for something. Now he realized. Growing herbs isn't difficult, but he wasn't sure if old Jean would agree. He looked at old Jean, clearly asking for his opinion. I can give some ideas. I also want to study how to grow these herbs. Maybe in the future, we can expand and plant a large area.
But
is it really possible to start now? It's not a big problem. I've already sprouted all the seeds into seedlings. We just need to find a good place to plant them. There are quite a few valuable herbs here, which can be harvested 3 times a year, and they will naturally produce seeds for next year. We might not even need to plant again. The herbs will grow on their own. Shua's words made Qin Dajiang a little tempted, but he still thought that opening up land with outsiders wasn't as good as keeping the benefits for his own team. I'll ask around tomorrow morning. Those interested can sign up, but we can't give work points. We can pay from the team's funds, but it needs approval from the local leaders. I need to report this to my superiors. Although he was the team leader, the money in the account was public funds. He couldn't just spend it freely. That could cause problems. By the way, Shuiwe, can you give me a seedling of the one you sent? I want to take a look at it. Sure, I'll bring one to you now. Qin Shuiwe took a small seedling wrapped in newspaper from a nearby cabinet. She had prepared it earlier, confident that Jean Lao, being so dedicated, wouldn't miss this chance. After discussing the plan, it was getting late outside. Everyone stood up to leave. Qin Shuiwe took 3 large bowls and divided the remaining half bowl of chicken into them so they could take some home. She was alone now. As the weather grew warmer, the leftover food would spoil if not eaten soon. Before leaving, Qin Dajiang hesitated for a moment, but finally shared his idea. Shuiwe, I need to ask you for a favor. I mentioned before about starting a literacy class. I was busy and hadn't made it happen.
Now I think it's time.
I applied earlier, but the higher-ups said there's a shortage of teachers for literacy classes. They suggested merging our team with others nearby for lessons. But there are no other teams close by, and going far away is inconvenient. It would take up everyone's evening just to learn a few words, and no one wants to travel far for that. So, Qin Shuiwe wasn't sure what Qin Dajiang really meant by saying all this. I think you could get a certification to teach. It shouldn't be hard for you.
Ha.
She looked up at Qin Dajiang in disbelief. Qin Shuiwe pointed with her slender, fair finger and asked, Are you joking? No, I'm serious. I'm talking about real work. Why would I joke? I'm already busy during the day, uncle. Do you want to squeeze more time out of me?
Well,
it's not exactly squeezing. Just 1 hour. At most, I'll pay you for it. How much can you pay me? When she heard about the pay, Qin Shuiwe's attitude immediately changed. 5 yuan a month.
How about that?
5 yuan. It was less than her current income, but she lacked an opportunity to make her money go further. Maybe this time it could work.
5 yuan.
Is that enough? It can't be more than that. I negotiated with the village leaders for a long time, and this is the best we could do. Shu Yu, you're part of the Chaoyang team. You can't just watch other teams go blind while ours falls behind, right? Qin Shuiwe looked angrily at Qin Dajiang. I knew it was moral pressure, but she really couldn't ignore morality in this matter. After all, Chaoyang team is her home, and she is part of it. Since Qin Shuiwe agreed, Qin Dajiang was worried she might change her mind. The next day, he quickly went to the commune to discuss planting medicinal herbs with Director Hong and also helped her register for the qualification exam. However, the policies have changed a bit. There is no longer a special exam for literacy teachers. That means if you want to take the exam, you have to apply directly for a teaching certificate. This was impossible in the past. It seems there are big moves from above. Qin Shuiwe didn't realize how big a mistake Qin Dajiang had made by blaming her. She was now relaxing in her yard, holding a teapot in one hand and an apple in the other. In front of her, Lai Ziwang was chattering away like a storyteller, living quite a peaceful life. Miss, you don't know. After Su Haifeng went back, he was arrested and taken to the police for a thorough investigation. I heard he suffered quite a bit inside. I don't know which great person is helping him, but I secretly found out that Su Haifeng might have to spend the rest of his life in prison. Which great person? Isn't it Lu Haoqing, the so-called Lu Great Immortal? When he left, he did quite a few things. Originally, she sent Lai Ziwang to Dongning Town to gather evidence of Su Haifeng's crimes and to spread the news about his extramarital affairs. But when Lai Ziwang arrived, he found that no one in Dongning Town knew about Su Haifeng's situation. Even Su Haifeng, who was preparing to bring his big, chubby son back for a good life, didn't expect that he would be caught like a rat in the street. What about the others? Su Haifeng's mother, that old lady, is really something. On the 3rd day after Su Haifeng was caught, she took all the family's money and planned to run away with her grandson. But she was caught by the police, and along with Su Haifeng's brother's son, she was taken back. This was a serious matter because she stole from the public, and the amount was quite large. Everyone involved will face consequences. Qin Shuiwe doesn't think Su Haifeng would give his mother much of the money he embezzled because his mistress is much better than his own mother. The little boy is adorable, and he's very close to his roots. Su Haifeng is happy to spend money on him. But this case involving Su Haifeng is very serious, and even the police probably won't care whether the old lady spent the money or not. As for Gao Shiping, she believes that even if Gao Shiping didn't divorce Su Haifeng, Lu Haoqing would find a way to help her sister get out of this mess, because she is a victim. Alright, you've been tired these days. Go home early and rest. Hey, Annie, by the way, I just heard about something that I think you might find interesting. I heard on the way back that Qin Hongshan has gone missing. Qin Shua squinted and sat up. She thought for a moment. She remembered seeing Qin Hongshan a few days ago. How could she just disappear? How exactly did she go missing? What do you mean? Tell me more. I just got back and ran into my brothers. They said that Qin Hongshan went out late the night before last and never came back. Since she often goes out suddenly, Li Huilan and her husband didn't think much of it, just assumed she went to her mother's house. But yesterday, the old lady from the Li family came to ask if Li Huilan wanted to marry her daughter to the family they met through matchmaking. When they met, they found out Qin Hongshan never went to the Li family's place. She didn't go to the Li family, and she didn't return to Qin's house. She's been missing for 2 days. They reported it to the police. I heard Li Huilan and her husband are still waiting for news at the police station. Did your brothers say anything? Any guesses or clues? No, our Chaoyang team, led by the captain, has never experienced anything like this before. This is the first time someone has gone missing. Everyone is confused and doesn't know what's really happening. Alright, I understand. After the King of Thieves left, Qin Shua sat there, carefully thinking about whether she could help in any way. It wasn't because she was overly kind-hearted, but because finding Qin Hongshan was a good starting point. There would likely be more clues later. To be safe, she decided to find the main culprit responsible. She remembered. Earlier, Xiangzi had told her that the base in Dingtong City was mainly involved in human trafficking. She also learned from Meng Chongqing that these bases were connected to Songchang. According to Lin Yan, Songchang's biggest activity was probably related to people, and it was still developing with many people involved. But she didn't know where these people had been taken. Thinking back to the past, she tried to recall the charges against Songchang, but so much time had passed that she couldn't remember. It seemed she would need to ask Meng Chongqing or Xiangzi tomorrow. Maybe they could give her some useful information. News of Qin Hongshan's disappearance quickly spread through the Chaoyang team. It was shocking because they had never heard of such a thing before, especially a scandal this big. It also alarmed the Orange Squad. Now, everyone in the Chaoyang team was feeling uneasy. Originally, Qin Shua planned to finish her work and then go to town to ask Xiangzi or Meng Chongqing about the real situation. But before she could act, Xiangzi came to see her. It was even Qin Dajiang who personally brought him. Shuiwe, this is a police officer from the county. Since you're neighbors with the Qin family, he wants to ask you a few questions. Don't worry, it's just an inquiry. Brother Xiangzi, Shuiwe, long time no see. Qin Dajiang looked confused. After a long introduction, she realized the clown was actually herself. Do you two know each other? Captain, I used to be a comrade of Qin Jingjia. We transferred to different jobs for some reasons and now work at the local police station. So, he's Jingjia's friend.
No wonder.
Well, since you know each other, I won't stay here. You two chat. If you need any more help, just ask. I'll do what I can within my power. Thank you very much, Captain. After Qin Dajiang left the health clinic, Qin Shua told Su Qiao and took the person directly to the backyard. They stood at the door of the house, a place visible to others but also safe from eavesdroppers. Are your injuries healed? Yes. I was about to return to the team when I received a notice from Changhe Town. It said someone from the Chaoyang Brigade had gone missing. When I heard that, I quickly took on this private job and came to find you to check if you're safe. Why? Do you think it's revenge from those who hurt you? Xiangzi shrugged, clearly indicating his thoughts. He was injured and unconscious at the time, so he didn't know how Qin Shua managed to get him out without being noticed. He couldn't be sure if they were being watched. When he heard about the missing person from the Chaoyang Brigade today, he hurried over to confirm his worries, only to find out he had been overthinking. The missing person is the only daughter of the old house. I heard from others that she ran out near evening and didn't come back. She's not very obedient, and running outside is common for her. Her family didn't notice anything unusual. Because of this delay, it's hard to find any clues now. Could it be that she was taken by human traffickers? That's possible. It seems we need to investigate Song Chong. I think you should stop investigating for now. When you were in Dingtong City, you surprised everyone. If you keep digging, I'm afraid the places you know will turn into empty towns. In the end, you'll have to start over, which would be a waste of time. Did I see your point? But if we don't investigate, are we just going to watch people get lost? First, find other evidence. I'll think of other ways. Xiangzi thought of the black market boss. He nodded silently. At this moment, any method that can find clues or locate the person is worth trying. Xiangzi left the health clinic to look for other clues nearby. Qin Shuai closed the guest house door, told Su Qiao to stay there for a few days and not go anywhere. Then she went alone to Meng Chongqing's small courtyard. It seems like Qin Shuai is coming, so Meng Chongqing is sitting in the yard, drinking tea, and enjoying the scenery. Next to him stand old He and an unfamiliar man. He picks up an empty teacup from the table, pours her some water, and gestures for her to sit down. You seem quite relaxed and elegant. Well, I don't have much to do. You seem busier. Qin Shuai pauses while drinking water. She feels strangely that this person might be plotting against her, but she has no proof. It looks like old He has had good luck lately, enough to block your family's bad luck. This makes Meng Chongqing pause. You really aren't the type to suffer losses. Just joking, Qin Shuai likes sweet, salty, and spicy foods, but she never suffers losses. You know about the missing person case in Chaoyang Brigade, right? Yes, I do. You're quite well informed. I was asked to investigate Yang Yaoquan. The day after you told me, I sent someone to follow him. I saw him chatting and laughing with a small leader at a base of Song Chong, and he took some money from him. Then he went confidently to a state-run restaurant for a meal and later exchanged some items at my black market, carrying a lot of packages back home.
So,
Do you think Qin Shuai might have been kidnapped by Yang Yaoquan? Obviously not, right? The timing matches. But that girl who was taken was pretty unlucky. She just happened to be taken the day after you told me about Yang Yaoquan. I was about to send someone to watch him when he suddenly kidnapped her. That's bad luck, almost like mine. Qin Shuai's mouth twitched. Qin Hongshan really was unlucky. She didn't run earlier, nor later, but just on the day she told Meng Chongqing she was investigating Yang Yaoquan, she ran. Because of a timing mistake, she fell right into a trap. Do you know where Qin Hongshan was taken? No, I don't. She was moved that night. Finding her might take some effort. I don't think so.
Oh,
Really? That night, Qiangzi, dressed in a neat suit, came out of a spacious, bright courtyard with a worried look on his face. Lin Yan followed closely behind. Chang'e, what's wrong? Did something happen? You look so upset. It's nothing, Nian Nian. There's something I need to handle, but I don't want you to be alone at home. I have to take you with me. Sorry to disturb your rest. Qiangzi forced himself to hide his disgust and pretended to look deeply affectionate. Lin Yan's face turned red, and she lowered her head shyly, not noticing the quick flash of calculation in Qiangzi's eyes. For the 10,000th time, he silently told himself he was showing the true spirit of endurance. Darn it, once this matter was over, he would definitely make sure the boss gave him proper compensation. The two of them wound their way through several turns until they reached another courtyard. This one was on the edge of town. From the outside, it looked a little rundown, but inside it was decorated with surprising luxury. Full sets of rosewood furniture, rosewood floors, wallpaper with floral patterns, cabinets with vases, and fresh flowers blooming brightly. When Lin Yan stepped inside, she was stunned. The thought of clinging tightly to this opportunity grew even stronger in her heart. So this was the style of a young master from the capital, casually setting up a house with such expensive furniture. She had read about Song Chang's wealth in books, but seeing it with her own eyes was far more striking. Even in modern times, she had never lived in such a luxurious place. Thinking of how the book described Song Chang owning several grand houses in Shanghai and Beijing, Lin Yan could almost see her future life as a wealthy lady. Suddenly, A furious voice shattered her daydream.
Tell me, who is it?
Who dared to bring someone back at such a critical time? And from all places, you brought someone from the Chaoyang Brigade, the one praised as an advanced collective? Don't you know the commune has high hopes for them? If you touch their people, aren't you afraid the higher-ups will send someone to investigate? Our base in Dingtong City is already under watch. I told you all to keep quiet, but you treat my words like nothing, don't you? Young master, we really didn't know. It was just a small underling who suddenly delivered the person. We thought, since it was late at night and no one saw, if they sent them here, we might as well keep them.
So
what? What's going on in your heads? Are your brains just for decoration? Xiangzi's face turned red as he forced himself to look truly angry. Today's performance was costly. The boss had gone all out. This house had been set up in just 2 hours. The wallpaper on the walls wasn't even dry yet, still giving off a faint smell of glue. You must not mess this up. I just hope Lin Yan can do something to give us a clue, so his acting won't be in vain. Young master, I'm sorry. It's our fault. We were too greedy and delayed your plan. Otherwise, maybe we could have sent Qin Hongshan back. Wait, you said Qin Hongshan? Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Yan, who was listening nearby, immediately looked up at the speaker.
yes.
Madam, it's Qin Hongshan. Yang Yaokun from Yanghe team brought her over. Who?
Yang Yaokun? When mentioning Yang Yaokun, Lin Yan suddenly thought of Yang Yaoguang.
That person, full of scholarly aura, although living in the countryside, has great potential for future success. Nian Nian? Nian Nian? What's wrong? Did Qin Hongshan do something wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I just didn't expect Yang Yaokuan to. And you all actually took him in. Yang Yaokuan is ambitious, greedy, and lustful. Such a person is exactly what we need. We hit it off with him, and I didn't expect that after just a few days of joining, he would bring us such a big surprise. But this surprise came at a bad time. The police are watching us closely. Since he's already here, it makes no sense to send him back. I'm thinking about where to hide him. That's not a big problem. Don't you have a women's training camp? Just send him there. Zhang Ji was momentarily confused, then looked at his brothers, who also looked puzzled. This Song Chong is quite the playboy. When did he even come up with a women's training camp?
Ah.
A women's training camp? But I haven't thought about what to do with him there. Lin Yan was hesitating about having a fleeting affair with Yang Yaoguang, so he didn't notice Zhang Ji's subtle tone of suspicion. Don't you have a women's training camp in Yanmen Market? Where is it? Other cities, you said they are too far from Beijing. When the time comes, the trained people can be sent directly to the designated families. Lin Yan snapped out of his thoughts, looking a bit confused. Could he have remembered wrong? Does Song Chong actually have other women's training camps? This women's training camp is indeed located in Yanmen City, but each training ground teaches different skills. I mean, I don't know what Qin Hongshan is good at, so I don't know where to send her. After Lin Yan mentioned Yanmen City, Qiangzi's mind started to race quickly. Combining the name of the women's training camp, he suddenly had a bright idea, giving himself a perfect excuse, and also testing Lin Yan. That's true. You have quite a few strongholds in Yanmen City. Qin Hongshan is a country girl who can't even read well. She wouldn't learn those elegant things. It's better to let her be a nanny. I believe she's best at serving others. Nian Nian, you're still the best to me. You have such great skills and wisdom, yet you still choose to be with me. I feel so lucky to have you. After saying this, he hugged her in his arms. Xiangzi's smiling face immediately turned into one full of despair. The brothers nearby saw Xiangzi like this, trying to hold back their laughter, shoulders trembling suspiciously. Brother Chong, no matter how good my skills are, I just want to stay by your side and be your little woman you can rely on. Thinking about the excuse she made up, Song Chong believed it completely. This was the most comfortable time she had had since crossing over. Lin Yan looked forward to the future and suddenly decided to follow Song Chong wholeheartedly, letting him do the work while she waited to benefit later. If she had stayed with Yang Yaoguang, she would still be living a hard life, with no luxurious future. That person was very stubborn and strict about his principles. It was hard to control him. She didn't want to take too many risks. After exchanging a few glances with his brothers, Qiangzi gently pushed Lin Yan out of his arms and said softly, "Stay here quietly for a while. I have a few things to tell you, then I'll take you home. Can I see Qin Hongshan?" Qiangzi was confused. Everyone else was silent. This might be a bit difficult because they didn't even know where Qin Hongshan was being held. One of the younger brothers was clever and quick-witted. He looked ahead and said, "Young master, the people we catch at each stronghold usually don't communicate with others. We need to ask carefully where Qin Hongshan is now. If the lady wants to see her, we might have to wait. It would take a few days to find out, depending on how quickly they could locate her."
Brother Chong, he's right.
For those just caught, you usually send them to the city at night. The transportation there is good, so it's easier to send them anywhere. Everyone was silent. Now that they knew Qin Hongshan was taken to Ding Tong City, they also knew that the defenses there were strict. Since the police had just scared them, it might be hard to rescue her now. Changzi pressed his lips together. He wanted to refuse Lin Yan's request directly, but he had always acted obedient in front of Lin Yan. He wasn't sure if refusing this time would make him learn less.
So, he didn't dare to take the risk.
She hasn't been sent far from Ding Tong City yet. I'll send someone to send a message tonight, asking them to hold her. Once I finish my work here, or when things calm down, I'll take you to see her, okay? Okay, Brother Chong. I'll listen to you. Anyway, she didn't have much to do with Qin Hongshan. She just wanted to show off her current life and make Qin Hongshan jealous. She loved seeing others envy her. She reached out and touched her smoother, softer skin, adjusted her new clothes, and couldn't hide her smile. "Oh, Brother Chong, the new dress you bought me is very stylish. It fits me perfectly, like it was made just for me. Where did you buy it? If you have time, can you take me shopping? I bought that dress by chance at the department store in Ding Tong City. It's the only one. I heard the purchasing department found a new supplier that makes custom clothes. Only my people can wear such clothes." As he said this, Changzi's heart ached. That dress cost him 80 yuan. With that money, a typical family of 3 could live comfortably for a year. Is it really only one? So when I wear this dress out, I don't have to worry about running into someone wearing the same thing. Of course. I wouldn't let you wear something so ordinary. The little brothers watching nearby said, I didn't expect that Brother Chong isn't bad at speaking kindly. It's just that they're not comrades, so he can't say nice words to them, right? Unknowingly, Chong has become numb to these words. At this moment, he is like a machine that speaks without feeling. Late at night, Chong took Lin Yan back to the small courtyard. He refused her hints and used sweet words to make her forget her suspicions about why he was holding a delicate woman, but remained calm and didn't even think of touching her. As they left the yard, a cool breeze made Chong shiver. He felt disgusted all night. Following the idea that it's better to enjoy others' happiness than his own, he directly knocked on Meng Chongqing's door. He called out to Meng Chongqing, who was still asleep. "Are you sick? Why are you awake so late and knocking on my door?" People who haven't slept well are usually in a bad mood. When Meng Chongqing saw Chong, he immediately started scolding him, losing his usual gentle manner. Boss, I have important information to report. I didn't have time to think about anything else." Meng Chongqing's sharp black eyes fixed on Chong. "Ha, do you think I believe that?" Chong touched his head and spoke firmly. "Really, boss, you have to believe me. I truly have something very important to report, so I came. All right, if you can't say anything today, I'll see to it that I blow your head off." Feeling Meng Chongqing's impatience, Chong realized he might have gone too far this time. He quickly reported all the information he had received to Meng Chongqing. "You mean Song Chong sent those women from the women's training camp to important families in Jing City to gather information? That's what I inferred from Lin Yan's words. And the name of the women's training camp shows Song Chang's ambitions. No wonder.
No wonder.
No wonder Song Chong, that little wolf cub, knows so much, even plans ahead, and has so many loyal followers. It turns out they are all using threats like this to get what they want. As for his relationship with Song Chong, it can be said to be irreconcilable. Song Chong is the son brought over by his stepmother. He has no blood relation to the Meng family. Because he was cute as a child, sweet-talking, and very good at speaking, plus his stepmother was a kind person, the Meng family treated them like family. Actually, when they were young, they got along well. As they grew older, his grandfather personally sent him to the army for training, and he made a name for himself. The Meng family is from a scholarly background, proud of their literary heritage, open-minded, and also a bit naive. They are truly naive, from top to bottom. They believe everything others say, whether it's reasonable or not. They even did something foolish, expelling their own legitimate grandson, who carries the Meng family bloodline. The reason was because Song Chong falsely accused him of a crime and provided false evidence. He was angry at the time and refused to explain much. When his family pressured him, he left, even leaving a harsh promise that he would never come back. Later, he thought about it and felt he hadn't done anything wrong. Why did he leave? He planned to find evidence and confront the Meng family with it. But before he could find anything, Song Chong noticed something was wrong and sent people after him. That chase lasted 5 years. During these 5 years, he changed from a hot-tempered person into someone who is now very indifferent to everything. Song Chong played a big role in this. However, Song Chang's success in chasing him down is partly due to his unlucky nature. Every time he managed to escape, he would somehow run straight into Song Chang's hands. The coincidences made him question life. All he can say is, after experiencing so much, how can he stay calm? This matter can't be handled without direct evidence, boss. Maybe you should ask your old boss for help. Have him investigate the women in the families of the current employees, or see if the new wives who joined in the past 5 years show any unusual signs. Maybe he can find something on Song Chang's side. Since the old boss is in Beijing, it's easier for him to act. Honestly, I think his family probably has people like that too. If you don't say anything, aren't you putting the old boss in danger? I understand. I need to go to Beijing myself and see the old boss face to face to tell him everything. This, boss, even though you're not unlucky now, you just boldly walked right into Song Chang's sight. Are you sure you won't be chased and attacked? I actually hope Song Chong doesn't come after me. Changzi first gave Meng Chongqing a look that said, "Are you okay?" Then he thought about how the boss's luck had changed. His expression was hard to describe. Honestly, it's hard to say who will end up unlucky in the end. Oh, by the way, boss Lin Yen wants to see Qin Hongshan. Her own woman, she should handle it herself. Boss, isn't that a bit unfair? I want to stay innocent, you know? Who knows? Meng Chongqing clearly acted like he didn't care, standing aloof, which made Qiangzi so angry he scratched his head, but he had no way to do anything about it. Damn, the boss is being unreasonable. What should I do? This news reached Qin Shiyue's ears in the afternoon, naturally from Xiangzi. Wow, this person really knows how to play. He set up such a big trap. Does he think everyone is fools? Meng Chongqing means, go back and find someone to break this trap. Maybe we can catch Song Chang's weakness. He wants to go back? Isn't that like sheep entering a tiger's den? Some things are better said plainly, or they lose their meaning. What if we help him? If we take down all of Song Changshan's strongholds in Ning province, do you think Song Chang will get so angry he runs from Jing City here? This is a big contribution. We need to coordinate with the police in different areas, or we can't do it. But it doesn't have to be so complicated. I found out that the stronghold in Ding Tong City is probably very important to Song Chang. If we dismantle that, maybe we can lure Song Chang here. When he comes, we'll catch him easily. Let's see how free he still is. Let's wait until he arrives. Right now, the most important thing is how to deal with the Ding Tong City stronghold. It's simple. Send in an undercover agent. An undercover to an undercover? Xiangzi looked up at Qin Shiyue in disbelief. She was smiling, eyes full of excitement. Xiangzi had a bad feeling, and soon, that feeling proved to be right. Brother Xiangzi, do you think it's more dangerous for me to go undercover, or for them to do something to me? No, he doesn't want to think about it. He doesn't want to think about anything at all. Shiyue, I think we need to think this through carefully. You wait a bit longer, just a little longer. Sending this little ancestor to be an undercover agent among the bad guys, do they think he's got too much time on his hands? Or is Lu Haoqing just too patient? His past experiences of being beaten are still fresh in his mind. He doesn't want to go through that again, especially not in the army. All right. But I mean it seriously. Don't take this lightly. I believe going undercover could help catch all the bad guys and also let us learn some things we don't know. Keep talking. Keep talking. Xiangzi kept refusing, feeling restless as if pins were pricking his butt. Finally, he decided to leave this suffocating place. But just after Xiangzi left in the morning, Meng Chongqing came personally in the afternoon. Seeing such a handsome man standing there, Su Qiao was momentarily stunned. Her first thought was, who looks better, this man or Captain Liu? Who will Shua choose in the end? Hello, comrade. May I ask if Comrade Qin Shua is here? The melodious sound, like a clear stream, reached Su Qiao's ears. She snapped out of her daze and quickly shook her head to dismiss her unrealistic thoughts. But she shook so hard that she felt dizzy and swayed. She accidentally bumped into the corner of a nearby table, hurting herself so badly, she almost cried. Meng Chongqing stood there apologetically, repeatedly saying, sorry, did I scare you? It's okay, it's my fault for being careless. Comrade Meng, your physical condition is really something. It made people feel speechless. I didn't want it either. Isn't this about waiting for you to seek a breakthrough? This is medicine. Su Qiao, you should need your medicine at the back. Qin Shua didn't explain much and took Meng Chongqing directly to the backyard. What do you want to see me for? I want to go back to Beijing. And then? Do you need me to do something? I will go to Beijing to attract Song Chang's attention and try to keep him there. You should see if you can check at Yanmen Market about his training camp. To find any evidence related to him, keeping him in Beijing might put you in danger. My original plan was to draw him here, so you can act freely. He and I don't have any personal grudges, so he won't be targeting you. Song Chang is a vengeful person. If he finds out about you, he definitely won't let you go. Our past was a life and death situation, so it's better not to get you involved in trouble. Qin Shua actually knows a little about Song Chang. In her past life, she also had contact with him, thanks to Lin Yan acting as a bridge. This person is naturally cold and selfish, but his appearance is very deceiving, innocent and harmless looking. The deepest concealment is actually him. In her past life, Song Chang considered her a friend of Lin Yan and treated her as one of his own. He was always polite to her. Some of his cruel acts she heard from others. She once asked Lin Yan if he was a good person, and Lin Yan only said they were just rumors. She didn't think too much about it then. If something happens at the women's training camp, Song Chang will definitely come. No matter how you try to stop him, it won't help. So, this isn't something we can decide. My advice is, let him go. If he really goes to Yanmen Market, just let him. I have my ways to handle him. This, Meng Chongqing hesitated, clearly worried that Qin Shua might get hurt. Don't you trust my skills? Besides, I have ways to protect myself. I also have people in secret. Otherwise, where do you think my supplies come from? All right then. Let's prepare for both possibilities. Yes, I understand. The two discussed some details, and Meng Chongqing left the Chaoyang Brigade. At this moment, Su Qiao slowly came from the front yard and returned the ointment to Qin Shua. This ointment really works. It feels cool when I apply it. I made this ointment myself, so of course it works well. By the way, Su Qiao, I need to go out for a while. Go ahead. I'll watch things here. I might be gone for about 8 or 9 days, or maybe 10, to a remote mountain area to gather some medicinal herbs from a higher year, which will be used to make life-saving medicine. Are you going to be gone that long? If not, I can go with you? No need. The environment in the deep mountains isn't very good. I can go alone without any problem. If you go, I still need to take care of you. That's true. She has never been to the mountains, so she might slow me down. It's better for her to stay at home and be safe. After packing the herbs, Qin Shua first went to the team leader to ask for help. He helped her get a letter of introduction and also gave her some blank paper. Her reason was the same as she told Su Qiao. Everyone knows her skills pretty well. Although they worry she might get hurt, they also know there's no real danger to her life. The team leader gave a few words of advice, but since she insisted, he didn't press further. That evening, she went to the Gao family. Her reason for going was still the same. Gao uncle and aunt didn't say much. They could see her skills clearly, but they were a bit worried about the length of her trip. Is 10 days too long? In the deep mountains with no food or water, it must be tough. Andy, is there no food in the mountains? There's plenty of meat. If I bring enough seasoning, it might taste even better than at home. That makes sense. Auntie, I'll come back as soon as I can. This time, I'll look for something that Guai Guai can use. It's better for her to wake up sooner. Sister Shiping's life is getting better, and isn't it for Guai Guai's happiness? It would be a shame if she doesn't wake up. Yes, that's right. I've already made several outfits with Sister Shiping over the past few days, and I plan to deliver them to the department store soon. Good. Sister Shiping knows the way. When the time comes, don't be too reluctant. Traveling back and forth in one day is tiring. It's better to stay at the guest house. That's what I think too. I also want to buy some fabric to see if there's anything suitable. I'll need to stay for 2 or 3 days. Now Gao Shiping is more open-minded. She can earn money, so she is willing to spend it. She believes that success comes from effort, which is a basic rule of energy conservation. In the evening, she and Su Qiao returned to the health clinic. Today, she didn't sleep alone in the small room she had set aside for herself, but went back to the backyard with Qin Shuyue. They lay on a bed, chatting casually. Most of the questions were from Su Qiao, mainly about medical skills. Qin Shuyue answered patiently. As they talked, Qin Shuyue started to feel sleepy. Before going to bed, she repeatedly told Su Qiao not to go too far from the health clinic, preferably not to leave the Chaiyang Brigade alone. After all, there were still militia patrols in the area, so safety was somewhat assured. But once outside the brigade, it was uncertain. Early in the morning, before dawn, Qin Shuyue got up to leave. Su Qiao heard the noise and quickly got up to help prepare breakfast and pack some dry food too. After breakfast, she reluctantly saw Qin Shuyue off at the door. She had never felt so sentimental before. This time, she felt a strange sense of reluctance. Su Qiao didn't know why. She just watched Qin Shuyue's figure leave, her eyes slightly reddening. At 4 p.m., after a bumpy day, Qin Shuyue arrived in Ding Tong City. She didn't linger in crowded places, but quickly found a spot, then turned into her space to prepare her disguise. When she came out, the once charming young girl had become a worn-out, patched-up person with sunken cheeks, a pale face, and dry, dull hair. She was holding a bag, and her shoes were so worn that her toes were almost exposed. These were clothes she had worn before at the Qin family. Luckily, she kept them instead of throwing them away. She slowly walked to the alley near Xiangzi's place, first circling around to see if there were any abandoned, unguarded courtyards. Using some methods, she pried open a door, put her bag inside, and then headed toward the hospital. She didn't enter the hospital but stood at the entrance. When someone approached, she asked if they needed someone to take care of patients. She was willing to do any dirty or tiring work. On her first day, she gained nothing. To make her act more convincing, she didn't eat lunch and pretended to be exhausted as she returned to the dilapidated small courtyard. She took out a large pancake from her bag, took a few bites to fill her stomach, then leaned against the wall, closing her eyes to rest and gather strength. The next day, at the usual place, but she looked a little anxious. Of course, this anxiety was for some people's benefit. Comrade, I am very affordable. Just feed me 3 meals a day and I can take care of your family. It saves you the trouble of coming back and forth. Get up, get up. Who dares to hit me? I haven't even had my 3 meals today and you're talking about hiring me? What are you thinking? Get lost. She waved her hand, causing Qin Shuyue to fall to the ground with a loud thud. She cursed inwardly, but kept a stubborn look on her face, unfazed by hardship or difficulty. She stood up and asked the next person. Near Qin Shuyue, 2 sneaky-looking men crouched behind a corner, watching her. Who's this girl? Where did she come from? I've never seen her before, probably from the countryside. She thought she could find food in the big city. Huh, aren't there many like her? But in this city, supplies are low and there are many people. It's even worse than in the small town. This girl looks young. I saw her standing there yesterday. She hasn't found a job all day, let alone food. Looks like no one will help her today. When she's desperate enough, we can. Maybe we shouldn't do anything now. The police are cracking down hard lately. What's there to be afraid of? We've been checked before. Yesterday, someone was brought in. That person didn't seem very smart. Even after falling so low, they still dared to shout at me. After I dealt with them, they behaved. Women like her just need a lesson. Plus, the training camp is pushing hard. It seems their boss wants to make a big move, recruiting more people.
But there are so few qualified.
Even if we try hard, it might take 10 or 15 days to send someone over. Exactly. That girl yesterday looked decent enough. She's not very heavy, but once she gets to the training camp, with good food and care, anyone can become healthy and strong. The only problem is she can't read, which is a barrier. Maybe we should ask that girl if she can read. If she can, we might risk bringing her over. If not, forget it. No point risking everything in this risky situation. Alright, I'll go ask her now. Qin Shuya was quietly thinking, wondering when those people would notice her, this little girl. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of her. She straightened her expression and looked up sadly at the newcomer. She smiled faintly, but the smile seemed a bit sly, with her eyes slightly raised, giving her a tough look. Maybe this time she would be safe. Young girl, are you looking for a job? Big brother, does your family need someone to take care of a patient? I can do laundry, cooking, cleaning. I'm willing to work hard. I don't ask for much. Do you think I'm suitable? We don't have a patient, but my grandfather is not very mobile. We, his children, are busy with work and can't always take care of him. We're looking for a live-in helper. We'll pay normally. I have one condition. Go ahead, big brother. Can you read and write? My grandfather likes to read the newspaper, but his eyesight isn't good, so he needs someone to read for him. If you can't read, you might not be suitable for this job. I can read and write. When my family was better off, I went to school, but I only finished elementary school. After my parents passed away, no one could pay for my education, so I stayed home to help with chores. Hearing that Qin Shuya's parents had passed away, the man's eyes lit up. Not having parents is good, no one to answer to. This little girl probably grew up with relatives, and judging by her situation, she's not doing well there either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come out alone to find work just to earn a bit of money. All right. Come back here tomorrow. I'll come to pick you up. I need to talk to my grandfather first. This has to be approved by him. Okay. Big brother, I'll come back here tomorrow. The man turned and left. Qin Shuya didn't stay at the hospital entrance any longer. Instead, she returned to her temporary small courtyard. On the way back, she noticed someone following her. She pretended not to notice, kept her composure, entered the courtyard, hugged herself, leaned against the wall, and pulled her bundle close, clutching it tightly. Inside her bundle were some coarse rice cakes and a set of clean clothes. This was her way of maintaining her cover, to deceive outsiders. The observer left shortly after, not staying long. They probably understood her situation. She was so poor she couldn't even afford food. She was lucky to find a job and couldn't risk losing it easily. After the person left, Qin Shuya took out 2 large meat buns and a bowl of egg soup from her space. She ate small bites to conserve her energy. She knew that if she really entered these people's hideout, finding food again might be difficult. Since entering the space would make her less aware of the outside, Qin Shuya chose not to go in. Instead, she found a sheltered spot, draped a blanket over herself, and took out a medical book to pass the time. She kept reading until nightfall, when the moon rose and she could no longer see the words. Then she put away the book, curled up under the blanket, and slept peacefully until morning. Her breakfast was still a pancake, with just a sip of hot water to prevent choking. She looked up at the sun, guessed the time, and quickly packed everything into her space. She carried only a small bundle and slowly made her way to the hospital entrance, pretending to look anxious as she glanced around. After a while, the man from yesterday approached. Qin Shuya hurried to greet him warmly. "Big brother, you're here. Can I go to work now?"
Sure. I discussed it with my dad yesterday and we've decided. You need to perform well and not embarrass me. Yes, yes, I will. Alright, come with me. I live in the staff housing in the East City. When they mentioned the staff housing, everyone's eyes showed envy. Everyone knew that those living there worked in the government, and they weren't ordinary people. They all had to be important officials. Qin Shua followed behind silently. She couldn't talk much with him now, worried that chatting might make him suspicious. It was better to wait until they reached the place. She kept walking east with him, puzzled. Could he really be taking her to some staff housing? Suddenly, the man turned his heels and headed into a nearby alley. Qin Shua, quick-witted, followed him without hesitation. The man looked surprised that Qin Shua didn't ask anything and thought to himself how lucky he was. Today's plan was going too smoothly. After walking for a few minutes, the man suddenly stopped. Hurry up and go. Time is running out and I still have to go to work. Oh, okay. Qin Shua quickly took a few steps forward. The man stayed behind her, and at the next turn, he suddenly grabbed her. He pushed open a nearby door and pushed her into the yard. Before she could ask what was happening, he took a cloth strip from his pocket and stuffed it into her mouth. Fortunately, the cloth was new and still smelled like fabric, or she might have lost her temper. If she hadn't been caught so easily, she might have already fought back before they even took her to the training camp. Hey, Songzi, did you get anything today? This one can read and write. Hurry up and lock her up. Tomorrow, she'll be taken to the training camp in Yenmeng. That's really something. It's a rare find. Yeah, it took me 2 days to do this. Qin Shua was pulled by her collar into the house. She rolled her eyes to show her disdain for the person called Songzi. It wasn't really 2 days. What did he do in those 2 days? Just a few words, and he's exhausted. If she hadn't walked into their trap herself, how could this man have brought her here so easily? She thought to herself while carefully watching the yard. The yard looked very ordinary, broken down to the point where even mice wouldn't want to live there. Not many people moved around inside, but there were quite a few breathing in the yard, at least 10 or more. Of course, there might be other things they called goods stored here. This place was definitely not their base. It was probably just a small hideout to hide their activities. She heard the sound of chains clinking, then a feeling of weightlessness. She collapsed onto the dry grass, curled up, and sat up slowly. She looked around the room, which was just a thatched hut with holes everywhere. Her heart eased a little. She was mainly worried about too many people being inside. If the room was airtight, the smell would be terrible. Even as an undercover agent, she wanted to be a careful one. She didn't want to breathe in any disgusting odors. Let me out. Let me out. You bastards, what are you doing to me? Where's Yang Yaoquan? Yang Yaoquan, that damn guy, I trusted him. I thought he was a good person, but it turns out he's just like those rats in the gutter with you guys. When I get out, I will send all of you to jail. This familiar voice, familiar tone, and silly way of threatening, it's none other than Qin Hongshan. You said you'd take revenge if you got out, so why would they still let you go? Is everyone in the world as foolish as you? The door was open from outside, and 2 burly men came in, heading straight for Qin Hongshan. They slapped her face hard. Even without looking, she knew the force was strong. Her face would be swollen, if not already. Ow. You dare hit me? Dare hit me? My parents never hit me, but you dare to hit me. How fresh. This is typical of someone spoiled by the whole world. Stupid woman, are you shouting? Do you believe I will kill you? Let me tell you, I have people who can do that. If you make me angry, be careful you won't see tomorrow's sun. Qin Hongshan shrank back, no longer daring to speak. The others inside the room looked numb, hugging their thighs, ignoring what was happening. They couldn't even protect themselves, so who could they care about now? All right, old six, it's just a newcomer who doesn't know the rules. Just teach her a lesson. If she gets too scared, she won't sell well. Be good and behave. Before leaving the shed, the burly man glanced at Qin Shua, who was quietly obedient. Then outside, he joked with Songzi. Wow, Songzi, you're really lucky. Look at that girl. She's obedient and quiet. That's real understanding of the situation. I've never seen such a well-behaved girl. Which one doesn't need some proper training? Ha, an orphan girl is different from those with parents. She knows how to read faces and understand people. Unknowingly, Qin Shiyue was praised. That I don't want your thanks. Suddenly, she felt a hateful gaze. Qin Shiyue looked up and saw Qin Hongshan. Blackfish row. Could it be that you're jealous too? At noon, the yard returned to silence. The people in the small courtyard had all gone out, leaving only a burly man sleeping soundly in the small hut. Others in the grass shelter, used to this situation, chose to move their hands and feet slowly, standing up carefully without making any noise. Qin Shiyue didn't understand this tradition. To avoid accidentally causing trouble and losing control, she decided to stay still. Meanwhile, Qin Hongshan ignored everything and stood up, pacing inside the grass shelter, cursing under her breath, occasionally shooting sharp glances at Qin Shiyue. Seeing no one paid attention to her, she angrily swung her chain against the wooden door, making a loud banging sound. At this moment, Qin Shiyue, with keen senses, noticed movement coming from the main room. She immediately buried her head in her arms, listening carefully to the sounds outside. After about 2 seconds, the person who had been standing suddenly performed a neat squat. All of them sat down on the ground at the same time, leaning against the wall, hugging their heads or hugging their legs. Before Qin Hongshan could react, she was suddenly pulled out forcefully. Before she could scream, someone stuffed a sock into her mouth and dragged her into a small hut beside the main house, tying her up without mercy. The wooden door blocked everyone's view, but couldn't hide Qin Shiyue's sharp ears. A minute later, the sound of whips cracking against flesh came, along with Qin Hongshan's muffled screams. It seemed she was truly Qin Hongshan's victim. Perhaps she had also stood up hurriedly and walked back and forth on the ground yesterday noon, but since there was no one to envy, she didn't get angry or lose her temper, and she calmly spent the first day. Having never truly seen these people's methods, Qin Hongshan's fearless behavior today was a form of provocation. Although Qin Hongshan's target was her, it didn't stop someone from teaching her a lesson. Listening calmly to Qin Hongshan's muffled cries, Qin Shiyue's expression was hard to read. It was satisfying to teach Qin Hongshan a lesson, but she was also very angry at how these people behaved. Damn it, she had to find a chance to make them pay a painful price for their actions. The sound of the whip continued for more than 10 minutes. The strong man, panting heavily, put the whip aside, cursed at Qin Hongshan for a while, then angrily returned to the house. Until Songzi and the man called La Lu returned, carrying a lunchbox and some rice wine into the house. Not long after, La Lu came out cursing while holding medicine. He went to check on Qin Hongshan's room and stayed there for a few minutes before coming out. Damn it, if it weren't for the recent tight security, I would have sent that woman away long ago. Songzi, you guys go over there. What do the people there say? Those women will have to stay locked up for a few more days. But the one who can read and write, someone will personally drive her to Yanmen Market tomorrow night. But have you tried to see if she really can read or write? There was a brief silence in the air. Damn it, I forgot. Hurry, get me the whole book. If that woman dares to fool me, just wait and see how I deal with her. Soon, Songzi stormed into the thatched shed, opening the door forcefully. The others inside, frightened, curled up into balls, trying to hide their presence. You read for me? I will read. People. Only the people are the driving force behind creating world history. All reactionaries are just paper tigers. Songzi paused, seemingly suspicious that I was mocking him, but had no proof. Frowning, he confirmed that Qin Shiyue really could read. He didn't mind her reciting the words, his mood visibly happy. He turned and left the shed. She can read, for sure. That's good. These people ate their fill and didn't bother about the group locked in the shed. Soon, snoring filled the entire yard, so loud that even inside the shed, it sounded very real. Honestly, these people are quite carefree. Quietly, I shifted my feet. The sound of chains clinking in the silent night was especially harsh. Qin Shiyue moved her fingers slightly, holding her breath. Before long, everyone in the shed collapsed to the ground. Quickly, Qin Shiyue took out a piece of wire from her space and sat on the ground, fiddling with it blindly.
In her previous life, she was a medical student, so she really didn't know much about this kind of thing. Therefore, her fiddling with the wire was entirely based on luck. Clearly, her luck was better than Meng Chongqing's. After 5 minutes, the chain suddenly unlocked. She quietly moved to the edge of the grass hut, stretching her muscles. She reached out and tried to unlock the door outside. She couldn't see the lock clearly and was worried about making noise and waking the people inside. Sweat dripped down her forehead as she worked for about 10 minutes before the door finally opened. Crouching low and hidden in the dark, she quickly moved to the window. She lit a thin incense stick, held her breath for a minute, and then the snoring inside stopped. Ancient wisdom is endless. The incense that can make people faint was something she found in old books. She prepared it especially for her undercover work. She also made different kinds of sleep-inducing medicines, powder, liquid, and this incense. There's always one that suits these animals. Once she was sure everyone inside was asleep, Qin Shue confidently walked in. A strong bad smell hit her, almost making her faint. Damn it, these men's feet smell terrible. And they left the windows and door open, so the smell was very strong. She forced herself to hold back the urge to vomit and quickly searched through their belongings, even checking their pockets, but found nothing valuable. Her face darkened as she left the house and went to the yard. If the timing had been better, she would have yelled at them like a scolding wife. These poor men, so broke that even mice would cry. Not a single ticket, dime, or useful information. Thinking about Qin Hongshan, who was still unconscious and hanging there, Qin Shue sat in a corner, gnashing her teeth in anger. She ate a couple of biscuits to fill her stomach. After eating and drinking enough, she quietly returned to the grass hut, chained herself, and leaned against the wall pretending to sleep. 2 hours later, the people in the hut gradually woke up. Even the 3 inside the main house, realizing they had slept too deeply and fearing something might happen, came out to check. Seeing nothing unusual, they went back inside to sleep again. By dawn, the 3 people in the house stretched lazily and slowly came out. Go see how that woman is doing. If she's causing trouble, I'll tell the others to send her over so Aunt Hong can teach her a lesson. Thinking of Aunt Hong's methods, the other 2 men couldn't help but shiver. Alright, if we leave it here and it keeps making noise, it will attract attention and that will cause trouble since this is a residential area. Yes, it's better to be careful. Old Six went inside to check if Qin Hongshan was alive or dead. He found that her wounds were infected and she had a fever. Reluctantly, he laid her flat and took a pill from his pocket, then gave it to her to swallow. Serves you right. Why not listen and behave? Why suffer like this? After giving her medicine and tending to her wounds, Old Six went out to tell the others about Qin Hongshan's condition. Let's just keep her alive with medicine for now. Whether she lives or dies depends on her luck. If she can't hold on, we'll leave her on the mountain for the wolves. If she survives, it won't be a waste of our medicine. Okay, who's going to get the food today? You and Old Forgo. I'll watch here. The quality of these people determined how much money they could make. So, they didn't bother to discipline the women they captured, except for a few. Qin Shue looked at the women sitting nearby. They had dark circles under their eyes, sunken cheeks, and looked so thin they were almost bones. They must have been hungry for days. She wondered how much longer they could hold on. All these women were young, but their hair was messy, and their faces were hard to see clearly. They all clenched their jaws and said nothing. There was no danger, so Qin Shue felt relatively comfortable. Not many people came to this simple shelter. Old Six had gone twice to check on Qin Hongshan, and the last time he came out, he said her fever had gone down. After that, no one paid further attention. They stayed there, leaning against the rough wall, until evening. Songzi came in wearing a hooded windbreaker, holding a cloth strip in her hand. The black windbreaker looked specially made, with the hood covering her entire face. In the dark, her face was hidden. She looked at the yellowed cloth strip, and Qin Shue thought she might still be able to save her. I promise I won't talk. Please don't stuff the cloth in my mouth, okay? Oh? Aren't you from a poor family? And you're still picky. She looked at Qin Shiyue with suspicion, as if she was starting to doubt her. When I was at home, my aunt often stuffed cloth strips into my mouth, locked me in a dark room, and didn't give me food. I was scared, so I started to like grabbing people. Songzi nodded as if she somewhat understood. He could accept this explanation. After all, she wasn't his own child. Could he really expect relatives to treat her well? Not throwing her out of the house was already kind. Don't shout, or you'll end up like that woman inside. I promise I won't shout.
Just don't stuff my mouth.
I will be good, very good. Let's go. Honestly, those people over there are so lazy. They won't even walk a few steps, and I have to drag them over late at night. Songzi grumbled angrily, saying some meaningless words. Qin Shiyue didn't say a word. She followed behind Songzi, walking all the way to the main street, then to the West District. After entering the West City, they didn't go far before reaching a spacious courtyard. Yes, a courtyard. It was large and bright, with pavilions and towers, probably the main house of a wealthy landowner from the past. It seems Song Chang's influence is quite extensive. Usually, such courtyards belong to the government once taken over, and arrangements are made. But surprisingly, there are still some hidden places in Ding Tong City. At the door, Songzi adjusted her collar, brushed off her darkened face, and immediately put on a flattering smile. She bowed, lowered her head, and knocked on the door rhythmically. A voice came from inside, impatient. Brother Chen, it's me, Songzi. Yes, take your time. I'm not in a hurry. Waiting like this really meant waiting. It was half an hour before the door finally opened. Brother Chen, good evening. She nodded and bowed, almost kneeling to greet him. Oh, Songzi, isn't that our great hero? I heard about your big achievement. The boss knows, and he said he wants to reward you. When you get the reward, don't forget your brothers. Of course. No one forgets who promoted me, Brother Chen. Rest assured, I have it in mind. All right, come in. Matsu took Qin Shiyue into the courtyard. The first thing she saw was a large decorative wall. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a wealthy person's home. Turning past the wall, she expected to see a clean, fresh, small yard. Instead, it was full of trash, broken frames, baskets, torn cloth strips, smelly socks, and a worn-out vest hanging from a beam. Her eyes twitched involuntarily. These people are just wasting what they have. Is Matsu here? I want to see the goods. A voice came from nearby. Chen, standing next to Matsu, and Matsu herself. Both looked very respectful. It was clear this person held a high status here. Just then, someone lifted the hood from her head. The soft moonlight illuminated the dark, revealing the ugly face in front of her. Only one thought crossed her mind. Ugly. Truly ugly. That face looked like the moon's surface, so ugly it could ruin your appetite. All right, he's not bad looking. Train him well. Maybe he'll be someone's husband someday. You must take good care of him and not make any mistakes, understand? He grinned, showing a row of big yellow teeth. His gaps were wide enough to fit a thick toothpick. As he spoke, saliva flew everywhere. Qin Shiyue quickly stepped back 2 steps, but some of it still splashed on her. You've successfully made me angry. Dare to spit on me. I will punish you severely later. Okay. Send her to the car. Old Chun, take Old Wang and get moving. Keep an eye on her on the way. Got it? Matsu, come with me. The boss wants to see you. Qin Shiyue was led into a hood. Old Chun looked at her unsealed mouth and called out to Matsu, who was walking into the house. Matsu told Old Chun what Qin Shiyue had said and added that she had been obedient all along without speaking. Although Old Chun looked cautious, he didn't insist on sealing her mouth completely. They were led to the backyard, where a locked shed stood. A middle-aged man named Old Wang opened the door and drove out a car that had been painted white. Old Chun pushed Qin Shiyue onto the car and sat with her in the back seat. Let's go. Out of town. Are you sure you can really let her go like this? Old Wang skillfully drove out of the yard heading north. A woman can only cause a small ripple. Besides, we are traveling through remote areas with no one around, so why would she shout? Then, the carriage fell silent. Qin Shiyue covered her face with her hood, so no one could see her expression, and she couldn't see theirs. But she quietly looked outside the window. Maybe old Chen thought she couldn't cause any trouble, so he didn't stop her. She sank into her thoughts, glanced at her watch, and waited until the other two in the car felt sleepy. Quietly, she took out a lit incense stick. Its gentle scent filled the carriage, making the already drowsy two people fall into sleep. She lifted her cloak, helped old Wang, who was driving, to the back seat, and sat in the driver's seat herself. She examined the small car from the 1970s. Luckily, as long as you knew how to drive a manual, it wasn't hard to handle. Soon, the car started moving again, but this time heading back. She didn't have much time, so she needed to act quickly. After entering Ding Tong City through the north gate, Qin Shua parked the car not far from the courtyard. She opened the door, lightly stepped onto the ground, then quickly ran out. She reached the corner of the courtyard wall, took a running start, jumped over the wall, and slipped inside. Earlier, she followed old Chen and old Wang to the backyard from the front yard, which gave her a rough idea of the place. The courtyard wasn't large, and there were many broken walls and ruins at the back. It seemed the original house had fallen into disrepair and collapsed, and no one had taken care of it. Most likely, everyone was gathered in the front yard, which was where she had just been standing. Confidently, she strode into the front yard. As she turned the corner, she bumped into two people.
"Who are you?
"Why are you here?" She gave them a mocking look and immediately moved into action. Her movements were quick and precise, and she struck fiercely, leaving the two with no chance to fight back. Hearing the noise, 5 more people rushed out from inside. Qin Shua was unafraid and threw punches at each of them. "Wow, that was a good punch. Stupid woman, brothers, attack." These 5 looked strong and healthy, but they were actually quite weak. Qin Shua kept her strength controlled, afraid of seriously injuring them or causing them to die from her blows. She didn't want to finish them off before anyone could come to help. Even so, these 5 people still ran away, tilting their heads and passing out immediately. TSK, such useless trash. You're not. Sun Suko, who had just received her reward, was so frightened upon seeing Qin Shua that she stammered.
"Hey.
Big brother, it's been a while." Before she finished speaking, Qin Shua waved her hand, slapped her twice, grabbed Sun Suko's arm, twisted it behind her back, and with a cracking sound and a scream, she completely alarmed everyone inside. More than 10 people rushed out in a flurry, including that big yellow tooth who was letting the wind in. "Sun Suko, is this the stuff you brought back? Look at this yard. All messed up. After I deal with this woman, I'll deal with you. Come on, attack." Qin Shua didn't bother to talk to them. With a flick of her hand, powder drifted in the air, and the dozen or so people rushing at her immediately fell to the ground, along with the 7 people already lying there and Sun Suko with her dislocated arm. Everyone fell into unconsciousness.
Who are you?
"Who exactly are you? Is it you? Just now you spat on me." Big Yellow Tooth looked confused. Seeing the female villain getting closer and closer, Big Yellow Tooth quickly tried to run into the house. Qin Shua, unwilling to dirty her hands, kicked him down to the ground. Then, a series of quick kicks rained down on Big Yellow Tooth like raindrops. "I told you not to let the wind in. I told you not to spit on me. I told you to keep your hygiene. I'm gonna kick you, you little brat. Enough. Comrade, since we've met, it's fate. Since our people are unreasonable, can I, as the boss, compensate you? Whatever conditions you have, just tell me." Finally, she forced the boss behind the scenes out. With another deep kick, she knocked Big Yellow Tooth unconscious on the steps. Qin Shua lazily walked over to the boss, her eyes innocent as could be. "Is there really compensation? Any amount is fine, yes. How about you come inside and talk with me, comrade?" This boss looked quite respectable, with a touch of elegance. He was very trustworthy and likable among the crowd, but no one would suspect that he was the head of a human trafficking ring. "Comrade, come with me." Qin Shua knew that besides the boss in the room, everyone else had been knocked out in the yard. She understood that this person had bad intentions, so she was on guard. However, when she entered the room, she deliberately pulled her hand back, casually showing that she had nothing in her hand, to ease his suspicion. The boss's place was in the center of the yard, probably the only spacious and bright room, the largest in size. The interior was decorated carefully, with redwood floors, wallpaper, a carved wooden bed, a redwood wardrobe, and a round table. Comrade, you're really skilled. The men under me are carefully chosen tough guys, but none of them could match you. That just shows your men are not very good. They look so weak. If they were chosen randomly, they'd be knocked out with one punch. You're right. Since we're sitting here today, it's a sign of fate. What do you want? Feel free to ask. If I can do it, I will. I want money and tickets. The more, the better. It's clear you don't have a stable environment. Giving you money is easy, but without a steady income, the money will run out eventually. When it runs out, I'll just rob again. There are other places after Nantung City. I'm alone, and I can feed myself and my family. What's there to fear? Living on the streets isn't as comfortable as having a fixed home. I see you're very skilled. Why not? Join me in controlling the underground business in Ding Tong City? We'd be equals, sharing the profits equally. What do you think? Oh, there's such a good opportunity. What do you want in return? I don't mind being open about it. I want your skills. You probably know what I do. These are all risky deals, but with you, I can live longer. With me around, you'll just die faster. I wonder how much of my money I can get this year? If it's less than what I earn myself, I don't think we can agree. Sorry, I can't tell you the details for now. So, you're not sincere, then? Qin Shua gently tapped the table with her finger, her threatening tone clear. The person opposite was no fool either. He tried to test Qin Shua but found it useless, and his face immediately changed. I have plenty of sincerity, just worried you might not want it. Then stop talking and give me the money. I have one good trait. I accept money, not people. All right, wait and see. The boss stood up, walked through an archway into the inner room, and after fiddling around for a moment, took out a red lacquered box. This is 500 yuan and 30 tickets, grain tickets, meat tickets, all included. By your mouth is shut, is that enough? Oh, you're really generous. I like that. The money is enough. Don't worry, my mouth follows the money. When there's more money, it's enough to shut up. She reached out and hugged the box, pretending to be happy and unguarded. But just as she lifted her hand to grab the box, a colorless, odorless powder dispersed into the air and entered the other person's nose. Qin Shua turned around, holding the box, and quickly moved to the side. She stood there with a bloodthirsty smile, softly saying 3, 2, 1. Before the boss could ask what it meant, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Playing tricks on me? You're really asking for trouble. She quickly put the box into her space, then entered the room to search. She remembered hearing a click, like a switch being turned on. Carefully, she checked everything in the room. Finally, when she looked at the corner of the bed, she found a secret. She pressed lightly, and a drawer popped out from under the bed. Inside the drawer were rolled-up documents and several boxes of tickets, likely worth over 10,000 yuan, maybe even 100,000. No wonder he was so generous. It turned out there was a lot more hidden here. She didn't count exactly how much money there was. She didn't move anything but took several tickets she needed from the box: grain tickets, meat tickets, cloth tickets, and industrial tickets. There were about 20 of each, not too many, not too few. This will be my reward. We searched all the other rooms again, but found nothing except a phone. All right. This thief's hideout is quite wealthy. I dialed the number and went straight to Xiangzi's police station. Luckily, someone was on duty. I explained the situation and asked them to quickly contact the city bureau to come and handle the matter. I also told them that on the main house's table there was a list of all the key locations and addresses in Ning province, and to deal with it as soon as possible. After hanging up, I looked at the time. It was already past 2 a.m. I quickly climbed over the wall back to the car, drove back to the original spot, and woke up the two people who were sleeping. Hey, Lao Wang, why did you stop the car? I was too tired and accidentally fell asleep. Old Chen looked at the seat and saw Qin Shua still had her hood pulled over her head, sitting quietly. You didn't run away? Why should I run? You said going to a training camp could make me a wife. I'm tired of being poor and don't want to go back to my old life. I think being a wife isn't so bad. At least I can eat well and stay warm.
You.
Old Chin didn't know what to say at first, but he felt something was off. Did you fall asleep too?
Yeah.
Do you think something's wrong? I just suddenly felt very sleepy and wanted to sleep. Me too. Are you guys still thinking of leaving? This remote countryside is pretty creepy. They pretended to be scared and shrank back. Let's go. Since we've rested, we should keep driving. Both of them were secretly worried, but to avoid affecting the task they were given, they decided to wait and see what happened. They'd been driving for 3 days straight, mostly day and night. Only once, passing through a small town, did one of them get out to buy some food. They didn't starve Qin Shuer intentionally. At least she had a proper meal each day. After 3 days, the car stopped at the foot of a big mountain outside Yanmen City, far from any village or shop. Old Chin was the first to get out of the car. You get out too. She obediently stood on the ground. Old Chin didn't try to help her. After Lao Wang locked the car, he headed straight up the mountain. For Qin Shuya, this mountain path was easy to climb to the top, no sweat at all. But her current role was that of a delicate woman, so she could make these two men feel at ease. I'm so tired. Can I rest for a while? Blushing and even sweating a little, I took off my hood and revealed my face to the two of them. Old Chen and Old Wang exchanged a quick look. Old Chen said in a harsh tone, "Lazy, you can't even walk this short distance? Aren't you used to hard work since you were young? Can't handle a little hardship? I haven't eaten well for several days." Qin Shua spoke weakly and tiredly, which made Old Chen doubt her less. After resting for 10 minutes, the three of us set out again. This time, Qin Shua managed her rest better and took another break. Finally, we arrived at a small, hidden wooden house in the mountains. The house was not big, maybe about 20 square meters. Inside, 5 strong and healthy people sat, making it a bit crowded. "Where are you from?" "Brothers, we are from Ding Tong City, here to deliver someone." "Okay, please register." Hey. Old Chin stepped forward and filled out the basic information, then added the city name and the name of the person in charge. Only then did Qin Shua realize that the person she knocked out yesterday was named Yang Dojin. That name sounded quite cheerful. "All right, put the person here. You two go to the city and wait for news. Here's an invitation letter and some money for the guest house. I couldn't believe you guys are running a hideout so officially. And with an invitation letter and money? Okay. We'll go back and wait." After delivering the person, they had to wait to see if the person sent was good or bad. If good, they could get a reward. If bad, they wouldn't get anything and would have to go back where they came from. Everyone here knew this process well. Old Chen and Old Wang went straight down the mountain to the city guest house. Qin Shua followed a strong man through a tunnel under the wooden house, walking for a full hour before seeing daylight again. The exit was in a courtyard. Listening carefully, it was very quiet around, probably because it was in a remote place with few people nearby. "Quick, let's go. Don't look around," the man behind me shouted, but he didn't push or force me. We crossed the small courtyard wall and suddenly found ourselves in an open space. This place is much larger than the small courtyard in Ding Tong City. At the front, there is a 5-story Western-style house, and behind it, there are rows of 2-story buildings. On the side, there are also single-story structures. Overall, there are many houses, the area is spacious, and everything is kept clean. She walked to the room at the far right on the first floor, and the man led her inside. "Teacher Lu, this person is new. Please help register her." "Okay, I understand." Teacher Lu first looked her over, holding her head high with a proud expression, and rolled her eyes. After the man left, Teacher Lu sat there, looking down at something, not paying her any attention. "Teacher Lu, what are your plans for me?" "Shut up. You're just a country bumpkin with no manners. Don't you know you shouldn't bother others when they're busy?" "Oh, how noble are you. Teaching in a den of thieves. Thinking you're a cultured person? Watch your words."
Huh.
"If you're not honest here, you're getting too bold. Teacher Lu, you don't have children, right? If your kids knew their mother was here. TSK, they probably wouldn't want to see you. You're talking nonsense. What do you know? Only by earning money can I have a better future. One day, they'll be grateful to me. Fine, you just want this organization to stay forever so you can always stay here peacefully and make money. You.
Get out. Get out.
I won't register you. I'll lock you in the small black room. Teacher Lu, I can read and write, and I'm quite educated. Tell me, would your leader let someone talented like me slip away? Qin Shue was so confident. Sure enough, after hearing this, Teacher Lu's face turned purple with anger, and she sat there panting heavily. So? Teacher Lu, are you willing to process my registration now? Who? Who are you exactly? Me. Just a poor girl who's been bullied. Now I've found a place where I can turn things around, so I have to seize the opportunity. But Teacher Lu, I have a bad temper. Anyone who offends me won't have a good ending. I have nothing to lose, so I'm not afraid. As for you, well, that's hard to say. Qin Shue does not want to be bullied here in the future. She also thinks that the final outcome for these people is uncertain, so there's no need to indulge them. Teacher Lu was eventually threatened and, suppressing her anger, helped Qin Shue register. This is your dorm key. Do you see that row of 2-story buildings? The third empty room from the left is a shared 8-person room. It has a porcelain basin and clothes for changing. If you want to buy more, you need to use credits. What are credits? Credits are points based on your attitude towards studying, your progress, and the teacher's impression of you. You need these points to exchange for what you need at the supply office. Can I go out now? Teacher Lu looked at her, trying to hide her eye roll. No, alright, this training camp is quite formal. I don't know what Song Chong is thinking, coming up with so many tricks. In the end, isn't it just heading down a path of self-destruction? They're crazy, aren't they? While complaining, Qin Shue walked toward the dorm that Teacher Lu pointed to. When she opened the door, she saw 4 bunk beds, with only 2 lower beds occupied. The others were empty. It seems they are really short of people here. She tidied up her belongings and sat on a thin mattress. Qin Shue felt she should try harder, at least add a mattress and a quilt. Although the weather isn't cold now, sleeping on this hard bed would definitely give her back and waist pain the next day. Sigh. It's easy to go from simple to luxurious, but hard to go back from luxury to simplicity. In the afternoon, someone knocked on the dorm door. A middle-aged woman with a stern face, similar to Teacher Lu, entered. It's unclear if people like her are seriously ill or just think they are superior. Dinner is at the cafeteria. Since it's your first day, you can eat 3 free meals. Here are the meal tickets. Also, after dinner, you'll have a test. Based on your score, you'll earn credits. After the test, you'll find out which class you'll be assigned to. Also, you must call the teacher when you see someone here. If you forget, you'll lose 1 point. Do you understand? Qin Shue raised an eyebrow and nodded silently. She was planning to just fake the test, but after hearing this person, she suddenly felt motivated. The more credits she earned, the more she didn't care about deductions. I think the better she studies, the more freedom she will get. Maybe I should go to the front 5 floors to see what's happening there. At 5 o'clock, the other 2 people in the dormitory returned. When they saw the stranger, they were first surprised, then nodded and started packing their things. By 5:30, they took their lunchboxes and went to eat dinner. Seeing Qin Shue not moving, they hesitated and softly reminded her, "It's time to go eat dinner." "Oh? Okay." Qin Shue followed them to the dining hall. There were 5 tables, with a large basin in the middle. When she looked closer, she saw it was stir-fried cabbage. Later, when you go inside, you need to take out your meal ticket first and give it to that teacher. He's very strict and might scold you if you don't. Okay, I understand. By the way, my name is Shue. What's yours? I'm Lu Wan and she's Wei Guangying. As soon as they exchanged names, it was their turn to hand in the meal tickets. They each handed over a piece of paper about the size of a ration coupon, then sat at a table near the door. 10 people sat around a square table, quietly standing there. Each person looked different, some numb, some eager, some happy. Sit down, mealtime. The man collecting the tickets gave the order. Everyone sat on the stools together, took out their lunchboxes, and started eating without saying a word or looking around. Each person had a small bun, and they had to serve their own food. Whoever served first had the best share.
Although each only got one spoonful of food, they couldn't fill the bowl completely, just one spoonful. Even if there was a spoonful of soup left, that counted as one. At each table, there was always someone who couldn't get more, ending up with just a bun dipped in soup, barely enough to fill their stomach. At Qin Shui's table, the last one to get food was Lu Wan. Although Qin Shui had just arrived that day, she had already made up her mind when she heard the rules. Even if she couldn't be first, she definitely wouldn't be last. Lu Wan looked at her bowl, which had little oil and water in the soup. Thinking about the hunger at night, she felt wronged and started eating while tears welled up. Qin Shui looked at her, sighed, and scooped some food from her own bowl into Lu Wan's. No, that's not right. Seeing the food, Lu Wan's first reaction wasn't happiness but fear. She quickly reached out to try to push the food back. Just eat it. No, Shuyu, you can't do this, you. Oh, is this the new girl? Or a hero? Since you can't handle that dish, why not give it to me? A female classmate sitting nearby looked at Qin Shuyu with a mischievous smile and slowly stood up, walking toward her. Lu Wan was frightened, grabbing Shuyu's arm and trembling as she stepped in front of her to block her. When I knew, you're being too much. This is between us. It has nothing to do with you. TCH, country bumpkin. Don't you remember how you used to shrink away when you saw me? Now you're acting tough? I think you just haven't had a good punch in a few days and miss my fist. The people at other tables seemed used to this kind of scene and showed no intention of interfering. The person who had just collected the tickets only glanced over with half-open eyes and then looked away. Clearly, he wasn't going to get involved. Since he wouldn't, why should she be afraid? Qin Shuyu protected Lu Wan behind her and suddenly threw a punch, knocking Wen Xian flying. The scene fell silent again. The sounds of dishes being moved and chewing stopped. Everyone looked at Qin Shuyu in shock, then at Wen Xian on the ground, frozen in place. The man standing at the door showed a rare expression of surprise. He looked back and forth at Qin Shuyu, curious and lost in thought. Wen Xian sat up, touching her painfully swollen face, and pointed at Qin Shuyu, shouting, "You wicked girl, hitting me with a sneak attack. Sisters, attack her. I don't believe we can't take her down." Soon, more than 10 people from other tables stood up and moved toward Qin Shuyu.
Shuyu.
What should we do? Wei Guangying pursed her lips and silently took a small dagger from her pocket, handing it to Qin Shuyu. This is the dagger I traded all my credits for self-defense.
Keep it.
You need to stay alive first if you want to get revenge. Qin Shuyu weighed the sharpened dagger in her hand and nodded with satisfaction. Come on, little saplings. Are you ready to face the storm? She just looked at these people's expressions and saw that almost everyone had anger on their faces. This showed that they often bullied others, and with the bad influence of this broken school, their behavior had become even more arrogant. Just then, she thought, I like to deal with people like this. I want to see how tough they really are. She flipped her wrist, and the dagger flew up and stabbed directly at the person closest to Qin Shuyu. Before she could react, Qin Shuyu pulled out the dagger and stabbed at the next person. After stabbing 3 people, the first one fell to the ground and screamed. The remaining 10 people clearly wanted to back away. Qin Shuyu naturally wouldn't let them go. She kept attacking, knocking all of them to the ground. She used little force, just making small holes or scratches on their skin, so there wasn't much blood. But when she faced Wen Xian, Qin Shuyu used more strength. Among these people, she had the most injuries, even on her face. At this moment, the male comrades saw things were getting out of hand and quickly came over to stop Qin Shuyu. Now you realize you should move? Why didn't you do anything when they surrounded us earlier? I can't fight, but hurting people is not okay. Don't worry, no one will die. It's just a lesson. If I don't teach them a harsh lesson, maybe they'll do it again in the future. Then I wonder if I can still be so patient. Let go. I'll have someone watch over them. They won't come to you again. Qin Shuyu wiped the dagger clean on Wen Xian and handed it to Wei Guangying. Hope you keep your word. The male comrade pursed his lips, called a few people outside, and had the dozen or so girls who had fallen on the ground taken away for treatment. As soon as they left, the dishes in front of them were divided among the tablemates. No one dared to touch Qin Shuyu's food.
They all lowered their heads and ate quietly. Go ahead and share the food. She wasn't interested in eating leftovers. This fight made Qin Shue famous. After leaving the dining hall, everyone avoided her. She smoothly returned to her dormitory. The tense feeling she had been carrying all the way finally relaxed, and she collapsed onto her bed. She mumbled, "This was so exciting." "Yes, it's so exciting." Wei Guangying looked at the dagger in her hand and answered hesitantly. "What? Is there something you're still not sure about? Since you chose this dagger, you should know that you'll need it someday." I didn't expect to have to use it. I just thought, oh, she just wanted to scare those bullies. Her courage isn't much bigger than mine, but Shu Yu, your bravery is real, and you're skilled too. I think in the future, when Xian and her friends won't dare to bully anyone anymore. Are you afraid of me? Why would I be afraid? Sister, you just went up to confront them for me. Thinking about that makes me feel so happy. Oh, holding on to your leg, Guangying, and I will rely on you from now on. Yes, I think so too. They used to be unnoticed students, often bullied by Wen Xian. If she hadn't studied hard and saved enough credits to get a dagger, Wen Xian wouldn't have backed down so much. After today's events, she became even more eager to become strong. She wanted to be brave and invincible like Shu Yu, so that no one would dare to bully her anymore. The atmosphere at bedtime was very good. Lu Wan chattered about many school things with Qin Shu Yu, giving her confidence since it was her first day, and she didn't know much. By the way, Lu Wan, do you know what those 5 floors ahead are for? That 5-story building is our ultimate goal. Huh? What do you mean? Why is there a goal? Is it really something I haven't heard of before? Qin Shi sat up straight, leaned closer to Lu Wan, and called Wei Guangying over. The 3 of them whispered about the story of the 5-story building in front. After their explanation, Qin Shu Yu finally understood that the building was where the organization sent women to become wives. Each one was carefully chosen and trained by the training camp, excelling in all aspects and absolutely loyal to the organization. Talking about loyalty to the organization. How does the organization decide if these people are truly loyal? She wondered this in her mind and asked aloud. I also heard from others that they send these women out for a while to do some tasks to see if they are truly loyal. Qin Shue said nothing meaningful. She didn't clearly explain what the real issue was. To find out the truth, she would have to reach that point herself. In her past life, she later took the college entrance exam. She vaguely felt she hadn't been studying seriously for a long time. Unexpectedly, she ended up undercover and caught up in competition. Early in the morning, at 5 o'clock, Qin Shue was still asleep when Lu Wan woke her up. She was very sleep-deprived. Being suddenly called, she was momentarily confused. She looked at the clock on the wall and, in disbelief, asked Lu Wan, "Really? Do I have to get up at 5? Yesterday, because she changed her bed and the mattress was thin, she tossed and turned all night and only fell asleep around 1 a.m. She thought she wouldn't get up before 6 or 7, but 5 o'clock. Before she could settle herself, she automatically started to get up, as if on autopilot. When you came in, didn't Teacher Lu tell you? There's morning exercise to build a strong body. Qin Shue was confused. Qin Shue exclaimed, "What? Great, this school had successfully caught her attention. I fought with that teacher when I arrived. It's normal if she didn't tell me." "What? You dared to fight Teacher Lu. What's wrong? Didn't she look friendly to you when you arrived?" "Not at all. She always has a scornful face for everyone. Only the people from the 5th floor get a smile. Honestly, maybe we're not worthy. Then why doesn't she do anything about her? By the way, how did you get kidnapped?" I wasn't kidnapped. My parents sold me to them." Qin Shue paused while dressing, looking at Lu Wan with a complicated expression. She didn't know what kind of expression to show herself. Too many kids at home, not enough food. My parents were already biased towards boys. For their son, they had to sell me for money. I've been here for 2 years, and I don't care anymore. Lu Wan's words were accurate. Although she knew this place was a den of thieves, it was more comfortable than her home. No beatings, no small dark rooms, no hunger, no cold. Her former family had become very faint in her memory. As time went on,
she probably would forget them completely. I'm not sold. I was kidnapped. After saying this, Wei Guangying went straight to the water room to wash up. That's just how she is. Don't take it the wrong way. I understand. Some people have cold faces but warm hearts, while others are the opposite. It's just their personality. She only needed to stay close to those she felt comfortable with and didn't need to care too much about others. After quickly finishing her wash, she went to the yard. About 50 people stood in 10 rows, neatly arranged. It was the same man from yesterday's cafeteria, with a stern look, commanding respect without needing to shout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 55, 56. Good. No one was late today. Let's start today's training. As usual, the top scorer will earn 10 credits and a waiver of responsibility. Qin Shue was surprised when she heard about the waiver of responsibility, then quietly asked Lu Wan beside her. Lu Wan didn't dare speak loudly and answered softly. It means if you do something wrong today, you won't be held accountable. It's only for today. After today, will I still be held responsible for this?
No.
Since you used the waiver, it can't be brought up again. She nodded clearly and then made up her mind. The morning exercise was very boring, running, jumping, climbing, rolling, fighting. All these moves took a full 2 hours. 55 people were all exhausted and lying on the ground. Only Qin Shue stood there, looking a bit like she was above everyone else. A few people, like when Xian, after a night of rest, still felt pain from their wounds but gritted their teeth and persisted. Here there was no such thing as taking leave. Even if injured, they had to train in the morning, unless you could climb to the 5th floor and reach one of the floors. Originally, she thought about risking everything to get first place, earn the waiver, and then confront Qin Shue immediately.
But,
damn, who is this woman? Why is she so powerful? The man, unsurprisingly, saw Qin Shue and calmly handed her a piece of paper with a disclaimer written on it. Looking at the handwritten note, Qin Shue slightly curled her lips. Is it really so careless? Teacher, can I use this? Is it okay? You want to use it? Maybe I can try. Teacher Lu. The man looked at Qin Shue in surprise. He thought she wanted to use it on Wen Xian, but it turned out. Teacher Lu didn't inform me properly. He didn't tell me about the early training. I think he's up to something bad. He shouldn't be a good role model. Otherwise, should we fire him? Qin Shue smiled a bit mischievously, her dark face only showing her white teeth, which looked a little intimidating. Lately, out of boredom, Qin Shue had specially developed a semi-permanent dye. Semi-permanent means it lasts about 2 weeks. You just need to take 1 pill, and your body will keep the color. The medicine used is made from spiritual herbs in the space, which are harmless to the body, and it saves her from applying powder on her face. This matter I can't decide. Then, who makes the decision? Are you determined to see this through? I'm a vengeful person. If I have a grudge, I won't let it go immediately. That's just my nature. Firing him isn't an option, but she can use other methods. Qin Shue flicked the paper and nodded knowingly. As for how to deal with Teacher Lu, she still needs to think of a good plan. After morning training, it was time for breakfast. It was still a big bowl of thin porridge, with few grains of rice and more water. This time, there was also a steamed bun, barely enough to fill her stomach. Qin Shue was living with others, so she couldn't prepare special food for herself. After just 2 meals, her face turned pale. She was being a bit too delicate after all. Previously, Shue didn't come. Lu Wan was shy and quiet, so the two of them became targets of bullying by Wenxin. Although she carried a dagger and Wenxin was somewhat afraid, protecting herself was not difficult. However, protecting Lu Wan was a bit harder. Lu Wan didn't want to leave her behind, so she also got caught in some trouble a few times, which made her quite angry inside. After yesterday's fuss and today's incident, not to mention Lu Wan, even she felt strangely relieved and more at ease. She found the usually dull place a little more pleasant to look at. The 3 of them arrived in front of the middle room of a row of simple houses. Inside, there were neatly arranged tables, chairs, and benches. The walls were covered with newspapers that looked fairly new. The floor was concrete. There was a podium at the front, but no blackboard at the back. Sit with us. Can I sit anywhere here? Yes, it's not fixed. The rules here seem many, but most are quite relaxed. As long as no one gets hurt, many things are allowed.
Oh,
That's quite humane. Qin Shua nodded in understanding. She casually found a seat and sat down. Soon, when Qin, along with her followers, limped into the room, they kept a good distance from Qin Shua, several meters apart. If the classroom weren't so small, they might have run out. A few minutes later, a middle-aged woman with a serious expression entered. She wore a deep gray coat casually draped over her arm. Her hair was neatly combed, her eyes slightly squinted, her face a little pale, and her lips pressed tightly. She didn't look friendly. Sure enough, Qin Shua's thoughts were quickly confirmed. I see there's a new student today. You probably don't know the rules of my class, but I don't have much time to explain, so you can figure out yourself. Without much thought, it was clear she was talking about Qin Shua. Qin Shua squinted slightly, then smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Okay, teacher." The middle-aged woman was silent. In the past, new students looked discouraged and unpleasant to see. Today, this one was different from usual. Today's lesson is to check everyone's previous learning. Let's see how well you've learned the rules and manners. Everyone remained silent, not daring to speak. Start with you. A woman pointed casually at a woman sitting in the front row. The middle-aged woman sitting nearby crossed her arms and looked at her with a stern expression. The woman in front hesitated, then stood up. She adjusted her collar and clothes, straightened her posture, and took a few steps forward. Before reaching her fifth step, the middle-aged woman grabbed a thin stick from the table and swung it at her. Ah, all you do is cry. After a year of training, you still can't behave properly. You're as clumsy as a pig. The students who started with you have already graduated, but you're still wasting school resources. Get out and stand there. Yes. Yes. The woman in front sobbed as she walked to the door, rubbing her sore spot where she was hit. The middle-aged woman's serious face showed some irritation. She pointed at the next woman to demonstrate. But the result was the same as the previous one. By the time it was Qin Shua's turn, 10 women had already been sent out. Stand up. Qin Shua stood up, smiling happily, with a joyful look in her eyes. She tidied her clothes, crossed her hands at her waist, and crossed her legs, walking out with a charming grace. Not bad. Your gaze is just right, your manners are proper, and your posture is flexible. You'd make a good wife. Thank you, teacher. She slightly bowed, still smiling. She had attended many banquets in her past life and had studied etiquette carefully. There was no way this old woman could embarrass her. Just as she was thinking this, a sudden gust of wind made her want to tear the person in front of her apart. She kept her face calm, not showing any emotion. The middle-aged woman was satisfied and put away her small stick. You're qualified. Go back. Yes, teacher. On the way back, she kept her hands clenched tightly. She didn't want to get hit again by that old woman, or she might lose her temper and fight her. Wei Guangying and Lu Wan were clever. They followed Qin Shua's example and barely passed. The quick-witted ones also followed the crowd and safely returned to their seats. All 30 or so students finished their performances, and the class was over. The middle-aged woman looked at her watch, said nothing, and left the classroom directly, taking the few people standing at the door with her. Phew! That's a relief. That's a relief. Luan looked at the people walking away and patted her chest, feeling relieved. Why did you get so scared? Shua, you don't know. That old woman is really tough. The people she took away will definitely be locked in a small dark room for 3 days. They only get 3 bowls of water and a simple bread roll each day. Going hungry is not the worst part. The real torture is being in that dark, gloomy room. From what that old woman said, this isn't the first time she's given this lesson. Why do some people still fail? The rules at this school are very loose. Even what they teach is random. At first, that old woman was just teaching us manners, like walking and smiling separately. Today, she suddenly tested us without telling us what the test was about. Everyone was confused, which led to mistakes. If you weren't so clever, Guangying and I might have been among those who failed. Interesting. Next, there was a cooking class. But it wasn't about actually cooking.
It was about learning how to read people's expressions and understand their feelings. Everyone went to the cafeteria. Each table had 10 dishes. After the teachers sat down, they chose 10 students to eat with them. After a minute, they asked everyone to write down what the teachers liked. Time was short. Some students didn't understand and didn't respond, so the time ended before they could start. They looked confused. The teachers collected the answers and checked them one by one. Finally, they called out a few names. Wang Huijiu, Zheng Lingling, Feng Nan, Shuiwei Lu Wan, Wei Guangying. Those whose names are called can eat the food on their table peacefully. The rest follow us. In an instant, the cafeteria was filled with loud protests. Qin Shuai calmly watched more than 10 people leave quickly. She sat down with Lu Wan and Wei Guangying, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating. Hurry up and eat. It's rare to have better food, so don't waste it. Seeing Lu Wan looking a bit down, Qin Shuai comforted her. Adjust your mood and enjoy this rare good meal. After a good lunch, Qin Shuai looked a bit more relaxed. Lu Wan and Wei Guangying went back for a nap. Qin Shuai rubbed her stomach as if she was digesting and wandered around the yard, observing the place carefully. This large compound has 3 gates. At the main gate, there are patrol guards holding cold weapons, and they emit a strong smell of blood. On the side of the 5-story building, there is a small door with only a guardroom nearby. Inside, an old man sits leisurely, reading a newspaper. Behind the guardroom, a few people are sitting and chatting. Their presence is just as strong as the patrol guards at the entrance. The 3rd gate is near the kitchen, used for shopping. It is not guarded but kept locked all the time. Today is the 4th day since she left. She must quickly figure out the location of this branch in Yanmen City, or she won't be able to explain herself when she returns late. To avoid suspicion from the guards, Qin Shuai only took a quick look around before returning to her dormitory and lying on her bed to think of a plan. In the afternoon, she attended a politics class and then an art class. After that, she had free time to do as she pleased. Qin Shuai went straight to Teacher Lu's office without delay. She pushed open the door. Teacher Lu looked up and saw her, showing a moment of nervousness. What do you want to do? She had heard about what happened this morning. She was worried all day, not knowing how Qin Shuai might take revenge. Teacher Lu, how about we make a deal? A deal. You probably know about my situation, right? I am free and wild. Can't stand being wronged. If I punch you, do you think you can withstand it like Wenxin? No, what do you want? Just tell me directly. Be honest. My request isn't unreasonable. Just tell me each teacher's personality and the courses they teach. That's it. That's simple for you, but very important for me. Deals are just about each side getting what they need. This time, Teacher Lu didn't stutter or hesitate. She listed all the courses in the school, though she didn't describe the teachers' personalities in detail. But Qin Shuai didn't mind. From Teacher Lu's words, she learned an important piece of information. Many courses are not taught here, but are held somewhere else. That other place is probably another branch of Yanmen City, right? Why don't those people on the 5th floor come to class with us? They were selected and sent to each family to become the head of the household. So, their courses are different from yours. After they are assigned to leave, you will also be screened and finally, you will move into that building to receive new education. Understood. I hope the teacher keeps today's conversation secret. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I know. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one will know what we discussed today. Thanks. She pushed open the door, walking while digesting the information she heard. Once back in her dorm and sitting on the bed, Qin Shuai decided to investigate the situation on the 5th floor tonight. After dinner, as night deepened, everyone returned early to their dorms to rest. In this era, there were no entertainment options, especially in this fully enclosed hideout. Shuai, have you ever thought about where you'd go or what you'd do if you could get out? No, I haven't. What about you? At first, I kept thinking that even if it was hard, tiring, or I had to go hungry or beg, it was better than staying here. But later, I gradually stopped thinking about it. The hope of leaving became more and more distant. Now, I just want to stay alive. We will get out. We will definitely leave. Perhaps Qin Shuai's firm words made Lu Wan's silent heart come alive again.
Shue, if I could leave, could I go with you? Since you're alone, and I am alone too, we could find a big group to settle in. We could work from sunrise to sunset, live simply, and be self-sufficient. Even if it's hard or tiring, at least we would be free. Okay, I'll take you with me when I leave. Neither of them mentioned Wei Guangying because they both knew she had family. If she could leave, she would definitely go back. Just as they thought this was obvious, Wei Guangying suddenly spoke. I can leave too. Take me with you. Guangying, don't you want to go home? Luan sat up from the bed, surprised. My home. I've been away so long. If I go back, my reputation will be ruined. My parents are factory workers. If I cause them to lose their jobs because of me, my brothers and sisters might complain. Not going home is the best choice. At worst, I'll just send a message to my family. Guangying's words made Luan fall silent for a while, finally sighing softly. All right, the three of us will rely on each other then. But only if we can get out. At midnight, Qin Shu lit incense, drugged Luan and Guangying gently, quietly opened the door, and slipped into the darkness, approaching the back window of the 5-story building. She took out a small knife to pry open the window, climbed inside, and closed it behind her. The patrol team, whether overconfident or for some other reason, seemed to only patrol the yard and near the walls, not checking inside the dorms. Qin Shu felt safe leaving and wasn't worried about being caught. Inside the building was a long, dark corridor. According to Teacher Liu, Qin Shu ignored the first and second floors and quickly moved to the third. This was where the people being screened lived. She pressed her ear to the door and could hear faint breathing inside. She listened to each room and finally found the office of the second-in-command at the end of the corridor. The door had a copper lock, which was too simple for Qin Shu. After a few tries, she managed to open it and slipped inside. She closed the door carefully and started searching. She checked the filing cabinets, desks, drawers, and the documents on the table. Nothing was missed. Finally, she found what she needed in a file box. The files recorded the names and destinations of people who had left the school over the years. This was very important. She knew she couldn't take the files with her. Such secret information, if taken tonight, would cause the entire school to go on high alert tomorrow. It would be very difficult to investigate other locations then. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shu searched through her space for a while, took out her phone, and saw it was fully charged. Her heart relaxed. She quickly took photos of the files and some other documents, then restored everything to its original place. She locked the door, went back to the first floor, climbed out the window, and hurried back to her dormitory. She lay on her bed, covering her head with the blanket. She took out her phone, a pen, and a notebook, and wrote down everything she had photographed. She spent 3 hours doing this. She rubbed her aching forehead, thinking that the two people had taken the magic incense and wouldn't wake up halfway through. She quickly slipped into her space. First, she took a hot bath, then she immediately threw herself onto a soft, big bed and slept peacefully until 4:30 in the morning. She only came out of her space then, but she didn't rush to get up. Instead, she continued to lie down and rest to regain her energy. Until she heard movement at Wei Guangying's bed, she pretended to be sleepy. She picked up a basin with a toothbrush cup and draped a towel over her shoulders, then went to the public water room. In the morning, they followed their usual routine of training and eating. Afterward, everyone was taken onto a bus parked in the courtyard. The bus had few seats. Qin Shu pulled Luan and Wei Guangying, squeezing into the bus first through the small gaps, and found the last row to sit in a line together. The teachers from the morning training also got on the bus. Qin Shu noticed that several seats inside had hidden spots, probably to watch over them. The bus slowly left the courtyard. Everyone pressed their faces to the windows, eager to see the outside world. Keep your eyes to yourselves and stay quiet, or you'll all be locked in the small black room when we get back. The small black room was quite effective. Everyone immediately looked down and dared not look outside. The bus route passed several stops. Some people thought it was a real bus and tried to push the doors open to get inside. At this moment, a female officer shouted, "No seats left.
No seats left. Take the next one. God, what's going on today? Why are there so many people? This route is usually crowded, so it's not surprising. The conversation outside was loud, but the information revealed was quite significant. Qin Shuai realized that this route was carefully planned, and the disguised bus originally had a lot of passengers, so it didn't raise suspicion. The people behind the plan had thought everything through very thoroughly. After about half an hour, the bus arrived at a distillery. From the outside, it looked abandoned, but the buildings inside seemed quite new, probably recently renovated. Get off, get off. Lu Wan pulled Qin Shuai, who was walking at the back. After getting off, they lined up in 5 rows with everyone else. Enter 1 room per row, from left to right. The 3 of them stood in the same row and were naturally assigned to the same room. When she entered the house, Qin Shuai realized there was a hidden world inside. The floor was made of redwood, and there was a full set of redwood furniture. Half of it was arranged in the living room, and the other half in the bedroom. A curtain separated the 2 areas. Now, let's start drawing lots. At this moment, a man with a slicked-back hairstyle carried a box into the room. He raised his hand to show everyone what was inside, inviting them to draw lots. Soon, it was Qin Shuai's turn. She casually rummaged through the papers, pulled out a slip, and opened it. To her surprise, it was a role-playing assignment. Her usually calm face showed a look of shock.
Wow.
Has the world become so advanced? Are role-playing games becoming popular now? The slip not only listed the character she was supposed to play, but also described their personality and background story in detail. Familiarize yourself with your assigned character, and everyone, take your places. Besides Qin Shuai, everyone quickly found their roles. Lu Wan headed straight to the kitchen. Wei Guangying went to the storage room to grab a broom and a cloth. Some people sat on the sofa in the living room, while others lay on the bed in the bedroom. Qin Shuai, a bit slow to react, slowly sat down on the sofa with a teacup in hand, facing her rival, when Xian. Let's begin. Lady Lan, you're quite lucky. Your son is lively and handsome, your daughter is obedient and sensible, and your husband loves you so much. Truly a life winner. But I heard your brother-in-law has been very busy lately. Is he working on something important? I haven't seen him around the estate much recently. I usually don't ask about my husband's work. Even if I do, I probably wouldn't understand. I might accidentally say something I shouldn't, causing trouble for him. You, too, don't ask too much, or it could lead to problems. When Xian didn't expect Qin Shuai to be so direct. She froze there, unsure how to respond. When Xian come out, yes, teacher. When Xian glared at Qin Shuai with annoyance and reluctantly walked behind the man with the slick-back hair, lowering her head, lost in thought. For the rest of the time, Qin Shuai engaged in a lively debate with everyone. After playing her part, she also figured out that all the characters were the wives of different families. Of course, they were all wives tasked with gathering information. She was the wife of a man being spied on. As long as she protected her privacy, didn't arouse suspicion, and stayed true to her role, she wouldn't make mistakes. Sure enough, she fought until the very end. Shuai, come over here. Standing aside, Qin Shuai watched as the people with various roles used their skills to steal secrets from the host family and successfully deliver them to the person in charge. I didn't realize until now how surprising it was. That sneaky rat Song Chong managed to stay hidden for so long, probably because of the women he trained. The role-playing session ended, and everyone was taken to a classroom to listen to different tricks for stealing secrets. This time, Qin Shuai finally saw how it was done. After the lesson, they didn't stay long. Qin Shuai didn't have time to investigate further and was quickly taken back to the original yard by the car. The day passed quietly. In the evening, Qin Shuai normally drugged the 2 people in the dorm and slipped out of the room. This time, she didn't explore the yard but decided to go outside. She remembered the route from the morning clearly. Although it was a bit far, if she ran full speed, it would be about the same as a bus. As she expected, running full speed along the route she knew, she reached the dilapidated yard she had visited during the day in half an hour. After searching around, Qin Shuai found that the walls here were all the same height. She couldn't find a low wall to climb, so she had to climb over the wall. Once on the ground, she quickly headed toward her target, which she had observed earlier. The security here was as strict as at the school. During the day, she also saw quite a few men here. The list she got from the 5th floor yesterday only included women, so she guessed there must also be a list of men here. Qin Shuya didn't know much about this place, only that the office was nearby. Whether there were leaders inside depended on luck. But today, her luck wasn't good. She flipped through 7 or 8 pages without finding what she wanted. Just as she was about to keep looking, she suddenly heard voices nearby. Did you get the notice today? I have no idea what they're doing upstairs. They need people so urgently, but training isn't even finished. If we send people out now, it could cause trouble. You're asking me? Well, I can tell you, but you have to promise not to tell anyone. Otherwise, both of us will be in trouble. All right, you know some inside information? My mouth is very tight. Speak quickly. I heard that the young master's biggest rival has returned. It seems there's some trouble. The young master is anxious and wants to move up the plan. They're already preparing to send people to Beijing. Our people here, even soldiers, can't beat them. Is it really possible? The quality isn't high, but we have enough people. We're leaving early tomorrow morning. That soon, the two people gradually approached. Qin Shuya unexpectedly knocked someone out and searched those who knew the inside story, finding a key. She first threw the person aside, then followed the direction they came from to find several small houses, all locked. She tried the key on one, opening it. The room was small, with everything clearly visible. She headed straight to the file cabinet opposite the desk, found a list, and quickly glanced at it. Qin Shuya was shocked. There were over 370 people here. From what she heard, these were trained fighters. If all of them appeared in Beijing, it could cause big trouble. The consequences were too frightening to imagine. But the only good thing was that these people had been training here and weren't needed elsewhere. No one had been sent out yet. If she could wipe them all out, would it make Meng Chongqing's operations in Beijing easier? Thinking about this possibility, Qin Shuya began to plan her next move. Suddenly, she heard light footsteps outside. She quickly hid to the side, holding her breath, watching the shadow on the ground grow closer. Qin Shuya steadied her breathing, ready to act at the right moment. The person outside gently pushed the door open and sneaked inside. Their sharp black eyes swept across the office. When they saw the figure near the file cabinet, both of them moved instantly. The moonlight was bright tonight, so it wasn't dark inside. Plus, Qin Shuya's senses were very sharp. She immediately recognized the person across from her. So familiar. She changed her stance, pulling the other person close, squinting and asking in a stern voice, "What are you doing here?" The person on the other side also seemed to recognize Qin Shuya. When she reached out to grab them, they instinctively wrapped their arms around her and said, "You haven't told me yet. Why are you here?" "My fiancé." Qin Shuya's body stiffened. "Oh no, I messed up. Just now, I was so busy questioning that I forgot where I was." Cough cough, I was just caught by chance. Do you believe me? Do you think I believe that? Lu Hao's eyes sharpened. His face was calm as he tightly held the person in front of him. His dark eyes quietly examined her back and forth, making sure she was safe. Only then did he prepare to ask questions. I really was caught. Are you sure you didn't intentionally send yourself into their hands? I know my little girl's personality well. Besides, before I left, I specifically talked with Meng Chongqing for a long time. I know their plans. I don't understand why the little girl in my arms wants to set a trap for Song Chong, but as long as she wants to do it, I will support her unconditionally. That's why I am here today. When I go back, I will send people to investigate Song Chang's actions. At first, I had no information, but after Meng Chongqing returned and went straight back to the Meng family, I don't know if he was sincere or just pretending. He confided a lot to the Meng family. Although they are a bit naive, Meng Chongqing is still part of the family. No matter how angry or upset he was before, family bonds can't be broken. When he returned, the Meng family treated him warmly and even gave him many good things to make up for him. Song Chong, used to having everything his way, naturally couldn't sit still. He kept making small moves, which gave me a handle.
Following Meng Chongqing's clues, I found out about the Yenmen branch. I just arrived tonight and didn't have time to settle in before rushing here. It was so coincidental. I caught a mischievous little cat. I have my reasons. Just know that I have a serious grudge against Lin Nian. Huh? Why Lin Nian, not Song Chong? Qin Shuyue was initially stunned, then quickly reacted and blurted out, "Did you see Meng Chongqing? Did he tell you anything that you have secrets with? Another man that I should know?" Qin Shuyue. Qin Shuyue. A loud alarm rang in her mind. She rolled her eyes, trying to think of a reason to cover up what was happening. "All right, you don't need to keep looking around. If you don't want to talk, I won't ask. When you're ready, I'll listen. Thanks. Where are you now?" "Are you safe?" "I'm in a pretty safe place, just at the girls' training camp. We're learning some skills for gathering information." "Oh, here, take this." She took out the handwritten list from her pocket and handed it to Lu Haoqing. "This is the list of the training camp. There are also lists of people sent to different families to help you move around Jing City." Lu Haoqing took the list and quickly read through the pages.
He was shocked inside.
Are there really so many? Looking at a name, which represented a family involved in military or government work, he estimated there were about 60 families on these pages. They covered various departments, even including a clerk from Jing City's war zone. This training camp was built 3 years ago. Since then, so many people have left. It shows that Song Chang's plans have been going on for quite a while. Since he kicked Meng Chongqing out of the Meng family, his plan has already started. What should we do with this? This list is very important. I need to deliver it personally to the leader. I also think it might end up on the desk of a top official. On my way here, I overheard 2 people talking. They said the young master of Jing City can't wait anymore and wants everyone here to go to Jing City early tomorrow. Everyone? Do you know how many people are here? What are they doing? There are over 300 people.
Just look at this list.
Most of them are men, trained fighters. But I only found the full list of those here, not the list of who's been sent out. I guess they haven't sent anyone yet. Also, those 2 said the people here aren't trained to the standard yet. Are you talking about those 2 guys hiding at the wall? Yeah, those 2. Qin Shuyue answered calmly without any pressure. This matter is very important and needs to be stopped halfway. If we wait until they reach the city, they might split up, making it harder to catch them later. Will this approach alert them? Yes, it might. We have a list now, but there's no solid evidence to directly accuse Song Chong. As soon as he makes a move, we can catch him in the act and punish him severely. Even the Meng family might get involved. The Meng family probably isn't involved in this. They didn't know anything at first. If they had known, they wouldn't have protected Song Chong. I understand that. But Song Chang's household registration is under the Meng family's name, so they are considered family. They will have to cooperate with the investigation. If he's innocent, the top leaders wouldn't falsely accuse a good person. This investigation might take some time. The Meng family could suffer a lot during this process. That might be good. It could make the Meng family more cautious in the future. Qin Shuyue was silent. The Meng family really has some capable people. It's bad enough that everyone in the family is clueless, but they finally had a bright person like Meng Chongqing, and he turned out to be a disaster. What bad things did the Meng family do in their past lives? If you go back yourself, who will handle things here? A few battalion leaders came with me. They will take care of this side. Also, you should leave that training camp quickly. If we alert them here, it could be very dangerous for you. I can stay there and work with you secretly. Maybe I can find out more information. As for the danger, I can protect myself, so it's not a big problem. You just won't listen to me. Lu Haoqing clenched his teeth and gently shook Qin Shuyue back and forth, not too hard, mainly because he cared. I promise I'll stay safe. Trust me just this once, okay? If I see anything suspicious, I'll leave immediately.
Deal?
That's what you said. You must protect yourself well. Don't worry, I value my life a lot. After chatting for a while, they decided to secretly take away the 2 who had fainted, or they might cause trouble once they wake up. Qin Shuyue helped carry the people outside the wall and returned to the women's training camp dormitory, pretending she knew nothing. She lay on her bed,
and slept until dawn. After waking up, the routine of morning exercises, meals, and classes continued until evening, when it was time to turn off the lights and sleep. Suddenly, an alarm sounded throughout the training camp. Everyone sat in shock, unsure of what was happening. What's going on? What's the situation? What's that ringing sound? Why is there an alarm? Lu Wan, who was timid, held onto Wei Guangying with one hand and Qin Shuiwe with the other, tightly pressing her lips as she looked outside at the teachers running back and forth in the yard. The alarm only sounded for a minute, but it left everyone feeling anxious and uneasy. Is it over now? What exactly happened? I don't know. Let's wait and see. Qin Shuiwe patted Lu Wan's hand to comfort her. 20 minutes later, the door of the dormitory was forcefully pushed open. In came the meticulous, middle-aged woman from before. From now on, everyone must stay in the dorms. Later, a teacher will come to guard the door. Except for necessary bathroom breaks, you must report to a teacher if you need to leave. No one is allowed to leave unless told. Do you understand? Teacher. Did something happen? That's not for you to ask. After speaking, she slammed the door shut. The room fell into silence. What do we do now? Wei Guangying said this and then turned back to his bed, lying down directly.
Shuiwe, you.
I just go to sleep. No matter what happens, Wei Guangying and I are here. Don't be afraid. If you're really scared, you can move your bed next to mine. No, I'm not afraid. To prove she wasn't scared, Lu Wan quickly ran back to her bed, took off her shoes, and pulled the blanket over her head, moving so fast she looked like a blur. Qin Shuiwe sighed, feeling helpless, and lay down with them. She was still wondering if the situation at the training camp was related to Lu Haoqing. Could it be him? Who stopped the people? How did he do it? Where did he stop them? Lost in thought, she gradually fell asleep. She slept straight through until early morning. I opened my eyes and stayed in bed for a while. When I got up, I saw Lu Wan sitting there, distracted and lost in thought. Wei Guangying was sitting beside her. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere felt a bit strange. What's wrong? I asked. Just now. A car came in and people got out. They were holding weapons. I was so scared, Lu Wan replied. Weapons? What kind of weapons? I inquired. Heavy weapons, she answered. Wei Guangying knew Lu Wan wouldn't answer further, so he responded for Qin Shuiwe. Any other news? I asked. I vaguely heard something about arrests and martial law, but I wasn't sure if I heard it right, Wei Guangying said. Arrests? It seems that Song Haoqing has really made progress. Two fierce-looking strong men replaced the teachers guarding the door. Lu Wan was so scared, she didn't even dare to go to the bathroom. This situation lasted for 2 days without any results. On the 5th day, when everything was sealed off, the door finally opened. This time, a military vehicle drove in. Qin Shuiwe looked out the window and saw that the person getting off was Song Chong. However, his face looked much younger and more disheveled than in the past. He also looked quite angry, probably, because he didn't get a good deal in the city.
Fool. Fool.
Who is it? Who leaked the training camp secrets? Go and call the person responsible for the management list, he ordered. Yes, young master, someone replied. Soon, an unfamiliar face appeared in the courtyard, hurriedly running towards Song Chong and kneeling down. Young master, the list is here. It wasn't lost, the man said nervously. Impossible. If the list wasn't lost, the people I arranged in each family would have been cleared out overnight. How could they find those people so precisely without the list? Do you think I'm stupid? Song Chong snapped. Young master, it's not me. I am loyal to you. My whole family's lives are in your hands. How could I betray you? The man insisted. His words softened Song Chang's expression a bit. He knew deep down that the list was lost and that the man in front of him had nothing to do with it. But after all the trouble he had in the city, he had to find a way to vent his frustration, or he might suffocate himself. Go, drag her away, and give her a good beating. It's a good thing she didn't lose her life over such an important thing. Frowning in annoyance, Song Chong waved his hand and stood in the yard, talking to the instructor in charge of morning training.
Has anyone in the training camp behaved strangely recently? Not really. Everyone has been attending classes every day, and there are records on the attendance list. At night, all the entrances are guarded strictly, and patrols are arranged. With such high walls, it's impossible for anyone to sneak out or in. Could it be one of our own people? That's hard to say. The lists haven't been stolen, so maybe someone took them home to record, or they kept records on site. But either way, it easily raises suspicion. Check it thoroughly. Also, I heard there's a new person recently added to the training camp, sent over from Ding Tong City. Thinking that the annoying person was from a town under Ding Tong City, Song Chong felt this newcomer seemed suspicious at this time. Go, bring her here. Young master, are you suspecting her? Why can't I suspect her? Song Chong squinted, giving a stern look at the person in front of him. I was just asking, young master. I'll bring her here right away. Good, go. Soon the door to Qin Shue's room was pushed open by the trainer. Shue, come out for a moment. Shueyu. Luan reached out and grabbed Qin Shue's sleeve, her face showing worry and anxiety. Watch her closely. Patting Luan's hand comfortingly, she then spoke to Wei Guangying. I understand. Be careful yourself. Following the trainer into the yard, Qin Shue stood openly in front of Song Chong, allowing him to look her over. What is your name? Where are you from? From Jiangling Town, Ding Tong City. Who else is at home? A few poor relatives. Besides causing trouble, they have no other use. Do you know what kind of place this is? Don't you hate it? Hate what? Here I am well fed and the dormitory is quiet, so I sleep comfortably. I also have new clothes to wear. I heard that if I study well, I can become a top person and live a good life. Who would want to live such a stressful life? You seem very optimistic. There's nothing I can do. My parents died early, and a lot of relatives are always bothering me. I have a bad temper, so I often get angry. I don't want to die. Living gives me endless possibilities. Did you go to school? I went to school for a few years. What have you been doing these days? Eating, attending classes, sleeping. I tell you, my mattress is still a bit thin. Recently, I've been trying to get first place in exams, and I've earned quite a few credits. I was planning to buy a thicker mattress, but then I got put in detention. It's really bad luck. After saying this, he spat on the ground. Song Chong wasn't angry. Instead, his eyes showed some interest. Good, you're tough. I like that. All right, go back now. Training officer, can I change my mattress? Qin Shue deliberately didn't ask Song Chong about his identity, making him think she didn't know who he was. The training officer looked at Song Chong, saw him nod slightly, and said, come with me. Great, I can finally sleep on a soft bed. He looked very happy, and there was no doubt he really liked soft mattresses. After the two of them walked away, a very unnoticeable guy came up behind Song Chong and whispered in his ear, I observed carefully just now. That girl's expression didn't change when she spoke. Her eyes are clear, and she didn't make any unnecessary movements. It doesn't seem like she's lying. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Let's focus on others. Yes, young master. Qin Shue didn't know what happened after she left. She happily ran back to her dorm after getting the mattress. The first thing she did was spread it on her bed, and then flopped onto it. So comfortable. Oh, it's really comfortable.
Good job, Shue.
We were worried about you, but it turns out you only care about this broken mattress. What do you mean broken mattress? I spent dozens of credits to get this. It must be worth at least 5 yuan outside. 5 yuan is the black market price. If you buy it at a department store, it's only 3 yuan. I've made a profit, saving 3 yuan. Since I was young, my family hasn't earned many 3 yuan bills. I rarely see that amount. Shue, that training officer called you out. Are you really okay? Yes, it's nothing. I just asked a few questions and told the truth. That's good. I hope I won't have to ask you questions. I'm afraid. After joking and laughing, Luan's worries returned, and her timid nature took over. Qin Shue knew that Song Chong called her for a reason. Most likely because Meng Chongqing had been staying in Changhe Town before, and the place where she was caught was not far from Changhe Town. So, the chance that Luan was called in for a talk was very low. But she couldn't explain this to Luan here,
so she could only offer silent comfort. Song Chang's team investigated for 2 days, but couldn't find out how the list was leaked. Just as he was thinking about how to clear himself, Lu Haoqing directly placed the evidence on the chief's desk. In the office of the Northern Theater Commander, Commander Wu trembled as he pounded the table loudly. Animals. Animals. Song Chang is a traitor, a backstabbing wolf. He eats the rice of Huagua, drinks Huagua's water, and dares to do such a terrible thing. The Meng family is also full of fools, leaving this wolf right under their noses without noticing. Chief, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down. If I can't catch that animal, I won't be able to calm my anger. Now the evidence is solid. Let's apply for an immediate arrest. Arrest him right away. Haoqing, I have to thank you for this. If you hadn't noticed him, we wouldn't have known his plan, and it was about to succeed. Chief, honestly, I have to thank my partner for this. Partner? You're seeing someone? When did that happen? Do your parents know? Where is he from? What's his character like? Commander Wu, who was red in the face from anger earlier, immediately shifted his attention when he heard Lu Haoqing was seeing someone. Lu Haoqing rubbed his nose and said, Chief, your questions are too many. How am I supposed to answer you? How to answer? Just tell the truth. Hurry up and explain clearly to me. Seeing the old leader's determined attitude, Lu Haoqing could only give a brief explanation of his relationship with Qin Shuyue. You kid are quite something. Acting like your dad, protecting her like a loyal guard, waiting for the right moment to bring her into your home. Does that girl know you've been thinking about her so early? Does she know? If she hasn't gotten angry yet, it means she truly cares. Lu Haoqing was speechless. You think this matter has something to do with that girl? What's the connection? Lu Haoqing had no choice but to tell the old leader about Qin Shuyue being an undercover agent and how she successfully found key evidence. Wow, that girl is impressive, with the demeanor of a military wife. After this is over, I'll apply for a reward for her. Can't let your girlfriend suffer any loss. Thank you, sir. You, kid, only thank me when there's something good for you. When there's nothing, you might be cursing me behind my back. Lu Haoqing was speechless again. The last time he was at a loss for words was just a moment ago. According to you, is your girlfriend still undercover? Yes, at that women's training camp. That's tricky. Song Chang has retreated from Beijing back to Yanmen City. He's probably planning to hold his ground, but we don't know how many tricks he has up his sleeve. We can't just rush in blindly and arrest him. What if Song Chang panics and does something drastic?
So what does the leader mean?
It's best to contact your girlfriend and see if you can gather information from inside. The old leader's plan was so obvious it was almost written on his face. I'll try my best. Good. I'm leaving this matter to you. After it's done, I'll personally approve your marriage application. When the new building is finished, I'll find you a nice house for your wedding. Leader, I still prefer that single-story house.
Huh.
Kid, right now, most women prefer apartments. If my house weren't so old, your Annie would want to move in. Haoqing, don't decide things based on your personal preference. You have to understand, women who become military wives are like this. Leader Wu gave a thumbs up and gestured towards Lu Haoqing. The military environment is tough. Not only do soldiers' families worry about their loved ones going to war, but they also have to take care of daily life. Those who can be military spouses are truly admirable. My partner. She likes him. Oh? Young lady, you have good taste. I'm really curious about her. If you have time, you should meet her. There will be a chance. Lu Haoqing smiled, tidied up the documents on the table, and held them in his hand. Commander, I plan to leave today for Yanmen City to see if I can find out any news.
Yes.
When necessary, involve local police and government to help with the arrest. If they don't cooperate, call me directly and I will handle it. Understood, Commander. Lu Haoqing saluted and turned to leave the office. After he left, Commander Wu, increasingly angry, picked up the phone and dialed a number. When it was answered, his tone was very harsh. Old Meng, you old fool. Do you think your stubbornness is contagious?
Huh.
Your whole family is so stubborn that you can't tell right from wrong. For a moment, All that could be heard was Commander Wu cursing loudly inside. Outside, the guards felt uncomfortable listening to the harsh words. It was too direct. Qin Shua observed for 2 days. She saw that Song Chong hadn't made any further moves, and the training camp was still closed. She felt she couldn't wait any longer. That night, she secretly drugged Lu Wan and Wei Guangying and quietly ran out of the dormitory. The guards at the gate had already been replaced the day after Song Chong arrived. Probably, Song Chang's people weren't enough, and later Qin Shua didn't see that group in the camp. They must have been sent away. Now, the patrols in the yard increased at night, but for Qin Shua, it wasn't too difficult. Since practicing the moon spirit technique, her movements had become lighter and more agile. Avoiding patrols was no problem. Soon, she reached the back window of the 5th floor, took out a dagger, and pried open the window lock. She climbed into the corridor on the 1st floor. Last time, she only went up to the 3rd floor. She hadn't been to the remaining 2 floors. She had previously asked Teacher Liu, who said that the 4th and 5th floors belonged to the young master, and others couldn't enter without permission. That young master was probably Song Chong. Because Song Chongshi is quiet and doesn't like to be disturbed, an iron door was installed at the top of the 4th staircase. To get in, you have to go through this door, but it makes a lot of noise. It's dark and silent around, with no insects chirping. If she dares to open the iron door, she will definitely alert everyone in the next second. At the corner of the 3rd floor corridor, Qin Shua carefully thought about the layout of the building. In the end, she decided she still needed to climb in through the window. Since she found a way, all that was left was to try it. Qin Shua opened the innermost window on the 3rd floor corridor, leaned out, and pressed herself against the wall, holding her breath to listen for any sounds upstairs. There was a faint breathing sound, so it seemed like someone was asleep. She gently pulled the window open, found it wasn't locked, and left a small gap. She took out some incense, lit it, and let the scent drift inside, entering the person's body. After a while, the breathing became steadier. Only then did she quickly open the window wider and climb inside. Qin Shua tiptoed to the bed. When she saw who was lying there, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Isn't this the unlucky person who lost the list and was punished by Song Chong? Actually, this person only got into trouble because of her. But thinking carefully, no one here is a good person. Their current situation is their own fault, and it has nothing to do with her. She felt she was quite innocent in trying to get through. The person on the bed was still deeply asleep because of the injuries, giving her a chance. But this person probably knows something. Should she ask? She decided to act on her thoughts. Qin Shua took out a bunch of makeup, applied some to herself, changed into new clothes, and put on a pair of high-heeled shoes. In no time, she looked like a handsome young man. She took out some medicine and let the unlucky person smell it. Then she slapped the person's face. The person was immediately awakened.
Who?
Who the hell dares to hit me? Ouch, ouch, that hurts. Hiss, Song Chong, that wolf cub, he's really ruthless. The unlucky person sat on the bed, still lamenting his bad luck, not noticing the person in front of him. See how big his heart is. If he didn't lose things, who would? If he didn't get beaten, who would? Qin Shua almost wanted to praise him. Well done. Who are you, Song Chong? Oh my goodness, who are you? Why are you in my room? Please don't come closer. I will call for help. Go ahead, call if you want. The unlucky person's confidence suddenly shattered. You should take away the knife pressed against my neck. Qin Shua pressed the knife a little more against his neck. The unlucky person, frightened, quickly shrank back. Please, sir, spare my life. Please, sir, spare me. I ask questions, you answer. If you cooperate, I might let you go. If you don't, there's only a dead end. I don't like to waste time, so think carefully before answering. The unlucky person hesitated. But isn't hesitation necessary now? His family's lives are in Song Chang's hands. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Shua asked patiently, Are you in trouble? My whole family is in Song Chang's hands. I know you're capable. Can you help me save them? Since Song Chang arrived, patrols have increased a lot. Being able to move freely among so many people shows he's very skilled. He doesn't want to spend his life being threatened by Song Chang's family. Maybe today could be a way out. Hearing this, Qin Shue understood. That's why Song Chang was so sure this person wouldn't betray him. He's holding his family hostage. Looking at this person's attitude, it's clear he's held a grudge against Song Chang for a long time. Maybe today, there's a chance to get some information. Tell me about your situation. I was just a small-time troublemaker in Yanmen City. By chance, I met Song Chang. He's generous and treats me well. I became like brothers with him, sworn to loyalty. Later, he told me he wanted to build a school and asked me to help manage it. At first, I hesitated because the government's stance on this wasn't clear. I was afraid of breaking the law. I initially refused. But then he revealed his identity openly and promised my family a good life. Good food, fine grains every day, a big house, a proper job for my son. That's when I started to feel tempted. Song Chang acted quickly and managed to get my son into the third textile factory within a few days. He also bought a big house to bring my mother from the commune, claiming it was so I could take good care of her. But later, I accidentally found out his secret and realized his true intentions. He was using my family to threaten me. I could only keep compromising, falling deeper into this trap with no way to escape. So, what do you want? Do you want me to save your family? Do you think you have the right to make demands? You've helped Song Chang do many bad things over the years. Don't you realize that? And you still hope everything can go back to normal? Dream on. Qin Shue's words shattered this unlucky person's last hope. I will tell you everything. I have nothing to hide. My family is innocent. They don't know anything. They think I am with a good friend, so they're living a good life today. Then it depends on whether the information you give is useful. Yes, I know a lot about Song Chang. He thinks that because he has control over my family, I won't betray him. So he tells me almost everything. Tell me more. Actually, Song Chang has a secret base. It's in the mountain you just entered. Is it the wooden cabin on the mountain that leads directly to the training camp? She had come from underground on this side, so Qin Shue wasn't sure exactly where that mountain was. Yes, that's the one. That mountain was dug through years ago. The terrain inside is complicated. Without someone familiar with it, you might get lost. What do you mean by a secret base? When the training camp was first built, Song Chang personally led people to create a fully enclosed training area for 7 people. Who these 7 people are and where they went are not recorded. Only Song Chang knows. I accidentally overheard Song Chang whispering about it, and I guess that the list of those 7 people must be inside that secret base. Do you know where the secret base is? I don't know. No one is allowed to go there except for a few close to Song Chang. There is someone else originally, whose surname I forget. I only know that Song Chang sent him to hunt Meng Chongqing. I didn't see him for a long time, and later I found out he was dead. He was Song Chang's closest person and knew the most. Qin Shue understood who this unlucky person was talking about. In fact, his death was somewhat related to her. If she hadn't said that removing the root was necessary because otherwise it would grow back, Meng Chongqing wouldn't have killed him. Do you know where that mountain is? I know the location, but I don't know the entrance to the secret base. I heard there are a lot of weapons and food stored there. It's Song Chang's last fallback. He's very suspicious and wouldn't tell anyone about it. Not knowing the exact location is like searching for a needle in a haystack. That mountain shouldn't be small. If we search blindly, we might alert others, and Song Chang could secretly move his base. This is a tough problem. Besides Song Chang, who else knows about that secret base? Only the people who are always with Song Chang know. The unlucky person propped himself up on his side, grimacing as he answered. You're so stupid, still calling yourself his sworn brother. Such an important secret, and you weren't told? You're useless. Qin Shue rolled her eyes at him. I can help investigate. Song Chang is sending supplies there in the next few days. His men have all been sent out, except for one who stays nearby. If you can help me save my family, I'm willing to go and scout. Wait until you finish scouting. If you save yourself now, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? The unlucky person thought for a moment and agreed. I'll try my best. Is there anything else? Think carefully. Song Chang always carries a piece of paper with him. I saw it once. It lists his bases across the country. He's very proud and always wants to compete with that Meng family person. Sometimes he takes out that paper, looks at it with admiration, and mutters to himself, probably saying he's better than that Meng family guy. Qin Shue stroked her chin. She decided she needed to borrow that paper to take a look. Looking at the time, she thought there was still enough time. She hadn't wasted any, so she decided to come back tomorrow night. She then took the stairs from the 4th floor directly up to the 5th floor. When she reached the platform between the 4th and 5th floors, Qin Shue saw 2 people standing at the stairway entrance. They were crouched on the ground, hugging themselves, looking drowsy. She used the same method as before, took out some calming incense to make them faint, and successfully reached the 5th floor. There was no need to search carefully for Song Chang's room. There was a guard at the door, and the largest room was definitely his. He was easy to understand. As a child, he was very afraid of poverty and longed to be part of the upper class. After seeing the Meng family's life, his obsession grew. He wanted to have everything but was afraid of losing it, which led to all these complicated things later. Qin Shue crouched at the stairway entrance. She estimated that the corridor on the left was a bit far. She was worried that walking straight over might attract the attention of the 2 young men at the door. After thinking for a moment, she decided to take a risk. She moved a few steps forward, found a small stone in her space, and threw it down. Then she quickly entered her space again. The crisp sound of the stone hitting the ground was very loud in the quiet corridor. "Who's there? Who's over there? We should go check." The 2 hurried to the stairway entrance to look. Qin Shue took this chance to slip out of her space, increased her speed, and reached the door. She reached out to see if she could open it, and, surprisingly, it pushed open easily. She was a bit surprised. This saved her the trouble of picking the lock. She entered Song Chang's room. When he heard the noise and was about to get up, Qin Shue quickly hid in her space. "What's going on?" Song Chang's stern voice called out, making the 2 people at the stairway turn back. "Young master, it was just a small stone, probably fallen from the wall. I'll have someone check it tomorrow morning." He hadn't rested well these days. His spirit was already not good, and today he finally slept peacefully. Suddenly being awakened made him angry, but his mind was sluggish. All he wanted was to sleep, so he replied and continued sleeping, taking off his outer clothes. That night, everything was quiet. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the darkness. Qin Shue directly sprayed some calming agent onto Song Chang's face. With this amount and no antidote, he would definitely sleep for 5 days without any problem. Someone was outside, so she didn't make much noise. She put on gloves quietly and gently touched Song Chang, then quietly clicked her tongue in disgust. She thought it was dirty. She checked all the pockets but didn't find the paper. She didn't believe that the unlucky person would lie to her, so there was only one possible explanation. Carefully exploring the edge of Song Chang's vest, she felt that the back edge was hard. She took out a pair of scissors and cut along the edge, revealing a small piece of paper inside. When she unfolded it, she saw that it was densely written with the names of various cities and main addresses. It must be this. As for the damaged clothes, let him keep them. Anyway, the sleeping potion she made was hard to break, and Song Chang would have to sleep for 5 days. That also made it easier for her to find a way to send messages out. But since she came in, it felt a bit wasteful not to take something out. Next, Qin Shue kept searching hard. A box of Unity? A box of receipts? Oh, these are from Jing City. No problem, keep them for future use. What's this? She found a book hidden in a corner. Wow, a leadership quotes book? That troublesome Song Chang reading this. Surely he's not disrespecting others, right? Qin Shue casually flipped through the small book, her indifferent gaze suddenly stopping on a page. What's this? A small tag hidden between the pages? She took it out and looked at it carefully under the moonlight. Oh my goodness, is this called effortless? Isn't this the list and whereabouts of the 7 people that unlucky person mentioned, only known to Song Chang and his close associates? She quickly stored it in her space. Qin Shue looked around, saw the window, and without hesitation, opened it. She lightly jumped onto the raised platform on the 3rd floor, crawled through the corridor to the first floor, turned around, and quietly returned to her dormitory. The next morning, the training camp was in chaos again. What's going on? What's this? Luan pressed his face against the window on the door, peering outside at the people running around. From initial fear to now calm and composed, he looked completely used to it. I don't know. I see them all running toward the 5th floor, and there's also a doctor. Someone's sick? Anyway, it's none of our business. Go back to sleep. Oh, you sleep every day. Aren't you tired of sleeping? Come on, let's watch the fun together. Qin Shua was pulled up by Luan and sighed helplessly. She didn't sleep much all night and was extremely sleepy. She had no energy to watch the entertainment. Aren't you afraid? You've even learned how to watch the fun now. You're getting more skillful. Well, since there's nothing urgent, how many days have we been locked here? Besides eating, all we do is sleep. If we don't find something to do soon, I might get scared to death or go crazy. Her words made sense, and Qin Shua didn't want to argue. She stood up and squeezed at the door with them, watching what was happening outside. Suddenly, among a few hurried doctors, she saw a familiar figure. Once she confirmed Lu Haoqing had sneaked in, Qin Shua was no longer anxious to leave. She sat calmly on the bed, waiting for someone to come. Sure enough, not long after, the group of doctors headed toward this row of dormitories. They're coming. The doctors are here. What's going on? Are they here to check our health? Wei Guangying was also confused. Why check health for no reason? Qin Shua's room was in the middle, and it wasn't until 20 minutes later that the door was finally opened. Please cooperate with the checkup. Sit back on your bed and wait for the doctor. The three obediently sat on the bed, as well-behaved as possible. At this moment, Lu Haoqing, dressed in a white doctor's coat and wearing a mask, looked at Qin Shua with a piercing gaze. This person. Can't he be a little more discreet? Please extend your hand. Lu Haoqing leaned slightly, blocking the view at the door. Qin Shua quickly handed him a note. Their hands touched briefly and then separated, without revealing any clues. Is everything okay? Let's go to the next room. The three doctors left the dormitory and the guards closed the door, continuing to follow. The message was successfully delivered, and Qin Shua let out a sigh of relief. In the middle of the night, the diligent workers sneaked out of the dorm again, this time heading to the bottom of the wall. How did you get in? How did you make Song Chong faint? The two met and asked at the same time. Say yours first. Say yours first. Lu Haoqing remained silent. Qin Shua also stayed quiet for a moment before speaking first. The sleeping drug, I gave him a strong dose. He won't wake up for 5 days. My little partner is quite tough. Yesterday, I was outside the training camp and overheard them talking about finding a doctor. I followed the person looking for a doctor to the Yanmen City Hospital and secretly replaced the doctor who was supposed to come. Did you see the list? Yes, I saw it. The information has already been sent out. They will work with local police to quickly break the operation and try to resolve the base before Song Chong wakes up. And what about the 7 people? That list will be sent directly to the top leader, who will handle it. I believe it won't be long before this matter is settled here. Will Song Chong be convicted? I didn't ask about the specific charges, but it seems likely he won't escape the death penalty. Once Song Chang's case is resolved, what will happen to the people in the training camp? Those who can be sent back will be sent back. For those who can't, the leaders will make other arrangements. And Qin Shua hesitated. She wasn't sure if her request would make Lu Haoqing feel uncomfortable. What do you want to say? Feel free to speak. I share a dorm with 2 girls. They once said that if they could leave, they wanted to go with me. Can I take them away? Of course. If they don't want to go back, the higher-ups will arrange their destination. If you can help ease the pressure on the leaders, I believe the top leader will be very happy. Yes, they are good people. If my partner says they are good, then they probably are. In this dark and windy night, in the enemy's main base, what are you doing, making trouble? Qin Shua gave him a speechless look, then confirmed some details with him before quickly returning to her dorm. For peaceful days passed. As Qin Shua expected, Song Chong woke up on the evening of the 5th day. He slowly regained consciousness, looked at the ceiling, and was momentarily stunned. His voice was hoarse and grainy, which surprised Song Chong. Young master, you finally woke up. What is wrong with me? Why do I feel so weak and hungry? Young master, you've been unconscious for 5 days. Song Chong sat up straight, confused. His mind started racing quickly. Before he could figure out what had happened, he heard hurried footsteps outside. Young master, something's wrong. Please, young master. What's wrong?
I'm fine.
Young master. At this moment, the door was forcefully pushed open. A tall man in a green military uniform appeared, with strong black boots hitting the concrete floor, making a loud sound that made Song Chang's heart race. Who are you? Squinting, Song Chong looked at the man who seemed a bit familiar and asked cautiously. You don't recognize me? That's okay. Just knowing him is enough. After saying that, the tall man moved aside, revealing someone behind him. Song Chong immediately became angry. Meng Chongqing, you're so ambitious. Why did you come back after leaving? It's all your fault. It's because of you that I was driven out by the Meng family.
Huh?
Are you so confident when stealing things now? That's the Meng family, Meng Chongqing's family. What does it have to do with someone with a different last name? You're just a clown living under others' roofs, sneaking around in the shadows, using tricks. You're useless. No, I am a member of the Meng family.
You
are just a discarded child kicked out of the family. Only someone like you would have such wild thoughts. But thinking about your end, I've decided not to argue with a dead man. When Meng Chongqing said this, Song Chong suddenly remembered. This was his base, his secret hideout. If Meng Chongqing appeared here, it meant he was doomed. No, it's not over yet. He still has many strongholds and underground connections in Beijing. He can start over. Song Chong, do you think we only found this one place? Do you think we're just going to come in like that? What do you mean? Realizing what was happening, Song Chong looked back at his clothes. The neat edges of his uniform were now messy and fluttering in the air, as if mocking his failure.
It's you, isn't it?
Song Chong stood up and shouted at Meng Chongqing. You don't even know how you lost. That's truly sad. All right, if there's anything else, we can discuss it in prison. Lu Haoqing waved his hand, and immediately more than 10 soldiers with weapons rushed in. They knocked down everyone inside the house, took out ropes, and tied everyone up tightly, including Song Chong, who was no exception. The bound Song Chong looked at Meng Chongqing with dark eyes, wishing he could tear him apart. Enjoy the rest of your time. I'll be waiting for the day you are executed. Since we used to share the same roof, I'll go see you off and watch how you die. These words are truly cruel and heartless. After Song Chong was captured, he was quickly taken to Beijing by Meng Chongqing and the others from the team. Lu Haoqing stayed behind to handle the aftermath. In fact, he chose to stay voluntarily. Captain, everyone in the training camp has assembled. Lu Haoqing, dressed in green camouflage combat gear, with black military boots, stood tall in front of everyone. His shoulder patches shone brightly, his belt emphasized his slim waist, and his expression was cold as he looked over the crowd. I know most of you were either kidnapped or sold here.
Now,
if you want to go home, stand on the left. If you don't want to go home, stand on the right. You have 5 minutes to decide. The dozen or so women in the training camp remained silent. All right, 5 minutes are up. Now, make your choice. Qin Shuiwe was the first to stand on the right. Anyway, she didn't care much about her choice, but she wanted to consider Lu Wan, so she was the first to line up. Sure enough, after her choice, Lu Wan and Wei Guangying followed suit. Once one person made a decision, it became easier for others. In less than a few minutes, everyone had made their choices. Qin Shuiwe roughly estimated that less than 1/5 wanted to go home. Everyone has made their decision? No one wants to change their mind. Everyone remained silent. 2nd Battalion Commander, record those who want to go home and arrange for the soldiers to send them back. Yes, Commander. 3rd Battalion Commander, for those who don't want to go home, ask about their wishes and communicate with the government to arrange suitable places for everyone. Yes, Commander. The 2 battalion leaders began to take action. Just as Lu Wan was relieved to finally gain freedom and go back with Shu Yu, Lu Haoqing walked straight toward them. Frightened, Lu Wan hid behind Qin Shuyu, clutching her clothes tightly, with a nervous face. Are you coming with me, or are you going alone? Qin Shuyu said nothing. Lu Wan looked confused. Wei Guangying made a playful gesture, indicating something suspicious. Lu Haoqing raised an eyebrow and asked, "You don't want to go home? Or do you want to go back to the army with me?" Although the housing hasn't been approved, the marriage application has been accepted. It's not impossible to take you there. Lu Wan looked surprised. Wow, that's a lot of information. Do you have to make everything known before you'll stop? I'm already your fiancé, so why can't I say that? Besides, there's no need for you to be undercover now. The main suspects have been caught, so there's nothing to hide. Qin Shuyu remained silent. This man was clearly hinting at something, and his intentions were obvious. I've been gone for a long time. When I left, I told the squad leader I was going to pick herbs in the mountains. It would take about 10 days. It's been almost 2 weeks now. If I don't go back soon, the squad leader will be worried. It's okay. I called the squad leader earlier and told him you're with me, so he doesn't need to worry. He acted decisively, making arrangements first. I can't go back with you either. I still need to take them back to the Chaiyang squad. Lu Haoqing looked displeased as he glanced at the two people standing behind the girl. He wanted to refuse but didn't say anything, only sighing. All right, be careful on the way. I'll be back soon. Yes, I understand. He looked deeply at Qin Shuyu, then turned around and asked someone to buy 3 train tickets for the return trip. Here, call me when you arrive. Do you understand? Where should I call? To the army. Once I finish my work here, I'll come back. Okay, I got it. He told Lu Wan and Wei Guangying to go inside and pack a few clothes, then asked Lu Haoqing to get an ID card. Only then did he lead the two to the train station. Standing at the entrance of the waiting room, these two people still felt a bit dazed and couldn't believe they were truly free. Is this the train station? Yes, we're getting off at Ding Tong City. Ding Tong City? Shuyu, are you from Ding Tong City? I'm from the local team. You need to think carefully. If you settle down there, you'll become a farm worker facing the land every day. If you leave with the army, maybe you'll find other options. We just want to go with you. Yes, we want to go with you. Once they decided, there was no turning back. No regrets. All right, let's go. She helped them buy tickets and get on the train. When they sat on the hard seats, they were still curious, touching here and there. Is this a train? It's so amazing. Even Wei Guangying, usually calm, couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Is this train running? Of course. How else would it take us home? I never saw a train like this before. I haven't either. It takes 4 hours to reach Ding Tong City. Do you want to sit and rest? Yes. Although they said that, their curiosity kept them exploring. They moved around outside the seats until they were tired and sat back down. Shuyu, what's your relationship with that officer? We're engaged. Oh, so. You came here specifically to save us. It didn't seem wrong to say that. Qin Shuyu just nodded.
No wonder.
Now I understand why I felt strange when I saw you before. You came here for this training camp. Qin Shuyu smiled softly, but didn't speak much, as some things couldn't be explained easily. The train traveled all the way to Ding Tong City. After staying overnight and taking a bus, they finally returned safely to the Chaiyang team. Hey, Dr. Shuyu is back. Dr. Shuyu, you are finally back. I've been straining my arm working these days. Dr. Xiao Su could only help relieve the pain, but it still wasn't quite right. Could you take a look for me? Me too. Lu Wan and Wei Guangying looked confusedly at Qin Shuyu, who was surrounded by people, not knowing what expression to show.
Is
Shuyu still a doctor? It seems her medical skills are pretty good.
Yeah.
I guess so. The place was lively, with many layers of noise and activity. All right. Villagers. I just got back. Let me rest a bit. Tomorrow, if you have any issues, come over. I'll check each of you. Okay. We're just waiting for that. Once they received the clear message, everyone quickly dispersed. Let's go home first. Later, we'll take you to the team leader to handle the paperwork. Suddenly, I feel like we met a fake version of Shuyu. Ever since Qin Shuyu removed her disguise yesterday, Luan has been in a deep daze. Now, returning to Chaoyang team, she's once again questioning herself. Are people really that different? When they got home, Qin Shuyu hummed happily. A cozy home is better than any fancy place. Su Qiao wasn't home at noon, and I don't know where she went. I took out the keys from my pocket and opened the door. The familiar smell of medicine hit me.
Come in.
Why are you standing at the door? This is my home. It was taken over by the production team. The front is the health clinic, and the back is where I live. But my house is a bit small, so we might have to squeeze in. No problem, as long as we have a place to stay. Walking to the backyard, it was late June now, and the weather was getting hotter. Sleeping on the Kong, heated bed. Wasn't cool, but the three of us could manage to squeeze in. Shuyu, you're back? Just as we put down our things, Qin Dajiang's loud voice came from the next room to the backyard. Lu Haoqing called me and said you brought 2 people back, asking me to help with the registration. You're a well-known person in our team. Everyone's been waiting for your return. Since you just joined the production team, news has already spread. How could I not know? About these 2 comrades, the team leader, how will their household registration be handled? Wanting to register in our team is simple, but once the household registration is set, it's hard to change. You 2 young ladies should think carefully. Lu Wan and Wei Guangying didn't hesitate. They came from poor backgrounds and had endured a lot. Being in the production team suited them well. Team leader, we've decided. We want to stay in the production team and work hard here. Good. That's a good decision. I'll help you with the paperwork. Tomorrow, you can go directly to the city's police station to register. As for housing, the old health clinic has 2 rooms, but they haven't been cleaned or prepared yet. I just received the news and haven't had time to tidy up. No problem, team leader. Just tell us where the house is, and we'll clean it ourselves. All right. Shuya knows about it. The house has been renovated before. Just clean it up, set up 2 beds and some furniture, and you can move in. Thank you, team leader. Thank you so much. No need to thank me. Stay happily in the production team. Later, come to me to get some grain. When you earn work points, you can use those points to get supplies. I have to say, Qin Dajiang is a very capable team leader. He's fair, attentive, and very united. That's why Chaoyang team has developed so well, no worries about food. They mainly eat coarse grains, but compared to some teams that work hard all year and only get half a full stomach, they are quite lucky. Oh, by the way, Qin Hongshan has returned.
How is she?
Qin Dajiang didn't consider why Qin Shua asked and simply said, not very well. When she was sent back, she had bruises all over and a fever. She was sick for 7 days. Su Qiao tried many methods and finally she broke the fever, but she also made her a bit confused. Yeah, she's dazed and sometimes awake, sometimes not clear. I guess Li Huilan will come looking for you once she hears you're back. Looking for me? I won't treat her. Well, it's up to you. I've already prepared the registration materials. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. All right, thank you, Uncle Dejiang, for coming all this way. Oh, no need to thank me.
Just take care.
I'm leaving now. After Qin Dejiang left, Qin Shua handed the documents to Wei Guangying and Lu Wan. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the police station to handle the paperwork. Later, I'll take you to tidy up the old health clinic. There's an academician from the Research Institute living there. He's kind and knowledgeable. Spend some time with him. You might learn something unexpected. Just then, Su Qiao came in from outside, carrying a medical box. Seeing Qin Shua standing at the backyard gate, she happily went over. You're finally back. I was about to go on strike if you didn't return soon. What's wrong? Have you been busy lately? Busy, yes. Your reputation is growing. If anyone nearby feels unwell, they come here. When you're not around, I can turn some people away, but there are always those persistent ones. They keep asking every day. I already turned away 3 this morning. If they come again, just tell them I'm back and to come directly to the house.
Got it.
Oh, who are these 2? Qin Shua thought for a moment. Since she knew Wei Guangying and Lu Wan's situation, Qin Dejiang would definitely inform everyone in the production team. She didn't need to worry about whether to say something or not.
Come, everyone sit down. Let's have a chat. The four sat under a big tree in the yard. A gentle breeze brought a bit of coolness. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Qin Shiyue. Due to some reasons, I went to a training camp. My main job is probably as a doctor. Luan looked at her with an understanding expression and stood up, speaking seriously. Comrade Qin, thank you. Oh, don't thank me. I didn't do much. I went there for personal reasons. No matter what the reason is, it's because of you that we regained our freedom. Saying thank you is the right thing to do. Qin Shiyue nodded, but didn't dwell on it. She turned to Su Qiao and introduced the two of them. Later, I'll take them with me. You still need to go to the Gao family. Recently, things have been getting better. Sometimes they give you some feedback. I think waking up is just a matter of time. Tomorrow, go again. You've had a long day. Tonight, let's stay home and enjoy a good meal. We'll stay here for now. Uncle De Jiang gave us a few days so they can go to the fields in a few days. Su Qiao stood up, wanting to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Wei Guangying and Luan were also busy, both clearly hardworking. Shiyue? Shiyue? All right, Shiyue, we probably won't be able to eat at home tonight. Su Qiao chuckled as she put down her work and happily watched Gao Auntie walk in. Hey, Gao Auntie, you're here. Look at you, kid. You've been gone so long. We've been worried. If Hao Cheng hadn't given us news, we wouldn't know when you'd come back. Gao Auntie spoke while glancing back and forth at Qin Shiyue, trying to see if she was hurt. Qin Shiyue smiled and playfully teased Gao Auntie, finally easing the tension about her absence. Are these two kids? The ones Hao Cheng mentioned. Yes, Auntie. They will settle in our Chaoyang team. Good children, good children. You've suffered. From now on, consider this place your home. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell Auntie, okay? Thank you, Auntie. Luan immediately clung to her, feeling that the kind smile on this Annie's face reminded her of her mother, maybe. Come to Annie's house for dinner tonight. I've prepared plenty of food since I knew you were coming back. Great. We'll tidy up and head over. Wei Guangying and Luan felt a bit shy. They wanted to say they wouldn't go, but Auntie Gao was too warm and kept holding their hands, so they had no choice but to go along. At Gao's house entrance, they saw Gao Shiping standing there looking around. When she saw them from afar, she ran over quickly and hugged Qin Shiyue tightly. Why are you so reckless? That's a den of wolves and tigers. How dare you go in? What if something happened? Shiping Jia, I value my life. I have my ways. You, still lying to us. You deserve a scolding. All right. She needed to apologize. A few people cheerfully entered the house. Aunt Gao and Su Qiao went into the kitchen. Luan and Wei Guangying thought for a moment and also went in to help. Gao Shiping took Qin Shiyue to her own room to check on Guai Guai's condition. Guai Guai is recovering very well. When I said I was picking herbs earlier, I wasn't joking. I found some herbs that help Guai Guai a lot. I'll prepare them now, and in a few days, Guai Guai should wake up. Really? My Guai Guai. My Guai Guai can really wake up? Of course. Sister Shiping, your good days are still ahead. Shiyue, this is all thanks to you. My dear sister, no need to thank me so much. We're still strangers. Okay, I won't thank you. I won't thank you. Half an hour later, Aunt Gao called everyone to eat. At first, Luan and Wei Guangying felt a bit nervous, but they gradually relaxed thanks to Aunt Gao's warmth, even becoming completely comfortable. By the end of the meal, the two successfully took Qin Shiyue's place and were very close to Aunt Gao, almost calling her mother. Everyone worked together to clean up. The moon quietly rose into the sky. The four of them finally said goodbye to the Gao family and headed back home.
Shiyue.
I want to. Huh? What is it? I want to bring your second brother home. Why? Have you made up your mind? Yes. Since I've decided on him, this step is just a matter of time. I was hesitating, but that would only hurt their feelings. Hurting feelings isn't the problem. It's just that my second brother would feel upset. As long as you treat him well, I believe he'll get over it soon. I know. The more he acts like that, the more I feel weak. It's not fair to him at all. If you've made up your mind, then go ahead. If you have any trouble, we'll discuss it together. Yes.
Tomorrow I'll go to the city to find him and talk about this. That's perfect. Tomorrow, Guangying and Luan will go to the city to submit their household registration. You can go together. The next day, after breakfast, Su Qiao and the others went to the city for errands. Qin Shue stayed behind to handle the patients who had accumulated during this time. She was busy all morning and didn't even have a moment to rest. Finally, at noon, she sat down to relax, but then someone unpleasant arrived. Shue, Auntie is begging you. Please help my family, Shanshan. Annie, you are asking the wrong person. I can't do anything about Qin Hongshan's illness. How can you say you can't do anything? Your medical skills are so good, yet you can't cure her. You must not want to treat my girl Hongshan, right? You little brat, you're really heartless. No matter what, we are all from the Qin family. How can you do this? You're saying that, but do you forget how you treated me before? Now you come to ask for help, but it's too late. We have already compensated you for everything we owed. We even returned the money in full. Are you still holding a grudge? That money is what I deserve. Don't make it sound like you gave me charity. Li Huilan, please understand the situation. So, what do you want to do to save my girl Hongshan? Qin Hongshan's illness is in her brain. I believe you've been to the hospital too. The hospital couldn't help her. My medical skills are good, but not better than the specialists. The brain is a complex part of the body. Treating her isn't impossible, it just takes time. But she doesn't want to waste her time on them. Li Huilan spat and turned back to her house. She saw her daughter smiling foolishly in the yard. Her heart ached. She scolded and pulled her daughter inside, making her sit on a stool. Then she started complaining to Qin Yongping. That little brat Qin Shue is just an ungrateful person. I used to treat her so well, but she repaid us with ingratitude. Hongshan is her sister, but she's so cold-hearted. Qin Yongping sat there, looked at Li Huilan with a blank face, and said something unrelated. Take leave this afternoon and come with me to your mother's house. What? Why do we need to go to my mother's house? Didn't your mother introduce a fool to Hongshan before? Now that Hongshan is like this, we should ask if she still wants him. Qin Yongping, Hongshan is your daughter. How can you do this? Yes, Qin Hongshan is my daughter. But do you have extra money to pay for her treatment? The money we used to go to the hospital was all from our family savings. It's better this way. She can stay honest and not cause trouble for me all day. Besides, that family doesn't lack food or resources. At least when Hongshan marries into their family, she won't have to worry about food and drink. The last sentence finally convinced Li Huilan. She actually understood that the illness couldn't be cured. The doctors at the hospital had made it very clear. Since there was no hope for treatment, finding a family that could support her daughter seemed like a good idea. Li Huilan might not have realized it herself, but her thoughts were starting to change. She wondered if the hardships of life had made her numb to her daughter's pain, or if she genuinely believed that the new family was a good place for her. Her strong desire to protect her daughter was beginning to crack. In the afternoon, Qin Yongping went to ask for leave and took Li Huilan to visit her family in the village, leaving Qin Hongshan at home. Qin Shue didn't know about Qin's family matters, nor did she want to care. In the afternoon, Wei Guangying and Lu Wan returned alone. Su Qiao followed Gao Wenyang to the Gao family. Shue, your second brother, is really kind to Su Qiao. You don't know, when he heard that sister Su wanted to bring him home to meet her parents, he was so happy he jumped 3 feet high. Lu Wan immediately ran over to Qin Shue and recounted everything that happened today. Her lively expression made everyone laugh. Let's go. We should tidy up the old health clinic. Okay, let's go. Qin Shue locked the door and took them to the old health clinic. They just happened to meet Jean Lao and his 2 students returning. Shue, you're back. Are you here to help them tidy up? Yes, Lao Jean. Did the team leader tell you? Yes, he did. Good girl.
Commune.
Since I returned yesterday, Bai Qing and Xiaoran have cleaned the place. We just need to add some furniture and it will be ready for occupancy. Thank you, Lao Jean and the 2 comrades. You're welcome. Come in and take a look. I have some other things to do, so I can't stay long. After saying that, Lao Jean hurried inside with his 2 students. busy with something unknown. Shuye, is that Lao Jin? Usually, Lu Wan was the first to ask questions, but today, Wei Guangying was the first to speak. Qin Shuye turned around and saw the light in Wei Guangying's eyes. Suddenly, she understood her thoughts clearly. Do you want to learn from Lao Jin? I only went to elementary school. I know Mr. Jin's status and want to learn from him, but I am not qualified yet. Still, I will try my best. At this moment, Wei Guangying looked like he was wearing shining armor, suddenly finding his way, bright and impressive. You must understand that the road ahead may be very difficult. I am not afraid of hardship. Qin Shuye nodded, not trying to persuade him further. I can teach you how to read and write, but I think it's better for you to learn systematically. But if I go to school, I won't be able to earn work points. Without work points, I won't have enough food to eat. Without enough food, how can I have the strength to study? I have a good idea. Do you want to hear it?
What?
What idea? Desperate Wei Guangying suddenly heard there might be another solution, and his dark eyes brightened. Yesterday, Sister Shiping told me that her clothes are selling so well that she can't keep up. Also, Sister Zhao from the department store wants her to expand production, and she's still thinking about it. Expanding means hiring more people. If some of them are not honest, even if they are skilled, they might produce poor quality clothes in the end, damaging her reputation. She can't afford to upset Sister Zhao, so she needs someone she trusts. Even if they aren't very skilled at first, they can learn. That's not a big problem. Originally, Qin Shuye had just heard about this and thought it was Sister Shiping's business. She didn't want to interfere, just considered it quietly. Now, with Wei Guangying's situation, she thought maybe she could give it a try. Sister Shiping?
But I
can only make simple clothes. I can't do those complicated ones. Sister Shiping also has simple orders. The reason her clothes sell so well is mainly because of the style. The materials and craftsmanship are similar. You can try, earn some money for a few months, and maybe save enough to go to school. But it's unlikely I can catch up with the college entrance exam next year. Still, there are many opportunities in the future. Going to college might also be a good way out. Can I really do it? Just give it a try.
Shuye.
Can I do it too? Of course, both of you can go. From spending these past few days together, I can see that both of you are kind-hearted girls with your own principles. Since you've shared hardships, I don't mind helping you out. The three of them opened the door to one of the rooms and found it surprisingly clean. Newspaper was pasted on the walls, with visible writing and a faint ink smell. The room was about 10 square meters, big enough for 2 single beds, some cabinets, and boxes. Right now, it was empty, and they would need money to buy anything. It's really frustrating. Money always seems to be short when you need it most. Since they had been in the training camp for so long, they didn't need cash or tokens, so they never thought about exchanging credits for supplies. If only they had known they could regain their freedom and have a place to stay, they would have saved some money, just in case. But unfortunately, there's no what if. They didn't have the ability to foresee the future. Tomorrow, you can go to Sister Shiping to have her check your skills. If you pass, you can make a piece of clothing, and Sister Shiping will pay you based on the price. With that money, you can buy some things you need. Yes, Shuyu, you're so clever. With the problem solved, Wei Guangying and Lu Wan's moods improved a lot. After inspecting the room and making a list of what they needed, they headed back to the new health station under the moonlight. They would probably have to squeeze in a little more over the next couple of days. Since someone was with them, Qin Shuye didn't plan to go to town. The issue with Song Chong was resolved, and the strongholds had been destroyed. Lin Yan's additional abilities were used up, so it was time to deal with her. The only question was when Meng Chongqing would return from Beijing. Since he had gone back to the Meng family, the black market here probably wouldn't last much longer. After all, she wasn't short of money, so whether it stayed open or not didn't matter much. After breakfast, Wei Guangying and Lu Wan happily went to the Gao family. Seeing how well they were adapting to the Chaoyang team, Qin Shuye felt relieved. Shuye, I want to ask for leave. Are you planning to go home? Yes, I discussed it with Wenyang yesterday. He has already asked for leave to go back. That's great. I approve your leave. But you should tell the team leader too. Well, I haven't been busy with farm work lately. I'll go soon. Qin Shua nodded, but she always felt that Gao Wenyang's return wouldn't go smoothly this time. From her interactions with Su Qiao, she guessed that his family background was probably not simple. Since it's not simple, would he even look up to her second brother? She thought she should find a way to help. If she could make her second brother's marriage go smoothly, it would be a good deed. The author visited Chongqing these days, met with some good writer friends, and had a very happy time. That's why updates are a bit slow, only 4,000 words a day. Once I rest, I'll catch up and share the remaining chapters. Thanks so much. Wei Guangying and Luan told the team leader, then went to the Gao family and started learning to make clothes behind Gao Shiqing. They often did chores at home, so they weren't unfamiliar with sewing clothes. But because their family was poor and they had never used a sewing machine before, it took 2 days to learn. When Qin Shuyue went to help Guai Guai see the doctor, these two were already able to operate the machine. Is one sewing machine enough? Or should he buy another one? Yes, I've been thinking the same. I've earned quite a bit these days. Buying a sewing machine is fine, but I don't have the ticket. I'll pay for the ticket, and Sister Shiqing can cover the money. That works. I won't argue with you. But since we're getting on track, we should talk about profit sharing. I only need 2 shares. I have other things to do, but I can provide patterns from time to time. If you have questions, you can ask me. No, that's too little. I think we should split it evenly, half each. Gao Shiqing had her own reasons for this. Her ability to step away from her old life and help Qin Shuyue was connected. When she started her business, Qin Shua gave her money and ideas. How could she only get 2 shares? In the end, after a long back and forth, they agreed on a 1/3 split. Qin Shua didn't like trouble. She preferred staying behind the scenes, earning money, and enjoying her life. After settling this, Qin Shua left the Gao family and headed straight to the mountains. When she left, the thatched huts on the mountain were still being built. Half a month has passed, and the huts are definitely finished, but I don't know if everyone has started working yet. Walking through the fields, enjoying the gentle breeze, I feel relaxed today since I have some free time and don't need to rush. After half an hour, I reached the flat land and saw about 10 thatched huts. In front of them, on racks, herbs were drying. 3 old men were moving around, checking the drying process. Hey? Shuyue is back. Shuyue, you finally returned. We've been waiting for a long time. Uncles, sorry for the delay. What's the situation here now? The herbs we collected from the mountain are all listed in the books. The 3 of us studied their properties overnight and made a plan to ensure the herbs are gathered and processed smoothly. The ones we collected earlier were sold by the team leader. I heard from the pharmacy folks that they handled it well. That's why we continued. Otherwise, we wouldn't have much confidence. Since it's their first time working alone, they were a bit nervous, but luckily, the outcome was good. Otherwise, wasting so many herbs would have cost a lot of money. Thanks to you, uncles, for your help. You, girl, always go where there's danger. That bandit's den isn't a safe place. We heard the team leader's words and were worried for days. But you're doing important work and we understand the risks and benefits. Still, we're a bit worried about you. There is danger, but everything is under control. That's good to hear. That's good. Come on, Shuyue, come see the herbs we're drying. This batch is almost ready, and we can sell it soon. Qin Shua pinched the herbs in her hand, checking their drying status. She examined each batch carefully and found that everyone handled the herbs very well. Truly, experience makes a big difference. I'm asking old Jean to help check the growth of the herbs. If possible, we could plant more on a larger scale so everyone wouldn't have to stay on the mountain all the time. Everyone thinks the mountain is good, working isn't tiring, and they sleep well. Sometimes, they even get to improve their meals. You don't know, when they hear about changing shifts to go home, they all resist. It's cooler on the mountain and there's moisture, but staying too long might harm their health. They should go down to the valley when they can. Later, I plan to gather some herbs to help everyone stay warm. All right, Shu, just make the arrangements. After staying on the mountain for an hour, I finally came down to the health clinic to continue working. 5 days passed, and the Gao family brought in a new sewing machine, causing quite a stir in Chaoyang Brigade. What's the Gao family up to? I remember they bought a sewing machine before. Wasn't it because their eldest got married that they bought it? Their eldest has been working in the city for a while, and his wife went with him. I didn't see them move the sewing machine over, so why did they get another one? Yeah? What are they planning? Everyone in Chaoyang Brigade was curious about the Gao family's intentions, but most thought they had become quite wealthy. Some families with more ideas started to get restless. Among them, the Qin family was the most confident. Husband, did you hear? The Gao family bought another sewing machine. Li Huilan had just put her daughter to sleep and, exhausted, returned to her room. She sat down and tapped her shoulder with her hand. When her child was young, she comforted her. Now that the child was older, she still had to do it. Life is hard. What kind of days are these? I heard about it. Qin Yongping sat there gloomily, smoking his pipe. Their family was so poor they couldn't even afford enough food. The tobacco was from his father-in-law. He only took a few puffs when he was craving it. That Gao family used to be quiet, but now they've made a big move. They bought 2 sewing machines. One costs about 200 yuan, so 2 would be over 400. And you need a ticket to buy them, which costs 50 yuan each. What kind of family spends over 500 yuan in a month? Qin Yongping paused, then silently put down his pipe. Husband, Qin Shihua has such a good relationship with the Gao family. I heard their second son isn't even married yet. He's a few years older than Hong Shan, but we know Hong Shan well. She's not worse than that proud, educated youth. Maybe we should ask Qin Shihua to talk to the Gao family. We're so familiar, becoming in-laws might be a good idea. Li Huilan kept talking and felt this plan was really good. The key is, if she married into the Gao family, their 2 families would be relatives. If they can't get enough to eat, wouldn't the Gao family help them? Furthermore, the second son of the Gao family looks quite decent, much better than the foolish son of the meat factory slaughterhouse. This time, Qin Yongping put down his pipe and thought carefully for a while, then he also thought this idea was good. However, he wouldn't be as optimistic as Li Huilan. Qin Shihua's little brat is so stubborn with us. Do you think he will agree to this? What's so stubborn about it? That old guy previously decided to return all the money to that kid. Doesn't that kid remember the kindness? Let Dad talk to him. No, Dad hasn't spoken much with us or with the second son these past few months. Besides, you rarely look at him, so how can you expect Dad to help you? What are you thinking? So, what do we do? Do we really want to send our daughter to that fool? You heard it yourself. His family said they're okay with him marrying Hong Shan, but the bride price is only 15 yuan, 2 jin of meat, and nothing else. Li Huilan felt wronged when she mentioned this. When her daughter was well, that fool's family was very enthusiastic and even said they would give 50 yuan, 100 jin of coarse grain, and 10 jin of pork as bride price. They also wanted to add a few beds of cotton quilts. Now that her daughter has had trouble, their attitude changed immediately. It's really disrespectful. And look at what that fool from their family looks like. Being able to marry Hong Shan from our family is already a stroke of luck. Why are they picky? Tomorrow, find someone from the Gao family who's decent to gauge the situation. After we get the information, we'll decide. Clearly, Qin Yongping knew that marrying his daughter to the Gao family would bring more benefits than marrying her to that fool, so he wouldn't miss this chance. Okay, I understand. Meanwhile, the second son of the Gao family, who was plotting against Qin's side, was standing in front of Qin Shihua, staring at the items handed to him. He almost dropped his chin to the ground.
Sister, you, tell me.
How much money is here? Second brother, there are 1,000 yuan, dozens of grain tickets, a dozen meat tickets, 3 sewing machine tickets, 5 bicycle tickets, 6 watch tickets, and 2 radio tickets. Plus, there are cloth tickets and industrial tickets. You can take them all, sister.
Are we
done for? Gao Wenyang looked at the money and tickets, trembling with fear, afraid that even raising his hand might disrespect the money and tickets. Because he felt he didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve to have them. Second brother, you can keep these safe. When you get to Su Qiao's house, if her parents don't agree, just use money to persuade them.
Keep trying, it's okay.
After you're done, my sister still has some, so don't hold back for me. Suddenly, he realized that the big boss was actually at their house. Wow, so wealthy, truly unimaginably rich.
Sister. Sister.
Your brother is going to meet the future father-in-law. Is it okay for you to let me spend money like this? Isn't that a bit too much? Second brother, it's better if I don't have to spend money, but what if I do? There's a what if. Gao and Yang felt completely overwhelmed. Yeah, what if? Have you thought about why Su Qiao hasn't taken you back for so long? She's always silent about her family matters. There must be a reason. Maybe her family is rich and powerful, or maybe they are poor and prefer boys. But I think all these issues can be solved with money, right? Right.
Exactly.
Gao and Yang was not only confused, but suddenly felt numb all over. He had guessed before why Su Qiao didn't take him home, but no matter how quick his mind was, he never expected such a reason. Sure enough, everything still depends on his sister. He wiped his face and slapped himself twice, making Qin Shui raise her eyebrows in surprise.
Sister.
Brother. Thank you. I'll find a way to pay you back this money someday. Second brother, let me tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone else, okay? Don't worry, sister.
You can trust me.
I won't say a word. Qin Shui leaned in closer and whispered in Gao and Yang's ear. Second brother, this money was taken from that thief's hideout. Rest assured, no one will know where it came from. Remember, when you throw money, do it with confidence. Don't be timid or sneaky. If people see you hesitating, it will embarrass our family. Now he wanted to cut off his ears, pretending he hadn't heard her.
He wasn't sure if he still had time.
Brother, sister. You really can do it. Gao and Yang sincerely admired her and gave her a big thumbs up, holding it out to Qin Shui. That's it. Qin Shui happily accepted the compliment without hesitation. All right, with that said, my brother can now spend money confidently. He straightened his chest, feeling that spending this money was like helping the community. Suddenly, he felt very important and proud. That night, Gao and Yang returned to his room and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It wasn't because of anything else, but because he'd never seen so much money in his life. He wondered if leaving it openly in his pocket was safe. But if he put it somewhere else, the plan to spend the money wouldn't work. He spent the whole night thinking about where to hide it. When morning came, he had dark circles under his eyes. Second brother, you can't do this. It's just meeting your future father-in-law. Why do you look so strange? Gao and Yang, with his wild hair and yawning, heard his dad's teasing and rolled his eyes but didn't argue. It was better to misunderstand than to explain. Otherwise, he'd have to come up with some excuse. After breakfast, Gao and Yang went back to his room and fell into deep thought again. One night wasn't enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dark circles. Hurry up, Gao and Yang. Qiao is here. Okay, coming. Forget it, he thought. He decided to put the money in his pocket. Since he had stolen it, losing it didn't matter much. He hurriedly stuffed the bills into his pockets all over his body. He even unfolded a large cloth to hide some in his hat and shoes, planning to spend only this special money later. Carrying his bag, he appeared at the door and reached out to stop Su Qiao, smiling as he said, "Sorry, I know. You don't need to say anything. I understand." How could he not understand? The dark circles under her eyes were obvious. Could it be that his sister and Su Qiao had already figured things out? What are you talking about? Let's go quickly or we'll miss the bus. Oh. Okay. Holding hands, they both wore happy smiles and headed confidently toward their future. Youth is truly wonderful. Aunt Gao thought about her silly son, who was also going to get married and have children. She couldn't help but sigh at how time flies and makes people grow old. Today, isn't it to help my daughter make a few more clothes? I don't need to worry about my son's matters. That boy would get anxious if he knew. Oh, I forgot about that. Aunt Gao slapped her thigh and hurriedly went straight to Gao Shiping's room. All thoughts of her son and any sighs were pushed aside from her mind.